buy these chips, they may be compromised type of issue. So let's see how this ends up getting navigated. We know that they're in trade discussions. You have to assume that this is part of the trade discussions.
100%, and maybe even being used as a bit of a bargaining chip going back and forth here. Meanwhile, nice pop here. We're already back above that 50% retracement mark here for Nvidia shares in the pre-market. We get all the way down to 175, dragging down not only tech in general, but semiconductors specifically, guys, for Nvidia. But looking okay here to start things off. Could be a lot worse.
Good morning. GDP month over month, little beat there, and the jobless claims number a little bit. I mean, it's a little bit lower. That's good enough. We'll take it.
Yep,
and
the market spike.
Nvidia was like 1 cent away from going green. I think literally 1 penny. Or maybe it did go, I think it went green by a cent or two, actually, there. So there's a lot to go over when it comes to the report, and we'll try to dig into everything, everybody. And I mean, ultimately, they nitpicked a couple of things, whether it was the margins, whether it was the data center, and then Jensen was like, hey, man, if we get to sell in China, it's game over, man. And I mean, it wasn't just him, CFO saying the same thing as well and reiterating, and they didn't even count those sales. So I think it looks pretty good here for Nvidia. It looks good for the market, that GDP number and the labor number or jobless claims number looking pretty solid as well. This is what we want to see. Snowflake was doing amazing. That was double digits to the upside you saw. Thank you, everyone, for tuning in the aftermarket show. The only disappointment was CrowdStrike. And even then, I don't even know how bad that was. But it's NVIDIA's world. We're all just living in it as they continue to print the billions and billions. Apologies for the sound issue, but we got the good numbers out. And looks like the market, NASDAQ just went green, and NVIDIA's trying to do it too.
Yeah, Nvidia huge. I mean, I think there's this news here about potentially selling some more of these chips into China, so we'll have to watch out for that. Thank you for your patience with the audio as we work through some of these things. Wires getting chewed on over here. 182 there. Yeah, I think Nvidia did get going. It was a better jobless claims than expected, so it was a little lighter. It was 229 versus 231. So you might have not heard. Brendan was sort of, well, not you may have not have heard. You did not hear. Brendan was running through these numbers right there. So the core PCE comes in as expected, and it was the initial jobless claims right there, 229 versus 231. So little lighter, but I don't know if that's, I mean, that is what kind of spiked this. Look at the volume pickup right there in the market. But yeah, it's Nvidia, it's CrowdStrike, it's Snowflake. Today, Snowflake getting back up to that 230 mark. Wow, it looks like it might take out that 230 mark now, up 14, 15%. CrowdStrike, you had a great opportunity to buy some of those dips as they're purchasing a company, I think, right? And so they get that downswing there. It's similar to what Palo Alto did when they were buying CyberArk. So, but that's rebounded so nicely, man. I was hoping that CrowdStrike could have gotten down here and we were able to buy some more there. And I know Neil trimmed a little bit of this and we're all in the bank stocks, but yesterday, wow, XLF, right there, all-time highs. There you go, Joe, for you. All-time highs right now in the XLF. And many names, right? BAC, we haven't seen this name up here in a very, very long time. Now north of $50 for Bank of America. What a run some of these bank names have been on. And they're just quietly like the little silent assassins. Like, this is just 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, blah, blah, blah. It's just straight up right now for these bank names. And it's not as, it's not as, I'm going to use the word sexy because it kind of crawls its way up. It's not a 4 or 5% mover every day like we see at CoreWeave or some of these other names that tend to move. But for right now, man, it's Bank of America, it's Citigroup, Neil. It's all of the names going through. Yo, what's up, Phil Crone? He's saying pew, pew, pew.
Pew. Where's that button?
I don't know where that button is. The pews have been retired here for a couple years, but it's good, man. It's a good day today. I think BABA and China names should be going upside here at some point as we get this all figured out. It's down 2% today. We'll talk about the China news, but we'll have to wait to see what Alibaba is doing. This is on my radar today as well. So it's all good right now. CoreWeave actually also broke through.
CoreWeave with a good sympathy move for CoreWeave, but also that the headline you're referring to is NVIDIA negotiating with the U.S. government to sell Blackwell to China. That's according to Fox News at least. So yeah, that should be. Look, you heard it all over the call, and you'll probably hear it a lot in the next coming days. Just how much potential there is for growth. I mean, 50% growth in China is what Jensen is saying and they get back access to that market. Their guidance didn't even include sales to China. They didn't sell any last quarter. CoreWeave 7%. So you knew this was going to be an obvious sympathy play to Nvidia, and it is absolutely flying. This one could be, see this 104 here. Nice consolidated bottom. Seems like CoreWeave has made the lows. And there's only one way to go now. 7% to the upside on CoreWeave, and still rising tide lifting a lot of ships here. This is probably the one moving the most so far this pre-market that I've seen that's not some kind of small capper.
I mean, I wrote down CoreWeave here when it broke through 100 bucks. Yeah, now it's like, now it's gone. This is what, remember I was just saying about the bank stocks. They don't move 4% in a day. Like CoreWeave just moved 4% in 30 minutes. So there we go to the upside. Yeah, man, I like your comment in there. I like your comment, Christian. Just buy Palantir. Yeah, I mean, I think that's right. We'll see what winds up happening here with Palantir today. Only up 0.24, but again, beating the market. What's the NASDAQ? Is that green yet? Zeros on the NASDAQ right there. But yeah, I only wanted to highlight the bank stocks because there's been so much talk about tech names, and we trade pretty much all tech names here. So I just wanted to have a quick look at some of the banks and let you guys know that this story does not end. And JP Morgan, we're still waiting for our 303. Hopefully we can get that today. Right now breaking above 300 bucks as well. I mean, look at JP Morgan. I mean, look at this. This is just steady climb. And I was actually looking, the Canadian bank that I own is Bank of Nova Scotia, and a lot of these Canadian banks are also just rips. Like, look at it. Look at this move on BNS. You want to talk about a report? Look, this was yesterday. They reported earnings. Black owl, as they say, right there to the upside as you get some black eyes shorting this one. Huge move up to 62 bucks right there. And again, it's just like the same truth happens. It's for a lot of banks. Like they come in into some nice support levels and the money comes in and buys them up. And then you get some surprise beats and whatnot. But there goes Bank of Nova Scotia. I mean, just another one there. TD Bank, Royal Bank, all these Canadian ones continue.
What's the only thing going well for us, though?
What's what happened?
It's one of the only things going well for us.
In Canada?
Well, I was talking to Sharif about this. We have some youth unemployment numbers, which are not doing too well here at all.
We have a crazy amount of youth running around. I mean, well, that's the whole problem is we're out of control. We
and getting degrees that may or may not be all that valuable.
Well, it's just that we let it's potentially, not to get too political here, but there might be too many people for not enough jobs. And we let in, and this is true of a lot of Europe as well. There's just a lot of immigration that's happened that the jobs just couldn't really support it. We're going to be seeing that also in the housing market and things like that. And it's great that we can get this many people coming through, but it is definitely affecting. And I didn't even know that youth unemployment issue there. But yeah, my son is doing his Bronze Cross. He's almost completed all of his swimming stuff, so he's going to be employed as a lifeguard coming up very soon. Nice. So yeah, that should be fun for him. So I'm excited for that. WBA news, the deal's
closed.
Yeah, so I saw someone say that
it's done.
Yeah, Walgreens is halted, so it's gone. It's been bought out, so you will not be able to trade Walgreens anymore. I do not believe so, unless something happens, but I would say this is done. So grayed out in our system means you're not able to trade it. So if you still do have Walgreens shares, it's normally T+3 or T+2 on these. So you'll get your money at whatever the agreed upon deal was. Plus you said there was a special rider on there. So yeah, so you'll get all that into your account probably by Monday. So but here we go. Fox Business Reporter is reporting all these things about. Okay, Jensen Huang is in talks with, so Jensen's in talks with the administrations about Blackwell. So looks like that's gonna happen. And there we go, Nvidia going Greensville
They're
right
willing
now.
to give a cut.
It's that whole hold, don't trade. Like you just need to, hold, don't trade. Own. Yeah, same. Because it's down to 170s, up to 180s. That's $10 there if you're able to buy the bottom. But that's a tough trade to do. That's a tough trade. You never really want to buy something on earnings like that. But anyways, nice move back up. I mean, the conference call kicks it now. We're hearing good China news right here. Nvidia about to go green. And its friend over here as well, AMD. If Nvidia can sell chips to China,
AMD can too.
Guess what? I mean, it's floodgates open for many of these names. And tonight we have We have my guy coming through tonight. We've got Marvell, Big Joe. We're excited for some Marvell tonight, up 2%. We'll see if that can get going as well. How many Cybertrucks do I own? 4 or 5. You know, the shout out to Mr. Rookie Man. Yeah, a couple different wraps we got in there. Depends what day it is. You know what we're doing, what color we want to roll with, right there. But yeah, so just a few Cybertrucks.
Yeah.
Okay, Joe. Upgrades, downgrades. Fill us in.
Well, Snowflake probably.
Good morning, everyone, and happy Thursday. All right, let's take a look at what we have on the upgrades and the downgrades list. Starting it off, we have Five Below getting that price target raised to $170 by TSLA Advisory Group. And then Green Plains also getting the nod by Oppenheimer with that target raised to $14. And then Venture Global also getting that price target upgraded to 17 by Deutsche Bank, and then Wynn Resorts also getting the upgrade to $14. Now on the downside, we have Bill Holdings lowering that price target to $50, and then Cooper Companies as well getting that downgrade to $72, and then Nutanix by Needham price target lowered to $80. Now Novavax by H.C. Wainwright price target downgraded to $10, guys.
Novavax is up on the day, by the way.
You got a little, you have to understand the way he's throwing his voice. Like when he's whispering there at the end, it's like, Novavax, you know, little bit of a thing there.
I don't know about Novavax.
Joe, we like that. Thank you for the upgrades and downgrades. I'm going to say shout out to everybody and all the degenerates out there, because look at Wynn. There it goes, man. This is a name. Shout out to Nelson, my good friend. We talked about this. This was years and years ago, and it's not like it's gone up that much, but this was $50 or $60 when I met Nelson there in Miami, and he was asking me if there was any plays that I sort of liked, and I did. Well, obviously, we talked about many different stocks, but one of the big ones was Wynn at that time, and it's now finally starting to break out. Look, you want to talk about stocks breaking out. I mean, look how good this level was right here at $100, $110, and then boom, there goes a dynamite right there to the upside. So there goes Wynn. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Now it gets upgraded. I mean, this is starting, not starting, has already had these rocket ships underneath it, and it just goes to the point again of, you know, you don't need to have all your chips in one bag here. And I mean, it's been a great bag with Nvidia and with some of these other names, but here you go again, just trying to diversify. I probably own 30 plus stocks. Wynn is going to be one of them. So we're happy to see this upgrade and happy to see it starting to go to the high side. As a percentage though, we're talking small amounts here compared to some of the tech names, but there it goes. And Bitcoin also 13.2 right now.
We'll take it.
Yeah, we'll take it.
Five Below though, beat top bottom, raised guidance. The stock is a triple from the April lows. Triple up. It ain't Five Below.
Is it Robinhood?
Absolutely chilling. It's crazy. There's so many of these names that are out there that got beat so badly in April, and some of them doing a heck of a lot better than others. Five Below. Unfortunately, the volume is really not that great for a day trade because it's kind of like a classical breakout extension trade here. But Five looking very good. They got an upgrade as well. And of course, I think there might have been a typo on that price target for Wynn because it's in the triple digits, obviously.
What did it say? What was it?
I think it's at 14.
Oh, 140.
They probably meant 140 is my guess.
Oh, they didn't mean 1400.
Well, it probably didn't mean 1400.
And it probably didn't mean 14.
Although if you were betting on that, it'd be a heck of a long shot.
Yeah, 10.
Yeah, no, I'm sure that meant $140, which makes a heck of a lot of sense.
170.
170? Oh, it's 170. 170, even bigger. So like a lot of breakouts here. It's not just the chip space. It's not just the overall market. There's lots of segments in there.
There we go.
Good look for Five. Good look for Wynn as well. So like I said, we have a lot to cover here today. At some point, we'll talk about something that isn't looking as good, which is Open Door. But for now,
is Open Door not doing so good? Yeah,
little bounce.
Little bounce.
But after yesterday wasn't too good for Open Door.
Yeah, and here it is right here. So PMAC as well. Where is he? PMAC. I just saw you. Is it TMAC or PMAC? Where's PMAC? Anyway, it's saying that he had $50 during COVID as well. Win, and you got out at 9. Oh, there it is right here. You got out at 99. So great call on that one. I've been trying to get out of some there. Oh, there's Nelson. Hey, what's up, Nelson? Here's my guy. Yo, Nelson, how's it going? Hope your family is doing well as well. There it is right there. He did talk about a little bit of Wynn. And I know Nelson also was looking at some Rivian, and I remember when Rivian went to 16 or 17, we had discussed that as well. I believe Nelson likes Rivian. Nelson, let me know what else in the chat, if there's anything else that you like right now as well. You're a great investor, so if there's anything that you have on your radar, let me know. Maybe some Snowflake, I don't know, Palantir. I wish I would have pushed Palantir on you a little bit more then as well. But okay, so shout out to Nelson and all of our good friends there in the chat. We'd love to get back to Miami, Nelson, if you want to party there.
It's always a good party
yeah,
there.
if you want to do that again. All right, so here we go, man. Sticky Notes getting ready to go out here. I'm actually have a long on the TQs. I really think the NASDAQ goes today. Great news out of Nvidia, honestly, as it continues to move higher here in the pre-market.
All right, let's recap here for lots of people just joining and coming in. If anyone missed this at 8:30, here we go again. 3.3% on the second estimate there, GDP for Q2 versus 3%, so beating expectations. Jobless claims downside 229 versus 237. I mean, it depends on where you look. There's 235 floating around as well. 1.95 continuing claims versus 1.97 was the forecast there, so expecting a bit of an uptick. Comes in exactly the opposite direction, quarter over quarter Q2 PCE. Remember, that's not the big one that we get on the monthly basis, 2%, so a downside tick there versus 2.1% overall. The market liking not only those numbers, but this move in Nvidia that came on the back of these comments. Again, if you missed it, talking with the U.S. government on Blackwell sales into China and potentially what that would cost them going forward on an Intel-type stake deal. It's worth noting here, AMD already positive and then some, a little bit better than the rest right now.
These job numbers, especially the continuing claims and the initial jobless claims, Brendo, they're going to throw, I don't know how much they throw a wrench into the analysis that analysts have been putting in with respect to the rate cuts that were expected next month, because, well, one thing that we heard from Jerome Powell at Jackson Hole was that, you know, the job market was showing some signs of, I don't want to say weakness, but definitely not where it was during COVID. So does that change the calculus for them at all? So we'll have to wait and see. The inflation picture, obviously we get more data before the next FOMC meeting, but so it should be interesting to see these interest rates.
Yeah, it's definitely semiconductors that are trying to get back higher right now. Tesla is also trying to get back higher right now. Just went green, in fact, trying to hold positive versus where we went out yesterday. A couple of days in a row here. Not bad. Holding higher levels around that 350 area. More bad data, though.
Exactly.
Yeah.
40 some odd percent. I guess we'll get to one on the rundown. Sales declining in Europe. It's not just one jurisdiction, Breno, and it's not just because EV sales are going down. No, EV sales are up, but somebody else is benefiting from that. I'm sure you guys can guess who. BYD out of China growing like triple digits, both in the United Kingdom and in Europe, which are, you know, looked at separately. So it should be really interesting to see how Tesla weathers this storm. We definitely need more information, Elon, about that cheaper model, which he's supposed to have in scale by the second half of this year. Yeah. If you listen to the call last time around, Brendo, he said they're already producing it. Nobody's dropped pictures, and we know people constantly fly drones over Tesla fabs and gigafactories to try to see what's going on, and nobody's leaked anything.
Yeah, absolutely nothing. It's been very, very quiet. Going back to that call as well, he also mentioned that strap in, it could get rough here for the next couple of quarters. More data supporting that, guys, out of Europe.
Yeah, it's at the point now where we haven't really been getting any great news out of Tesla. So that kind of is what it is. And for everyone wondering, that company BYD is, like, their growth is spectacular. China's getting it done when it comes to EVs. And, you know, if they're able to, they've already got a good foothold in Europe, which they continue to expand. And if that ever came to the U.S., it's just, there wouldn't be any way they could compete. Like Tesla's like the only ones making any money, and they can't even seem to compete. The shift has been, hey, let's not pay too much attention to some of the decline and the fact that we haven't really revamped our model run. It's getting a little bit old and stale, some people would say. And the shift is, hey, let's talk about Optimus. Let's talk about autonomous driving. Like that's the big focus for Tesla. I think that's where everyone is going, and that's why it's allowing this stock really to be breaking out here. If we're being real, like, it broke the wedge, and we've been strong since. And really, yesterday, I know yesterday it was down, but it's still a pretty consolidative situation it is. Like it didn't break the low, held on to 344. I know it lost that 350 area, and yeah, in my note, I'm like, it's a fade up here at that close into 353. Like that's a fade area until we can break it out. But you're still consolidating higher after breaking what was like this little compression wedge in Tesla. So overall, on like maybe like a higher time frame, it does still look pretty productive, despite the fact we're not really getting any good news. But we weren't getting any good news after earnings, and it's up from then too. So sometimes you just have to play the price action when it comes to Tesla and be patient, because this is a forward-looking stock that we might have to wait a minute for this one to have the news that takes it back into those highs. But if you do believe in Optimus and if you do believe in autonomous driving, then you know this is a $500 company at some point. Ooh, that is
Those are peaches.
First of all, those are not either. Neither.
This guy's too much.
I could throw like a change up with that, you know, like throw the splitter. Well, the slider's not about the grip. The slider's about
the number of fingers. And
These are like these are nectarines.
the funny thing about pitchers is they always think you're supposed to do this. It's not. When you throw a pitch, all you're doing is you're turning your wrist a little bit, and then you're throwing it normally. You want like a stiff wrist because you're going to pronate anyways. So like a curve, you just do that, and then you pronate. But like you're not doing anything to your wrist because you throw, you're doing that regardless. So you actually want the stiff wrist. So slider there.
closer together when you did that too.
Usually, so not everybody does. Some people want to have it. Some people will throw a curve this way too. It's just a matter of feel. And then there's different change ups you can do. Anyways, I love baseball. Always.
Thanks for
It is a big. Yeah, whatever. I thought we were gonna get the plums. I thought I saw plums.
Yeah. All right. I wanted to say about, so I have Tesla written down here. It's one of the top trades on the sticky note, but I'm just producing it. It'll be out in just a second, and you guys can go have a look at it. Look at NIO. I mean, again, it's one thing to say, yay, China. It's another thing to be in the trade. I mean, look at this stock, man. I mean, these bottoms, again, $3 to $4. You know, if you believed in it, if you believe in this China story, then you're long NIO. And there it goes. So it's a nice move. We're going to wait to see if we can get up to the 750 area. I think it's a huge, I don't want to say a huge sell, but I'm going to say it anyways. Right into here, this 750 area. So I would say, like, if you've taken this, I know Nelson, you have this. If you took this from here, look, sure, the upside is huge, but this is a level where you may want to take something out. And then I was thinking then if you can break through there, basically $9.50, $10, then you can take the trade again and maybe grab that to 14 or 15 again, right into this area. So I think your first level of resistance is going to be right around here, 750, looking to take something out, and you're getting pretty close to that, up another 3% there today. And then, you know, you let your next sort of 2/3 or whatever your strategies are and your tranches, how many you're getting out, where you're getting out. But like right into there, it's like on JP Morgan, now that we're at these highs, I'm finally going to start to take something out. And I don't think that this gets back to these highs yet, but you know, better numbers, better sales into China, a better relationship between the US and the Chinese government. Maybe some NEOs start onboarding here in the United States and Canada, and we can get more sales here with this name. So yeah, I really like NIO, up 3% again, and there it goes. Watch out for that 750 level. NIO, I like the stock.
Core weave back to the downside here a little bit, not seeing anything new, but just a heads up if anyone is keeping an eye on that. I mean, there's so many different angles. There's going to be a couple of bond auctions coming up later today, so it's worth watching yields. I mean, they're still kind of chopping around where we left off at the end of last week and at the end of coming off, I mean, essentially Jackson Hole. They haven't really rebounded since then, but overall the market paying close attention here, I think, going into not only the next CPI, we'll get non-farm payrolls coming up here in a week or so. I mean, a lot on the economic macro side to come as well.
Absolutely, and what I'll be keeping my eye on is one that we seldomly talk about, the 30-year. It's barely below 5%, 4.9 and change, but that's the one that really is sticky. And you don't really expect that one to drop until the United States government gets their fiscal house in order, because they're paying over $1 trillion a year in just interest payments on the debt. And that's why Donald Trump has been pounding the table, harassing Jerome Powell and the Fed to lower the rates, because he wants to get those payments down. And I don't think you're going to see the 30-year drop until you get the fiscal fiscal house in order, Brendo. So I'd be interested to see how aggressively, number one, they're able to kind of shore up the deficit. You and I are talking about that off camera. Number two, how quickly tariffs, the revenue from the tariffs help offset that.
Short end of the curve, not buying it yet. However, the 3% argument, that is, here's the 10-year right now, 4.23 today. So as I mentioned, this was the big move down. And then we're still kind of bouncing around here around this 4.2 area. If we get to a point where, you know, the Fed funds rate is 3.5, 3.25, which is what is the market is pricing in by the end of next year. You know, these have to move at some point.
Oh, goodness.
And we're still not seeing that.
And you're seeing in the Russell, too. We're back almost at 2,400 points on the Russell, that double top from back in COVID. And then earlier, or no, I don't want to say earlier this year, late last year, right after the election, 2,400 has been a resistance level. But we are working our way right up into those areas and expect, you know, a nice little boom, possibly through all-time highs if the interest rate environment becomes quite favorable for the small caps specifically. Brent.
Yeah, here it is. Here's the IWM anyways on a daily chart. Just, yeah, straight to the upside here. I mean, we touched on it a bit, guys, going back to the beginning of the week with Michael Noss on the rotation idea. A lot of that clearly already taking place here into smaller names.
Yeah, like the Russell was already going. Look, first of all, the move on the Jackson Hole was obviously spectacular, but you got a little bit of a continuation yesterday on the IWM. Like, it had only pulled back since Jackson Hole. Yesterday is when it sort of re-engaged and broke out that, we'll call it the Jackson Hole high. Why not? So, like, to me, you already started this in yesterday's trade, and now the run to that high is just a pure continuation play. So, look, rates are coming down. We know this. Whether we get to, look, at what point do we actually get to? You know, 3.5. Who knows? We know for sure. I shouldn't say we know for sure. We know to an 85% marker that we're going to get at least one, and then we'll go from there. But the IWM, this was a nice consolidation break. It probably had to pull back. That move was so big on Jackson Hole because of the change in tone that you did need time to consolidate and have it settle down a little bit. But now you're back in a breakout phase. So you're going to see some small cappers going, no question. There's mid caps as well. But this one, I think it's just trend to the high. Unless some kind of news can change this, but I don't see what's going to, in the next 2 weeks, really change the tone here for the Fed. It's hard to imagine that there's anything out there that is going to dissuade from that new policy stance, and that just means IWM trend higher.
And we do have, right here, we do have the Fed rate watch tool, still 85%. So there it is right there, 85%. Yeah, December is still probably the same, 38% or something down there. Yeah, 36% that we get 3 rate cuts. 50% chance of 2 rate cuts by December. So yeah, we're doing it. But there it is. It looks like it's going to be pretty clear that on September the 17th, which is now 4 weeks away, a little bit under that, we will get a rate cut, and it'll be 85%. And unless something dramatically changes, I just didn't know if jobless claims, a little lighter than expected, might have changed those odds, but it doesn't appear to be doing that. And then there it goes, man. Nvidia, green. Right now, off of, you know, people last night were like, nah, no. It was green 2 seconds ago when we had to 182. Last night, you didn't think that was going to be possible, but there it is. It just turns green. We got like one little look above right there, 181.94. Looks like that was about, yeah, there it is right there, 181.94. Perfect. That was the high and just turned us green, and now we come all the way back in. So, yeah, I was also thinking AMD could catch a little bit of a drive here, which it's doing, so it's not falling back in. AMD breaking out as well through some of these levels right now. So there it is right here. Watch out for this, breaking 170, 169.50 upside here for advanced micro devices. Sticky notes now out. You can go find it soon to be on Instagram, now on Twitter, X, and we're going to go back over to the desk. We do have our watch list to go over. Lots of different names on there. Obviously, a lot of big earnings plays, as well as we had Core Weave on there as an upgrade. We got Dick's Sporting Goods. And Dick's Sporting Goods, wow. All these stores that my family just absolutely loves. Elf Cosmetics they love. They love Ulta Beauty as a store. We love Dick's Sporting Goods. And if this chart is, I'm like, oh my gosh, right here, how high can we go? We're going to see if we can get a little bit higher. But from this 170 marker, I'm only saying that because when we traveled there, into Boston. I was really impressed with it, and that was, of course, back in early July there. And there's the bump up for Dick's Sporting Goods. So we'll have to wait to see. It's down 3.
Foot Locker too.
Yeah, exactly. And that was the other thing. They bought the Foot Locker deal in there. So I don't know if I like that as much, but we'll see about Dick's Sporting Goods.
I think they got a discount, so.
All right, lots to talk about here. Robinhood, SoFi, banks. We talked about bank stocks being at all-time highs right now as well. Lots to go over. All right, it's watch list time. Get the link in the description. We're going to go over some names right now.
64.95, guys. That's where we closed out yesterday on the ES September contract. So we're just knocking on the door of that 6,500 point area. In fact, the overnight high breaches at 65.06. So here's the deal. We're going to continue to, we're at 64.99 right now. So we're basically at 6,500. Let's see how the open goes. If we clear that 6,500 point area and we're looking like we're going to trend higher on the back of some of these earnings names, we'll use 6,500 as support. If we fail for whatever reason, we're looking at that 75 point area again, Brendo. 64.75 as support.
If you haven't done so yet, make sure you take a sec, jump down to the description of this video. Top link there will get you to the sign up page for the watch list. Absolutely free every single day. Comes right to your inbox as all you need to know before the market opens daily, including Nvidia this morning, rightfully so, top of the watch list here, as Sean was just mentioning, dipped its toe into positive territory there ever so quick, but just holding below it right now. Wedbush, surprising no one, reiterating outperform on Nvidia with a 210 price target. I mean, for the most part, analysts very positive on this. End of the day, it comes down to China.
Exactly, as well they should be. This was a fantastic report, saving except for one thing, as you mentioned, China. So let's get to it. Adjusted EPS of 105, beating the 101 expected on revenue of 46.74, beating the 46.06 expected, topping estimates on the top and bottom line, and net income, their profitability surged 59% year over year. Their take-home money, guys, just a little shy of $26.5 billion, up from 16.5, so almost a $10 billion year over year increase on profitability. And they're guiding strong Q3 revenue of $54 billion, plus or minus 2%, well ahead of the consensus of 53.1. The guidance, though, excludes anything to do with China because it's still very much a variable at the moment. This is where kind of we missed. Their data center revenue, which is a euphemism for AI, obviously, rose 56% year over year, printing $41.1 billion, but missed the estimates again. 41.34 was what we were expecting. A lot of that has to do with China. Their compute GPU came in at $33.8 billion, down 1% sequentially due to $4 billion in fewer H20 sales. Again, China rearing its head. Networking revenue, $7.3 billion, nearly doubled year over year, Brendo. And Blackwell chip sales, 17% year over year. Sorry, quarter over quarter. That's how quickly they're growing. Now let's talk about the H20 uncertainty. They recorded a $4.5 billion write-down, as we know, because they couldn't sell any of these H20s, even though they had the go-ahead from the Commerce Department and the Trump administration. Jensen Huang's Security U.S. license to ship H20s to China after meeting with President Trump. And he said $180 million of these H20 chips, Brendo, were sold outside of China, so they found customers outside of the desired area. Their gaming revenue up 49% year over year, up to $4.3 billion. Robotics, which is one that I'm keeping my eye on, still very small compared to the others, about half a billion dollars, but he's looking at that.
Yeah, and he leaned on that pretty heavily, saying that's the next area for accelerated growth. So growth, but maybe people expecting a little bit better, guys.
Oh, they always expect a lot of Nvidia, but don't forget, this morning we also hear talk that they are in discussions to sell Blackwell to China with the U.S. government. So that's another positive. I think in addition to some of the positive numbers we got overall with the economy, and of course Nvidia's save data centers, save a little bit of the margin concern. That's the big deal because there's a lot of money on the table, left on the table this last quarter, not selling any chips to China. And forget about the H20. If they're able to sell Blackwell, that could be even bigger. And if they're willing to maybe kick in a little bit, it was supposed to be the 15%. We don't know what this could end up being. These negotiations, which apparently are just going on now, it's better than nothing, right? Which they did not make anything. They didn't sell any H20s in China. So if that number, if we see in the next couple of quarters they get back in there, Jensen himself said it's 50% growth he sees. It's the biggest market. You got to be able to get in there, and when they're back, it's going to be great. Now, there's a couple of things. Well, that 184, like obviously, it's still resistance. There's a decent chance we can get in there today, but I feel like at the open, this prior support, 178.5, buying back into that is the place to go on Nvidia. Just preach a little bit of patience. We ran for several, like I said, we had a positive story or speculation and negotiations going on with Nvidia, and then the market kind of running here going green on some jobless numbers that came in decently in GDP. So I want to come back in to this area. As long as we're above, I want to hold long. If we break the pre-market low, forget about it, at least until it gets down into the low 70 range. So that's the area I'm looking for on Nvidia. We'll see if we get there at the open. Might have to pivot. Sometimes it doesn't give you the shot, and you got to pivot to like the volume weighted average price, but not yet.
Look, we wrote down here on Nvidia right now, the only area to buy is going to be 178. So we're going to wait for a dip buy there, opportunity into 178. And we're going to have a poll coming up when we get a second here. Will Nvidia be green or red at the close today? I just want to see what people are generally thinking here, because it just made a run right there. And this is going to be well talked about. So let's get some participation from you guys out there and let us know you think green or red. We'll get that poll up in just a couple seconds. Thanks for the suggestion there in the chat. Look, I'm just using 178 right there because it's been the pre-market lows. So if 178 comes in, I'm not sitting there buying it. I'm just going to wait to see what winds up happening. We'll have Nvidia on our watch. Look, 4 years ago, I mean, we can always talk about the current quarter, but 4 years ago, these guys were doing $15 to $20 billion of revenue per year. Now we're at 150 billion. So you're 10x in 4 years. Can you get 10x in 4 years from now? The answer to that is going to be no. So the growth that we've had in Nvidia in the stock has been absolutely huge. Do we think that we can replicate that? I do not think they can replicate that. Even if they do get the Chinese numbers, right, that growth rate is just so astronomical. I don't think we can expect to get the same kind of earnings bump. I mean, yesterday we were right here on the show. I think Joe wanted to bet about this. I said Nvidia was going under their 6% move. It basically is like the lowest move of the whole week right here, opening up down 0.36. So, we kind of thought that these numbers are going to be very accurate, and they were. We didn't get too much talk about anything unique in this. We are going to wait, as Sharif mentioned. Let's see what winds up happening with these Chinese numbers, but they don't move the dial. I am interested, again, as the boys were talking about, the robotics side of things. What's the next sort of tail, or the next tail that wags the dog? No, that's the wrong way. But what's, where's their next sort of segment coming from? I still love the stock. I want to buy all of the dips in this name, but to expect the whole huge, amazing run, the days of, oh my God, Nvidia's up 20% off earnings, those days are done. It's too covered. It's too well watched. This stock is, and I'm just going to give you things other than, just the numbers. We already went over those with Sharif and Neil there. This is 8% or higher of the S&P 500. This is in 670 ETFs. So, it takes a lot to move this either direction, and they're kind of doing it right now. It's 14 million shares. We had a nice little bump up right there. Let's see what winds up happening at open. This is all smoke and mirrors right now. It's pre-market. No real money has come in to trade this thing. So this could be way lower, man. This could be 178. Could not even come close to holding. This could tank off the open, or we could, I don't think it rips off the open. I think it's more likely to do this move, and then you wait and you get patient. And I mean, look, yesterday, I know there wasn't, and I heard, I think Joe had a good one there with IBIT, but there wasn't too many huge trades or anything there yesterday. But we had this move right there on Nvidia, and we had to wait for this. This was 952. Hey, look, Nvidia down 0.34. I think that's what it's down right now. But there's the move right there. 182.50 open yesterday when all this is just on no news. Went all the way from 182.50 down to 179. That's $3, right? In earnings day 0. So now we have earnings day 1. We can see if we can get a very similar move potentially back in, and then we wait and we strike when the iron is hot. So I say shout out to all the traders out there. Let's have some fun today. We'll be trading some Nvidia, and the poll went up, but I don't know.
Got to redo it.
It's
It wasn't worded properly.
It should just be very, very simple. Will Nvidia be green or red at close?
No, the problem was that
was
part
it
was
worded?
right.
Oh, okay.
It's just that it asked then yes or no instead of.
Okay. So yeah, the option just be green or red. Yeah. So we'll get that up there. Thanks for doing that, Andre. And I think that it'll be all good. So I see the note there from you. So okay, 9/11 right now. Crowd misses. That's not a crowded trade, but it's going to be one where I wish I would have been sitting here with my fingers on the buy side because it had a dip and it recovered. Let's go get the story from the guys.
Oh, $400 on that dip, but we're back above this morning, which is a key level if you zoom out here a little bit. Same thing comes down to guidance here missing for CrowdStrike.
Yeah, the guide was light, and people are still worried about the outage and the litigation that's ensuing from that outage with Delta. Let's talk about how they did, Breno. They beat on the top and bottom line with Q2 adjusted EPS coming in at 93 pennies, beating the 83 expected by the street on revenue of $1.17 billion, which rose 21% year over year. That's slightly above the 1.15 expected as the street, but we sold off as investors focused on the muted guidance and the lingering IT outage from the summer of 2024. Let's talk about their different growth metrics. They did okay here. Annual recurring revenue, ARR, climbed 20% year over year, up to $4.66 billion. New ARR reached $221 million, also surpassing estimates. Analysts remain cautious, lowering the estimates for the future ARR growth as customers may demand pricing discounts. Brendo, now people are asking for discounts. The guidance here, not bad, but it is one of the reasons we're selling off. Their guided revenue in the range of 1.208 to 1.218 billion, in line, but slightly lower than 1.228 expected by the street. The earnings outlook raised concerns as management cited ongoing business disruptions and potential contract renewals impacted by the IT outage. Last but not least here, the litigation from Delta Airlines tied to the outage continues to be an overhang, so we'll keep an eye out on that. And the competitive landscape, it's a threat detection, cybersecurity platform, Brendo. They're trying to do this platformization strategy that PanW is doing by having all the endpoints, emails, gateways, apps, firewalls, all in one area.
I just checked PanW positive to start the day. I was just double checking as well here. Not a lot of volume on this so far today, but not a lot of volume is actually 2.8 on the relative side of things at this point this morning, guys.
It doesn't usually do a ton of volume in the pre-market, so it's still pretty decent. Look, ultimately, Crowd, it was triple-digit plus forward PE going into this, so it'll still, I believe, should still be triple digits. It didn't really fall all that much, so it's still a little bit pricey. So when you miss the guide, that ends up being the bigger deal. There was an acquisition that they announced, but it was actually pretty small. It was like $300 million, or just slightly under that was the size of the private company that they were picking up. So that you can't blame that for weighing on it. I never want a stock to go down, but it candidly would have been nice. I think if it had gotten into the 360, that would have been like an auto buy. We were joking around, like if it Fortinets, then that's going to be an easy buy on day two. I always believe in the 3-day rule, but it's almost like what would have to happen for this not to hold the earnings low at this point, right? Like it's pretty much already convinced you that it's done it by filling in half of the gap here on CrowdStrike. So the low, like buying off of 390 doesn't seem very likely. It's a no trade for me today because of that, because I think the real opportunity would have been to catch a double bottom on this thing or to get an SSR bounce. If it goes green at this point, there'll be better fish to fry, I think, for the long side of the trade on CrowdStrike. Sometimes it hangs down there, and then you're able to get it on day two with a double bottom. But in this particular case, it just gapped right back up.
Okay, so for me, here's what you're looking for. Looking for like a big flush like this that happened in Palo Alto, and then you buy some of those dips like we did there. And I just don't think CrowdStrike is dipping enough. CRWD is really dipping enough to take advantage of it. I mean, it's been in a pretty big downturn. It doesn't seem like they fixed whatever the problem is here in the stock, and I don't really know what the problem is, but I am not buying this name for sure until I'm not buying it at all, actually. So I was going to say, but I would wait until at least his 50 period starts to not look like a roller coaster turning downside here and just starting to get going. So I don't. I should actually sell this name. I bought some and only one time there, and I always ask Adara for it, but now I know when it was, is in July, right there of 2024. This is when we bought this name, and we didn't do anything about it the whole way up. And silly me, because I should have been looking at this a little bit more carefully. Instead of buying Palo Alto on dips, I should have been selling this on rips. But again, you know, I like the space. I don't necessarily want to get out of it. But yeah, this is hurting right now, and I don't like this one bit. So for me, I would take the advantage of it only being down 4% and actually sell this name here today. I think, you know, you get any sort of a love. I think I'm going to put an offer around this 440 area. If we can just slip out of CrowdStrike, I'd be happy to do that. We're not going to get to 440 or anything today, but if we get a couple good days here on a bounce back, I think I'd like to sell this name. That's all. It's just, it's not like the rest there, in my opinion. It doesn't, it's not having the reaction that Palo Alto did. Fortinet's obviously to the downside as well. And then Zscaler, ZS is Zscaler, I believe. Yes. So we can have a quick look at this one as, again, sometimes you rotate out of the different technologies and like, boom, downside again. Like everything is getting hit here in the space. Palo Alto's not necessarily looking that much better. It's just I'd rather buy best of breed, like I'm always saying. So anyways, yeah, I'm not in Zscaler. What a huge epic ride right there. But we always take for granted like this huge move up, and then you look back and you're like, well, it's down 30%. So yeah, I mean, sometimes you gotta think about taking something out when you're near the tops. And I think the cybersecurity names are just a perfect example of that. It's getting cold around here. It's not quite snowy like yet, but you know, something that could help ease some of this weather are longs in Snowflake.
It's usually after the long weekend, but for some reason this year it feels like fall. No kidding. Here, just real quick, Oppenheimer with a note on Broadcom saying, why not Broadcom if not Nvidia today? So yeah, Broadcom up nicely here so far this morning, 303. Just took out day highs here, doing better than the rest anyways. But yeah, let's talk about Snowflake. Snowflake coming off a little bit from where we were pre-market, but huge move after the close yesterday.
By the way, Sunday and Monday looking good. Brendo back up to seasonal 25, 26. So pumped for that. Let's talk about Snowflake. They reported $1.14 billion in revenue, up 31, almost 32% year over year on the quarter. EPS coming in at 35 pennies versus the 18 expected by the street. So an easy beat on the top and bottom line there. And their EPS actually grew, guys, almost 100% year over year, 94.4%, easily beating. Here are some key metrics. Their RPO, not run pass options for all the football fans out there. The remaining performance obligations, about $6.9 billion versus the $6.84 expected by the street. Modest beat there. Their large customers, actually over $1 million with $1 million in spending, grew to 654 versus the 634 expected. And they did well on everything. Non-GAAP product gross profit and professional services, all really beating except one metric here, the GAAP professional services gross loss. That missed here, 15.03 versus the 13.38 estimate there, so slightly worse.
Just be aware, Bloomberg reporting the Lisa Cook lawsuit has officially landed here, being filed this morning against the Trump administration, guys.
Do it. Well, we knew this was coming, right? I mean, you're going to go down fighting.
I wonder if she's going to bill the U.S. government for her legal fees.
At the end of the day. Well, I mean, if you win, I suppose that's how it works. The lawyers always manage to get paid by one or the other. But Snowflake, I guess we're not breaking 230. I guess, I don't know, it looks like we're not going to break 230, at least off of the open. Snowflake pulling it back in here. And this is what happens when it's a big run. It beat the expected move, which was 11.5%, pretty significantly, but now we're back down to the 12. So we might have to wait for this breakout at $230 here on Snowflake. It's already starting to fill in the gaps. So unless you got some people like to use Fibonacci's and all that other good stuff out there, Fibonacci's, as said. But 220, hey, where did they hold in the aftermarket? When I say they, it's 230. When it initially pushed up, where did it stabilize before making a new high when we got the guidance number? It was at the 220 level, sorry, not 230. So if we get down into there, that's a place I'd look for some kind of a reversion, as now we're under VWAP. No breakout, I think, here on Snowflake over the 230 level. It seems like it's headed toward it. It's got the growth, no questions asked. It just might not be today. This is exactly the kind of name that you want to pay attention to for day 2 and day 3, in the event that we don't actually get to 230 here today. But yeah, like Snowflake, I mean, I swung it once, got in, got out of it, but I think, look, I think to see it break out 230, because if it's not, then you're probably waiting to the 50 period to buy again. So, got to see that 230 break.
Yeah, I didn't. We've made a lot of money on Snowflake, but I thought that the risk was to the downside. Obviously, the upside is huge right there today, up 12%. So just with its earnings as expected. So I'm a little nervous about this today, just because look what the Nasdaq's doing. We're taking out day's high right now, and Snowflake's off $4, $5. So we'll see about Snowflake. I don't. Again, didn't do too much work on this one. The spread is probably fine to get here and day trade this, but for me, just so much else happening, including Tesla and CoreWeave. So let's go find out about them.
All right, we'll continue along here. I was just hearing the market taking out day highs, but not quite. We're almost there. 575 for NASDAQ, maybe it was the S&P 500. Yeah, let's go on to Tesla. If you were with us in the first 30 minutes, we touched on it briefly, but European sales to the downside once again. However, here we go. Tesla almost at session highs as well.
It's like the market's already digested the fact that they're not doing well in Europe. But let's tell you anyway how poorly they're doing. Their new car registrations, Randy, fell 40% year over year. They're only selling about 8,800. He's laughing. 8,837 units, marking the automaker's 7th consecutive month of declines. The drop came despite the overall battery electric car sales increasing in Europe. And the challenges include brand damage, obviously linked to Elon Musk's rhetoric and his ties to the Trump administration. Plus, there is that aging product lineup with no major refresh in quite some time now. We're talking about, for the Model S and X. Randy's given his 2 cents there. But it's the Chinese EV makers, guys. BYD saw 13,503 new registrations in Europe just in July, Brendo. That's a 225% annual increase. They're expanding aggressively in all of Europe with showrooms and competitively priced models. Chinese brands overall reached a record 5% market share in the first half of 2025. And investors, they're waiting. They're waiting for that affordable EV with volume production possibly coming in the second half of this year.
If people could only see our view right now.
Yeah.
It's
we're right outside.
For the first time ever. For the first time ever. I can see actually right outside. Further on that note, here is, this is on Xpeng over in China as well. New $30,000 Tesla Model 3 rival. 10,000 orders, Randy, in 7 minutes.
Wow.
They're coming.
That's a little spicy.
That door's not open there because we already have tons of fly issues.
The fly issue.
Oh, it's open.
No, we used to, so back when this was all the trading floor and like the algo group was in the back corner and some traders had to sit there and it would get really hot in the summer. And we actually had to instill a rule. I get it, it's a little hot, but you cannot open that door because the flies would get, it was bad before, but it was.
There are hot garbage dumpsters out there right now as we get that waft coming through right now. So
just keep that coffee close.
Cheers on that one.
Because the smell of coffee is fantastic.
Yeah.
The smell of Tesla at $350, depending on which way it holds, is going to be. Look, it's 350 was a pivot level yesterday. The best way to put it. Not the technical pivot point, but. You know what I mean when I say that. It was support until it wasn't, and I think the same thing again here today. It needs to, the next step in this consolidation, of course, is to break out the high, but if you're consolidating and don't break out the high, I think the first place I'd look is a fail break at that open. But that 350 is going to be the key. If we lose 350, I think we play back into 44 for that support. I like close prices, and when you find support off a higher close, right back in here, then I want to play back into it, and that's back on the 25th, right? So if we play off of some of that area after failing 50, that's where I'd like to look over in Tesla.
Look, for me, Tesla's a 350 to 351 short area. Weaker European sales, again, should give this a negative tone here today. So we'll wait to see what the market winds up doing, but I have Tesla written down here as a short. We've got 10 o'clock pending home sales as well. The 7-year note auction at 1 o'clock, 4 o'clock, Fed's Waller speaking right there. But all right, so TQ's long if we get that, but Tesla 350 to 351 short area there. And I just, we always are waiting for, I always say this on the show anyways, we're waiting for some kind of catalyst to hit for Tesla. And yeah, they're always releasing their sales numbers. And I was just looking over here yesterday and just thinking like, okay, so before this move, we had we now have the sales number. We didn't have the number, so now we have the number, and it's not strong. So I would think that fading out of this area here, 350, maybe now it's 351 to 352, because we don't want to, we've seen Tesla, again, do crazy moves right off the open and then come right back in again. So we'll have to wait to see exactly where to fade, but I'm thinking between now 51 to 52, in and around this area for a Tesla fade. So that's what I'm going to be looking for there, and I think it's a good one. We'll wait for that to happen. The market right now is heading south just a little bit, and Tesla's pulling back just a little bit. We'll check on, we're going to go to CoreWeave in a, is it CoreWeave? Yeah, yep. CoreWeave in just a second. AMD and Nvidia, not moving around too much here for Nvidia. Let's go check out what AMD's doing. AMD's kind of at the day's high right now as well.
Imbalances are nothing right
now.
now.
Yeah, imbalances aren't affecting anything. So maybe that's what this move has been happening. And here are the imbalances right now. There's your NIO. So, okay, we'll see if that can still get up there. We had Bill with earnings yesterday as well. There's your Ethereum right now, 34.85. I'm not sure what the high is on that, but that's starting to go here as well. So, yeah, not too much on here. Let's go talk about CoreWeave breaking that $100 mark. Big stock, big day for CoreWeave.
Yeah, it might just be a technical thing. There's not much to know as far as headlines are concerned for CoreWeave. Nice couple of days, though, going back to the end of last week, really. Back above 100 here this morning. Number of analysts liking it, but that's really it.
Yeah, there was some positivity on the call yesterday, Breno, especially with respect to Blackwell. We'll reiterate some of these data points for you guys. So Blackwell chip sales rose 17% just quarter over quarter. It's now accounting for 70% of their data center revenue, which is about $27 billion in and of itself. In addition to that, the CFO, Colette Kress, projects $3 to $4 trillion in CapEx by the hyperscalers within 4 years, by 2030. So you have to assume that, you know, a company that just their business is all about accumulating these GPUs and renting them out, they stand to benefit from that.
Yeah, still working its way higher here, guys. Couple minutes to go.
Yeah, 2 minutes to go here till we get that opening bell. CoreWeave pulling back a little bit. It was 7%. Now we're looking at 5.5. Prior highs are always a nice thing for me on the 15-minute chart. That's at like 98.5 to 99. Oh, was there a sell imbalance just now on CoreWeave? That just... Yeah, 260,000 sell imbalance on CoreWeave.
Too, yeah.
Yeah, so look at that dip. It just went right into $100 on a 260,000 sell imbalance. That's 10% of the market volume here. So 99 looks like it might actually even come into test here. Nvidia, that didn't have an imbalance. Okay, Nvidia didn't really do much of anything there. Looks like CoreWeave was the only one on that imbalance locator that got a big update. Intel small sell. Open small buy, but outside of CoreWeave, which is already pairing off. I don't even see it anymore. Now down to 150,000 to sell. So they paired off almost half of that imbalance there on CoreWeave as it got the sympathy run to Nvidia, and how the market does today is going to be determined by Nvidia. Can we first hold on to this 178.5, these pre-market support levels? That's going to be the key for me at this open. Oh, there's one other name. Probably going to be on watch, I think, is a sympathy play as well. SMCI, $45.
Oh, he is really coming in here.
Like SMCI, 1, 2. You can't really call it 3. You can call it somewhat 3 of a triple top for SMCI here. This one's looking for a potential breakout on, again, sympathy, right? It just comes down to rising tide lifting a bunch of ships.
Yeah, I'm just... I'm looking right now, we only have 30 seconds to go. Yeah, CoreWeave with the dump, so I'm going to stay away from that one, but this might be a good opportunity to get long. I do have an offer at 352 here to see if we can get that, so we're going to wait to see what happens with Tesla coming through. I have a stop at 350, I'm just putting it in right now, 352.50s, so if we break through that, then we're going to get out of our Tesla trade there. So, all right, let's watch that. It's now on, brought to you by Beta Pro Global X. Make sure you go check these guys out, scan the QR code there and get Beta Pro. The market is now open, so here we go, man. It's Tesla trying to make a little bit of a move higher. We're going to wait to see what winds up happening here with Tesla. Remember, 352 or so, we're looking for that fill on Tesla. Let's see what happens. Okay, what just happened right there? Oh, we're in Tesla already. Okay, so here we go, man. Tesla to the upside. There goes Tesla breaking. We went a little long there. Yeah, Tesla's going, Nvidia's going. The market is starting to get a little upside right there. there's Tesla, sorry. Short at 352, breaks out, we go long. Now we get Tesla, see what's going on here with TSLA pulling back in just a little bit. I'm actually just gonna get out and just regroup with everything right now. We took a shot, missed it, fine by me right there, as now it starts to go back upside. There goes Nvidia, as Neil just mentioned.
Bye-bye.
Breaking through 183. See ya. Nice upside move there for Nvidia. All-time high break, 184.50 coming in.
Well, you just said it.
Yeah.
184.50 all-time high break. SMCI did break out. It broke to 45. I didn't get filled, and then
Tesla.
I manually tried to punch even higher, and then it just continues to go. So I'll leave the orders in. I'm going to leave my orders in just in the off chance. You never know when you're going to get picked right back up in there.
AMD is huge.
So we might see a chance to get that AMD going as well. But it was CoreWeave that was dumping at the open. It's still down around that 100 level. It's only now trying to go here on CoreWeave after bouncing off of 99.8 or so. So CoreWeave catching a few trades. We didn't mention Palantir, but just very quickly on note for Palantir, as the market screams higher, Palantir doing absolutely nothing.
Crazy.
If this market continues to go and Palantir doesn't want to participate, I'm going to put that in the bucket that it was in yesterday. But this is absolutely nuts. Nvidia did get to that 184. I didn't want to try that for a breakout simply because it's been resistance for 2 weeks now. So I can forget about 178.5. If we're going dip, then we got to go dip into the prior high.
All right.
That's 182.
I'm going to try the Tesla short again, just using that wick top there. I thought we were pretty close to getting this name right, and then the market just ripped for us right there. So we said that there's always these opportunities for Tesla to come in, and it did that today. It came into our price, went up. But there we go, we're back into this name, Tesla. We'll see if we can grab, okay, let's grab something down here in the teens if we're able to do that. And then there it goes, yes sir, here we go, man. This is what we're doing, man. Traders got to trade. And there we go, now $1 in the money and back, Neil, to Greensville one more time there on Tesla. So we go 1 for 2 there, but put a green mark on the paper. So it may not get to the downside like we thought it would. So let's just start to get some more out here on Tesla. But here we go, man. We're going to wait. Yeah, nice little move up there for Tesla right now. But Neil's into Nvidia and SMCI, so why don't we go over there? Those are the hot stocks. We got Tesla right now, $1 in the money.
Yeah, Tesla coming right back in there for sure. But Nvidia pulls back in 182. It just got to 182.5 and then back into 182 again. So I got this prior high. I got to zoom in. You're gonna have some interesting scaling, obviously, here. Giving it to that 3/4 mark. If it breaks VWAP, that's a completely different story if we break the volume weighted average price here. What just happened?
No, Nvidia.
And SMCI broke that 45. I didn't get the breakout trade on SMCI. Left the order in, was able to get 45.05 back in. That's still holding above, but it's Nvidia which is trying to test back in lower. If we lose a $0.50, I jump out and wait for 180 or the volume average price to get us in. And SMCI here, that was I don't know, there's no, look, obviously, look, it's sympathy to Nvidia. Like, there's no actual news on SMCI, but it was just a triple top breakout, including the pre-market today at the 45 even level on SMCI. That's the only reason. You want to look for strengths in chip names today. Maybe Broadcom's going. Nvidia's actually looking, it just held the 181.5. I think I should be reloading in here. Nvidia's looking pretty good, but that was one heck of a wick at 84. Do not forget the level of selling that was going on for 2 weeks at this $184 level. If we can't punch through that today, then that does not bode well for this market continuing. And we just lost 181.5 just as I reloaded it. So the first bounce was good, and then we just came right back in underneath 181.5. Nvidia, little bit of a fake and bake at that 184 level, and now starting to come right back in here.
All right, yeah. We're trying to stick with our guns here. Yeah, Nvidia, wow. Nice downside play there. Let's hope Tesla can do it as well. We are now $1 in. We're bidding 351.50. Hopefully that fills us right now, and this market will pull back in just a little bit. We were talking about those weaker sales there for TSLA, so let's just wait to see where it goes. I'm hoping lower into here. 350, what is that, 350.30 it looks like. A nice little down. Okay, come on, give me those 50s, man. Let's go to 351 flat. There it is. This is a big one right now. Let's just see if we can keep going on this. That's what we want to hope to have happen. But yeah, good little fill there. We'll see if we can get going one more time. Green on the desk over here today so far. So, but yeah, it's Nvidia there. I know it's a tough one. I actually, same thing. I was looking to break through that 184.50 mark. Does not happen. We can cancel that script now, as this is coming all the way back right now. But wow, do we have it right now, Neil? This is $2 now in the money right now on this huge trade for me on Tesla. And there it goes, man. As it was written, says NOS right there. Now 250, Neil, going to the downside. Oh, I guess you're out of their SMCI and Nvidia, but Nvidia down to 180. It's a big trade alert over here on Tesla, down to 350. And there's that mark that we thought we could get. And we did do that, man. We stayed in the trade. We thought about it. You know, it didn't wick us out, but we were a little too aggressive maybe early getting into Tesla. And then I keep writing on here patience, and there it is, man. So it's a nice little win there for TSLA. Congratulations to all.
That's what it's all about over there for sure. And, you know, sometimes you reverse again. Make sure you stick with your guns. SMCI, I'm not going to hold on to it if it loses the 45. Breakout trade. It'll be a flat trade overall. Pay some fees on it. But if the market's going to come back in and hold higher lows, Nvidia, remember we got at Nvidia 181.5? I'm not sitting there fighting it. I can like it to the long side, but I'm not going to hold it $2 against me. No chance whatsoever. That's how you stay green. Yeah. You can have one trade, take it all. Just like yesterday. Like who would have known that Walgreens would be the best stock yesterday? And that happened in the last 5 minutes. Like, I don't know what's going to happen here in Nvidia, but if we cannot hold on to this pre-market low, then you're going to be in trouble. Keep it small. If you like it to the long side, 178.5 was the support level that we liked. So we're going to see if we can't get that. Palantir was one of the only names that I was looking for the continuation to the short side because it was a pretty bad yesterday for it. We'll see if we can pick up some VWAP here as we go to Adara, I believe.
Here on AQB, Aqua Bounty Technologies is this small cap name on watch. AQB does have about a $3.5 million market cap, 3.8 million share float. No news on this one, but nice push to the upside. Just a reminder, too, we actually don't have any numbers coming through at 9:45. So I believe we do have some at 10. At 10, we'll get U.S. pending home sales, but no 9:45 numbers, just to make sure everyone knows what's happening there with regards to data. Back to you.
I don't even... I'm just glad to be here with you guys. There's Nvidia now, 70 cents in the money long. So we've got $3 in the money short on Tesla, and now there it is, Neil, and again, another dollar club right there for everybody on Nvidia. Let's just see how it goes right now. I'm starting to piece out. I'm already out of 70% of this trade. 30% of this trade, have 70% of this trade still back on. So let's see if maybe yesterday we caught the bottom here on Nvidia. Let's see if we can do it one more time again as there it goes, man. There it is. Now it's official dollar in the money. We've been getting out some more downside here. Let's put another bid out and get out some more Tesla. So right now we're 350 in the money combined right now for the day on these trades. And there it goes, Nvidia, way up to 181. So as Neil said, a little bit early, but we've got it over here right now. It's still early. It's only 9:38. So yeah, nobody knows where the stocks are going. But all I can do is sit here every day and try to prove that there is money to be made here in this market. And yeah, it's $3 now in the money on this Tesla short and $1.20 in on Nvidia. So yeah, man, we're just chilling out right here. Thank you again to everybody in the chat. It's been fun, right? I mean, we didn't. I'm only looking at these two names, and they're two names that are on the watch list for myself. So it's sticky no time. We also wrote down, by the way, CoreWeave is a $100 trade there, and we didn't take it. So here's the note that we're talking about. There's the Tesla short. You know, we have that. It's a huge play right there. The Nvidia 178. I mean, it didn't get down to there, so we just had to use our ability to read tape and watch stock, and you know, it looked like it was slowing down, so we bought it. Same thing that was happening yesterday. Then there's the CoreWeave right there. Watch out for the key $100 bounce level. So hopefully some of you had that one, because that's exactly where it bounced off of, key level of 100. All right, man, $1.50 now in the money as Nvidia just keeps on climbing higher and higher and higher. We still have 65% of this stock on as well. So let me get out and let's just go, man. This is a hot dog kind of a day right now. Congratulations to everybody that are on some of these names. It's been a good one. I'm sure there's many other names.
Oh, there's plenty of other names moving in here. SMCI retook the 45 levels. We got that one. You already mentioned CoreWeave, so I won't bother to go over CoreWeave yet again. But we can't talk about the chips without acknowledging Broadcom. Sorry about that, Wick. Broadcom at the high of the day, up 2.5%. And AMD also, come on. Also going, this one has a bad wick on it too. This one up at above VWAP, trying to break it out. Broadcom looks the strongest right now, up that 2.5 points, but rising tide lifting all ships. It's like you just pick something and go. I like that 45. So the second we got back above 45 on SMCI, we jump right back into it. I think this one has a little bit of catch up to do because it's only up 1% here. And if it can do anything like Broadcom, you know, let's be real, this one has a bit of a gap fill to the 46 level. It's gotten burned the last couple of weeks, so this is coming off a nice little rounded bottom. And I know we should also mention CrowdStrike on those earnings. I didn't have a trade for it. It's now up 2%. CrowdStrike, they reversed the entire move. It is now breaking out through the high. And that was the thing. Like sometimes you get that chance to dip buy in the morning on the second day, and other times you only can buy it in the aftermarket. That was your only chance to get the dip on Crowd. Now it's absolutely gone. Glad I own it, but was looking for an opportunity to grab some at a lower price this morning. It's not going to happen.
All right, good talk there. So we got long SMCI again. Okay, so yeah, so far so good here. Nvidia goes right to VWAP, so we picked the top, we picked the bottom. I mean, again, it showed us that 179, that was sort of what we were looking at there. I don't know. The fact that it went up is a nice story, but we're still in 40% of it. I'm actually going to get out another piece right into here right now. Or I'm going to punch out a little bit more. Okay, so we actually missed. We actually punched out 78s there. 88 story. We should have pushed 78s. I'm going to push a little bit lower there. There are 68s we wind up getting. Okay. All right, so we take a little bit more out there as it's trying to fade. Okay, there we go. And then we get a 98. So good pieces out right here for us on Nvidia as just trying to sort of figure this one out. On our Tesla trade, we're very green today. I mean, we're going to go 2 for 2 with our Tesla and our Nvidia ideas, but still more to come hopefully in this market. We did want to look at what the banks were doing. Shout out to everybody trading these today. Nice little downside move, but as we mentioned, the XLF at all-time highs right here today. I really wanted to see if Nvidia wants to go. I'm going to try to leave this in now, and again, I have 35% left for Nvidia. I'm going to put it one more offer in and around 182, so we're going to get there and then see if we're able to capture some of those profits. But this is just a day in the life of the market. I mean, we're just going up and down here a little bit. Hopefully Tesla will be able to crack a little bit lower. Look at Google, man. Really loving everything about Google these days. Huge name, huge move. There goes Google. We love that stock. And Marvell, a favorite of mine. I've been sort of pumping the tires of this name since their last earnings report. So about a quarter I've been in this name. It hasn't gone up that much. We're long at 64.50 or something like that, 65.50. It's had its move to $80. They're reporting tonight. Should be a good number tonight. I'm looking for MRVL, Marvell. So that should be a good one there tonight. And then many traders also talking about Open Door right now. Back to that magical level, of course, of $420. So we'll wait to see
that's better than
what winds up happening right here on Open Door. So, all right, Adara, I think, maybe? Yes?
You keep an eye here in CRWG. Now, this is actually a CoreWeave levered ETF. We know CoreWeave, of course, on watch with Nvidia earnings. Yeah, I mean, levered options, or I guess levered ways of trading here, possibly on watch. Those who find CoreWeave a bit expensive, I guess CRWG. Back to you.
Yeah, and there you go. There's something for everybody. Like if you, for most of these names, like any of these momentum names, they all seem to have these leveraged products out there. So good luck to you. Just make sure it does good volume if you're actively trading it. Some of them have a good quote, but when you pull up to level 2, there's not a lot of liquidity on those. Just be careful with that. CoreWeave is a little bit thin already, let alone any kind of a double or triple leverage product. The CoreWeave is trying to break out this high. But let's go to VWAP here, see if it can pull back in. It's been a big, like dump zone, let's just say, for CoreWeave. But this resistance at 104.5 would be the one spot where you'd think you could have a pullback. If we don't get some kind of a dip into VWAP where you can join some higher lows, I might just try to take a 105 break. But I'm thinking this one's dipping as we speak. And Palantir's on the recovery trail. This is where, if it's going to hold on to this trend down, I just have eyeballs at VWAP here. I need to see that weakness. If I can start to see the sells win here at the volume weighted average price, then this was the one. This is a stock that I wanted to the south side. The market's strong, and this is holding underneath that volume weighted average price. So sellers starting to come in here on Palantir. No particular news at all for Palantir. It's just a bit of a continuation from yesterday's trade.
Okay. I don't know, Joseph and Sharif, I'm not sure what to talk about right here because we're $4 now on Tesla. So that's a pretty good trade right here. What's up to Sharif and Joseph over there? What's up to Neil? Massaging those SMCIs. We like that one. But there it goes. Look, I mean, this is, honestly, we talk about fighting this stock. We got into it really early. Like, we got into it in the first 2 minutes, man. And then we got out. And like we said, we don't raw dog these things. We get out as soon as possible. And then I liked the short again, and we pushed it one more time to where now this is a big one. We're actually going to be up more now on Tesla than we are on Nvidia, believe it or not. And we had to wait for that to come in. So, all right, let's go check out what Snowflake is doing. Thanks, Randy, for the reload right there. As Snowflake just keeps on going higher. All right. Yeah, Snowflake right now, again, a good earnings number. Remember yesterday we had our good friend MongoDB, and that one kept on going all day as well, closing near the highs. It looks like Snowflake wants to copy its friend there and go higher as well. So there we go right now for Snowflake, continuously going higher. If you check out MDB from yesterday, it's a very, very similar idea here where you get a big data number, a big data name that just wants to keep going, and there's probably some traders that are underinvested in these names, and then when they come up with this, they just start to rip, and there it goes right there. MDB, even today, starting to go up another 3 and a bit percentage points. So there's that huge beat. I mean, it just looks similar to Snowflake, right? I mean, I'm not trying to do anything too difficult here, but there's the move yesterday for MDB, just kept on climbing all day. Today it extending again. So if we go over to a stock like an SNO and just see what its trajectory can possibly be, maybe it's something similar here, guys, where Snowflake just continues. There's the big beat, and here's the ride for the rest of the day. So let's wait to see what happens here with Snowflake. A good couple outs there on Tesla at the 200 period. It's trying to bounce back, but hey, we're still happy, man. Maybe Nvidia comes a little bit lower and we're able to get out of some of that. We did get I'm going to take another piece out here in the 20s. So we just were emptying out our clip up here on Nvidia. Obviously, when we get the 200, the 50 period and the VWAP, those are great outs. We were waiting for a little bit more, but we can't be too greedy here with it. We've sort of got our day goal already. It's 9:45. It's been pretty good. We just need to look for some more opportunities as it's a pretty busy day here, needless to say. Tesla's starting to go back up to the upside as well. That was a good clear out for us. And NEO and some of these other names we'll have to look at, but we got to go over to Neil and see what he's up to. SMCI and a read.
Yeah, very quickly here, Palantir was able to get down to the low of the day, but it did break the volume weighted average price. Got to jump out of that one. It was a VWAP trade. We got it to the low, but it snapped back up in Palantir fashion. Like, trust me when I tell you. I'll tell you about that tape in a quick little bit here. But we got exciting news. We were talking about triple leverage ETFs, our individual name, but ETFs are the game as well. So if you're a sophisticated Canadian trader, this is exciting for you because Beta Pro by Globex Canada has launched 6 new triple leverage ETFs, offering 3 times bull and 3 times bear exposure to the S&P TSX, 60, semiconductors, and U.S. treasuries. And even better, they're offering a special fee rebate. This allows management fees to be dropped to just 65 basis points till the end of the year. So you're going to want to make sure you capitalize on that. These employ currency hedging to seek to neutralize U.S. dollar exposure while also providing performance that may more accurately reflect the underlying U.S. equity indices. If you're a tactical, sophisticated trader and you are looking to amplify your performance, check out betapro.ca 3x to learn more. Shout out to them. And as always, scan the QR code, read the prospectus like we said before. You want to make sure that you are well informed and know the product you're trading. It's a good trading vehicle, but remember DK will get you on those if you're ever trying to invest in a leveraged ETF. Important factoid that we like to mention every single time. So I just wanted to talk about quickly the tape on Palantir there. Palantir, it was fading off of VWAP. It had just hit the low of the day break, and as I was putting in a trailing stop, it snapped, clean about 50 cents initially through that low of the day, and then snapped another 50 points or 50 cents to break that high, but then comes right back under. So did I get the same price? That's a little bit bizarre. I got back in at exactly 22, old habits die hard, and it wicked VWAP. We're back into the short. It's still putting in lower highs. The other thing that's happening is the market as well kind of wicked the top and is now trending or holding underneath the volume weighted average price for now. So big reversal happening in the market. Reversal also here in Palantir. This hasn't been green the whole time. But if I see that same thing starting to happen at this low of the day again, I know how quickly it jumped up the last time. I will quickly try to jump out of this if I see that buying emerge like it did just a couple of minutes ago.
All right, so yeah, tough one there. SMCI going downside. We have to absorb this as well as we got Nvidia trying to, oops, that's Tesla. We got Nvidia coming back into the downside there. So yeah, be very, very patient as we keep on saying with all of these prices. So we've got a long right now. We're long at 179.30s. Not the end of the world here by far. So we're going to wait and see if we can get a little bit of a bigger dip down for Nvidia so we can get it. Remember to like and subscribe, man. I mean, we're trying to do it over here. We're going to go 2 for 2 with this position pending right now. And again, like, we're just showing you the positions that we have on. And hopefully you guys, I see there's some talk there about some of the positions that we've had, but just these are what we have on. You could see some of the outs on all of it. And just right there, Neil was in Palantir and out, in SMCI and out. We're both been in Nvidia, or maybe you haven't, but here goes Nvidia right now. We're gonna watch out for that and see what winds up happening. DKS, Dick's Sporting Goods, also report. I'm getting out if it breaks 178, so in and around that area. Dick's Sporting Goods reported, and they were down earlier, down to 215, 216. Now all the way up to 230. Wow, what a recovery here for DKS as well. So that's been a really nice little look there. Let's have a quick look at other names in the.
Oh my goodness, they faked it out
in the semi area as well. So what just happened over there?
That the buying that was there on Palantir, it came in again at 155 and a quarter, went right up to 75. So it did another like 50-cent swipe to the upside like it did before. I said if I saw that coming in, I'd try to get out. I actually got a good price out. It just slammed it. They just slammed the bid right after put the trail in. I was right back at VWAP to try and get those 22s again. Palantir continues to fall. This is just a continuation play as far as I'm concerned. Like if anything, you'd think like, you know, Snowflake and the good news for the market, this would have been a strong name. But I thought it'd be strong yesterday too and got away with the long yesterday. Today it is distinctly different here on Palantir, down that 1%. But don't just look over at Palantir. Don't just look over at the chip names in the overall market. Amazon went green to red just now. Yeah. So then that was actually strong today, breaking a big 230 level on Amazon. Apple just hit, a lot of these wicks, Apple just hit the low of the day as well. That's been trending down the entire way here. So we are getting a distinct pullback overall after that exuberance on Nvidia. The place I didn't have a lot of short ideas. So the one I want to get back into is simply Palantir, right? The next available pop, going to look to re-energize the short in PLTR. AMD as well, pulling back for everybody out there watching. Still a little bit strong, but this looks like it's trending toward the low. This might be 25 Intel time. Yeah, Intel does it does a weird thing at the even dollars, and this is fail the break. It's just a setup. If Intel fails the break of the high and then holds under VWAP, it is generally speaking a pretty good short at that price. Doesn't always work. Doesn't always work. I mean, yesterday it broke down first, but if we come back into the volume weighted average price, this market remains weak. You short a weak name, relatively weak name, I would say. If I don't get Palantir, it's got to be that.
Yeah, we're, okay, so right there, Nvidia just gave up that 178. We waited for a little bit lower. I'm actually going to try it again here on Palantir and give it to 177.50. Nvidia, sorry, my bad. On that one, so here we go. Let's see if we can get it going now. Well, I mean, we don't need to get it going. Hopefully it'll get it going itself. Right now, back to the upside. So I'm going to put in a stop right now of 177.50. If it breaks back down below there, because remember, weak hands, right? I mean, there is going to be a move to the downside here for Nvidia. We sort of thought that was going to wind up happening, which is why we cleaned out a lot of that right there, but still not going to be the greatest trade here if it keeps on doing this. We'll get back in here at the quarter mark, okay, and then now we'll have to wait because here comes the push down. Last time trying the long because we've already broken 178. Let's see if we could do it. Yesterday we had that $4 winner off the bottom. It doesn't look like, I mean, we can easily get $4 off this one, but it might be $4 the other way right now. It could be downside. We've already had, even if you just shorted it off VWAP right there, that was $4 that way. So I'm not, the four doesn't matter. I'm just saying yesterday we got that. Today doesn't, you know, if you're going for the long right now, you know, stock coming out of this name, you know, people are selling into the all-time high. I mean, we almost broke all-time highs right there, right off the open. So the minute that kind of was rejected up there, I was actually looking to go long on that break, and pretty luckily that it did not happen. So we'll have some medicine right here as it continues to go to the downside right here for NVDA. Tesla's been a really good trade, but still waiting for a little bit more there. So here we go, man. We're back into the, well, we were back into the money there on Nvidia. Maybe I should take something out this time if it comes back up to 178. We'll do that. But yeah, maybe we have a big winner right now. This is the mark that we wanted, so we're long right now on Nvidia. Let's just see if we can get a fill. It's not filling us up too much right now. So looks like there it is going to break right. Oh, nope. All right, so it's very, very close, man, to breaking. So we got to be careful here with NVDA. It's not looking very healthy now. If you guys are in this, you know, I'm trying to get some out at 178, and then we're getting out in 10 cents as it breaks lower right now, I think. Market giving it all up. Market going red.
The NASDAQ went red, but the ES went red like a hot minute ago.
Yeah.
Nvidia on a 1 minute chart, it's trying to break the trend on the 1 minute. Did it just take the low?
Yeah, well, it's at the low right now.
Okay, so it's at the low. That just nullifies the trend break. Yeah, unfortunately, that nullifies the trend break. There was a reversal candle, but unfortunately, it's not holding out. The only thing that is holding out is let it snow.
Yes.
15.5%. Snowflake, they were the earnings beat. CrowdStrike actually did recover nicely as well, but Snowflake's even starting to turn around a little bit here as that name, everything good about it. I mean, they even, like Snowflake I don't think they had made money the prior quarter. So I think it was a return to profitability because they were EPS positive. I want to double check to see if that was adjusted though.
I think they did make money the previous quarter, but maybe not.
It might have been on an adjusted basis, maybe.
Maybe not.
I don't know. The old accounting thing always bugs me. When you have a stock which usually loses a bunch of money and they only get gap positive, I feel like going real positive, making a true profit is a bigger story. We'll see if that happens for Snowflake. I gotta double check that. Intel, oh man, it's just bouncing off the lows. We got into the volume weighted average price here as its lower highs trending down. But when I see this on Nvidia, just to give you an idea of what I'm looking at.
Oh no, wrong price.
I'm waiting for the trend break on Nvidia. So it looks like it's trying to do it again here, breaking the trend on the 1 minute down here at the 177. This is looking like a nice bottoming tail candle, but you want to see some actual. Every time I go to draw the line, it just breaks the low again. Like, what's the point? Like, I'm like, yeah, let's go for the trend break here, and it just continues to flush. So I don't have Palantir anymore. We're into Intel, and like I said, this is one of these markets where you like to think that they would buy it up, but sometimes you're priced to perfection, and they just don't care. And they just don't seem to care right now on NVDA.
No, I'm going to try. I'm going to try on AMD right now. I'm just going to go over to a different name. We are still short Tesla. Tesla's holding the day for me right now, which is thankfully happening. We're going to have to watch out. Yeah, Nvidia down to 176 and change right now. We're going to give this one into 166.50 where we closed yesterday. I'm going to give AMD just a little bit more room right now. I just don't want to stop out so quickly on this. I actually had a keystroke error there. We put out the wrong price. I put out 167.99 instead of 166.99, and then we got stopped out, so I bought it back. So if you're seeing it flash in, but this is my real price right now, 167.11. Let's just wait to see what winds up happening on this. I'm going to give it, like I said, about to 166.50, so about 60 cents or so. So we need that to come through now if it's going to work out for us, right? So that's what we're waiting for. 167 or so 50 will be the first area to get something out, and by something I mean we'll get out 10%, and then hopefully we can climb higher and get this back to the 1-to-1 risk to reward that we need in order to do some damage here. So yeah, that's what we're doing right now. We're going to wait out for some AMD. You know, CoreWeave has been another name that we talked about with an upgrade today as well. CoreWeave. But, you know, if we're going to look just real quickly, we are going to go over to Adara right now for numbers. Then we'll come back and have a look at some more unique names. Adara?
After that higher than expected GDP print, we're going to be getting pending home sales. Negative 0.24% is the forecast here compared to negative 0.8% previous. Coming in at negative 0.4%. So these pending home sales actually a little bit lower than expected. Again, we had a forecast here of negative 0.24%, coming in at negative 0.4%. Pending homes index 71.7%, or sorry, 71.7, slightly below the previous print of 72. The Nasdaq not reacting too much to this, still trying to bounce a little bit at the 572.50s. Now, it is worth noting that tomorrow we're going to get another big round of economic data at 8:30 a.m. We have the Fed's preferred inflation gauge, or PCE. That'll be coming out at 8:30. Then at 10 a.m., we're going to be getting the University of Michigan Consumer Sentiment. That's another closely watched print. Let's talk about Nvidia. NVDA down here on earnings. They did beat EPS and sales, but unfortunately in some of their segment revenue sections, they did actually miss certain revenue estimates, and their margin guidance was viewed as a bit of a concern. CrowdStrike also had some guidance-related concerns here. They did beat on EPS and sales as well, but their sales guidance for Q3 was a little bit lower than expected. We have Snowflake earnings as well, and then tonight after the bell, we'll get numbers from Dell, Marvell, and Affirm, amongst others. Check that out with Sean and myself on the Market Recap shows. We send you back to the guys.
Oh, boy.
Affirm as well? We know all about Marvell.
Tonight,
That's
boys.
You know, that's going to be a mover, but Affirm might take the cake on a percentage basis. So Nvidia broke trend on the 1-minute chart. As you can see here, prior bar low is going to be the out, but it's already, like, it gets up to 177.5 and 177, and the selling just starts to come back in. So maybe every 50 pennies on this is just going to be resistance on Nvidia as they continue to sort of sell the news here on NVDA. Intel,
Let's go.
Weird to be long one, short the other, but as I do that, Intel is literally bouncing off the low of the day, so I'll take some out in front of the low of the day. As if the market's bouncing, then why wouldn't this bounce as well? So Nvidia, half, I'll try to get some at 77. If it can blow out 77, then you look easily from 79 to 80. So just waited for that trend to break, finally gave you a break of the trend line on this 1-minute chart that we're waiting for, and we try to sniper ourselves into this one. As the market's trying to go. You know, the Nasdaq's back to flat on the session. If it goes green again, I can't see any reason Nvidia can't make a run in here, at least to the 78.
All right, there we go, man. The big stock right now will be AMD for me, as, yeah, we called it 167.11s. We were long, and we just covered some in there in the 80s. It almost got, that was 80 exactly, almost got going, as Neil had mentioned there, to the high side. So here we go again for AMD. It's a big trade. It's, again, big amount of shares for this one compared. So we'll wait, and hopefully we can get it. There it goes. We get 90 out right there, the level that we had talked about. So let's see if we can get going now on Advanced Micro Devices, trying to turn us here into Greensville, as we lost already on NVDA. And you know, now Nvidia, good trade over there. I'm glad Neil has that one. Yeah, we're just going to wait for it. We did cover some more on Tesla here as well. Oh, no, I did not. I thought I got filled on Tesla. No, I did not. 350.90, I put a bid out there. I thought I got filled, so I did not. So we're waiting down here now at 350.90. I'm actually going to put a bid now on, it doesn't matter. The whole day is riding right now with, there we go. Well, we get it anyways, 350.90. So there it goes. Right there at VWAP, right where we wanted it. So good trade there. Hopefully this will pull back in a little bit for us. But yeah, Advanced Micro Devices is now the dollar club. I see Nvidia's going there as well. We have, you know, obviously enough shares on this to make a difference. So we're going to wait to see for ourselves anyways, down here in the 90s. Is it pretty good out? We'll see if we can get it out to 167. This is that area that we'd look to break higher, man. I mean, hopefully we can. We'll get a few more out thereabouts here at 167. But what I wanted to show you was sort of the breadth of this market again here today, because we always sit in and we talk about, like I said, we're very, very focused on all of the same names, it seems like. But there's Nvidia down now 2%. So that's going to be, the kicker today. I did want to look at Broadcom, which made me think like, hey, instead of just sitting here looking at Broadcom, let's look at the whole space. So Broadcom up 2%. So not everything following the way of Nvidia. Go AMD right now. Google 1.3% upside as well. So that's going to be a good one. You see in the tech space, there's a lot of green over here. What's been getting hit today is health technology. I actually didn't look at healthcare itself yet.
Oh, it's bad too.
Yeah, okay. So J&J, and it's just because there's just basically a focus right now on the semis. So a lot of money maybe coming out of some of these names and going back over into the chip space. Merck down 1%. Merck's had a good run as well. We love ourselves some Eli Lilly. That's been a good one. J&J's been in my account for way too long, too many years, too many decades in the account there for J&J. But yeah, so those names are going upside as well. And then we had the breaker of the all-time breaking levels here on the XLF, broke all-time highs, and so are many of these bank names, including a Bank of America. There's JP Morgan, that's the one that I own. They're down 1%. We also have been buying, I probably own more Berkshire than JP Morgan, but I'm not even trading that out. That's more like an index for me, as well as the Dow. I've been buying the Dow recently. You guys know that well in the last year or so. Coinbase right there up 1.15%. So that's trying to kick around as well for Coinbase. So yeah, man, lots of stuff happening. And oh boy, man, we are now way huge on the market as we're really starting to go higher. We took a shot. We put our, sort of put our flagpole in right here on AMD and getting well rewarded as we get right back to Greensville. I hope some of you guys are also having some good days today. And it's Adara at the desk. It's 10:05.
Keep an eye here on Pure Storage, PSTG. This is another earnings name. This one is at high of day. Nice push to the upside. They beat on EPS and sales, and they raised their guidance for sales for the fiscal year. Back to you.
Also going, but I got to do one thing very quickly for you guys, because we should have done this a lot earlier. Why have we not done the visualizer? I see SoFi gets asked about a lot here. I'm just going to refresh this for everybody. If you're new to the game, make sure when you type in a symbol that you're interested in, you type in $ and then the symbol, like $Apple, like $SoFi, and then you'll see it pop in. SoFi is probably going to pop in any second now because I just typed it. So we'll see that jump up. SoFi, Tesla, Nvidia, Opendoor, a lot of the same ones. We'll be able to check back in, and then we'll get a sense of what is moving and what is not. Nvidia does go clean, 177, but I had to follow a rule. The NASDAQ was at VWAP, and it was at what I thought was the original support level, which was resistance. Well, if a seller comes in there, then that's where I scalp to. And then I want to play it above the 178 if it can hold that. Because that dip buy didn't hold. And this is the thing. You can like a stock at a certain level, but there was no buy at the 178. There was no trend break. It happened at 77 and not at 78. So then I traded at 77. And that's sort of the idea. Like, it's one thing to look at and say, yeah, I like that level. But if there's nobody buying at the level, then why am I buying at that level? It doesn't make a heck of a lot of sense. So as I mentioned, SoFi is SoFly, and it's up 3%. Part of course, like the financial names are strong today. This is fintech, not a traditional bank, even though they have the charter. This one is looking primed. I don't know if you can break out that top today. Not with the market did a fail break of the high and is still trying to put in a lower high, so we could see some trouble trying to break out that top. But certainly, as long as this can hold trend, we've seen SoFi do this all day long, pull back into the prior high, pull back into VWAP are the places that I usually like to go. Intel's still looking pretty bad. Like, the market goes green again, and Intel's at the low of the day. So I think this is one of those, maybe it's going to be counter trend for the entirety of the session here. And if that's, that's just how it does sometimes. If this stays weak, the short's into the volume weighted average price on Intel as usual. No, I think it's bottomed. Look, man,
I don't love the stock, but
it's bottomed at 19.
Catalyst, yeah.
I think the bottom's at $19 on this thing, and then when it gets to 25, you start thinking about the curl. Because that's basically what's every single time it gets to 25, seems to fail somewhere up here, and then you get the 19 again, and until it maybe breaks 28 or what's this wick high, like 28.5, then it has a little something going. Government wants to take a stake? Great. I don't, we'll see. I mean, they're not going to the open, well, this is what it is. they might go to the open market and some of these other names that they're talking about. But certainly, Nvidia looking for that comeback trade. As long as we can close a 15-minute above 178, then I'll be convinced that that's the re-entry and not this 77 bottom. We're still under VWAP and still looking like they wanted to rinse it this morning.
Yeah.
And until we really break, we could be breaking. We're breaking this trend now from the high. So you've sort of done that at the 78 level. But when I look at that higher time frame in here, I got to look back and say, hey, we could easily run into some resistance at that 179 and a half. I know there's a lot of names that we didn't get to, and open is near the top of the list, but we got to give it up. Give it up to Snowflake.
Oh yeah, what's up with that list?
19% now on Snowflake.
Yeah.
This is the one, but I had to stop and fail on it.
Oh.
Because when the market dipped, I didn't take the 230 break. 230 broke at 9:44. And what are you going to do? You can tweet about it, but if you don't take the trade, I don't know how clean it was because, quite frankly, I wasn't watching it at the time. But it looks like it was clean. Snowflake is on an absolute run. This is a really good breakout for Snow. Just keep in mind the actual, the February high is right here at like $240. So it's already gone 230 to February of 2024, I should say. Not this February. February of 2024, the high is $240. So Snowflake is your big earnings winner so far today, which I don't think we're too surprised with. One way or the other, this was going to be the biggest mover out of all the earnings names yesterday.
Yeah, good job there with Snowflake. And we actually talked about it earlier when we were talking about it versus Mongo. And I was like, look what MongoDB did yesterday.
Well, that was insane.
Yeah, so Snowflake could continue the same move as Mongo. I mean, they ended up 30-something% yesterday. Maybe Snowflake has a very, very similar trajectory. Okay, so let's just review over a couple quick names as it's 10:10. Welcome, everybody. Hit the like and the subscribe. Right now, we only have, I'm going to refresh this feed so I can get into it. We are now in 4K, by the way. So we're sorry about that. Now you can see what we really look like, but we are now into 4K. So, hit the like, hit the subscribe. I'm just trying to let this little preview go here. Sharif looks funny in this one. He's outside right here. Sharif loves these little TikTok things, so shout out to Sharif right here and to Ramin who's doing this. All right, hurry up and get through this, man. I'm just trying to see how many, it's so crazy. All right, I'm gonna just refresh this. How long is it here? Man, this guy loves his TikTok. All right, there it is. Let's push play right now. Only 900 likes, so let's get that going. 8,700 of you watching right now. Let's get this like count just up just a little bit. And I've told you this before, I think it's the truth. If you do hit the like button, the chances are around 50% that your next trade will be a winner. So that's pretty good odds. So I think you should hit the like button if you are physically able to do that. Please do it. And thank you again for all of that. But the stories here go as we continue. So again, Nvidia beats earnings expectations there. Some concerns about data center. And then we worry about what exactly that 15% is going to mean to them. What's this China play look like? Are they going to be able to sell Rubin or Blackwell? And we did have a story there where Fox reported that, yes, there was some China talk there. And then that sort of spiked this stock up real early, got it going right into here. And now the fade is happening over on that name. CrowdStrike, here's a earnings loser into a winner real quick. CrowdStrike yesterday exceeded Q2 adjusted earnings and revenue estimates, again, with strong growth, right? But shares fell with muted guidance and a small little deal that they announced, and there's where the shares fell down on CrowdStrike yesterday, down into this 390 area, and then bought right back up today where we are now up 2%. CrowdStrike catching a bid for sure. Let's go. I'm still waiting we still have about 40% of our AMD, and that's really cooking right now as we are in Greensville there. PanW also having a nice move to the high side as well. We highlighted Dick's Sporting Goods. I love the store, man. There's a new Sport Check that's right here by Sherway that reminds me a little bit of Dick's Sporting Goods. It's a double level thing, and it's an absolutely gorgeous store. Shout out to Sport Check and Canadian Tire, the owners over there. But better than expected Q2 results and a raise of full year guidance for Dick's Sporting Goods. They were down pretty good in the pre-market on no volume. They've now picked back up as well. Tesla, the absolute face slapper, Neil, of the day trading wise here. Now $4 now in the money on this trade. trade. So as Tesla again, oh my Lord, coming through there is Tesla. And we'll take another bid here at 349 now. And again, we had marked it down that we like this trade. It's on the sticky note today as the number one trade. The number one trade is actually the TQs. We'll have to go back and check that out. But there it was, the Tesla short. Again, Tesla short, European car registrations fell in July. So down goes the stock. We did get wicked out. No, I keep saying wicked out. I hate that term. It's not, has nothing to do with anything. Well, you get stopped out, and most of the time they are on wick, so it's a stop out right there. The wick high on this one is 353. So that actually kept going there and could have gone a little bit higher. You know, Neil, a name that we didn't talk too much about, and I don't mind it. I don't love this space here. They do give, Best Buy. They do give a dividend. So there's something there for that. But at the end of the day, down 3% here for Best Buy.
When's the last time you were in one?
Honestly, just like last week, but beat Q2 adjusted EPS and revenue expectations.
It's been a minute.
No, but it's. I understand your point. Is I'm not spending any money there. We went there for a little doohickey. I don't even remember what it was anymore. But we happened to go by there. I needed something. Maybe it was a screen protector or something like that, and we wound up stopping in there. But Best Buy, yeah, good call.
A lot of people shop
on that one. But
there's a lot of options these days.
that's the thing. But I do like the stock still. So all right, that's Best Buy. All right, so here goes AMD. We'll throw it over to Neil here to get some more talk about some different things. But AMD at a good level here again, 168.35. Man, we really planted our flag down here at 167. So I like Best Buy, but I think Amazon's taking over everything.
That's what I'm saying. Like I don't know, with the amount that I use Amazon and I don't have a Costco membership, but let's just say I know somebody that does, and you get to be able to use that sometimes, even though you're maybe not supposed to. But yeah, I'm not a huge fan of Best Buy, and the price action is a little bit shady on this. One note on this. I actually believe that when this Foot Locker deal closes for Dick's, that could be a positive catalyst. It's closing, I believe, this or next month. And I think that could be, maybe it'll bounce, because it's an all-stock deal. Sometimes you get that out of the way and get the synergies going, and it can be a good thing. But Best Buy, this looks really bad. Like, really bad. You gapped and lost the 200-period moving average. I think they're facing a lot of competition. It's been trend down for quite some time now, and it feels like a fade. Didn't have a lot of short ideas on here, but I feel like that should have been one of them. It flat out should have been one of them. And to the point with Dick's Sporting Goods, I know it's looking a little flaccid today, but they're already buying it back up. Like, what you want to see is what happens when a quality company falls down into like the 50-period or the 200-period moving average, especially after earnings. What's the response? They bought it back up once. Okay, fine, it failed the high, but can they buy it back up again? Right. So this one, I think you give that 3-day rule here with Dick's. Look, every time I'm in the U.S., I have a friend he flat out will not go to the U.S. without going into a Dick's Sporting Goods, and we'll see how the Foot Locker acquisition goes for them. I can see that in both ways, but they're picking that one up on the lows, and I don't think this is going to hurt them. They're the everything store anyways, as far as I'm concerned. So, good brand. I just think you got to wait this one out for a couple of days here, unfortunately. CoreWeave. Okay.
What, breaking 100?
No, not yet.
Okay.
Not yet, but CoreWeave up on sympathy to Nvidia, and this could be a flat bottom break. Shoot, I don't have locates on this. That's just silly. Because when you're looking for a long, you don't always pay. I can't. I have to refresh Metro. You can't always. I'm looking for a long, so I wasn't really thinking pay for the locates here, but you're starting to roll over through VWAP, and at the same time, Nvidia is putting in a lower high. As well. So this is trend down, and if CoreWeave's up mostly because of some strong numbers out of Nvidia, you got to be very careful if it breaks this bottom. Shoot, well, it doesn't matter if I can't get the shorts. I'll have to try reloading a couple times. Metro. But the market's starting to come right back in.
Yeah,
here. I got to get these locates because I want to short this break.
$6 in the money now. Stand up, traders. Let's go, man. It's a big one. Props up to anybody that was reading the note today. We had given this area here, and I talked about it yesterday when people were like, how come Tesla's not on my note? And it was just like I said yesterday, we're waiting for some kind of catalyst. And today, it wasn't even that great of a catalyst, but there it is right there, 350 to 351 short area, weaker European sales. So yeah, well, first of all, the number one stock for the day here is going to be AMD P&L wise. It's not even close. But this stock right here is going to be the biggest percentage winner, maybe potentially. Actually, this is a $500, $300 name, so I don't know. Maybe AMD is a bit bigger. But I'm going to get out another piece here as we're back into the 20s of advanced micro devices. But yeah, it's really slipping up here, Tesla. So a good out there around 347. If we're going to look to see how low can we go, wow, I probably tweet this one out, but there it goes to the bottom now. Glad that you're here with us live on the show once again, and you guys have hit the like button, and I want to thank you for doing that. Now, we asked for a man at 900, 1.3K right now, so salute to all of you guys for doing that. We definitely want to thank you for doing that. Let's go ahead and look at crypto. I've already said, like, I like crypto, but I'm not in here to get rich. I think that day is over with now, unless you're playing, the triple levered stuff. And there's a lot of opportunity to get into crypto. So no matter how you're playing it, either buying the coins themselves. I think Neil and I talked about this a little bit. Why not just buy the physical coin instead of this BMNR stuff?
Easier.
It might not be easier, but it's just it's you can wrap your mind around it. That's for sure, and you don't have to worry about BMNR. And yeah, exactly. You don't have to say, is there an offering or what's going on with that? But I cannot be any happier. I mean, I could be. I would like a 314 instead of 214, but Solana. Oh man. I'll be going into the sauna today, but Solana has been a real nice take there, man. Now up. I'm starting to do that more now. I do the workout, and then I'm in the sauna for 5 to 10 minutes afterwards, just chilling out, saying, that's when I think about the trades, actually, is when I'm in there, and I just think to myself, okay, how can I do better? What can I do better on all of that? But they say not to bring, I don't even bring my watch into the sauna. They say you don't want to you don't want to do that. So it's not like I'm looking things up. I just sit there and sort of. I've never really done any
it's like meditation and stuff.
Yeah, that's a good word. I've never done any meditation before, so I just kind of chilling out in there and enjoying the time and just relaxing a little bit after that.
I like jumping back and forth, so I would always. It's like the hot cold thing.
That's cool. I see some people are doing that.
It's good for recovery, but
I think that's why.
It's like two-each their own.
What's up, wannabe trader? There we got a lot of wannabe traders, that's for sure, and that's why we did the show. I mean, trading is a sort of a lonely game, and
it can be. It doesn't have to be, but it can be.
Well, yeah, exactly, and that's the thing that we're talking about right now, and that's why we made the show. Like now, you can see Neil and I, obviously, two completely different strategies that we kind of employ here, and yeah, it's different styles, and like right now, this is $6. We are now $8 in the money on these two names, and it's been a pretty successful day here so far. We're always looking for more. We wound up losing I don't want to say too much. I mean, we definitely didn't lose too much, but this move down for Nvidia, I was really taking a shot here on earnings day that 178 was going to hold. It does not. It goes down into 176. So good little talk there, I think, about many things other than stock market related stuff. So there it goes, man. Nvidia moving down, AMD moving around as well. We've cashed out of a little bit more of this name just recently here in and around. Right, I mean, we just got this bump right there into 168.50. So here it comes back up. I am getting a little nervous because I'm not out of everything. So we're going to put another piece out right there. So now on AMD, I'm actually only holding 20% left of AMD. So, all right, what's up, Jonathan? Yeah, there it is, man. It's never a lonely game when we're here. That is the point. So, all right, let's go back over. And here we go. A relatively new addition to the family. I mean, Adair's been here for a while, but what a great addition it's been. Let's go over to the desk with A.
It'll be 2 years on August 30th. So let's talk here about IWM, which is not having a great time here. We did have some support, at least on a wick basis, at 235.50, but let's see if that Russell 2000 is able to hold up if we test this again. It's worth noting, too, with the Russell, it is very sensitive to rates, so keep an eye on this at 8:30 tomorrow when we get the PCE price index. That is, of course, the Fed's preferred inflation gauge. Then at 10 a.m., we'll be getting the University of Michigan Consumer Sentiment print. That print, well closely watched by the market, also contains an inflation metric as well, the inflation expectations. That's certainly going to be something to watch. Let's talk about CWD. This small cap here, about a $3 million, or sorry, I think $7 million market cap. It's under $10 million market cap. Float here is about 1.5 million shares. They announced that they're adopting a digital asset strategy related to Chainlink, so good look for CWD. AQB on watch, Aqua Bounty Technologies. No news on this one. I did mention it earlier, but we do have about a 3.5 million share float for AQB. Last but not least, SOGP Sound Group. Their sales here for the first half of the year have been announced. They also approved a special cash dividend payable as of September 15th. So good look there for SOGP. Back to you.
There and another, well, I guess technically it's not a small cap. That's why it doesn't always fall into Open Door. It's above 2 billion, so technically it isn't one. But depending on your definition, I think it's 2 billion that usually most people use these days. Kind of random, but 9% to the upside. It's holding in highs here. So 78 million shares. I just want to get it out of the way that this one's been declining volume despite all of the interest online and the trying to get Drake to buy a share and the squeeze potential. At some level, hey, rates are coming down. That's still going to be good for Open Door in the long run, in the short run possibly as well. And it looks like it caught a little bit off this $4 level. Ooh. What's next? Well, the problem is it's right at these prior lows. Like it held almost all afternoon at 440 before falling apart. And then that was a prior support level. So this needs to break the 440 level here on Open Door. I said in the afternoon yesterday, look for a bounce off $4 tomorrow, which it didn't do, but it's above $4. I mean, it got to 409, I guess, so technically it got there, but 440. I mean, you can take a 440 breakout into the open range high was like 435. It's like 5 cents worth of risk. And if Open Door gets to $5, I'd be surprised. But if it got to 465, 470, I would not be surprised just looking at this. So there's a lot of liquidity here. Just remember, it's not doing the liquidity like it was a week ago. Like this stock is not doing 1 billion shares anymore. So it's not quite as good of a vehicle to trade. That's how hype stocks go. You know, it's a pure retail squeeze hype name. Those tend to dwindle off and people forget about them for a couple of days and then they get a bit of a relief rally. So a little dead cat bounce here, let's call it, on Open Door. But I'll still take this breakout of 440. If it's not going to retest the 4 level, that's pretty much all it can do. I just can't get over this rally in Snowflake. It's actually starting to pull back in here. The biggest earnings name was Snowflake. They were actually able to be profitable, and they beat on top and the bottom. The guidance was also good. I don't want to see this roll back over because I feel it could be a sentiment shift that's going on here. Like if this was the strong thing in the morning, which obviously it was, it just broke trend. Like so many times I'd be short this thing, breaking the trend. But I'm kind of bullish over 230 on Snowflake. That's the only reason I wouldn't be thinking short this back into the volume weighted average price. So I'm not going to do it. Open Door looks like it's going to be the next trade for me, that small capper, which is trying to break out the highs because the market's coming back into the downside. So it's got to be some kind of a small capper, something that might not care about the market too much if I want to be long. And Palantir.
Look what's happening. Tesla's now $8.
It's tanking. Yeah, Palantir right back at the lows as well. This market's coming down, everybody.
Yeah, that's for sure. Look, I mean, look here. I mean, this market is absolutely. You want? I must do that now, Andre, or? Okay. Yeah, I can do whatever you want, my guy. Over there, but yeah, there it is right now. I mean, look at Tesla now, $8. I mean, this is really holding the day for me. We still wound up making more money on AMD than we did over there, but I just think that it was a pretty good idea here to be short this name, and there goes Tesla. So we just covered a little bit more, and I was just actually zooming it out. I do see what you're saying in the chat there. This 345. I mean, this is the area right here. I mean, would have loved to have held the whole bag into here, but we're going to cover some and waiting for a potential bounce now in Tesla. But we got some business to take care of because Trade the Pool has been here a few times. We have Mitch on, and now they're offering a free ebook, which of course is featuring 4 proven swing trading strategies there from their funded traders, how they manage risk, what some of the strategies entail. You can scan that QR code right now on your screen and get the swing code completely for free and go find out what they're all about now at Trade the Pool. Again, we want to thank them for their continued support here on the show, and yeah, go check it out. Like I'm missing the boat here. Should be putting something out myself here, but right there, it's a nice little move for Tesla. Nice downside play. All right, so AMD. Yeah, I probably won't reload this thing. You know, we don't want to give up too much of this back in. Let's take another fill right there. I just crossed down into 66, so we do get that fill right there at 66 there on Advanced Micro Devices. So right now we're getting less and less, man, into this trade. So hopefully we'll be able to sit here and get a rebound in this name, but we're still happy with what's been going on there in this market overall. I mean, the SMH continues to get hit there today, as you know, for obvious reasons. Nvidia downside and AMD starting to turn around finally now, but it's, remember, there's still Broadcom, there's still Marvell. Actually, at the end of this,
Dell needs to report.
It's so funny because like I didn't buy, yeah, Dell. I'm only buying Marvell. Like it's so strange because I'm not necessarily buying Marvell at the right times. Like I want to get longer in Marvell, and buying it the day before earnings is risky. I did it last time, didn't work out. It went against me like 5% and then ripped. So we're still long in the 60s here on Marvell, but definitely debating getting a little bit more. If the market comes back, I'm going to be buying some Marvell here before earnings. Like something, if we can get something around 74 bucks, I think that would be a treat, needless to say, on MRVL. Okay, it's 10:30 right now, and you know, again, a bunch of good talk. I hope you guys are liking it. Hit the like button, hit the subscribe. We'll talk some more. We have to look at that visualizer because we'll see what names you guys want us to cover a little bit more, and we'll do exactly that when we get back from Madeira.
So I want to let you guys know the White House is coming out and making some comments with regards to what is happening with Fed's cook, and again, the potential removal of Fed's cook. Donald Trump has called for her ouster, and he fired her via a Truth Social post. The White House is basically saying that Trump has identified just cause to dismiss Lisa Cook, that she was, quote unquote, credibly accused of lying, and basically that he's using his legal power, and furthermore, that the removal of Cook will actually make the Fed more credible, is what the White House is saying here. Keep an eye on this market. Again, some just commentary from the White House with regards to the ouster of Fed's Lisa Cook. Back to you.
Yeah, that's a bit of a saga that, I don't know, they're kind of going to do what you want anyways in terms of getting that cut. But it's only one cut, and if you want more, then you need to convince a few members, because it's not exactly like everyone seems like they're on board. Even with Powell, when he changed his tone, there was still a couple of commenters out there saying they weren't there yet. We got a Don in the chat here. Don Charifo.
What's up, Don Charifo?
Good morning, all. Good morning to you, too. Hope you're having a good one. Thoughts on long-term on NNE? 5 years out on NNE. Well, it comes down to this. Do you believe in AI?
You believe in life after love?
No, I mean, look, if you believe in AI, do you believe these data center build-outs? Do you believe the Saudis are going to keep on going ham? Do you believe Meta's going to continue to spend? And at the end of the day, it's going to be power hungry. And I don't see how you fulfill that personally without nuclear. Now, the difference is, look, I own GEV, right, my personal account, and I own SMR. I know the difference between the two. Like the smaller names, smaller modular names, those are like, that's where your big alpha is going to be. Those are the kind of things that give you the 5 to 10x, like that kind of a move. And I get it, GV made a big move as well. But I feel like way more confident about holding something like G-Vernova or like a Vistra, like that type of a thing, because you know they're going to get deals. You know they're going to make money in that revolution, whereas you're trying to hit the home run with NNE. What I think you have going on here, though, is the stocks, it's stabilizing into a nice trend, despite the fact that it's still very volatile. You have to be able to suck it up and understand it's overpriced, and also understand that this could get cut in half. Like if we see, let's just say this is the beginning of the end, and Nvidia is down 1.8% today, and Nvidia goes into a 20% correction. So if that happens, then understand that NNE can be down at like 20, 21 bucks. And I know that with SMR, so I'm always trimming on the way back in, but I'm never getting out of all of it, because I think you can't do this without nuclear and innovation in that space. So I'm a believer, just know what you're getting into. It's really important to know what you're getting into and understanding it. These have to grow into their valuations in a big way. And I say that as someone who owns SMR. You know, they're not really making profits.
Right.
When you have billion-dollar valuations and you're talking about revenue that is, reasonable people's salaries, you kind of know what's going on.
Yeah, that's and you're talking about that as well with a lot of these major names. I cannot believe some of the numbers that these companies are putting out. So I just heard Sharif mention it's funny because my son has been organizing a Wonderland trip. So he's there today and it's supposed to rain and absolutely pour. So they're getting all the rides in now, which is fine. My daughter's up at, shout out to Joe over there, she's up at York Canlan right now on the ice doing like a little like a preseason, like a training camp. There, you're at Westwood tonight? Yeah, she's at Paramount tonight, which is there in Mississauga. So we're traveling all over the place. And then my wife's on the board, so she has a board meeting tonight down at Ford. So maybe she'll run into some Maple Leafs there tonight. And we'll say what's up to Mitch Marner, who is now a Las Vegas Golden Knight. So she will not be seeing him there. Although she did see Mitch the other day. He was at Canlan, at Quench there apparently. So yeah, he was. Yeah. He was here. You can look it up. Okay, so anyways, doesn't matter. Shout out to the Maple Leafs and everybody who cares about hockey. Okay, so anyways, there we go. So AMD starting to go back up to the upside. I mean, Sharif, last time you sat here, Tesla was $5 in the money. Put an 8 handle on it right now. It's now $8 in the money as we drop it down, and we'll do a little bit of a face slapper right there, man. The trade is here right now there today. The money storm is coming through right now on Tesla. So yeah, man, happy, joy for that one as it continues to print some cash for us right there. So there we go. Okay, that's what that is now. All right, so the market's not even doing anything, and it's Tesla that's cracking these lows. So I don't really know what to think about that, other than it's going a little lower than I had even thought myself. Otherwise, we would have not covered, right? But there goes Tesla. Huge move back into the downside and continuing going there. So I thought there was a key level. I put my stop at 347, by the way. I know some people in the chat asking me, Sean, what's up? So what's up to you guys as well? When are we going short or when are we flipping long on Tesla? Great question. I don't have the answer right now. I'm going to just continue to watch this thing fall down. And honestly, man, I think the best plan of action right now would just be put in a trailing stop somewhere, because this name could get to this 340 level where there's been some buy side action there. So I think 341, let's close the trade at 341 if it does get down there. I mean, oh boy, what a successful trade that'll been if and when we can get down there. But $9 now in the money on that one, and $1 in the money long on AMD. So, it's not a tale of two markets here. It's just a tale of what stocks you're trading. You're there in the short and CoreWeave and on Intel, and then we've got 1 and 1 right now. So it's so far so good right here. I've been pounding back the water. So shout out to everybody there, Hydration Nation, man. Stay in the trades if you believe in them. We've got a good one here now. 9. I just said to Sharif, it was $8 in Tesla. Now it's 9. So good luck there with your CoreWeave, and let's go back over to Neil and see what he's up to.
Yeah, I mean, you can stay in trades if you believe in them, or you can just simply find trades with levels and ideas and indicators that give you a reason to be in the trade or out of the trade. And one place to do that is with eSignal, and they still give you first month free. So everyone that's watching, you still can grab this platform where you can get easy to use and highly customizable charts with reliable data, the ability to connect to 50 plus brokers to trade directly on the platform, level 1, level 2 access, imbalance locator, pretty much everything you need all in one spot, entitlement based, so you can add and subtract what you need, what you don't need, as you find your own way in trading. And like here, like I could draw trend lines on this. I don't have to. We're trading on P8, but check out and scan that QR code while you have the ability to get that first month free. Mm-hmm. It's free. So you try it out.
It's free.
You like it, you keep it. You don't like it, you don't pay anything.
Yeah,
that's easy.
That.
So we use it here on the desk, and I'm only showing it to you because someone mentioned this in the chat. All right, first things first, let me get this out of the way. Nvidia broke the trend from VWAP on the higher time frame. You can also kind of see it from this little pop into 78. I should pull this bid back, because if it pulls back into 78, I didn't chase it on this candle, because the second it broke the trend, it just kind of flew up there. But if we get back anywhere near to 178, that was the long that we liked earlier. It didn't bounce there. It bounced off 77. But now that 78 is starting to hold and we've broken this trend line, I want to be long into this 178 level second time through. But speaking of trends, I preface that because there was one on CoreWeave that is breaking. So if it breaks, I can short into it and it breaks. But I'm not long until it holds above. And it's not really holding above. And it's still technically trending down. Like, I'll get out on a break of a trend line, but I'm not going to go reversing long until it closes and starts reversing that trend. It's still putting in lower highs. The market's kind of doing the same thing as well. I am going to look for a reload here in Intel. Sorry, I just heard something about an IPO, and I'm like, there's an IPO today?
Is there?
Small, maybe, I think it's a small one.
Ooh.
Yeah, it's
Pass.
anyways. No, I think it's already.
Puffa pass.
This thing can't be this. THH.
Oh, yes, it could be.
32,000 shares. That is infinitesimally small. That's a volume on this thing, up 86%. Yeah, this is a no-fly zone. It literally has traded 32,000 shares before it even went into that halt. So anyways, I don't think that's going to be worth anything. We care about IPOs when they're large. So just going back into trading, if I can see another fail on VWAP here at Intel, this one has been trend down, at least early on, but once it closes above VWAP, it's an out. My stop is already right here above 95 anyway, so want to be able to make sure we lock in. It went to the low of the day, and now trying to break back higher. Let's go to Adair at the desk.
All right, we'll go over here quickly to start with, but this is very, very true. Empowered women can change the world, and you can help make that happen. The Women Boss trains and mentors women and girls across Africa to lead, innovate, and thrive. Since 2018, they've reached over 10,000 women and girls, and your donation today can help launch the great new next entrepreneurs. So we want to thank Women Boss for helping us, obviously promote this great option for all of you to donate there, get some charitable actions going on with Women Boss. Scan the QR code to, of course, find out a little bit more information on Women Boss. So, and we have a Women Boss of our own right now. It's Adara at the desk.
Thank you for that transition there. Let's talk about these sectors because they're pretty mixed once again today. We've seen that a lot this week. Health technology really red here, almost entirely across the board. Consumer durables pretty weak. Consumer services weak as well. Process industries, transportation, communications, industrial services, health services, all red. Now let's talk about some relative strength here. There are a couple names in finance that are to the upside. Retail trade here, very mixed. Amazon's trying to hold it up, but Home Depot, Lowe's, TJX all to the downside. And electronic technology, of course, worth discussing. These two sectors are always right today, anyway, they're as mixed as the rest of the market. Electronic technology trying to be held up by Broadcom. We know they had a positive note from Oppenheimer this morning. Arista Networks and Micron also to the upside, but Nvidia on earnings day one, slightly red. Then we have tech services, Oracle, Google, ServiceNow, CrowdStrike to the upside. CrowdStrike recovering very well from its earnings. Initially, it actually pushed lower, but a lot of these sectors and a lot of the names in electronic tech and tech services a little bit weaker here or more muted. I want to mention here too these IPOs. I did look into this. So today we're supposed to have three. One of them was that THH Try Hard Holdings, 1.525 million shares I'm seeing offered for an offer amount of $8.7 million. GrowHub, $15 million offering, 3.75 million shares. That's TGHL. And then we have ELOG, Eastern International. That's another one that's expected to open today. 1.6 million shares being offered for an offer amount of $6.4 million. Back to you.
Just want to double check.
I'm getting out of Tesla, by the way. I just want to, I'll give it back over to Neil in a second here. Maybe, but yeah, breaking through 346 is going to be sort of the break right now. I do have it right here on my 1 minute chart. I'm trying to look at this as a break. We should have got out right there on, this is a 200 period moving average. Sorry, no, it's not a 200 period. 200 period is the green line. This is a 12 period moving average right there that I do like to look at. So that would be a trend break spot right here. So we're giving it a little bit more room because of the move that it's had today, but a breakthrough 345 definitely signifying that. I'm actually going to add this to my 1 minute chart just to give us a little bit more of an indicator in where to go and when to go there. So on Tesla, so that was something there that I wanted to look at. So 20 more cents higher on that, and we break out of Tesla. But I mean, I was saying it all day today. The number one P&L name for me has been AMD, and I'm really glad that that's back to highs right now. Just not highs of the day, but highs of since we bought it, right back into here, 168.50. So that's going to be a level that we're just taking some more out right now. We didn't get too much out on the way down in once it broke through 167, but we do have a couple outs there as we were wondering about the 200 period moving average, and there it goes right now back there up to the upside. So many other names, man. I mean, I'm sure I just saw in the chat there, Amazon. I love this name of Amazon. Big level here of 231 as well. Wow. A good little look here for whomever that was there in the chat. Shout out to you. There it is. Disneyland royalty. Would be nice getting some royalties from Disneyland, of course. But yeah, nice move up right there for Amazon. So congratulations anybody that's holding that one right now. Amazon, big move. Again, this is why by being diversified, right? Like I've got Amazon, Google is a big part of the portfolio. We recently bought some Apple, which we're loving Apple stock right now. I am anyways, loving this Apple stock. I think September 9th, the date of their awe-inspiring event, whatever they're going to call it. We're going to wait to see it. They're going to announce something big, I'm hoping, for AI. And when they do, then obviously this stock has a 50 handle after this too. So we're going to wait to see what happens there. That's only a week and a bit away. I really think Apple put something up there, and we're going to find out very, very soon what that is. And if it's nothing, then yeah, we fall back down and you get another opportunity to buy this name. So no matter what, I'm liking Apple here. I think it's a good stock to go. And right now, we're just going to sit in this Tesla trade. Seems to be working now, still $8 in the money. And AMD still $1 and change there as well. We've gone over many sectors today. Eli Lilly was red to green, I think. And yeah, just hovering around as well at zeros. And then just a quick check-in on the markets. Again, we had the big winning sector from yesterday was the banks. And today, the bank sector is still looking okay. This is all of finance right now. Nvidia, the only real red name here in technology land. We got Nvidia down there. We've got, what is this? MCHP, no idea what that is. Right there, SMCI, slightly red as well on the downside. But as far as all the big names are concerned, AMD, Cisco, man, all their Dell, Micron up 3%. So,
well, don't forget Dell's after the bell tonight.
Oh, I did forget. So yeah, Dell after the bell. Palantir here in the technology services sector there. Wow, loving Google, man. Loving life with Google right now. Loving life with Oracle. Oracle had a dip by opportunity as well lately on that name. PanW bucking the trend and finally going up. But CrowdStrike also now, Sharif, upside as well. No, that's up 2%. So that's big. Big turnaround there. Salesforce, man, that stock. What's up to Agentforce? Agent Zero there for Salesforce. Their new product. Hopefully that can get going as well. But yeah, so that's just a little bit of a look. And this symbol here loaded up every night at my house. Netflix right there. I'm watching the WWE thing. It's awesome. Called Untold Truths or something. What an amazing show there as being a fan of WWE. Go check that out on Netflix, man. Huge. Mad respect to Triple H. Triple H is one of the best leaders around. So I really
did a great job once.
Really love Hunter, man.
Hunter has done a fantastic job.
Paul Levesque.
We're expecting 8% on Dell tonight.
Ooh, under.
8% on Dell. I think that's a little high. I think that's a little high for Dell, but we'll see. After the bell tonight, don't forget about Affirm as well. Some retail names looking pretty good. Just want to quickly jump back over. Intel broke. The sellers didn't come in at VWAP, so there was no point reloading, but then it broke that prior high. It's now consolidating, just kind of going sideways. But Dick's Sporting Goods continues to fall. It's just holding the low. It's down 6%. This is at the 50-period moving average, effectively at $210 for Dick's. And I mean, unfortunately, sometimes this happens. It wasn't that bad. I mean, they're looking at comp sales 2 to 3.5% for the full year. That was above what the analysts wanted. Isn't that what you're looking for? Isn't that what we'd like? I mean, the guidance, fine. They've got some tariff concerns, yes. And regardless of what you think of the Foot Locker deal, certainly by now that should be priced in. Right? They announced that deal a while ago. So it's been a buy the dip on this thing with higher lows all the way through. This is, I think you just give it the 1 or 2 day, I'm not sure you give it the 3-day rule, because I learned with Amazon, if it holds a major moving average, I just bought it the 2nd day, if you like it. But I think that's one trade that can be in there on the 50 period. Speaking of Amazon, this is breaking out on the daily chart. I know it's not the high of the day, but this is a trend break. I don't want to jinx it, so we'll knock on a little wood here. But you close above 230, effectively you are breaking this wedge from that. It's not the all-time high, obviously, but from the rejection that we had of the highs back in August. Nice trend breakout happening in Amazon. This is what I mean about the day after earnings. Once it held and showed you a bottom, it's all systems go into the long. And that's been a good one off the 200 period moving average. Don't wait for it to get there on a stock that you like. If you like it and you think the earnings weren't that good, like if you really liked exporting goods, and why would you necessarily wait? If you had to wait on CrowdStrike, then you're not in CrowdStrike off that dip. You thought it was going to go lower. Talked about this in the aftermarket show that, if they're going to do that and hold a low at 390, then why don't you just wait for 390, double bottom, and then get yourself in? There was no double bottom to be found on CrowdStrike. They simply said, hey, beat its name up just because of a little bit of a guide fail, and the market responds by buying it and buying it and buying it. Can't get enough of the cybersecurity names once again. This time there was no dip to be bought, unfortunately. Palo Alto gave you a dip to be bought. Fortinet gave you a dip to be bought. Zscaler gave you a dip to be bought. CrowdStrike said, well, why would we show that pattern a 4th time? You got it 3 times. You should be happy with that.
Yeah, exactly. All right, so we're doing pretty good, man. We're at the highs that we've been at here all day with 1049 right now. We can have a quick little look at the VIX or whatever. We have Adair coming up right now with money talks and some news, and then when we get back, we'll only have 10 minutes left, and then we'll go over to the big guys over here on the midday show, at which they will be talking about small cap runners. We'll be talking about all the news. They got a nice little news segment that they've done there. They're doing a great job with that one. So get ready to go. Lots of questions coming on the midday as well. Stay in the chat, and it's actually not a different stream anymore, is it? It just kind of goes right over. So right there, 1.4K right there. Maybe it is a new stream. I thought it was the same stream, but
new stream, the midday.
Is it a brand new stream? The midday show, or it's the same one just continues?
No, brand new stream.
Brand new stream. Okay, so what's up? What's up, Fabian? Right there. So stay tuned for that one. As here goes AMD right up to VWAP. Oh, no. We like a lot right here today. Again, thanks for watching. More likes, more subscribes. Do all of that. Get involved in the chat, man. This is what we're talking about right here. Everybody's in it right now, and what's up to Ronaldo and everybody that's been here all of the time. We are really starting to rip up now with AMD and Nvidia. So it's been a good day to bottom pick those names. All right, Adara over at the desk. It's Money Talks.
US dollar still very much in this range that we've been in for over a week now, basically all of August. Not too much to say about the price action on the dollar, though we are still near this low of year. That low of year is 96.3. We're currently trading just below 98. Now, let's talk about some news. We did get GDP coming out this morning a little bit better than expected, 3.3%. to the upside versus 3% expected. That is a quarter over quarter print there. It also is worth noting here that tomorrow we're going to get that PCE price index. That is, we're expecting 2.6% year over year. So we're expecting no change. We're expecting flat here, I guess, year over year. Core PCE year over year, we're expecting a little bit hotter than the previous print. PCE month over month, we're expecting a little bit cooler than the previous print. And then we're expecting flat core PCE month over month. So these numbers are still very mixed when it comes to PCE. We'll have to wait and see how that all settles out. Also worth noting, this Fed saga continues. We know we just had some commentary coming from the White House, with the White House basically saying that Trump was well within his power to remove Lisa Cook from the Fed. And not only that, that her removal will actually give the Fed more credibility. With that in mind, let's take a look here at this, I guess, CME Fed Watch tool. Even after the better than expected GDP print and these jobless claims, no change here to the CME Fed Watch tool. 87.2% are still expecting a 25 basis point cut, 12.8% expecting a hold. The Fed themselves have been very mixed in their commentary. We have some Fed officials that seem very open to a cut. Others are basically saying on no uncertain terms that they want to wait a little bit to see more data. Let's see if the data we get tomorrow with PCE changes any of that. Back to you.
You don't want to be messing around with that.
Thank you so much, Sarah Dardo. We were literally just talking about garage doors because I stepped outside of my door today. As I closed the door and I was about to go to the garage, my power went out.
Yeah, that's.
And because I'm looking inside the house when I close the door, and all of a sudden everything goes dark, and then I turn around, it's like, oh, power's out on the street. Like my neighborhood lost power, like right exactly as I was leaving. So of course I had to manually open my garage door and then message my wife, like, this is what you got to do to get out, assuming the power doesn't come back, which apparently it still hasn't.
What?
And there's no storm or anything.
No.
And it's been like 5 hours. I have no idea what the heck is
What's going on with the city of Brampton over there?
Wow.
Man?
It's a really small section. It's super small. It's probably only like a few hundred customers. So
yeah.
I'm going to throw this one out there because there was some work being done around our. There was some work being done.
Okay, so that's probably.
And like what happened?
Weather.
Remember what happened at our old trading office? Like hours back.
That was in the back. In the back, they were doing
something. And we lost connection to everything in the middle of the day. And you turn around and look down, and you could see like it was the cable guys, and they were doing some stuff behind the building.
You don't have solar panels on your roof yet?
Yeah, and we're just like, you've got to be kidding me. But hopefully it gets resolved. Anyways, who knows? But the market is headed higher here. The trend break on CrowdStrike. Oh, no. CoreWeave. Trend break on CoreWeave. It just went to first resistance at 104. I'm trying to get back in if I can get 103s. And I'm thinking high of the day for the reversion on this. But let's be real for a second. On the higher time frame, CoreWeave, everyone was going nuts about these things because look, at the end, when you have the 180 days and the lockups expire, you're always thinking it's going to be like absolute doom and gloom. But this is rebounded pretty nicely. It's also nice symmetry that you go 180 to 90. It gets cut in half and then catches a bid. Throw, in fact, regardless of where Nvidia closes today, it still had a strong quarter in a general sense, right? So like ultimately that's a good sympathy for CoreWeave. I would expect percentage-wise CoreWeave is going to do much better than Nvidia. That's sort of obvious. There's a lot of room for it to go, but remember, this could not break out this 105 before, which was prior resistance in the middle of the week. So I think it gets back up there again, and I'd look for an out and then maybe a 105 break later on in the day. I know a lot of people are looking at this IPO. I'm just throwing it out there. I keep seeing it in the chat. The stock has literally traded 167,000 shares, up 200%. You can't really trade this. I mean, we couldn't. I would be surprised if it's not blocked here at Real Trading. It's so illiquid. And I couldn't find the size, but I almost don't need to know the size. Because I know Adair probably mentioned it, but when volume is this low, again, 167,000 shares have traded. It's halted 3 times. If you get caught in this, good luck. Any risk plan that you might have intraday trading a stock like this is blown out the window if you can't get out where you think you're going to get out. And so that's why traders don't like these. Like the reason we'll trade CoreWeave on an IPO or Figma and just take the opening print, or what else is there? What's the other one? Circle.
Oh, yeah.
Is because you know there's a ton of liquidity.
Bullish.
Like there's bullish. There's like millions and millions of shares when you try to get out. If it broke, and they didn't. They all went straight to the upside. But this is a different beast. So just be very careful. This could get cut in half, and there's almost nothing you can do about it. You could have your stops swing and miss as well. Only about 3 minutes to go in here. There is one thing that I feel like I should be getting back into. It's like, you've got to be kidding me. The market goes back to the highs, and Intel actually wicks me out and continues being weak. So here's what I'm thinking. Market high of the NASDAQ, high of the day. ES isn't at the high of the day, it's just a NASDAQ. NASDAQ high of the day. If we have any curl off this high, then I want to short underneath $25. If we break out, then who cares? But if we show any resistance up here, Intel lower highs, 25 even, why not? Could be a red to green story. We'll see if we can't get back into CoreWeave. And now that Nvidia is above the volume weighted average price, it looks pretty good to go as well. So the buyers have certainly come back in a big way on Nvidia. Not green yet, Nvidia, but I think it's going to. At this point, if you didn't vote in the poll, I'm guessing if you're voting later, you're probably now putting in green, is my guess. Because I think it was closer to 50-50. It's up to 59 to 41 saying green to red. And certainly it's almost there on NVDA.
Wow, what a good poll there. Thanks, Andre, for putting that one up. There's been some talk in the chat, and people want to know what's for lunch. So let's go over and figure out what's for lunch right here. There must be a sale on this. I don't.
Again?
It's blackened tilapia
You get that once a week now, actually.
today.
No, but that's exactly what happened. They just got a bunch of it.
So I don't know if Joe's been fishing off the coast of Halifax here or what, but like you've got some blackened tilapia coming through
Get it,
there
Halifax.
right now. Yeah. Get it, Halifax.
That's a lot of tilapia.
Yeah,
We're literally getting it once a week now.
Yeah, there's a lot of tilapia here with roasted vegetables, sweet potatoes, chef's choice salad. So yeah, man, the tilapia continues at Trader TV Lodge.
Well, sweet potatoes though.
Yeah, I think it's all good, man. Either way, man, it's tilapia mania around here. Yeah, sweet potatoes and chef's choice salad. Again, props up. And once again, unfortunately to everybody around here, that is what's for lunch. I mean, I think it's okay. We'll see. It's more about the seasoning. I just, sometimes it's a little overcooked there, the tilapia.
I tend to agree.
So it gets mushy right there. So we're not loving that.
And
again,
as much as I do like sweet potatoes, the real question is, can I get to the yams? Because I need to get to them yams.
I thought yams were sweet
The
potatoes.
sweet yams. You got to show me the way.
Yeah.
Because I got bills to pay.
Yeah.
And if you're a fan of Martin, you know what I'm talking about.
No.
And if you know Fetty Wap, you know what I'm talking about. I got my daughter singing that song. My wife can't stand it. Can I get to the yams? The sweet, sweet yams. Fetty Wap did a cover of the song.
Oh, did he? Okay, I have no idea. Okay.
The joke is Martin Lawrence. This is how big a deal. Martin Lawrence did it was 5 minutes with Tommy Davidson in one episode. And then that, it was just a random little speech that he gave, and he talked about them yams. He was talking about the cheddar, the coin, biscuits. You know, he just used yams for some reason. I think he was ad-libbing, to be honest with you. And then Fetty Wap.
I don't know.
Some dude turned it into a song, and then Fetty Wap covered it. And it is the catchiest ish you've ever heard. They had the dude from Ronald Isley was on the remix.
You're getting passionate here. I like this.
No, dude, Ronald Isley was on it.
People are like, what's going on here? What was in the coffee?
Yeah. No, they had Ronald Isley was on the remix, but they also had the dude from the Gap Band, Charlie Wilson, who was one of the best. Charlie Wilson is an OG if you're into R&B from the Gap Band.
But not Charlie Murphy though.
Not Charlie Murphy, but Charlie Wilson. That dude is legit, straight legit. And VWAP is here on Nvidia.
All right.
Bounce.
Get them yams, and make sure you guys do get the midday show here. Sharif, Joe, ready to go. So it's been a good one, man. I hope you guys enjoyed all the talk here today. We just got out some more Nvidia. You know my stop around 346 there for Tesla. Yeah, two big ones there. Nvidia. I only traded 3 names today. Nvidia, AMD, and Tesla. I hope you guys had a successful one. Okay, that's Neil. Good job there today. We're going to go for your walk and enjoy that one. We're going to hit the gym. We're going to go into that sauna. We're going to figure that out as well. Thank you so much. Enjoy your tilapia for everybody that's having that today, as that will be for what's for lunch around here. I'm hoping to get a little tuna on top of the salad. That might be nice. I would go for that as well. Yeah. Okay, that's Neil. I'm Sean. Ciao for now. Midday show.
Now I want tuna.
Oh, got a bunch of fills here, Joey Options. Greetings and salutations, beautiful people. Welcome to the Midday Show. That right there is your boy Joey Shivers, and I am Sharif. And I think it might be cold in here, relatively speaking. Shout out to everybody who we got in the chat. We got Jack CW, Custom, All-Time High. Shout out to BD Gaming and Darwin the Trader, a.k.a. The Real OG. Shout out to LSG 2012. We got Parabolic FOMO and Flow Grade. All right, let's go, man. Where are all the people at? We got VK Thug, KT. Shout out to Brown Lighting. City Boy 305 out in Miami. B Dollar Mar, shout out to 420 Bud Monster coming from the other side of the pond. We got Maximus 1138 and Disco 22. Shout out to Ronaldo. Shout out to Beef Strogie, Joey. Seth 8154 and F1 Mercedes. Bobby Axelrod joining us as well as Damian Tarsa. We got Other Zinc, the OG. Other Zinc, Martin 1882 and TVD 1007. Same shirt guy. I like that one. Danny Koo, K002, Ticker Checker. Shout out to Durant Gordon. All right, we got, who else, man? Sadiq, J Dizzle. 1337 and Adam James HPN. One more Joey options. We got Party P. I definitely like that name. Shout out to Party P. Hope everybody's having a fantastic day.
Let's go.
Good morning, Joey.
What's going
Joey,
on?
I don't know who to call you today. Is it Joey Options? Is it Joey Shivers?
I'm good with Shivers, man, because it is definitely cold up in this joint here. There's no questioning that. All right, guys, kind of off to the same start that we had yesterday. Choppy, some good opportunities. Let's break down what we were trading in Bitcoin, looking for the continuation on this gap up that we experienced from the overnight sessions. And then sure enough, we enter, and then I obviously, as I get out here, I sold too many, and then I just bopped right back out. But this one, we go substantially heavier. Work out, take a small win on that one, try it again, doesn't work, and then you double bottom right at 63.95, and then you kind of make that leg up there. So that's unfortunate that we didn't get to participate in that one, but that's okay. We struck out on IBIT. It was the saver of our session yesterday, so we like that. So so for me, what I do is if I have a good session on a specific ticker, I'll go back to it the next day, right? Why not? Just continue to try to milk something. Again, we're here. I might strike out on ETHA as well, considering 0 for 1. 0 for 2, and then now we're back in it one more time. Okay, I'm not going to sing anymore today. But anyways, there it goes, right? So if it breaks this low, I'm just going to hop out, strike out on the crypto space, and I think we're going to have to be a little bit more patient on this one, my friend.
All right, Joey, a couple of trades, few trades. Let's get to them. First and foremost, PTNM. This is a holdover, from yesterday. It's up 32 1/3% today. A couple of beak wetters already on this. The spread is opening up because this one did cross my order here by I think a penny or two, and it did not print, but we've got a couple of orders. What got me into this trade was a retracement into the volume weighted average price. Let's see if this one holds up and can take that 2 1/4, because we've been above 2 1/4 today, 240 high. But look at this area top over here. You could see the sellers using that $0.25 as their precipice to get in, or the profit takers using that area to get out. So looking at PTNM, let's go to the next trade. Working my way into this one, AQB just printed a high day of $1.60. It was really consolidating up a storm in and around that VWAP area. I want to say it had a range of about $1.30 to $1.40, but as you can see there, it really popped through that range, and that's where it printed that $1.60 high. So we've got 52s on right now. Show me 47s. Anything below the volume weighted average price at $1.40 ends this trade. It's as simple as that. This one I just worked my way into, and as quickly as I worked my way in, I got out. MOBX, this one did lose volume weighted average price, so we'll take a bit of a loss on that one, very small loss. We should be able to work out of that, no problemo. So MOBX doesn't look like it's holding the volume weighted average price. In fact, it has a 6 candle pullback right now, a red candle pullback off the high of $1.35 with no green candle to speak of, man. So not exactly a glowing endorsement for a long. So my focus will be on AQB and PTNM. There are others. I want to talk about them. There's OPAD, there's SOGP, CWD, THAR. We'll cover those in a minute. Just want to take a couple of beak wetters on some of these trades to de-risk, and then we can kind of focus and see exactly what's going on. And as per usual, guys, if there are small cap gappers that I don't have on my side chart that I didn't speak about, there's probably a reason. And because these markets move awfully fast, and these small cap gappers come and go pretty quickly as well. So tag myself or Joe in the chat. Let us know what's moving, and we would absolutely be willing to look at it for you. In fact, I would appreciate it myself just for my own trades. So here we go, Joey Options. AQB coming into that 53 print. We can't print, though, because there's a seller there. So no prints right now on AQB. We got 52s on. Let's see if we can wet the beak at 53 and then maybe a little bit higher to take out that 160 high a day. I am kept optimistic about this trade. Reason being, the prior candle, albeit red, was a bullish engulfing candle. It was engulfed by a green candle preceding it. It also didn't reach the 10 EMA or the volume weighted average price. So if we can shake the seller here in the low 50s, talking about 52s and 53s, we should be able to see some greenery possibly here to the high side. Just before we send it back to Joey Options, I want to bring to your attention SOGP. So this one was, momentarily I was discussing with myself whether to take this off the side chart because it was losing VWAP and it looked like it may lose prior resistance at a 560, but here it is, $1 removed from that area low or that prior area of resistance. Now support 550. Now it's working its way into SOGP, guys, is up 70.25% on the day, so it probably behooves us to keep an eye on this one, Joey. Options.
Absolutely, yeah, Havana, I agree with you. I was literally just thinking that. So essentially what I was, considering the run that we've seen over the past couple of months in Ethereum, I think it's going to take another couple of weeks, even a couple of months for this thing to really start pumping again, to be honest with you. So that's usually how it tends to work. We crack this support level, then I'll just hop out of it and then we'll go over 3 on that trade. But that's okay, we'll figure something else. And I mentioned before, it only takes one good one to kind of get that can roll and kick the can down the street. Where I mean, that's no, you don't want to kick the can. What did I say that for?
I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't mind kicking cans. I've seen a can or two in my time when kicked it.
Isn't that when you croak when you kick the can?
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure.
I don't want that.
Yeah.
I got a lot to do.
We don't want to kick that can. But yeah, I got a lot of stuff to do, man. I got a lot of places to go. I got to see some parts of the world still. I need to get over to Asia and see what's going on over there.
Say more about that.
Yeah. I need to go touch down. I want to see the Ganges and all that stuff there.
Crazy.
Yeah. Even though I heard it's mad dirty, but oh well, you got to see that stuff and what's cooking. But anyways, what I'm looking at here, guys, we're just going to sit in this Ethereum until it cracks 3450. And then once it does, then we'll just hop out of this trade. Kick the bucket is maybe that is the one that I was referring to. But anyways, enough is enough. This thing sucks. Maybe we just hop out of it because I do believe that we're going to break down. That the downtrend is still fully intact here. You can see it just is it kick the bucket? Yeah. Kick the
right away.
Right away, man. You missed that stuff up, jail right away. Okay. So I mean, I took a little scalp on Tesla here this morning as well. 3450.
Yeah, of course. Russell Peters, bro. Come on, man.
What do you say?
30, full 50. Come on.
I never seen that one.
Where are you at, bro?
I'm here.
All right.
But yeah.
He hasn't seen it, Neil. I mean, I don't know what to do.
No, I know. I know what
Neil's
I'm
displeased.
I know what
Katina
I'm
man knows
do,
what's
man.
going on as well. He doesn't like it either.
That's all right, man.
Is this thing on?
Everybody.
Is this thing on? Be a man.
Do
the right thing.
Boom.
Come on, Joe.
Get him, Neil.
Come on, Joe.
man.
It's Canadian.
Come on, man. You're
Right
Canadian,
away.
bro.
Yeah, right away, man.
Right away.
Jail, right away. With that being said, we're out of this one. Just taking paper cut after paper cut. So what are we going to do right now, Shrafe? We're going to go over the top performing sectors on the day and see what we got going on. And let's pull this one up this week. Let's actually go over the major averages. Okay, it doesn't want to display that right now, but we only have one green sector or two green sectors on the day, and that's going to be technology up about 0.4, and then the communications just holding on by a thread. He's got what's going on over there?
I'm laughing, man. Can I have a chuckle?
Yeah, but what you guys
need a license to chuckle?
Who are you guys laughing
No.
at?
Katina man's talking about stuff we probably shouldn't be talking about.
All right. There you go. So communications holding on by a thread.
I don't want to get in trouble.
Financials pretty strong, relatively weak there, about 0.1% down. And then we have the real estate down 0.7. We have healthcare down 0.75, and then the consumer staples down 0.9 right there, guys. So yeah, that's the top and the worst performing sectors of the day. Now on the week, wow, what is IWM up to? Up almost 5% on the week, and then we have the Qs in second place, up about 1.8%, and then SPY 1.5%, the Dow 1.5% as well too. So shout out to small cap world, obviously.
Man, I love that.
Oh, what's up, Randy?
Randy,
you're standing there.
BYD is eating Tesla's freaking lunch, dude. Okay, so there's an anchor on CNBC. His name is Wilfred Frost. He used to be back in the day. Then they sent him over to England to go on Sky Sports. So he's back filling in for Joe Kernan. Super interesting story. They were asking him about Teslas and stuff like that. He's like, look, number one, Tesla price point, it's like buying a Benz, okay, out in England. So the price point super high. And he's like, these BYDs are filling the streets of London as Ubers, as taxis, because number one, they're super cheap, so costs are low. Number two, in London proper, you get some sort of incentive, tax incentive for driving electric in the city. So he's like, they're just populating everywhere. That's with the numbers, and you got to hear what he says about the quality. He's like, you get so much car for your money. They know how to make a car, and let's just call a spade. They'd put our cars out of business if they were allowed here without 100%. I can't wait to hear more about what you have to say about that. Yeah, absolutely.
We'll talk.
Sorry, just midday rant there. I couldn't,
We'll talk.
I couldn't just see Randy and not talk about cars. Guys, I want to talk about SOGP. I got a lot to talk about today, baby. This is taking out highs aggressively. Very aggressive move here through 7. We were talking about the support here at 560. It just blew through 723 high, dropping back down now into about 695, 7. Let's see if it can hold this level. SOGP, baby, 84%, looking to take out more here. Zigging and zagging with that $7 area. I'm going to keep my eye out on that. Definitely interested to go back long on this one. Let's see if we can. We got stopped out here a little early, which I don't like. Let's go into that, and then we'll go just like that for that many shares. Let's let that one cook. Taking prints on PTNM, but I really want to focus now on SOGP because this one is breaking out and breaking out aggressively, Joey. 707, so you feel maybe we got to that 7.25, we pull back into that whole dollar. Now what I'll be watching to see if we can hold this 680 area. The reason I say 680 is because that was kind of the breakout area there. You see all the candles were kind of rejecting 680, so you've got a bit of a level, a support zone, let's call it that, between 7 and 680. So I don't want to get it right at 7 and then have to DCA back into 680. I'd rather get my initial entry closer into the 80s, and then that way I'll know if I'm wrong awfully quickly if it loses that $0.75 area. So that's what I'm looking at right now, Joey.
Yeah, let's go over to Dara there.
Oh, sorry, I wasn't plugged in. My bad.
That's all right. They do.
Keep an eye here on the NASDAQ. We're having some EU reports. Apparently, the EU is suggesting cutting their tariffs as part of the new agreement with the U.S. They're proposing tariff reductions to implement this deal between the U.S. and the EU. And apparently, part of this presentation includes a lower U.S. tariff proposal. They want a 15% auto duty here. Keep an eye here on the market with that in mind. Again, U.S. and EU reportedly continuing to negotiate these tariffs.
That's what we want. More deals, and more deals. Joe, if NVDA breaks close above 185, where do you see Bitcoin and ETH at Monday open? I don't know if there's a correlation between the two. I get it that you're kind of referring because when Bitcoin moves, the NASDAQ moves, et cetera, et cetera. I think Bitcoin is a slightly leading indicator from obviously some things that I've read and watched. It tends to move before the overall market. So I'm not going to correlate the two and say I don't know where the crypto space is going to be compared to what Nvidia is going to be up to. So we'll just leave that aside. But there it is, another double bottom here on ETHA. Do we take another swing? Maybe. I guess like you miss 100% of the shots you don't take, but I'm just not in love with it. That downtrend is still fully intact, so we have to keep that in mind. And I'm going to NVDA above the volume weighted average price, and CoreWeave not doing too much either. I was looking at Rich Tech Robotics to see what it's been up to, considering that it's been on a monster run the past couple of sessions, and then sure enough, slowly starting to die out here, moving sideways throughout the session today. So that's all I really got going on right now, Shi.
All right, Joey. Keeping my eye here on SOGP, couple of beak wetters through 7. We got 98s on. Still looking to defend that 80 penny level, looking for 85s to see if we can get anything in and around that area. Also taking some beak wetters on AQB. Looking for that one to kind of zig and zag back to the high side, but I'm keeping my eye here on SOGP for that hold of that 80 penny area. I will give it to about 69, so let's go ahead and throw that in now. Oh, wow, there it is, right back into the high side, so we'll wet the beak there. There's a seller at 10. There's been a seller at 10 for a hot minute. We can't shake him. He just died. Sorry, bro. Shouldn't have been sitting there. So there we go. We're taking it out. Now we got 90s on. We're showing 10s. Let's keep, again, he came back. Little punk. So let's take out more here. Guys, that seller at 10 is a staunchy little bugger. Look, he's back, man. So that short seller or whatever algo is taking profits at 10 or getting short at 10 is bigger than we expected there. We got 89s on now. Not a bad look here for SOGP, but definitely looking for that explosive top takeout. Oh, that 723, that's the high of the day. I'd like to see us break into the 20s to attempt that move again. So That's what I'm going to keep my eye on right now. That's all I've got on that I'm really focusing on. The other ones are kind of taking care of themselves. This one is the one that is more parabolic and more volatile, so it requires more of my attention, Joey. So I'm going to focus on
absolutely.
One.
Okay, yeah, great call out on IonQ right here, D-Wave. Really nice. Yeah, let's
Dunzo.
go.
They killed him.
Bang. Just like
he
that.
died again.
He's done.
Poor
done.
guy.
Just like that. He's not even going to jail. That guy. He's just right away. RGTI. What's up with the quantum space here? QUBT, let's see what that one's up to, quantum computing. Yeah, I mean, we're rocking and rolling here. So, I mean, if we can get a pullback, I think this ship has definitely sailed nice indecision prints around the lows. Maybe there's a potential short there as well if that closes as an inverted hammer. Just keep your eyes out. We do have that engulfing candle. Or do I run back to Tesla or do I not? I don't know. It's a great question. But again, holding those lows, the NASDAQ climbing higher, and then you have Tesla hovering below the volume weighted average price. So good stuff there. Way to rock and roll with the overall market there, Elon and company. Obviously being slightly sarcastic, but at the end of the day, you just got to take some of these trades. And there it is, guys. I think we might get that in an inverted hammer close right here on IONQ. Let's see if I can short this thing or I have to order locates. Lovejoy. Yeah, thanks, Katie. Obviously, much appreciated. But again, engulfing print, second largest volume candle of the day. Now we're getting that gravestone doji right at a high. I think there could be a potential short right there, Sharif.
Yeah, well said, Joey Options. All right, guys, I'm continuing to watch here as SOGP. Look, I got to pack my patience because the pattern is there. The chart pattern on the candlestick pattern, on the 5 is showing me 4 green candles in a row. Each and every single one has higher highs and higher lows. So I don't want to, take out too much too quickly and then have this thing squeeze into 8 and then, hate my life because too aggressive at too quick of a time. Here we go, 7 1/3 again. We know 38s is the high of the day. We just worked back into 33s. Seller now at 29, showing up again. Here we go up into 31s, 33s again. This is what we rejected last time. So 33, that's the staunchy seller at this level. Kind of okay with that, the third of a dollar. Not an area I usually use as psychological resistance, but one that's showing up nonetheless. So let's see if we can get through that 33 area and work our way closer to that $1/2. I've layered my orders, resting orders that is, to take advantage of the price spikes because as I've mentioned many times, these ones don't stick around in any one price level for all that long. So we got another minute left or so on this current 5-minute candle. And there's that 33 seller again, and there is the rejection of 33s again. Let's see if this new 5-minute candle helps boost that, and it does. Right back into the high of the day, but we're not taking any prints here because we've already taken prints at the high of the day. So now waiting for prints in the 40s. We took one there at 40. There's the other one, Joseph Wilson, into the $1/2, baby. Let's set up now at 55s. Let's see if we can get something into that 55. How many outs do we have? No, we don't take out too much too quickly. All right, let's continue to watch here. 44 is showing. All right, still putting in higher highs and higher lows. The chart pattern on the 5 is not telling you to get out yet. At least that's not what I see. So I'm packing my patience here. Let's see if we can get through that $1/2, Joey.
Absolutely. Jam Mossy wanted me to tell you that these marijuana stocks are starting to run a little.
They are, man. They are. Dude, look at Tilray. Look at Tilray on the daily. It's breaking out. I was looking at it this morning when I was doing the prep. Have a look at Tilray on the daily.
Yeah. Let's get this weed stuff over in the States declassified. So shout out to the yeah. So there you go. Get
That's
that downgrade.
That's a multi-day run.
So yeah, hopefully we can rock and roll. All right, guys, I'm going to do something that we probably shouldn't be doing, but again. Yep. Hey, man, that's what I do though. I'm just that guy. Hey, dude. Dude. You know what? Be a man, right, says my guy Neil. I got you, my brother. I'll do everything along those lines. All right, so you can see we're short the overall market as Ethereum, you hot piece of garb, continuing to sell. What's up with that? As I just mentioned, I believe I have somewhat of an understanding. Yeah, we got to tell them how it is, brother. But there we go. Short this market. Let's see if we can get into the volume weighted average price. Only how many pennies are you risking there? About 30 cents or so. VWAP is going to be that primary target. Got to keep an eye on some of these mag names just in case that they want to start running. So with that being said, Sharif,
yes, sir.
I got to adjust some of my charts.
Absolutely. We're looking here now at AQB, guys. So not too many outs left for SOGP, and it's a little far removed from our entry, so we can rest a little easy. Maybe I shouldn't say that because now it's going to tank. But AQB, we got 39s on. We just scalped up into 47s. I've layered my order now at 48 and 49. Let's see if this one's got the juice to kind of get back into into the high side. So my perception here with AQB is that it's got little respect for VWAP or the 10. It seems, for whatever reason, to be basing its support level off the 20. The 20 will always be, guys, the yellow line on my chart. So there you go. You get a double bottom off the 20, and then you've got multiple wicks now that have also defended the 20. But what I'm looking for, you know, I see the higher lows. That's not in question. The higher lows are cool. But now we need higher highs. And the thing is, we're not spending any, you know, reasonable amount of time to take profits in an orderly fashion into these highs. Every time you pop into the high and make a new high a day, you're being sold off aggressively. So pick up on the characteristics of the small cap gapper that you're trading. If they have a propensity or a tendency to do that, and by that I'm talking about making highs and then retracing really aggressively, then you know you probably should be using resting orders, because unless you're super quick with it, and I'm not, I don't want to be doing that. All right, here we go again. Oh my goodness, Joseph on SOGP. Here we go, we're taking out 50s. We didn't get that high 60s print. So now we're gonna set up at 75. Right on 75, this is the last profit taker I have here on SOGP. So we've got high 50s, and 50, but we don't have any in the 60s, sadly, despite the fact that the high of the day is 65. So now it's showing me 50s, 66, Joey. All right, so now we're not $1 in the money on this one, and we won't be $1 in the money because we're going to take it out at 75 if it hits it. But I think this is still a pretty good trade. It's 70 high right now. So we need about 5 more pennies off the high to get printed. I'm waiting exactly at that 75 penny area. Here's 60 again. Another higher high and higher low on this current 5-minute candle. So the trend, intact for the moment, and has been intact, guys, since the candle that opened up right at 11. So it's been a very consistent higher low, higher high pattern right now in SOGP. Let's see if that continues. Back now to AQB because we still got a lot of shares into this one, and I want to scalp a little bit more here. We're going to wet the beak here just to de-risk a little bit, Joey. Full disclosure, I flattened out break even on PTNM. It got back into that $0.25 and sold again into that $0.25, and that was a lower high. So I said, the hell with that, the heli with that, and I got out pretty quickly.
Absolutely. I'll give you, you know what, bro? I'm going to give you credit. You're really good at finding these momentum names.
I'm not good at it. It's the scanner up top the screen,
yeah,
Joey.
but
I got nothing to do with
but
it.
you still got to put the ticker on your chart and everything along those lines. Also, so I think someone might have turned the air even up more, to be honest with you. Like,
there's no way you're more cool.
Crazy.
What's that, Adira?
I think Joe may be alone in that sentiment because I do not feel any difference in terms of the air. Also, you're in a hoodie, so where is the air entering?
Thanks, Ram. It did get colder. Thank you, Fabian. Like, I'm not just making this stuff up,
Bro,
man.
you're not inside. Sorry, I probably shouldn't say that, but it's funny. It's funny.
Look, she's got the hood on. If I could wear my hood right now, I would. Hoodie Mellow. You guys remember Hoodie Mellow? Yeah.
Joseph Wilson.
Yes, sir. What do you got? $1? Man, money. Yeah, let's go, man. We're starting to cook up there in this TQ short as well, so this is working out pretty good. We want to hit the volume-weighted average price. I have my eyes on all the MEG. Google been going absolutely monster. Is this a new all-time high on GOGS? Let's take a look here.
I think so.
Yeah,
I'm
brother.
pretty sure
Yeah. No one's talking about this here. GOGS, all-time high right there, man. What a monster name. I've been saying, with these mag companies, it's just like every time someone starts talking smack, just buy them because it's better for you. There we go. Bap. I don't even know if I can do that, but here we go. TQ's starting to cook up a monstrous storm here, Sharif. We're going to start piecing out at the volume-weighted average price if we can run into that neck of the woods. The thing is, though, P8 VWAP is different than what I have over here. So data starts at 6 a.m., data starts at 4 a.m. on the other one. So, yeah, we got to keep an eye out on this. But this is what we're talking about. All those losses, unrealized, essentially all wiped out right now. But again, that is unrealized. We're not there just yet. Tesla taking an absolute monster tank. You don't want to get involved in this name just yet. Let's zoom out and take a look from the daily to see what's going on there. Breakout starting to come back in. Horrible registration numbers coming out of the EU. We've seen it in the likes of California a couple months ago as well, too. Registrations down.
Bro, can it get any worse? Are they going to start getting negative cars? Are people going to start returning the cars? Like, what's going on over there, bro?
Let's not beat around the bush on the fact that, yeah, we get it.
Come real with it.
That Tesla obviously is an extremely popular car, but the business is a tough one, man. The car business is a tough
there's no
business,
question about that.
considering what we've seen in the likes of Ford, GM, and some of these American names as well, too. It's a tough business. And you got to think, it's essentially...
I've said it before, and I want to say it again, man. These American influencers that review cars,
like our
dude, and like you can't buy these guys because they've bankrupt cars. We're talking about Fisker, Marquise Brownlee, Marquez Brownlee, excuse me, Doug DeMuro, Forrest something or another. I always forget his name. It's not Forrest Griffin. It's Forrest something or another.
Forrest Griffin.
Anyway, dude, these guys, they speak so highly about these Chinese cars. They do. And, you know, they're not allowed in the United States, so these cars have to be brought in at 100% tariffs, and then they're distributed to some of these reviewers, these car reviewers. And Joe, I mean, you just don't hear them speaking that way about some of the domestic cars.
No, I don't think so. I mean, they're expensive. Everything is extremely expensive. I don't know what the cheapest car you can buy brand new is here, but it's probably north of $25,000.
It's got to be
brand
something
new.
like that.
And I'm talking like the lower end, whatever it is. So yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, it's an extremely tough business, and that's what I always say about Tesla as well. You got to stay forward looking with the name, considering we have robotics and autonomy kind of he has them in the pipeline, and that obviously is going to move the needle if and when he just starts to dominate, considering that we know it takes Waymo over around $250,000 just to make a vehicle, when Tesla can spit them out for 30, 40,
That's
40
the silver
grand,
lining, right?
So,
the silver lining is the Model 2, and we're going to get to all that, obviously, on the news, but it's just tough to see, man.
It is,
you know, because it's all self-inflicted. Let's just call a spade a spade. You know, you may applaud him for speaking his mind when so many CEOs choose not to, and, you know, are super vanilla in exchange, obviously, for stability and everything else that comes with that, but with not speaking your mind. So you may be a proponent of that. And yeah, I can completely see that argument. But you also may be a shareholder of Tesla and have seen, you know, a huge devaluation from the highs that are almost into $500. And you're probably not happy about that. I kind of fall in the middle somewhere, just personally. I'm a Tesla shareholder. I've been a Tesla shareholder going on a year and a half now, maybe a little bit more. And yeah, it's a wild ride. But I also am a big champion of free speech. And we do a lot of that on this show. We speak our minds, quite frankly. And so I definitely see both sides, and I can empathize with both. Hey,
these guys are just lingering in the dark, man. That's my fear. Don't pop around the corner when I'm around, because he might catch a little fade. I remember Obi, I was walking, we'll go to Adair in a second, so I'm walking from the train, and Obi tapped me on the shoulder, and like around the Wellesley train, man, he almost caught it, right? He did this, and I'm like, if any sort of, I'm not even gonna say, if a vagrant were to do that to me, I'd be over. Like, it'd be not even, I wouldn't be like, hey, do that again, and you're gonna have a little bit of an issue. But there we go. Adair, what do you got going on?
Yeah, and what a transition here. We're going to talk about Bitcoin, which has been mostly in an uptrend since we made these lows back on Monday below that 110,000 level. When I say lows, of course, I mean local lows. That is just above that 108,500 for BTC. Now, we are struggling a little bit to hold up at 112,500, but generally speaking on the daily chart, you know, we are still near these highs, and we're still making these higher highs and higher lows if you zoom back to this double bottom around 74,000 back in April. Now let's talk about American Bitcoin. Now, American Bitcoin is a company that is going to be going public via a special purpose acquisition corp. They're going to be merging with Griffin Digital Mining. Apparently, they're set to go public as of early December. If you're looking to trade Griffin Digital, is GRYP is the ticker. That's GRYP. Now, again, Donald Trump's sons, Donald Jr. and Eric, have actually backed American Bitcoin, and the vast majority of the company's shares are actually held by the Hut 8. Hut 8 has, I'm seeing anywhere from 80% to 98% of these American Bitcoin, or I guess where they own not 80%, 98% of American Bitcoin, because it hasn't gone public yet. So yeah, keep an eye maybe on Hut 8 with this as well. This is the CEO of Hut 8, Asher Ganoot. But either way, keep an and GRYP, soon to be American Bitcoin. Again, early September is where they're expecting for that merger to be completed. And it is worth noting here that we have some interest from the Trump sons. And of course, a large majority of this company is owned by Hut 8. Back to you.
For that, Adara, that's interesting. That Joseph and I were talking off camera right now. And we're like, it's funny, nobody owns the trademark or the copyright for the name Bitcoin. Well, decentralized, so anybody can just use Bitcoin in their company name. Can't do anything about it, which is super interesting because I never had considered that until that point. All right. What's his name there? Who's that?
Who's that? Tell him.
No. It's good. It's good. This guy's ready to fight today. I can tell.
Okay. When I'm cold, man, you know what I mean? It's just like, hey, we got to warm up somehow. You know what I mean? No, at the end of the day, guys, we're getting a little bounce in some of these bigger names, and you can see that being reflected here in the NASDAQ 100, the TQ's double leverage right here. So, yeah, we started piecing some out. VWAP was the primary target. I am still holding on to a little bit. Maybe we can add into this position as well, too. I'm frustrated because
Katina Man's $10 in the money on Tesla, right?
Yeah,
That's ridiculous.
He's crushing it. That's the thing, right?
So
just one big trade on the day, and that was an example in which we seen yesterday. Is that I was chopped throughout the whole day, and then right around 1 o'clock is when I had the ability to kind of just bounce and put in a solid one. So I'm happy that this worked out, but again, it's just not big enough. I didn't make this position big enough.
She's giving me the finger, Katina, man. Like, isn't that like a fireable offense or something?
Yeah.
Jeez.
Gotta talk to HR about that one.
HR's over here, bro. That's the thing. HR's over here.
Is that HR?
Yeah, that's HR.
Can I get in on that?
You could? All right.
Can I be HR?
Oh, wow. All right.
All right. HR guy.
Buvin, BTAI, not looking bad, Buvin. At the high, the day 4.25. Shout out to you, Buvin. I'm throwing that on the side chart. We're not going to execute on it now. I just want to cover the settings for my scanners. So I'm going to bring this down. Everybody's going to have different scanners and different settings. Okay, but mine are super simple. I'm looking for the top percentage gainers. If you're able to, kind of load up these packaged scanners, top percentage gainers, top percentage losers, most volume, most active, halted, closest to limit, up, down. There's just so many pre-programmed ones that you can choose from. So I choose top percentage gainers. And then I add my filter. They're super simple filters. I filter everything below 85 pennies. So my minimum base price will be 85 pennies. The reason for that is I just want to know about the ones that are on the way to $1. I try to avoid trading the ones south of $1. Some days are light and we'll end up getting involved in those, but I try to avoid them. So 85 pennies, the idea here is just to have anticipation of the ones getting into the $1. Then I also filter by minimum volume. I don't want to see the ones that are gapping up a ton of percent, but doing like a few 100,000 shares on the day, at 2 o'clock. That's not really the move. So I filter by volume and I put minimum 250,000. The reason I put 250,000 and not a million, which is really my real base, is because I want to know about the ones that are making the move in the pre-market. So in the pre-market, sometimes they're just warming up and they really haven't printed a million shares of volume yet. That doesn't mean they're not going to be good. So I put 250,000 and I put 85 pennies. That's really it. Okay, with respect to the filters. Then I kind of go on a little bit more. Let me just move this up. And then I choose the columns, right? The data that I want to see for the small cap gapper. So obviously I have the price, I have change percentage, but I also have change percentage from open. Why do I do that? Because change percentage starts populating from 4 a.m. Change percentage from open starts populating at 9:30. So this one, for example, SOGP is up 65% from 9:30, but up 105% from 4 a.m. So I like those data points. Then I have the gap scanner, the gap percentage, excuse me. The gap percentage is telling me how much it's open, what percentage it's up versus what it closed out yesterday. Then I have the volume. I have average volume to get an idea of how much volume more it's doing today than it typically does. And I also have the 5-minute volume. I want to know if this one's been doing volume now recently or was doing volume earlier on. Maybe the best trade's behind it. So I want to see that volume profile. Is it increasing or is it decreasing? So those are the ones that I have on. There's just so many more that I can put on there. And trust me, there's quite a bit, and it can be a little bit of an overload. But yeah, play around with that, see what works for you guys. And those are just basically the settings that I have on. So Yeah, that's it there. I also want to look at PSTG for one of our viewers. I forget which viewer asked me, but he asked for a long-term perspective, PSTG. So let's look at that. First of all, it's called Pure Storage. It's a $25.75 billion market cap. It looks like it reported yesterday in the aftermarket because it spiked up at 405, typically news or an earnings report. Thank you. So it continued up above that $70 area. It spiked up to 73. It absolutely holds yesterday's aftermarket move and then frickin' some on the way to $80, $79.19. So that's the 2-day look on PSTG. Let's go to the daily. Let's get an idea of what this one's been doing. Well, guess what, man? This one had its worst year like many stocks did in 2022. But since that time, oh baby, we've been moving up. And since the lows in 2022, this thing's up 250%. Not the biggest I've ever seen, but not bad. It definitely had some consolidative times here with that double top back in May and November of 2024. But look at that. We cleared it. And unless there was a previous all-time high, I think we are at all-time highs. In fact, we are. This is the weekly. There's the double top on the weekly. And there's the monster price spike from $58 the low yesterday or this morning, excuse me, 55 low yesterday to 79.19. Looking to take out more. It's up 30 freaking percent. For a $25 billion name. So guess what? It looks fantastic. I don't know anything about their business other than the fact that they do storage, but the price on the price chart usually tells you not all, but a lot of what you need to know.
Yeah, it definitely tells you a lot of what you need to know. There's no questioning that. So yeah, all right, guys, we got to break even here on TQs. I think I'm going to try to get back in, right? So if we do get any squeeze above this level, fail to construct a new high of the day, so that would be putting in a lower high, then maybe we can get the continuation. So, yeah, there it is, just holding that level relatively well. So it's unfortunate that we just got stopped out break even there, but I think there's going to be another opportunity for us to get involved. Now, let's take a CRM. Yeah, let's take a look at Salesforce here.
Got it, Joey.
Salesforce, yeah, continuously grinding higher. I don't know why it does it. Sharif, on some of my charts, it'll show VWAP, and then the other sometimes it'll be like, hey, I can't display VWAP. See how it's giving us
because
that
you're using, you know what I'm talking about. You're using advanced charts.
Yeah,
I'd never have a problem with the other ones. I don't
know
why
you think it'd be a little advanced.
They don't even look advanced. They're just TradingView.
Yeah.
It's TradingView's API.
Exactly. Yeah, I'm pretty sure exactly what it is. But I mean, it should still work half decently.
I agree.
Yeah, you know what I mean? So,
of course. Yeah.
Come on, man.
That.
Shout out to. I watched a little bit of some earnings report yesterday and some Tasty Trade individuals on what I forget his name, Sonsonoff or something like that. I'm sure Adara remembers. But at the end of the day, he's just talking about NVDA and how it was going to probably stay within its expected move to the downside. So yeah, he was 100% right on that one. It seems to be the case. But now we just need some of these mags to start cooling off a little bit here, guys. So there it is: Google, Microsoft, Apple. This was NVDA, and then we have Amazon and Tesla. But there it is: market starting to take an additional leg lower there, Sharif.
All right. Shout out to Nubian Rack. She wants me to look at SoFi. So let's have a look. SOFI. It's fantastic. Who can say anything bad about this? 3 3/4 on the day, respecting the 10 EMA like a dang glove. Up into $26 territory, $25.97. That's the 5-minute, obviously, on SoFi. Let's flip. Let's go to the hour, get a wider perspective. So I'm assuming this 26.62 was all-time highs. Let's take a quick look there. Yeah. Well, let's just double check here because, Chamath and whatever. No, we're not. After the D-SPAC, we're still south. We're real close, guys. Real close to that all-time high. That all-time high manifested on the week of February 1st of 2021. It got all the way up to 28.26 exactly. The high of the day today, 26.61. The high of the day this week, because I'm looking at the weekly, 26.61. So we're real close here to all-time highs. That looks like a hell of a rounded bottom. You could even make an argument for a cup and handle with this outlying area over here because of the tariff tantrum. So I probably would be biased to say that this cup part of the cup and handle, or the handle part of the cup and handle, probably would have held up if we hadn't sold off aggressively in April as a result of the market pulling back. But it recovered as quickly and then some. So SoFi, I really don't have anything bad to say about the company. I think that they are they're on a solid footing, just from my understanding and my perspective of how things are going. But on the day, look, Nubian, it's beautiful. I pick it up off the 10 EMA, if that's what you're asking. Let's see if there are any resistance levels you need to be concerned about. Yeah, it looks like 26 is probably going to be a bit annoying just because it's a support level from not yesterday, but the day prior. We were using 26 as support multiple times there midday. Implied balance open, held 26. It held 26 all throughout the day. Then all hell broke loose when the market started selling off on Tuesday into the afternoon. It lost 26 and it hasn't regained it since. So, yeah, I'd be looking for resistance at 26, but if it clears that, yeah, you're good.
Good stuff there. Yeah, I knew he sold Sink or Swim, but Think or Swim. But I didn't know for that much. So good, congratulations to him. 400 milli, so 400 sheets for that one. So that's a big time deal. And he's still out here trading options, which is very, very, married to the game, I guess, at the end of the day. Tesla continuing to bleed. So Katina Man just printing up a storm.
Crazy.
He's still kicking it here. So never mind the sauna or anything along those lines. When you're this hot, you don't need any of that stuff. So, all right, nice, good look there. And then also we got Google starting to come back in as well too. But yeah, keep flushing, brother. There's none of that stuff around here. Boom, sell it all. All right, what should we look at here? Let's take a look at some options chain stuff, considering nothing crazy going on right at the moment. So Donald Trump, please tweet something or say something absolutely ridiculous. Well, I need him to. I need it right now, Adara. I need him to just come out and
start that.
Yeah,
we got enough to do without having to watch what the man tweets. We already have Caroline Levitt coming through at 1 p.m. today. Maybe that'll provide some excitement. I am okay with him staying quiet on the truth front.
Caroline.
I need him to say something absolutely ridiculous and like the hottest take possibly out there. Let's take a look at Microsoft's options chain here to see what we got going on. If we're going to find anyone of a bounce or a floor, let's go to next week's expiration cycle. Any substantial levels on the put side? I'm not seeing anything from an OI aspect. And then over here on the call side, nothing crazy as well. To go to the king of the chip space, that is going to be Nvidia, 185, 93,900. So there we go. We have a call wall right there. So that can be a continuous flush on that specific price level. 184.50 is where we ran into earlier in the day, and sure enough, we've rejected that level, Sharif.
All right, a couple of things to update you on. So SOGP is still going. So we've been done this one for a minute, but it's still going. Let me just bring in the side charts because I want to cover a new one here. So SOGP topping tail. So be on the lookout right now. Topping tail into 839, and then all hell is breaking loose to the downside. But as we've talked about many times in the past, these topping tail candles are not the end all and be all on small cap gappers. It is not the same thing as seeing it on Tesla, Microsoft, Apple. It just doesn't mean the same thing, okay? So doesn't mean it won't tank, but I just wouldn't put all the stock into one candle on a small cap gapper. It's still holding 7.5, which, believe it or not, is still a higher low relative to the prior candle. So SOGP giving back a little bit here, but absolutely rocketing up on the day. But there's another one. And I'm going to get to yours in a second, Bovin. But RZ, or RZ, for all my American friends out there, RZ LV is going nicely, about 15 3/4. It's not up like that much on the day. RZ LV, let's just throw that ticker on there. 361 high a day. As you can see, that green line unpenetrated. It has not been breached. So this one, I would say, look to pick it up off that. Otherwise, we will pause for a second. We'll send it to Adara at the big desk for breaking news. It might not plug.
Behind Eli Lilly, I'm seeing Sky News report that the company is going to be discounting the cost of its weight loss drug, Mounjaro, in UK pharmacies amid a price hike. Apparently, a confidential document is actually showing 83 pound savings on the maximum dose of Mounjaro. So again, Eli Lilly on watch. Sky News reporting a discount for the cost here of Mounjaro in these UK's pharmacies amid a price hike. So interesting story there. If I get more details, I'll let you guys know. But again, British weight loss drug price watch for LLY. Back to you.
Thank you. RZLV is taking out highs. Here we go. It just popped through 360, 364, 17% now. So this one is continuing to go very, very consistent in the higher high, higher low pattern. Keep your eye out on this one. But I want to bring the one that Bovin brought to my attention, BTAI. Oh, look at this, Joey. We're long this in the sim from 290.
Ooh.
We've got 100 shares only, though. That's not that much. So BTAI, great look here, Bovin. It sold off very aggressively yesterday. It looks like it got going there at 7:30. Not sure what that was about. I can go back and look at the news blotter, but that's not really here nor there at the moment. Pops up into $7. Then by the time 8 o'clock comes around, this thing's like lost half its value or thereabouts. It closed out at 8 p.m. yesterday at 386. Let's see what that percentage move is. This thing was down 45% yesterday. So where are we off to this morning's lows? We're up 18% off this morning's lows, not yesterday's 8 p.m. close. So it's not a bad look on the micro time frame, but when you're looking at the macro, certainly you're going to encounter some resistance levels here. The first one I'm thinking about is that 12:30 p.m. spike yesterday at 440. It could be 4 1/3 to 440. You can expect resistance there. If we really clear that area, then I'd be looking at 4 3/4. You have an area over here that 4 3/4 found support at, and you also have it over here right at 8 a.m. 4 3/4, 4 3/4, say maybe to 490. You're going to get some resistance there initially, but doesn't mean it won't continue to go up. Up 6.6% this morning, Joey. But there goes our ZLV into 369er. It is now up 18 2/3. There's 370, another high of the day. This is squeezing up, and it looks awfully good. Time for me to load it up on the trading screen.
All right then. Let's take a. Someone's saying XRP about to dump. That's the 2X right here. So yeah, it is getting smoked right now. Let's go to UXRP. I believe that's just the. No, we don't even get that around here. All right, so that was short-lived. Wow. Okay, so a high of $68. You're now down 45%. Havana Woody. EPA, my friend, EPA, what is going on here? That is not a good look in some of these, especially in these 2x leveraged ETFs, man. You got to be really, really cautious, especially when you're in bearish territory, because you just get absolutely your bell rang on that one. So holding on to those 2x levies. So extremely, extremely dangerous game to be playing with that one. So, all right, what are you guys looking at? Let me know if there's anything that's popping, continuously trading higher. Let's take a look. Let's head back to the quantum space to see what IonQ is up to. We'll head to the 5-minute. I got it on the daily. Still hovering around those highs. I like our chances on this potential short signal right here. So maybe we'll get involved in this. We have that. We have this engulfing candle right here, and then an additional strong print. So maybe we get that move back in towards the volume weighted average price. But if you continuously knock on this door and then it doesn't crack, then you might have to just get out of that trade. But risk profile is relatively defined. It's pretty wide, 70 cents. That's quite a bit. So maybe we'll just have to size down a little bit, and once it starts working, then we can build into full size. Adair, what do you got for us?
Keep an eye on Disney and Keurig Dr. Pepper here. Bit of an interesting catalyst. Apparently, I'm just seeing a note here on X. Keurig Dr. Pepper and Disney advertising are joining forces to, quote, redefine the playbook for connected consumer experiences. This is a story I would like a lot more context on, so if and when I get that, I'll let you know. But apparently, they are doing an advertising partnership involving weekly integration. So KDP and Disney on watch. Back to you.
Been at Disney World or Disneyland?
When I was really young,
Same,
yeah. When I was really young, I went on the House of Terror or whatever it is, where you got
Florida or LA?
Florida,
Orlando.
Tower of Terror. Thank you, Adair. Yeah, I did that one, and then a couple other rides.
I hit Epcot Center. Epcot? That was it. It was all tech stuff.
Yeah. So you got to make the venture back. But my friend was telling me that is the one in Florida. I mean, both of them are just ridiculously expensive. It's like $1,000 a day just to get in the door, and you have to do multiple days and stuff there.
Yeah, well, that's the thing. So went to the one in Orlando when I was 12 or 13.
Yeah.
And then I went to the LA one in 2015. Took the nephew and the niece. And that was pretty cool, bro. But as you said, it was just like you got to bring a lot of money.
You got to bring a lot of money. Yeah, I remember a lot. Well, I remember quite a bit there. My grandma made me eat some Kraft dinner. I'm not good with eating.
You didn't get any churros, bro?
Brother, I didn't know. At that time, I didn't even know what a churro was. I was probably like 9 or 10.
It's the world's most expensive churro. That's what I noticed.
Well, did you see what Wonderland was doing?
What?
So,
funnel cakes?
No, but okay, so you know how there's the pizza outside of Wonderland? So it's like if you're hungry, you go there. It's across the street, everybody goes there. So the pizza outside of it started charging the Wonderland prices because everyone was going there. And it's like, it's not the same. It doesn't hit the same as the Wonderland pizza.
We should visit them, Joey. Visit them and straighten them up. Yes.
Yeah.
There's also the wing spot across the place from Wonderland if you want like the de-inflationary prices. That's what my friend and I will do. We'll just get like a drink, get a pound of wings, and then walk right back to Wonderland. So pizza is not the only option, guys.
Hey.
There you go. Pizza is not the only option.
Is there any protein anywhere around Wonderland? Any discounted protein?
Discounted? No, you're not going to get the discounted. I mean, you can probably find some tenders somewhere along those lines for $30.
Joey, I just need to bring this to everybody's attention. Guys, OPAD is breaking out. It's not just the RZLV show or the SOGP show. It's OPAD. It's up almost 60%, and here we frickin' go. We're above 5. We're into that 5 1/3. So now you better bet your bottom dollar your boy is going to be weaseling in here if we get a retracement into that $5 area. So there we go, OPAD. It seems like it's small cap gapper day today because there's a lot going. A lot of them are at highs. They're not pulling back. They're holding technical areas. Make those type of observations.
Wow.
What?
No, this is a great.
Yeah, bro,
great
it's just
breakout.
continuing to go, man. It's a rocket ship right now. OPAD is the one I'm talking about. This one's on the New York, guys. We're going to pause for a second, send to Tara. She's got news.
Keep an eye on Intel. Intel CFO making some comments here during an investment conference saying that apparently the company has received $5.7 billion in unpaid CHIPS Act grants, but that they're being transferred to the U.S. government stake. Unlikely that this is anything that's going to be super moving. It seems like basically what we already knew. The U.S. government is transferring the CHIPS Act money to their stake in the company. But either way, it's worth noting INTC CFO apparently speaking right now, guys. If you're in this name, be aware. Back to you.
Cautious when Lip-Bu is about to speak.
People don't forget.
People don't forget. People do not forget, Sharif. I can tell you that.
Oh God! Just tell us, Adara. Just come in.
Yeah. Okay, so the Intel CFO just said something pretty wild, and I'm just going to read the quote.
Read it.
This is about the CHIPS Act. There were certain concerns around whether we would hit any of these milestones surrounding their CHIPS Act funding milestones. So that is a bit concerning.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm sure they're very happy now that they just have the stake and they don't have to worry about the CHIPS Act. But either way, yeah, a CFO of Intel saying that they had a lot of issues about whether or not they would be able to meet their milestones with regards to the CHIPS Act. They're at a Deutsche Bank conference right now.
We made this argument many times. They weren't reaching the milestones and they were getting the money anyway. And now that the U.S. government's invested in the company, you think they're going to hold back money from them? I mean, that was the whole thing.
Yeah, I'm saying the same thing. I actually think that they're just going to probably continue to not meet the milestones. I mean, maybe Lip-Bu Tan will do a little bit better. We know that he didn't like how Pat Gelsinger was running the show, and that's why he left the board about 9 months before he became CEO. But yeah, I mean, Lip-Bu, we'll have to see what he does here.
Thank you, Adara.
Let's get down to the point.
Go, Joey.
Can Intel ever recover from this? I don't know. Do you think?
Okay, so in one of the videos I made an argument.
Yeah.
I said, if the U.S. government takes a stake in Intel, not just the fact that they have an ownership stake, Joey, but they want control over the production, the manufacturing of advanced semiconductors. They don't want to be in the position where they're relying on Taiwan Semi only to, God forbid, find the People's Liberation Army in Taiwan, okay? Or on the way to Taiwan and, nationalizing all that stuff. Yeah, sure, Taiwan Semi has a fab in the States and they have fabs overseas as well. You don't want to rely on that because a lot of the times they bring their own people to those fabs to actually do the work. So that's number one. So if that's to be the case, and they want to rely on a domestic chip manufacturer, they may start bullying the hyperscalers to stop buying from Taiwan Semi and to buy from Intel, right? And if you find yourself in that case, right, you're definitely gonna get pushback from the hyperscalers. Why? Because they already tried Intel's products. They don't want it, Joseph. They don't want the 14A. They don't want the 18A. They don't want nothing.
They don't want anything to do with it. So no,
that's the only thing.
No, I think it's a matter of. I don't know if it'll ever be delisted or anything along those lines, but I wouldn't be surprised if they go bankrupt or something. So yeah, tough look in Intel. All right, guys, Tesla potential signal here. I mean, considering that we've just been bleeding all day, are we going to get a bounce? It's extremely weak, so you don't want to look for too much key support and resistance levels, I think is something to aim for. And I don't think it's going to turn around on a dime. So wait for this level to be broken, and then maybe we can get some more indecision prints on the lower time frames as well too. So there's a couple. So we're slowly starting to form these hammers and trying to stop this downward trajectory, but it's going to take a little bit more and maybe some more time. And if the NASDAQ wants to start bleeding aggressively, then it's going to be even more trouble for Tesla. So just be aware of what was going on. And also, it's unfortunate that I didn't add right here. That was the ideal thing. Again, we took the break-even stop out when that should be an addition. So we're just going to try to continue to learn from our mistakes. And that was wrong right there, because I mentioned as a primary target is going to be the volume-weighted average price, and we ran right into that door, and then I got stopped out about 30% of the position right there. So that's what we're cooking up. Google and all the mag names still relatively strong, with the exception of Tesla. And what's Nvidia up to currently? To do south of the volume-weighted average price. So we have Microsoft north of it, Google north of VWAP, Apple north of VWAP, Amazon north of it, and then Nvidia and Tesla bigly south of that. Bigly of that one. So yeah. Shout out to all of the chip names. But guys, we got this downtrend, which I'm liking. So we're starting to form this somewhat of a wedge, right? Okay. It's not the cleanest. You don't want to force the pattern either. So we'll just go off of the intraday lows. And then we also have this continuous downtrend being formed. So if we break either or, I'm going to look for the move in that specific direction. And there goes Tesla. Oh. So maybe we'll try to get involved on somewhat of a bounce here. Right. If it cracks the lows, oh no, did I? No. Oh, I hate it when I do that. All right, Sharif, take it over.
Yeah, for sure. All right, guys, OPA day, we're involved. I think we've got 17s. No, we've got 15.5s. We just wet the beak there at 30s. I'm looking for continuity here. 28s, the seller at 28s keeps coming back. We breached 28 momentarily, but you could tell it was a level, whatever an algo was using. I still have a resting order, as you can see there, unfilled. That aqua, cyan line and circle there on your screen, that's sitting at 505. I'm looking to defend $5. We're doing it live right now, back into my level. It goes. So let's see if we can get that hold or even maybe a fill and then a pump back up. So looking for continuity here on OPAD. But on my screen, I see RZLV continuing to freaking go into the high dates, up 374 now. But I got to pack my patience here with OPAD because it's coming back into 10s. And I actually have my dip trade there at 7s, not 5s, excuse me. So I misspoke. 14 showing up now, so we're a penny out of the money now, break even. Looking for continuity here and a hold of a level. I wonder how many more cups of mine she'll break. Yeah. So we'll continue to watch that. You okay?
Yeah.
You're tired. Yeah.
No. I was just looking. I was just kind of doing something there.
Oh, all good.
Just good. I'd be kind of cursing at myself. So essentially, I'll tell you guys what the mistake is. I didn't change one of my level 2s. So I have 2 L2s, one that I can just put buy and sell orders, but I never switched one. And then what I did is I meant to hop into Tesla, and then I just punched extremely heavy on NVDA, and now I'm going to take a big time loss on this one. That's.
You want me to take over?
Yeah, please.
Okay, all right, here we go, guys. Let's just de-risk a little bit more here at 20s on OPAD. Looking for this one to hold, man. I'm really annoyed that I didn't get my fill. I mean, this held to the penny, guys. The area of resistance, previous area of resistance was 10. This one held up right at 10. Like, that never happens. It usually breaches it by a couple of pennies. That's why I had it at 7s, not 5s, thinking I'm going to get the money fill. Sucks to be me. So we don't get the full fill here. We'll go with 2/3 of the position we wanted. Still in the money and profitable on it. Looking for more, though, man. Looking straight up for more. All right, Party P. I like this name. Shout out to Party P, man. He looks like he's a good time guy. Hey, Sharif. Thanks for the insights on the average volume profile earlier. I appreciate y'all. Hope you two print up multiple storms, my man. OPA freaking D, my man. I like you already. Shout out to you. And I appreciate the kind words. And I hope you're printing up multiple storms on that side of the screen as well, my man. Otherwise, I mean, you know what? We doing this thing. We could just be punching into positions at our own desk here. We don't need to be on live, Joey. So, yeah, we're obviously hoping that you print up multiple storms as well. All right, continuing to watch this area. Joey, looking for that move back up into 5 1/3. We still haven't got that 5 1/3 touch. It's coming back down now. The 10 EMA is right at 502. I will allow this to fill at 507. If it loses 5, that's where I'll get out. Okay, so let's go ahead and set that up now. So we'll have that many shares triggering at 07. We've got that many shares right now. So we can sit here and we'll put it at 97s. And then if it loses that level, it's all over. It's really that simple. So keeping my eye on that and looking for more. I also want to mention BTAI, right? BTAI was also a good looking one as well. Is this on the NASDAQ? Yes, it is. So shout out to you, Bovin, because this is the 10 EMA on BTAI. And it looks like it's been holding the 10 EMA all freaking day. And we're 2 pennies off the high, 1 penny off the high, now showing 25s that is, on the level 2. So Bovin, I don't know how you feel about this, brother, but we're stair-stepping up. And I'm thinking I want to, take this one back up, possibly into some technical areas that we talked about from yesterday's price action. So let me know how you're looking at this, Bovin. I'm talking about BTAI. But for the moment, we're going to send you to Adair at the big desk with happening now. Then Neil, he's dropping that Neilage, baby, for his lesson of the day.
Let's go.
Here is the market, the NASDAQ trying to push a little bit higher here. We're seeing some higher highs and higher lows. And let's talk about what are some of the catalysts on watch today. Of course, we did get that better than expected GDP print, which came out at 8:30 a.m., 3% versus 3.3% expected. Tomorrow morning, it'll be even more exciting numbers. PCE coming out at 8:30 a.m., then at 10 a.m., we will be getting the University of Michigan Consumer Sentiment. So both these are very closely watched numbers. They're both numbers that are often mentioned by the Fed. So this could get pretty interesting. Also on watch are these ongoing EU-US trade deals, the EU scrambling to come to some kind of solution here. The other thing on watch as well, with regards to, I guess, the more macroeconomic side, is Fed's Lisa Cook filing a lawsuit after Trump announced her ouster via a Truth Social post on Monday night. Let's talk about Nvidia. Nvidia did beat its EPS and revenue estimates during their earnings report. They didn't quite make this expected move, though, but a little bit choppy this morning for Nvidia. There are still, of course, some concerns with regards to their gross margin and the guidance, so they maintain their gross margin guidance heading into the rest of the year. They're still expecting roughly mid 70% gross margin to close out the fiscal year. Let's talk here about Intel as well. INTC and watch. You can check out these infographics on X at TTV Research, by the way, if you're into more visual representations of data. But Intel just on a steady decline here for annual revenue, and we had their CFO today at a conference saying that they were very concerned about whether or not they'd be able to meet the milestones with regards to their CHIPS Act funding. That CHIPS Act funding, though, at least $5.7 billion worth, has been transferred to the U.S. government's stake in the company. This things we already kind of knew, but the context about Intel's concerns about that funding, pretty significant. Over to Neil and his lesson of the day. Make sure to like and subscribe if you enjoy the content, and keep your ears ready for what Neil is ready to tell you. Back to you.
Get it, Adara. Thank you very much, and welcome to the lesson of the day, which is apparently it's going to take me a long time to finish this tilapia with potato and my salad. To get halfway through this fish, I'm not going to lie, it's already been like 20 minutes. It's like, I'm going to eat it. It's a protein in the lunch, so I'm going to eat it for sure. But, like your palate, sometimes you got to be particular. And on earnings days, you need to be even more particular. I think a lot of times, when we see on a day where there's not a lot going on, or maybe a stock doesn't have a particular catalyst, you can do like multiple trade ideas. Following the trend can be easier. But on earnings, it's going to be a little bit more sharp, a little bit more distinct. A lot of big actions going to go through. So 3 names. I'll end with Nvidia, but start out with Snowflake, because if you were really particular about Snowflake, I already slapped a fail on myself for throwing on to X. Hey, 230 break. It happened. It didn't happen at the open, and ultimately, I have a rule about if it doesn't break out at the open and gets to a certain price, I cancel breakout trades, like that kind of a thing. But it should have been put back in, because really, when you looked at what this stock did, there was the local high, the 52-week high at 230. And then 2 years ago, 240. And I promise you, well, maybe someone else is going to find something cleaner. Yes, at the open, it dipped into, look at the dip. Let's be real. The stock was falling back in rather heavily. Bounced off 220. So like I said, I have a rule about when it's certain distance away from the breakout price, I'm canceling the order because I don't want to forget about it and then it breaks out that high. But you look at the one time at the one price area to transact and then the 240 level. You got guess by the dip at 220, but that's not that clean. But pretty clean through that 230 into the 240. Now, sometimes you'll regret and might have that one spot to take the trade and you miss it. On CrowdStrike, I think for a lot of people that you could make the argument that that was last night, but it's a very similar story with CrowdStrike. Right? Because if you think about it, the bottom got put in and it gapped above, and if you were looking for the dip buy back in this top zone, you didn't get it. The clean breakout did happen, and when you go to the higher time frame on CrowdStrike, where did it go? Like you were just essentially, once you knew you were long, you were riding it into that 440 level area. I mean, 39 technically. But it got pretty close to that price and reversed. But you were pretty long clean in a breakout into that price. There was no need to do anything else. That being said, neither one of those were the two names that we were the most interested in. It was always going to be Nvidia. And the way that you survive Nvidia today is to be as precise as you can with your entry points. Because unlike the other two, they both cleanly broke out the top, right? Nvidia, on the other hand, did not break out the top. So in this particular case, you can like everything you want about it and want to be looking for the long in Nvidia, but it could not take out the top and be clean for a breakout like both of those two other big earnings names. In this particular case, when I say be specific, to me that always just means try to transact it in an area that I know if that area fails, I'm not sitting there fighting the stock. Right? So if 184 is not going to go and hold above and break out over, then 82, down here at 77, try it when it regains this 79 area at the volume weighted average price, and you don't see me trying the long anywhere else. Why? Because it's a failed break. Like the overall structure of this is pre-earnings, there was a monster seller at 184. Post-earnings, the seller won at 930. So the higher time frame's telling you this one wasn't a breakout trade. So you got to get particular about it. If you're going to be particular about Snowflake 230 break and hold at 240, then you got to be really particular about how you try to catch a falling knife in Nvidia. And maybe we get a second shot at 177. What do you think I would do if it loses 177? Some bounce at 75. Maybe you take a shot there. We had a close around that price. Might make some sense. Or even like a 72. Like you've just got to be very, very patient to try to go station to station when it's not going to be clean. Otherwise, as I said, you end up fighting the stock for too long and you can get yourself in a world of hurt. Not every earnings play is going to be clean like Snowflake was. It's not always going to look like this. Like, it rinsed everyone at the bottom, but it doesn't matter. The breakout was still absolutely clean, one step to the next step. If Snowflake had failed that and started filling in the gap, like where do you think you're waiting long? I mean, I'd be waiting to try it here. I'd be waiting to try it here. I'd be waiting maybe to try it all the way at break even. But everywhere in the middle, it's just patience, 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 especially post-earnings, because that's when price discovery is happening. And the greater the price discovery, the greater the volatility, and you can't just be sitting there layering into things going against you when you're in that type of a state. When you're past earnings and you've got way more established levels and you've seen buyers come in post-earnings and you're confident about it, that's a different story, everybody. And by the way, before I get out of here, can we just all give a big salute to SoFi breaking $26 as we speak? Shout out to SoFi being up 4%. Get it, SoFi. But be particular in your trades on earnings. If it's not going to be clean for those breakout trades, you have to transact at only the precise times and the best moments. So just sit there waiting. We waited for Nvidia to show that curl off 177 and did nothing until it did. Sometimes you have to just sit there on your hands, wait for the perfect entry, and not just fight that stock. Earnings days are always big, but how you trade them can sometimes define your week, maybe even your month. Go get them midday. Go get them, SoFi.
I like that.
Go
get it, Neil.
Boy. Get him, boys. Get him. There we go. Tesla's bouncing off of those lows. I didn't even see my boy Gorev in the chat today.
Joseph, I got to cover this.
Go ahead,
I got to cover
man.
this. All right, SLGP.
It's pretty. It's so pretty.
Boom, man. This thing is on a rampage, Neil. 133% and frickin' going. Look at multiple entries, guys. That was the $8 break. It was a bull flag with the top end of the flag at $8. It broke it decisively. I got in, scalped up into a third, added into that 40 penny area. Boom, into 80. Look at this thing go. Here we go, 910 high. It's up 137%. Trade it carefully, people. Trade it carefully. It's around for a good time, not a long time. So here we go. Let's see if this one has got the juice to take out 9 on a decisive basis. 910 high, Joey. But the longs don't look like they're done yet. They keep picking it up on every little drop. There is, though, that seller in the high 90s. Someone's dancing. I guess your position is going good at this point.
No, it's not going that good, to be honest. I'm dancing for you, man.
All right, man. I appreciate you there.
And I'm
That's
also
nice of you,
singing,
man.
however do you want. Anyways, all right, guys. Yeah, so it's this is working for us right now. It's Sharif dancing now too. This is working for us, and yeah, we just don't have enough shares, man. Gosh darn it. All right. There we go. And NVDA, this was my mistake there on NVDA when I punched in on this name, but it's starting to get a little bit of a bounce. So I just got out of it at the break of this candle, and then sure enough, starting to slowly curl back over. But I'm looking for, considering I'm involved with Tesla now, I'm looking for a potential pullback, and then we can just add aggressively, because this isn't, I get more frustrated with being in the right trade and not having enough shares that I just punch out, because it's frustrating to know the potential returns of it. So for me, that's where I'm kind of sitting right now. But I'll take it, right? But I did take an ugly loss on that NVDA trade, considering I just punched in full size right away. And then sure enough, yeah, right away on that one. But yeah, Tesla getting a nice little rebound. I'm not looking for a crazy retracement all the way back to the volume weighted average price, but maybe we can run into the top end of this zone. You can see we have a support level right there around 1294 as well too. So you can see we're struggling, and then the defense on the tape is definitely correlating and confirming that. So be patient, retest this level, then a potential add, and then who knows, VWAP would be an absolute dream, because we got Google about to put in a new high of the day. If it does establish one of those, that's going to be a new all-time high from an intraday standpoint on Google. And then we have Microsoft heading back towards the high of the day as well too. Amazon, nice, cool pullback, and then now starting to climb higher once again. NVDA right back up to those levels. I'm not even going to get mad that I was like, oh, I should have held it. I wasn't even thinking about being in that trade whatsoever. I held it for as long as I felt I possibly could, and then I got out of that one. Thank you for reminding me about Meta. Let's see what Meta's been up to. Zuck and Company.
What's he been up to?
Oh, did I type in Zuck? I did.
He's a good wakeboarder, eh?
Zuck is?
Yeah.
I mean, I think you can be good at anything when you have that type of money, and then you can just practice it all the time.
No credit.
Yeah,
You're giving him no credit.
No, I'm giving him credit, because think about it. That guy was doing, it's like Bezos too. Bezos went and got jacked. Obviously was on a little bit of the RT. But yeah, for sure. I mean, that's tough to get at that age. But anyways, to Mark Zuckerberg.
And you could just tell he was bloated.
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
It's just like, because
tummy, right?
test holds water retention.
Yeah.
It's obvious.
And then also with Zuck, you just started hopping into MMA. Like, who thought this guy would have been fighting people and training jiu-jitsu? So shout out to those guys. And I think I would be doing the exact same thing. I'd have a $100 billion yacht, and then I'd be training jiu-jitsu.
20 doctors and physio,
everything.
Personal trainers,
Everything,
all,
brother.
Everything. Bending to your every need.
Think about imagine you have your sick personal gym at home. Imagine if you were Zuck, that gym that you would have.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, exactly.
Clearly.
In every corner of the house, just because. But yeah, really nice curl up in NVDA. Tesla continuing to grind higher. It's unfortunate that we got stopped out on that one.
All right, Alan Noir. Sorry, I can't read. Alan Noir 4, $2 Canadian. Thank you very much, Alan. HS, head and shoulders on Nvidia on the daily. Okay, let's have a look at that. By the way, guys, just before I go on, yeah, it's still going. SLGP, high day, 938, and it's at 930 right now. Oh my goodness, 947, 964, Joseph. Oh, come on. Yeah, it's on a rampage right now. I was just about to punch into 9. These are the micro pullbacks we talk about, guys. I just have to digress because this one is breaking out. It's up 150%, going to 160. There's a seller at 79. It's an 85 high now. SOGP is the ticker. Okay, let's look at NVDA for this head and shoulders pattern. Thank you for the super chat. I don't see a head and shoulders pattern on the daily. Let me just see. Yeah, you said the daily. No, I don't see a head and shoulders pattern on the daily. Definitely a downward channel here, selling off, their deep seek stuff, then the tariff tantrum, and since that time we've been putting in higher highs and higher lows. So I personally don't see a head and shoulders. Joseph Options, do you see a head and shoulders anywhere here?
On that, no.
Yeah, this is the daily on Nvidia.
On
Yeah.
Nvidia, no, I don't see it. No,
I don't. I
don't see
personally
a head
don't
or anything inverse. Maybe if anything, you want to go next. But again, we don't want to force it, right? Like if you feel that you have to force the pattern, then it's not there.
Yeah, I would have to agree with that, Joey. I don't see a head and shoulders here. I think Nvidia's still got more runway, believe it or not. I really do. If this deal between China and the United States can get ironed out, and Donald can speak to Xi and tell him, look, there ain't no back doors in any of these H-20s or B-30As that they're building now for China, and Xi buys that and they start selling to China, I think there's going to be a huge China tailwind. With that, we'll have to wait and see how that ends up going. But I want to bring to your attention 3 stocks that I want to point out for good swing trades. Okay, so the first one, obviously, SoFi. Someone just brought this to our attention. Neil pointing out as well that it took out $26. We're almost back into pandemic era highs. This was when it de-SPACed. Shout out to Chamath. And we're very close. We're about $2 from all-time high. So SoFi, I think this is a really good one. But I also brought this one to you guys as well. Impinj, Pi. This I'm personally involved in, okay? I took a loss on this one initially. I got in, I think, at 190, lost as it broke through the 200 moving average. So I lost about $30 a share. We're up nicely on it now. And this one is all sorts of strong every day, okay? They deal with analog devices, and if you're following AI, analog's back in fashion now. These analog chips that are being used in AI servers. So Impinj, PI, is one that I want to point out. But I also want to point out one that our very good friend Mitch Hoke brought to your attention, Bloom Energy. This thing is freaking rocketing up every day. It had a nice little bull flag here back in November. That's the election pump. And then we consolidated. We sold off a little bit like everything else during the tariff tantrum. And then look what we've been doing since that time. This thing has absolutely exploded. From the lows prior to the election to the high, we're up 500%. Bloom Energy is the name of the company, BE. They obviously deal with a lot of energy, different energy solutions. And my understanding is they're doing quite well because of data centers. So keep your eye on those ones. Those I just want to point out. Good plays that have been doing well as of late. Back to SOGP here, Joey. It is now a 1020 high a day, and it's up 158%, dipping back down now into the mid-80s, mid-80s with a 1020 high. I don't think 1020 is far enough away from 10. Go ahead, Joey.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Are you tapped in there? Yeah, that's all right,
Always
brother.
forget, man.
All right.
Sorry.
Exciting news for Canadian sophisticated traders. Beta Pro by Global X Canada has just launched 6 new triple leverage ETFs, offering 3x bull and 3x bear exposure to the S&P and TSX 60, semiconductors, and U.S. Treasuries. Even better, they're offering a special fee rebate, dropping management fees to 65 basis points until December 31st, 2025. Ooh, okay, right around New Year's. These ETFs also employ currency hedging to seek neutralize U.S. dollar exposure, providing performance that may accurately reflect the underlying U.S. equity indices. If you're a tactical, sophisticated trader looking to amplify your performance, check out betapro.ca 3x daily to learn some more. Yeah, so there it is. Planet Labs, what's up? PL, yeah, let's take a look at Planet Labs there. This might be an ad opportunity, and I'm going to try to get aggressive on this, even though the Qs have put in somewhat of a double top, so I'm just going to eat my words. I love talking because when I'm thinking, it's just my brain is running, and as I'm looking at things, I'm just displaying what I'm thinking. So at the end of the day, Qs failed to construct a new high, but if the MAG wants to continue to climb, there it is. Is that it? Google new high of the day, new all-time high? Oh, right there. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it is. So Google put in another all-time high right there, guys. So a pretty good look. Meta continuing to climb. So it's dangerous to short the Q, so we'll just void that for now. But Tesla, we did take some out, nothing substantial, only 20% right there. So we're holding on to the remain, and then I just got to take the swing. I really feel like swinging the bat today. So yeah, I'm going to try to get as aggressive as I possibly can on this. If it wants to recover, and I mentioned that VWAP is going to be the ultimate dream. I don't know if that name, if Tesla's going to get there, considering you can see that its other peers in the likes of Amazon, Meta, and as the names I just mentioned, are continuously climbing higher and are well north above the volume weighted average price, and we're trading below it, and we're down 2% on the session, which isn't absolutely horrible. We'll take it. But that breakout that we experienced over the past couple of sessions, it's gone essentially. So we're right back into the top end of that range. Let's see if we can get a bounce around that specific level. I'm gonna, yeah, you know what? I gotta do it, man. I gotta do it. So yeah, I'm gonna.
Whatever you're feeling, man.
I gotta. I'm not feeling it. All right. So we'll just abandon that real quick. So again, closer to this specific zone, then that's where I'll add, and then that's where my risk profile can be drastically more defined, and I don't have to risk as much. Considering if I do add aggressively, I'm essentially not wrong until we break this 1277, and that's 20 pennies that I don't necessarily want to give TSLL when my risk to reward is probably going to be roughly around, where's that next level of resistance?
Where's it at?
So it's at 13 flat.
Okay.
And then 1313 as well, too. So shout out to 13.
Yeah, I don't even count 13s on my reps, bro.
Matt Sundin.
Nah, I'm just joking. I said that one time. I totally count them.
I was just.
I wouldn't be that.
Shout out to creatine, because I'm just like repping like 15. It's not overly heavy. 15 shoulder press, 50s, right? 15 reps, 50s, bop, 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 bop. And then I'll just hop into like some leg raises and some
boom, upper body, lower body, upper body, lower body. That gets the test going, and that gets the blood flow going too, bro.
Body weight squats, we'll throw them in there. But shout out to creatine and company.
It's crazy. You got to lower.
You know what's wild? I never started taking
a few hundred.
What?
You got to burn body weight squats. Yeah.
I got a bad knee as well. Too.
Oh,
I can't go heavy. Yeah, I got my meniscus and everything is all torn and everything, so I can't go heavy on those. You know what's funny? I didn't start taking creatine until I turned 30. I wish I took it when I was actually like in competitive sports.
Yeah.
Then it would have been like.
But you got to understand though, like a lot of research has come out lately, like in the past, I want to say 10, 15 years about creatine. Like I remember creatine in high school, and we were like, oh, it's bad for your liver. You got to do it 6 weeks on, 6 weeks off. None of that's true anymore.
No, you just keep taking it.
Yeah, I take it every day, man. Twice a day, 5 a.m., 5:30 a.m., and then I smash it again.
Another one? I take one scoop every morning. I take a nice
creatine's
there.
Solid. All right, guys, OPAD, sorry, I digressed there. OPAD, I punched back into this at 9s, and we scalped up all the way there into 30s. So this one is putting a nice little hold there off that $5 area. Are we positive on this piece of crap? No, we're not. We're positive on the day. But this one did get me in a little bit of trouble on this stop out here. So I don't know. I'm just going to continue to look at this one because it's putting in a good chart pattern, and I don't think it's done. It's a 45 high. We're showing 30s. Clearly, there's a seller in and around that 30 area. But I want to get involved. I'm just concerned here about the lower high and the pattern that could lead to, right? So that's what I'll look at there. I also want to weasel into RZLV. So exactly what I'm going to do now. 1 penny spread. Not bad. We're going to get out if it breaches prior bar low, prior trough or current trough low. That'll take me into 59. So let's go ahead and set up at 358. And we'll set up all the way there and set up some profit takers. 65, Joey, you know where I'm going to wait, obviously. That goes without saying. So we're going to wait there as well. Let's see if we can kind of get a nice little move back on RZLV. See if it works right back up, Joseph.
All right, guys. You've seen Trade the Pool here with us for a while now. And now Trade the Pool has created something special just for you. A free ebook featuring 4 proven swing trading strategies from Trade the Pool's top funded traders. Inside, you'll see exactly how they approach the markets, how they manage risk, and what setups they rely on, so you can learn and grow from what actually works. Download it now by scanning the QR code on screen or hitting the link in the description. Guys, we're going off to Adara with breaking news.
Yeah, keep an eye here on META. It's funny, we were just having this conversation about Zuckerberg. Now I'm seeing reports that apparently Mark Zuckerberg, CEO of Meta, met with Donald Trump at the White House last week and lobbied Trump with regards to the digital tax issue. Then, of course, this week, we got this threat with regards to tariffs and digital taxes. So interesting note there as well. It's worth noting, I'm just seeing here, apparently the Lisa Cook hearing has been scheduled for Friday. A judge has scheduled the hearing with regards to Lisa Cook on Friday. I'm also seeing here some news on IREN. This is just popping up now. IREN's already had a good day. IREN Limited. I'm seeing some speculation here on X that the company's become Nvidia's preferred cloud partner. Again, just speculation right now. Back to you.
Ooh. Great stuff there, Dara. Sorry, Sharif. One second before we send it back. Look at Rigetti and the quantum spaces. Was that what you were about to look at right there?
They tagged us.
They tagged us in that T-Money. Shout out
baby.
T-Money, man. T-City. Yeah, this thing is going absolutely insane. RGTI just going absolute parabolic on the session. Hasn't even pulled back whatsoever. Let's take a look at some of the other names before we send it back to my guy. Starting to head into this realm. This is a really beautiful print right here. Wow, wow, wow. That would be a nice swing trade right there for your boy. So yeah, that's what I've been doing. I'll probably bring up the data one day, but essentially I've just been on the weekend, I'll go through a bunch of tickers and then I'll grade the setup. I'm not obviously going through every single one and saying there's a setup within it, but I'll go and I'll just grade each specific one for potential swing trades, and I'll display kind of the little system that I've been working on with that. QUBT. Oh, okay, this one's not doing too good. Quantum computing.
QBTS usually a bit
better. QBTS a little bit better. But I mean, Sharif, if this downtrend snaps, I think it'll start participating with the rest of its peers. So for me, if I was looking at this, at the crack of this, I would give this like a C+, or that's as high as I would go on this specific, because we do have some indecision, but it's also not participating, all right? So that I always take that into consideration. What is its peers up to within that same sector? And the same thing as D-Wave QBTS right here. Nice indecision print, but not trading as well as we see in an IonQ and RGTI.
Oh, sorry, Joey. All right, guys. Oh my God. SOGP, here we go again. The buying's not stopping, guys. I mean, the algos, the small cap traders, they're still participating. They're piling in, I should say, into this one. We're close to about 75 million shares, almost 75 million shares traded on the day. This one started out its life, guys, in single-digit territory, clearly 367 low. That's the closing print. And here we are, Joseph, with another day high, 1065, and I feel like I'm probably going to be changing that very soon. There it is, 71.90 high. SOGP's got the goods to set this one loose, and here we go, showing the first halt parameter, 1090. It's going to gray out if we stay at this price level for about 5 more seconds. Let's see, 91 on the bid, 91 on the ask, 90 on the bid, and boom. Right away, straight to jail. 1090 halt level tap, showing 91. This is a NASDAQ stock, so we will get a good and accurate theoretical auction price during the halt. Guys, already showing 11, so 10 pennies higher here. Keep your eye on SOGP if you like these small cap gappers. This is the biggest one in the market right now, up 186%. Second place is about, I want to say, OPAD. We've been in and out of that one. Do you have anything you want to cover?
No, Tesla's really working. I'm just devastated on the fact of my share size right now, that's all. But
Don't even, bro.
No, it is what it is, right? Exactly. I'm not gonna cry over spilled milk.
Exactly.
At the end of the day, but yeah, there it is, right? So we grab the bottom off of Tesla. We'll pull up the 5-minute time frame, and it's just working really, really well. And it's unfortunate that I just didn't go as heavy as I possibly could. I just started out with starter position, so it's just quarter risk essentially on that one. Meta grinding higher, so thank you, Adair, for bringing us that. Amazon putting in a new high of the day. Google all-time highs 212.07. Like everybody had this name in the dumps, even myself. You know what, Sharif? I'm gonna be honest. I sold Tesla, Meta, and I sold Tesla.
You didn't even see anything.
Whatever, that's the thing. Tesla. I sold Tesla, Google, and Apple. And I mean, I knew Google was going to be something to hold on. Tesla, otherwise, when you have a CEO who's just all over the map, it's tougher to hold through that stuff. But at the end of the day, I like what my guy Sundar is up to.
Oh, Sundar, he's your guy now. Huh? Yeah. Wait a couple of weeks.
Well, even though I don't even own any of this stock, I like Sundar, man.
All right, shout out to my man Tommy freaking Gunn in the chat. Thanks, SOGP. No. You don't like the Rocky series, Joey.
Oh, is that who Tommy Gunn's from?
Exactly.
All right, cool.
Shout out to Rocky 5. I love this. Shout out to Tommy Gunn in the chat. Man, he's like one of the most sinister characters in Rocky. Like, you could give it up for Clubber Lang. Clubber Lang, he wants to be heavyweight champion of the world. He thinks Rocky's ducking him, right? That's why he doesn't like him. I can get behind that. That makes sense to me. Why the hell does Tommy Gunn not like Rocky? He made you into everything you are, bro. You are nothing without him. You were a bum on the streets of Philly, and he picked you up, cleaned you up, took you home, and gave you his kid's room, you little punk. So how could you not like him? I would say he's the most sinister character in all the Rocky series. So yeah, in case you were wondering how I feel about that, now you know about it. No, but seriously though, shout out to Tommy Gunn in the chat, because SOGP still halted to the upside over here, and now we're showing a top still of $11. Can't really clear that by all that much. Zigging and zagging between the 10 mid-90s and that $11 area. So that's what I'll be keeping my eye on there. I want to see when this one's going to open up. And I'll just give you a little trick. If you're a newer trader and you don't know about it, you quickly look over to the level 2, or sorry, not the level 2, the time in sales, and you come and you look at the last print. The last print, Joey options, 12:27:52. You add 5 minutes on top of that time there, and that's the earliest time we can open on SOGP, but doesn't mean we're going to open up there. It just means it's the earliest time, because they can come in waves of 5. The halt, that is 5 minutes, 10 minutes, 15 minutes, etc.
Good luck there. Yeah, all right, good moment of silence. Should I make the daily goal more achievable, or you think better to make it hard to get? That's a great question, to be honest with you. I mean, I think every day you should try to make it a little bit more complicated, or not complicated, obviously, but maybe stretch for a goal, I think, in my opinion, because you don't want to just you don't want to be stagnant, right? At the end of the day, you want to continuously grow. So if you believe that your system has the ability to kind of scale, and the fact that you want to make that daily goal kind of more difficult or tougher to reach, then by all means continue to do so. I think that's fantastic, and that's how you'll continuously grow. Unless you push those limits, you're not going to have the ability to do so. And then it comes at an expense of things, right? So you're going to take some bigger losses. You have to get comfortable with that. It's going to hinder. So I'll tell you one thing for me personally. When I first started kind of sizing up, even in my swing trading, day trading, you don't operate the same. You don't execute the same, but eventually you will kind of just get back into that comfort zone where it's like, oh, okay, when you used to take 50 shares, you're like, oh, okay, you're stressing when you take 150 or 200 shares, but then eventually you just kind of calm and cool and get back into the gist of things. But just continuously push yourself, especially if you have a profitable system. I think that's the best way to go. There's no questioning that. Now, as for the Qs, nice pop-up there, volume signature. It's going to be one of the largest that we've experienced in the past hour or so, but nothing tells me topping. But at the end of the day, Amazon and Google, they both put in new highs, or double top on Amazon and then Google new high. But this is also a nice inverted hammer candle as well, too, with an isolated volume print, considering that the largest one was at 10:30 in the morning. So maybe you get somewhat of a pullback, but with these names being that strong, it's so, in my opinion, difficult to short them and go against the grain. And that may not be the best trade right there. So I'm going to be patient on this Tesla. I don't know if there's going to be more ad opportunities. I don't even have it up on my secondary chart. So let me take a look at what we got going on. This was the additional ad that I was looking at. Unfortunately, we didn't take advantage of it. But again, more hammers, a nice recovery considering we're only down 2%, a little bit less than that in TSLA, Sharif.
All right, scalping a little bit more here, Joseph, as SOGP is now open. Yeah, this wasn't a good trade. I mean, I should have been, I tried to punch in at 11. It didn't let me. I chased it. Once I chased it, I felt differently about the trade because it wasn't the level that I wanted. So I didn't take exactly a lot on this, but it's positive nonetheless. And here we go. 69 the high. I like that. Here we go. 83 the high, Joseph Wilson. And that's going to change. 89 the high now. Here we go. SOGP now up over 200% and going on 210 with an 11. 89 high of day. We're, a few pennies removed from that, going into the 60s. So let's see exactly how long this goes on for. Oh, today's a Champions League draw.
Is it?
Yeah, man. You know Champions League, right?
Yeah. But what's the draw?
So you don't really know who's going to be in the actually, how does it work now? Because they're all in one group. I don't even know how that works. Usually they were in different groups, like 4 people per group, but now it's
Yeah,
like
yeah.
a table, like the
A
Prem.
complete
Yeah.
table? Oh, okay,
I don't
okay.
even know how that works. Good question. Don't know why I brought that up if I don't know how it works.
Yeah.
No, it's only the second year they're doing it. Last year they started with that format where everyone was in the same group. If you guys know in the chat, I'd really like to know what the hell this draw is about, because I don't have time to read it, obviously, but yeah. So here, I'm keeping my eye here on SOGP. That's the only thing that I'm keeping my eye on right now. I'm still involved in RZLV, but that one is a lot slower of a trade and doesn't really require a lot of input for me. At the moment, I've put my stops in, I've put my profit takers and everything like that. So I don't have a whole lot to talk about right now other than SOGP. I don't really feel like chasing this at the moment. Let's see what it does at 11. It's still got a higher low. The prior candle low, if you're using that kind of system, is 1070. We're showing 1122. So if you're punching in and you're basing your stop on prior bar low, then you put your stop a little bit below that. Essentially, you only play a set of, yes, that's right. I remember that. So you don't obviously play every team in the table like you do in the Prem. You play every team twice. So that's what it is. Okay, let's just have a quick read here, Joey Options. Since slower time of day right now.
What's up with football? Like, I don't get
Soccer?
it. Like, no, American football. Like,
Oh, yeah.
some teams don't play each other for like 10 years or something like that.
Yeah,
Like,
it's
what's up with that?
absolutely possible.
Yeah.
Because you're only guaranteed to play your division twice.
Yeah.
One home and one away. Everything, and then you have to play the same non-division teams as your other division members. So if I'm playing, let's just say Dallas is playing Green Bay, then Philly, New York, and Washington also have to play Green Bay, so that we all play the same teams. Therefore, we've got kind of
I get it. You kind
know
of
what
a
I'm
level
saying?
playing field in that aspect.
Exactly.
Yeah,
so
that
then you could
doesn't
go a hot minute without playing. Like, for example, like Dallas came to Buffalo, I think last year or the year before, and they hadn't been to Buffalo in a hot minute, and I wanted to go. But we couldn't get
So I
tickets.
don't know. I don't understand that. It's kind of oh well.
No, we're talking about American football.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's it. That's all I've got on at the moment. I'm just going to pack my patience, see what SOGP does. It's coming off the highs here, and it did breach prior bar low. Not by much, but it did breach it. So let's see if it holds up above 11. If it holds above 11, then we'll have to get involved. But yeah, that's all I'm looking at right now. What are you guys looking at in the chat? Let me know. Zach Bobek, come on, Jerry. Make the trade. Yeah, I know, man. Come on, man. I've been trading this entire time. Martin, 1882. While Man United certainly doesn't have to worry about Champions League draw, have you seen what they did yesterday? Yeah, they lost in the League Cup to a 4th division team, bro. That's crazy. I don't like that. I hate Manchester United, but it's by default because I'm an Arsenal fan, right? So if anybody was watching, obviously, the saga of the early 2000s between Man U and the Invincibles, what used to be the Invincibles, you know why, as an Arsenal fan, you can't like Manchester United. But that doesn't mean that, I don't like the players on the team, man. I just feel bad. But that's the beautiful thing about the League Cup and the FA Cup, right? Is that you're playing at a division teams, and you can have like these Cinderella stories for what team did they lose to yesterday? I know it was a 4th division team, but I just forget the name of the team. Let's look over here, Joey Options, let everybody know. So they lost to Grimsby Town. And they lost on penalties. So they took 12 different penalties. You keep shooting until somebody misses. So United scored.
And I don't like that too. When you isn't the World Cup even that if it goes past extra time, it goes to penalties?
A lot of people don't like it.
That is so
it's a lottery.
insane. That is so insane.
But bro, you don't shift like hockey, and you have a finite amount of substitutions, right? So people get tired. That's the thing, right?
Yeah, but brother, I'm telling you, you got to think about it. Take into consideration when you're running on skates, you also have like 15 pounds of equipment on, and you're running around at 20.
I'm not saying hockey is easy.
I'm not 25 kilometers an hour.
No.
I mean,
hockey is definitely a lot harder.
You get
harder.
Think of it like a hard hockey shift is 60 seconds. If you're not tired after 60 seconds, you're not working hard enough.
Would it be fair to say hockey is more anaerobic than aerobic because you're like aggressive bursts of energy as opposed to that consistent requirement of energy like soccer?
Yeah. Like,
you know what I mean?
You have more ability to kind of float around, I think, in soccer than you do in hockey.
Oh, absolutely. You get downtime in soccer.
Yeah.
But those guys run like 10, 12K per match.
Yeah, they
Depends
run a
on the
lot.
position,
Yeah, they run a lot. Yeah, I'm not
Depends on the
definitely. I'm
position,
assuming
but
midfielders obviously run probably the
Wingers
most.
as well.
Yeah,
Wingers
run
are
the most.
box to box now, so you
Right,
have
so-
to defend and attack.
Yeah,
so
so
you
there
gotta
you go.
got lungs galore.
Go, yeah.
Yeah, Adam, 12 to 1. 12 to 1, Adam. Adam, do you feel like I do about United? Is that like a universal Arsenal thing where, if you're gonna wear the badge, you have to dislike United in the way that you have to dislike Tottenham? Is that a thing in England, or am I just, a little overzealous on my side of the ocean over here? Get it, Adara.
I'm sorry, Tottenham Hotspurs is the best name in the Prem. I'm not even going to lie. That is the best team name, like Tottenham Hotspurs. I'm not like rooting for the team, but I have always been a fan of that name because I think I don't know, there's something weird and funny about it.
Adam, she just told me she likes Tottenham. Like, what am I supposed to do, bro? What am I supposed to do here, bro? Dara, you have to understand that they hate each other like you wouldn't believe. Like, because their stadiums are 1 kilometer
You
from
told me
each
this.
other.
Okay.
Dara, and they're like multi-$100 million stadiums. We're not talking about a shack. Like, so anyway.
I just like the name. I think the name is kind of fun. I don't know.
That's
where it
fair.
starts.
I respect that.
London is blue.
Oh, Bun Chelsea, bro.
Let's go.
Bun Chelsea. All right, Dara's got news.
Yeah, keep an eye here on Nike, NKE on watch. CNBC reporting that the company is laying off roughly 1% of its corporate staff, so not a massive layoff, but NKE actually bouncing here. So Nike with, it sounds like a pretty focused layoff. Back to you.
All right, I'm short. Yeah, I'm short the boys here. That's going to be the TQs. That's what I'm going to start calling it now, the boys right here. So, yeah, the TQs were short. I don't know if this is going to work out pretty good. How many cents of risk? I got about 30 cents. Oh, yeah, that's going to be a hefty loss. We just punched full size right there. So if that doesn't work out, that's going to kind of suck. But I will add into it, considering I am looking at Microsoft pulling back as well to crack that downtrend. Google coming off of those highs. Apple as well. Meg starting to come in, and that's exactly what I want to see displayed in order for me to take a short. I mean, it worked for us the initial time, and we didn't go as heavy, so we won't let that pass us again. If the market decides that it wants to rip, which is looking like it kind of does, then I'll just hop out of this trade. Tesla is continuing its rebound, but another touch into VWAP. I love the ebbs and flows of today's market, so maybe we get a rejection of today's high there, Sharif.
All right, Joey, we got, it's 12:45.
Start it up.
12:42.
Fire it
so let's
up.
get to work, man. We got a lot of news to cover here. It's been an interesting day. I'm sure you guys are know exactly what we're going to start with. Let me guess.
Yeah.
You want to guess? No, Nvidia. Come on, Randy. All right, shout out to the OG Randy. All right, let's get down to it. So Nvidia, it was a beat everywhere except one and only one thing. Their data center revenue was a little bit lower because of China. I'm just summarizing it for you pretty quick, but let's go through line by line. China. All right, so Nvidia posted adjusted EPS of $1.05, beating the 101 expected by the street on revenue of $46.75 billion, beating the 46-ish billion expected by the street. So a beat on the top and bottom line. And their net income, guys, their profit, that take-home money, popped 59% year over year to almost $26.5 billion. A little shy of that, 26.42 is the exact number, but it's markedly up from what they took home last year in profit, $16.6 billion. So almost just shy of $10 billion more in profit just on a year over year basis. They guided their Q3 revenue coming up to about $54 billion plus or minus 2%. Obviously, as a result of the China situation, they're not sure if they're going to be able to sell or not. That's why that plus 2 or minus is there, which again was above consensus estimates. The street was only looking for $53.1 billion, though the guidance, as I said, excludes potential China H20 shipments. Probably not even the H20. We may be talking about the B30A by that point. Let's talk about data centers, well known as a euphemism for AI. Their data center revenue grew 56% year over year, now up basically $41.1 billion. So they took home, guys, $46.74 billion, and their data center revenue is $41.1 billion. You can do the math and see exactly what percentage that is, but that actually missed the expectations by the street. They wanted 41.34, and that is the second time in a row that they miss on data center revenue. So whether you think it's an exuberant street or Nvidia is not, meeting its full potential, that's something we can discuss. The compute revenue was up to 33.3 $33.8 billion, down 1% sequentially due to $4 billion fewer H20s that they didn't sell to China. Their networking revenue continues to grow. It nearly doubled year over year, now up to $7.3 billion as customers expand their large AI systems. A lot of networking obviously has to go into connecting all these GPUs together. I'm sure you guys know about that. And their Blackwell chip sales, which is their latest model, booming, not just year over year, quarter over dang quarter, Joey, 17% increase from the previous quarter. Now it accounts about 70% of the all data center revenue. So gives you an idea that they've now shifted to delivering Blackwells more than they're delivering Hoppers, which is the H100, because Blackwell accounts for 70% of that $41.1 billion that we saw for their data center revenue. Let's talk about China, because this is where the uncertainty came in. That's why I highlighted in green a bunch here. They recorded $4.5 billion in write-downs tied to H20 chips that were built for China but went unsold. Despite securing a license to ship these H20s to China after meeting with President Donald Trump not that long ago, they shipped nothing in Q2 to China. They anticipate shipping nothing in Q3 to China unless changes. They said they did sell about $180 million worth of these H20s, but not to China, to another customer outside. And they said if all goes well in Q3 and they can actually sell these things, they're going to make about $2 to $5 billion in H20 revenue if the geopolitics allow. Let's go on to their different segments, even though people don't really care about it. Everyone wants to know about AI. Their gaming revenue, $4.3 billion, up almost 50%. That's not a bad look, because that had been dying off, Joey. 49% year over year. And their robotics revenue, which Jensen really leaned into on the call there, still very small, relatively speaking, just a little over $500 million, 586, but that's still up 69% year over year, despite being a small contributor. And that's now 9 straight quarters in a row with 50% more growth. We're talking about that overarching number. And last but not least here, Joey, they have a $60 billion share repurchase program with no expiration, and they've already bought back just shy of $10 billion just in Q2 alone.
The market likes buybacks, right? At the end of the day. But as for the H20 in China sales, we know that a lot of their Chinese customers actually have the H20 license and have applied for it. Now it's just up to the Chinese regulators to kind of give them that nod of approval. But at the end of the day, Sharif mentioned that could add another potential $2 to $5 billion. And then I heard full year that could be an additional $15 to $16 billion. So if the H20 is back on the table, watch out for the Nvidia, because I believe that it's going to start ripping it if that's the case. It was on the table, then it was off the table again, and then we just needed to go back on.
Adara, Donald has called the H20 obsolete. Lutnick called it below third tier or third tier. I forget what exact phrase he used. Does that dissuade the Chinese from buying this, even if it is to their benefit? Because let's just admit it, man. You know, if I'm sitting there, crapping on the product that I'm supposedly selling you and telling you it's good, am I going to want to buy that product?
I think clearly the point of this is to just make them not want to buy it. I think that's my honest opinion, because, and this is my issue with a lot of how, and I've talked about this ad nauseum, how the U.S. and China, but mostly the U.S. is handling this whole chip thing, because they're like, oh, we're going to allow them to buy it. And then they're also making the conditions so unfavorable. They're also, you could argue both ways with that 15%. I guess, cut that the U.S. government gets, like, oh, it's incentivizing the U.S. to sell them, but also it's really not, because they're, talking very badly about the chip. So, yeah, I think really they just don't want these sales because they're still concerned about the security issues, but they're just, instead of barring Nvidia from selling them, Trump wants to make people happy. He wants to make Jensen happy. He wants to keep Jensen on his good side. So he's saying, oh, you guys can sell them, but just making so that China would never want them. And China doesn't even want them anyway, because they have their own security worries. So I don't really get what the point of Donald and Howard Lutnick trashing these chips are. It doesn't make no sense to me. But then we get the weird other end of this, where we have him calling Blackwell super duper, and then also have reports now that Jensen and Trump are in talks to do this Blackwell related deal to China. So yeah, I think honestly just a lot of confusion. and a lot of things that need to be ironed out when it comes to this approach.
Yeah, well said. And I'm going to put this to you, Joey.
Yeah.
If the Chinese regulator is telling ByteDance, Alibaba, Tencent, don't buy the H20,
Yeah.
it's compromised. We have reason to believe it's compromised, despite the fact that Nvidia denies that. What makes Nvidia think that the Chinese are going to believe that the B38, that next upcoming Blackwell chip, China-specific Blackwell chip, won't be compromised? What are we talking about here?
Yeah, that's a very valid question at the end of the day. Especially if you got the Chinese regulators telling you, hey, don't buy these. But then it comes down to your business. What is best for it? If they're compromised, yeah, that's obviously a sketchy situation, but you also want to have the best performance that you can possibly have. And if that lesser version of the Blackwell is that, then by all means you have to. We know that they were running into trouble with the Huawei chips that was strictly used for inference, I believe is what you were saying, and you can't train anything off of them. So essentially, in order to continuously grow, you might be stuck in between a rock and a hard place and have to buy them.
Exactly. I mean, if you can't rely on anything else, right?
Right. So.
Yeah, and that's kind of what that's what I was thinking. I'm like, can the Chinese wean themselves off these chips? And I don't think they can, not quite yet, not if they want to stay, close to the States in terms of AI potential. Let's go on to the next story. CrowdStrike tumbles, or it did anyway. I think it recovered. Let's look at where Crowd is right now. It's up 2 3/4. So there you go. Nice recovery there for CrowdStrike. But they did report, obviously, yesterday Q2 earnings that came in at $93 pennies per share EPS, topping the 83 pennies expected by the street on revenue of $1.17 billion, which grew 21% year over year and was ahead of what the street was expecting of $1.15 billion. Investors kind of, at least initially, were focused on the muted guidance, which we'll get to in a second, and they're still worried about that outage and the repercussions of the outage from last year, and we'll get to that one in a second as well. Let's talk about their annual recurring revenue, ARR growth, and key metrics that climbed 20% year over year to about $4.66 billion, just ahead of the 4.64 expected by the street. And their new ARR, new annual recurring revenue that they added in the quarter, reached $221 million, surpassing the $202 million expected again by the street. And their guidance now, we'll talk about that. They guided revenue in the range of $1.2 billion to $1.218. That was slightly below the expectation of $1.228 billion. Hence why we sold off initially. And their earnings outlook also raised questions with ongoing business disruptions as well from potential contract renewals by some clients. Their litigation with Delta Airlines also not resolved quite yet. That goes back to the outage from last year, you'll recall, in the summer. And they're trying, at least anyway, to kind of, I don't want to say copy PanW, that's not really what I mean, but they're trying to kind of get all their clients to be using them for everything, whether it's endpoints, emails and gateways, apps, firewalls, cloud workloads. They're trying that platformization strategy, which was what PanW was calling it. They're trying to do it as well here, Joey. So you got to like this recovery, though, brother. I mean, we sold off quite aggressively on the release of the news, and here we are, up 2 3/4.
Big time recovery. Yeah, I'm going to be honest with you. I'm not surprised by that.
Okay.
Chief. At the end of the day, CRWD. Considering the move that this stock has been on for the past little while, look at this here, a nice bull flag pattern off of yesterday's report, and then out of the gate, you're just boom, you just go right to the top side, and then you have that parabolic type price action, and then sure enough, one day, let's pull it up. If we go off of those April lows, you're up 72%, so outperforming the market drastically right there. And then now you have it, I believe it was like 20-30% pullback, 20% to be exact. And then now you bounce off of some key support levels. This is why I really like CrowdStrike. And I mentioned before, I used to sell a lot of options on this name back in this neck of the woods when it was all choppy, and up here as well too. So, I mean, I like this name, cybersecurity continuing to grow. I think it's really great for the space.
Adara, what was your thought about the performance there in the report? There were, I want to say, mostly good. There was just like a couple of, issues.
I think the guidance concern is definitely going to be of note. I think also the ongoing issues with Delta that this is still happening over a year later because that outage did happen on July 19th, 2024.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, we're going to have to wait and see how this all settles out. I think that could be a minor headwind for the company. But again, I say minor. I don't think it's a massive issue. The guidance to me, the sales guidance is maybe more of a concern because they did guide a little midpoint for the year and they actually missed guidance for the quarter. So a little disappointing. I want to talk too, again, about this Delta issue. There's this funny infographic. You can check this out on X at TTV Research. I made it for the 1-year anniversary of the CrowdStrike outage. There's another page just now it impacted Delta. But yeah, I mean, this company did not handle the situation well. They actually tried to give $10 Uber Eats vouchers to employees at some of the companies that were impacted. And then apparently the vouchers didn't even work because they gave so many and the code was the same, so people couldn't redeem them. Anyways, CrowdStrike didn't handle the situation well. And the reason I bring this up too is because we know there have been obviously, there's always security-related issues, right? Like we know even PayPal had that situation. So if this is how the company handles security issues, what happens when there's the next one? I don't know. Kind of more forward-thinking concerns, but yeah, the sales guidance I think is my biggest issue here.
Absolutely, yeah, and I would have to agree with that because apparently their customers are asking them for discounts, and that never helps with margins. So I totally agree with you on that, Adair. Thank you. All right, let's go on to the next story there. Dick's Sporting Goods beats earnings and raises guidance. Show me where DKS is at right now. Are we up on the day? No, we are down. Oh no, 6.11%. So let's talk about the report. They reported stronger than expected Q2 results with adjusted EPS coming in at $4.38, beating the $4.32 expected by the street on revenue of $3.65 billion. Again, ahead of the $3.63 billion expected. Top line, bottom line beat. Net income as well, that take-home money, that profitability, baby, up to $381 million, up from $362 million they took home last year, so increasing profitability nicely. Their comparable sales, meaning the stores that have been open for a year or longer, also grew 5% year over year, well ahead of that 3.2% expected by the street, driven really by increases in both the average ticket size and transactions. It's great, Joey, when there's more people buying at your store and they're also spending more on average. So that is not a bad look at all. Nice. Let's go on to the upgraded outlook. They expect comparable sales growth to grow about 2 to 3.5% for the full year, above the prior range that they guided 1 to 3%, and ahead of the analyst estimate of 2.9%. Full year EPS guidance was also raised between $13.90 and $14.50 a share, up from $13.80 to $14.40, largely in line with the expectations of $14.39. The revenue forecast, though, remains a little conservative, and this is why we could be selling off. $13.75 billion to $13.95 billion. That's below what the street was expecting. The street wanted a clean $14 billion, and they didn't get it. The guidance, though, incorporates the current tariffs, but excludes, Joseph, the potential financial impacts from the pending Foot Locker acquisition. Yes, in case you forgot, this company has acquired Foot Locker. Let's talk about that. That's the next topic. In May, Dick's announced the $2.4 billion acquisition of Foot Locker, expected to close next month in September, with regulatory approvals already secured by the company. It does strengthen Dick's position in the wholesale sneaker market. The risk remains, though, for Foot Locker's because Foot Locker continues to struggle, right? We saw their Q2 sales drop 2.4%. They posted a $38 million loss. They're not profitable. So the street worried about that and how that's going to affect the balance sheet of the company. Post-merger, though, Joey, Dick's will become the number one seller of athletic footwear in the good old USA.
Ooh, I've never honestly been into a Dick's Sporting Good, and my travels into
it's like sports check.
Yeah, it's like a sports check. Yeah, and even in my travels to the States, I didn't see any, so I didn't get to take. Nor was I really looking for them, I guess, at the same time. But as for DKS. Let's take a look at this name from a daily standpoint. Not too, this is consolidated, right? Yeah, pretty consolidative. But if we zoom out and head to the weekly, that's what you want to see, right? When you're an owner of a company, this is consistent, steady appreciation in the stock price. So this looks really, really good. Wow, no way. So yeah, that's a big time return. 1,600% from the March lows, that's COVID of 2020. So that's a really positive return right there, guys. There's your 10-bagger. The Go TQs, yeah, sorry, and I'm also super focused on what we had going on my trade here because I was going mad heavy on that one because I was frustrated. But as for Dix from a technical standpoint, maybe you get a breakout, and if you do break through this consolidation phase, Sharif, I think you'll see some continuous appreciation in that name.
Adara, are you concerned about the acquisition of Foot Locker? Does a company who's not profitable stand to hurt a company who is?
I mean, I don't really think so. Like, companies acquire companies all the time. Usually the reaction happens right away. And as Neil said, at this point, it's very likely priced in. So, yeah, I mean, honestly, I don't feel too strongly about this report either way. I think in that space, Nike, maybe keep an eye on, too. We know Nike just, you know, in, I guess, very different news, but in the same space, Nike announced that roughly 1% corporate workforce reduction, which is, again, very small, but the stock did initially pop a little bit on that. But yeah, I mean, I think that the integration strategy is going to be interesting. And yeah, I wondered here too, if they're acquiring Foot Locker, and I haven't read much about the issue, but I wonder if they either take over, like, I don't know, do you still have individual Foot Locker stores? Because I find Foot Locker one of the most frustrating shopping experiences ever. So if they can find a way to make it like less confusing, and I've only been in like there once and I just wanted to cry and leave and go home. I did not like it.
Hold on, I need an explanation.
Well, no, okay, so I go in, I'm just trying to buy a gift card for like a Secret Santa at my workplace. I was, 2019. And so I go in and I'm like, at the counter, I'm waiting in line. And the line is really unclear where the line is. Nobody's helping me. It's a fairly empty Foot Locker. And there's all of them walking around in their little jerseys. And I'm like, someone cuts in front of me in line. I'm like, I didn't even know that. Like, what are you doing? I was just like, I literally want to go home. And I had to buy this specific thing at Foot Locker because the girl wanted a Foot Locker thing. And I was like, so anyways, very obviously a first world problem. But, and I'm going to be fully honest about that. But like, hey, I do think making your shopper's experience a positive one
for sure
should be like the goal of a retail establishment. As someone who was a salesperson in retail for like 6 years, so we'll see how that goes. I did not realize how strong my opinions were on that, but that's all fair. I really have to say on this report.
No, it's fair. I respect that, but here's the deal. Here's kind of how I feel about this. I like this move because we're seeing Nike, we're seeing other clothing and shoe companies as well say, maybe this direct-to-consumer focus that we were super gung-ho about after the pandemic, maybe that's not the end-all and be-all that we thought it was. So I feel there may be a push back into that three-wall format. Let me get my products in retail outlets where people can see them, touch them, try them, right?
Start paying vendors.
Start paying vendors, right? Obviously, Joey, that eats into margins because DTC, you have more margins on, so we got to take that into consideration. But quite frankly, let's just call a spade a spade. A lot of people go to the mall on Saturday because they got nothing else to do. And you want the product there for people to see, right? Because free ads. I don't know how you feel about that.
No, I agree with you on that front, right? I think the more eyes or the more hands and eyes that you have on your product, the more chance that you have to sell them. Yeah, that can compress your margins, but if you're selling more product, that's better for because you don't want to be.
There you go.
I remember when Nike had the issue, they just had too much inventory. Just way too much inventory.
Markdowns.
Exactly. So even when you have, in that case, as you were just about to mention, markdowns cut into your margins at the end of the day. So yeah.
All right, let's talk about another company who's, there's a whole lot of cutting here. Not in the margins maybe, well maybe there is, but there's a whole lot of year-over-year declines here. And I'm talking about Tesla, especially in Europe. So let's get right down to it. Tesla's European new car registrations fell 40% year over year in July, down to 8,837 units, marking the automaker's 7th consecutive month of declines on the continent. The drop comes despite overall battery electric car sales actually increasing in Europe. The challenge includes obviously the brand damage because of Elon Musk and his rhetoric and his ties initially with Donald Trump. Plus, let's just be honest about it. The aging lineup, man, the Model X and Model Y, they're great cars, but they've been around for over a decade in the case of the Model S anyway. Sure, there were refreshes to the Model Y, the Juniper, and the Model 3, but hey, the Model S and the Model X also require redesign. But the real story here is this. BY frickin' D. Chinese EV maker BYD saw 13,503 registrations in Europe just in July. A massive, already massive, 225% annual increase. We'll pause for a second and we're going to Adara.
at the auction here, keep an eye on the market. 7-year auction, 3.922% high yield prior to the auction. The high yield at the auction comes out at 3.925%, so more or less in line with what that previous print was for the auction. So I just wanted to let you guys know in case you watch these auctions, and back to you.
To say BYD is aggressively expanding in Europe, as has been their intentions all along. You'll recall that Europeans tried to keep them out, right? They said, let me assess each individual Chinese electric vehicle maker on a case-by-case basis. And they gave BYD the lowest tariff rate. And the assessment was made on how much subsidy each and every company, Chinese company, was getting from the Chinese regulator. You could argue with the assessment made by the Europeans, but that's the structure that they chose. BYD, even with that tariff, even with that competitive disadvantage, are still absolutely killing it. We talked about that earlier on the show. Chinese brands overall reached a record 5% of market share in the first half of Europe in this year. That's a record for them. Tesla's broader struggles, though, are well noted, well documented. Investors are waiting for Tesla's planned affordable EV, whether you want to call it the Model 2 or the Model Q or whatever. He's supposed to pick up with volume production for this model in the second half of the year. Joseph, we're almost at the end of the freaking year, bro.
Yeah. It's not happening. It's not happening.
When is this going to happen, bro?
It's not happening. It's that simple, right? We all know he's optimistic with his timelines, maybe too optimistic. I'm the type of individual I'd rather tell you a later date and then allow it to come early, right? That's going to add surprise into the market. The worst case scenario for Elon and company right now would be as if BYD starts taking share in Norway. And then that's it.
That's a silver lining.
Yeah.
No, so that's the truth.
In all seriousness, if they step into Norway, Adair, we know you love Norway, and we know the Norwegians love Tesla. But if BYD starts stepping in there and taking share from obviously Tesla, then they're in big trouble. I mentioned not too long ago that registrations in California were down as well too. He's opened up a burger shop there. I don't know what that's going to do or anything along those lines, but registrations just down around the globe. It's not a good look. And I mentioned this earlier in the day. The car business is a tough business,
especially EVs, bro.
Yeah, it's not easy. Man. It's not easy.
This is not a surprising development. Adair, you can't say that we're surprised by the drop in European sales, but I guess the quantum here, 40%, that's big.
Yeah, it's pretty significant. I feel like every time we talk about Tesla sales, I feel the same way when we talk about China and the U.S. I feel like my story is going to be basically the same regardless. But what I'll just say here, I don't think we're getting that vehicle, that lower priced model, whatever.
No.
I mean, I am so, and I said this before, Elon Musk and empty promises. Like, we do.
Well, I don't know if they're empty, Adira. They come, but they come really late.
Well, yeah, but the timeline at least is the promise, and that's been at this point already missed. When it comes to this model, because he said they're going to be in production by early this year. Clearly, that hasn't happened, and as you've said, we have the drones in Texas.
I was just about to bring that up.
And they
I was just about to bring that up.
So
where are the pictures, Adira? Where are the videos?
It's not.
Is he that good at hiding it now? I don't buy that.
No, they're not. I want receipts. And I also, what did you say, sorry, Joe, about Tesla or Elon in the California burger business?
Yeah. He opened up a burger joint in.
Stop that.
Yeah.
Hold on. You don't know there's a Tesla driving in the middle of LA?
Oh, I forgot about that.
You knew about that.
Okay, I thought it was a different restaurant. But I don't know. This man is doing the most, and I don't know if it's always.
Would you try the electric sauce? Adira, would you try the electric sauce?
What?
Electric sauce.
Hold on, there's a sauce called the electric sauce.
That's what the
I need to try this. I'm going to visit my sister now.
Girl, I'm good. I'm not really down. I mean, I hope.
Adira, I know for a fact you would go just to see the Optimus.
No.
Oh,
honestly,
I don't know about that.
I would not. I don't care that much about Optimus. I find it hilarious that they're actually trying to monetize him too with his little action figure that they have. Tesla loves branding, Tesla loves money, and Tesla loves promises. I would like them to keep these promises. I also want to mention too, not related to Tesla, but I am reading through the official lawsuit fired by Feds Cook. And if there's any interesting things there, I'll let you know. But one thing I find interesting, Donald Trump's not the only defendant here, which shocked me. So the other defendants, and caveat, the other defendants are Fed Chair Powell and the board. Now, they are only listed as defendants to the extent that they could actually carry out Powell's order to
fair.
Trump's order to remove her. That's the only extent to which they're defendants. But either way, I mean, I think this is pretty fascinating
covering
stuff.
the bases, yeah.
Yeah, I'll be reading through this for sure.
Oh, yeah, keep us updated.
And I'll keep you guys posted because it's pretty long.
Amazing. Thank you,
It's a
Adair.
stint for obviously Donald to undermine the Fed, in my opinion, right?
Look. Do I like how Donald's intervening in the Fed? No, I don't. I think one of the cornerstones of the Western democratic system is the independence of the central bank. But does that, alleviate Lisa Cook of responsibility if she did commit
I think
criminal offense? No.
Yeah, but I think he played it smart, right? At the end of the day, if you look at the other side of the coin, he essentially tried to go for a weaker link and then find something wrong, and then now that's how he's going to try to undermine the Fed, in my opinion. Right? Because she's a Dem, isn't she?
100%.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, did you expect any different? You had 4 years of lawfare one way. You didn't think you were going to get 4 years of lawfare the other way?
And he's just doing everything he possibly can. He's using all the cards that he possibly. But Sharif, take a look at this one here.
Go, Joey. Go ahead.
Look at Apple go.
Yeah.
Wow, 239.98, so we're at 233 roughly. And surprisingly not, I'm still having the ability to hold on to this Q's trade. I'm surprised it hasn't ripped anymore. So once Apple starts to cool down, maybe we can get a break through that support system. And the ultimate goal is going to be VWAP, but I don't stand much of a chance, especially with Apple continuing to climb higher.
All right, Joey, guess what, baby? In Africa, a new generation of leaders is rising. The woman boss empowers them. We provide the training and mentorship women and girls need to start businesses, create change, and build sustainable futures. We've already impacted over 10,000 lives. Your contribution here, guys, creates the next opportunity. Please scan the QR code now. Empower that next woman leader today. Let's go on to the next. Shout out to Paul, man. Shout out to Paul Anthony. Yeah. Let's go on to the next topic over here. Best Buy, Q2 earnings. They beat on the results, but that guidance a little disappointing. Let's talk about it. So they did beat on EPS, coming in at $1.28. The street wanted 121, on revenue of $9.44 billion. Again, a beat there. The street was looking for 9.23, beat on the top and bottom line. And the strongest in 3 years as well, guys. Their same-store sales came in at 1.6% bump year over year. Stores that have been open up a year or longer, well ahead of the estimates the street was looking for. They were looking for a 0.5% bump on same-store sales. Their guidance, though, as we mentioned, a little light. They reiterated their full-year guidance instead of raising it. As you know, we've talked about many times. You really need to raise nicely here to catch investors' attention. They still expect full-year revenue to come in, guys, at $41.1 billion up to $41.9, and adjusted EPS for the full year to come in at between $6.15 to $6.30. The street wanted $6.16 and $41.4 billion. So the midpoint there is kind of where the miss was. Shares slipped initially anyway in pre-market trading on concerns over tariff uncertainty and the muted outlook. Let's talk about the business drivers. The CEO, Corey Barry, credited the strong quarter to new technology innovation and the omni-channel strategy that they've been employing now, as well as partnerships with vendors. Joey, they say they expect Q3 same-store sales to grow at a similar pace to Q2, which was, as I recall, about 1.6%, so not a bad look there. Analysts were actually forecasting same-store sales to be flat. So retail, at least, brick and mortar, picking up at least for Best Buy.
No, that's good. That's good, right? That's something that you want to see. Obviously, we know what happened to the likes of Future Shop. I don't know, was it Future Shop American?
It was Canadian, and Best Buy bought it.
Best Buy bought it out, so we've seen that shift. But, I mean, again, positive, a lot being driven by some of this tech boom, in my opinion, right? Because we're just continually the innovation. And I think that's really big for Best Buy. And I like the point that Neil and Sean made is that, you can shop on Amazon, but sometimes you need to go and see the physical product yourself. And I think that's the case in which Best Buy is good as Best.
Yeah, man. I like if I'm not just giving any example out there. If I want to buy an iPad, if the bigger model, the one that I got, the 12.9, I never actually seen it in person. Like, I want to see what it looks like.
I want to see what is going on. Yeah, exactly. Who has it.
So all that kind of stuff, like the in-person use, I think that there is a benefit to that.
Absolutely. Now, as from a technical standpoint, it's a little bit tougher of a hold, right? Again, a lot of sideways price action. I'm not too sure if they offer a dividend or anything along those lines. It'd be best if
They pay a 5%. Shout out to Roger.
So that's not bad. So yeah good. Pay 5% dividend. So there you go. Way to bring that up. That was obviously good timing. But yeah, that's good. If you're going to hold on to these names, you're not going to get the same capital appreciation, I guess, in a retail space, considering they do offer that type of a dividend.
Go ahead, Adara.
Talk about Best Buy here too. I don't have too much to say, but we'll talk about Rivian as well. RIVN popping up. There's some speculation on X that the company is looking to enter the robotaxi space. Just speculation as far as I can see. If there's any update on this, I'll let you know. But I also hear, I want to let you guys know, Caroline Levitt just started her press conference. I put that headline on the screen, so you may have seen that. But right now, not talking about anything market related here. With regards to Best Buy, yeah, I mean, honestly, I don't feel that strongly about any of these, like, retail type names, truthfully. BBY, I will say, though, is I like what they're doing with the airports. They've got those little, like, kiosks at the airports. I actually think that's, like, not a bad way.
High margin products, too, Adara. Those are way more expensive than they typically would be. High margin.
Right, so I really like that. I go there sometimes. I think they're okay. I think the staff is fine. I mean, yeah, honestly, it's hard for me to have opinions on these retail names and not filter it through my own retail experience. So for me, customer service is always going to matter. I think other than that weird little geek squad they do, like, the knockoff Genius Bar, I think Best Buy is fine. And I think they have good deals. I think I would like to see these numbers closer to Black Friday, because we know that's usually when companies like this will have the best discounts and maybe get some more sales. But yeah, it's hard. I can't imagine that this would be a good quarter for Best Buy anyway. Like, I think that September to...
Exactly.
Yeah, I think like September quarter with back to school, and then Q3 and Q4, back to school, Black Friday, and Boxing Day. I think those should be the best quarters for this. And yeah, I don't know if any of that was helpful, but that's my take on Best Buy.
And the market's wise to that. These are cyclical things. Adara, Christmas comes every year, back to school comes every year.
100%.
So the market's like already placing that in. Well said. Couldn't agree more on that.
Adara brought up the point on the kiosks, and what I was going to bring up is that the Best Buy Expresses, right? So the miniature stores, I really enjoy those as well too. So they kind of have the higher margin products within there. And so my pitch was, how come Liberty Village doesn't have a Best Buy Express?
Because it's downtown and the square footage is insane.
It's insane.
Express.
Right? The Express ones are the smaller stores. So they're not the full-on retail store.
Right.
But yeah, but brother, I'm in LV, right? Yeah, there should be one. So I was thinking, hey, what is it going to cost me to open up one of these stores here?
No, you guys both bring up good points. Let's go on to the next story, though, guys. Snowflake. Snow was a big mover, at least when I was looking at it. Let's see where Snow's at right now. SNOW, where are we at, baby? We're 20 and 3/4, 20 and 2/3. Okay, so this report was quite good, very well received. Revenue, $1.14 billion, up 31.8% year over year, and easily beating the 1.09 expected by the street by 5.5%. Check on the top line. How about that bottom line? EPS, 35 pennies versus the 18 pennies expected by the street, and up 94.4% year over year, again beating consensus estimates. 35 penny EPS was what they printed versus the 18 last year. The street was expecting 26, correction. So they beat by 34.5%. versus the street's expectations. Their key business metric, RPO, I joked about this, run pass option. I can't wait for football to start. Remaining performance obligations, $6.9 billion versus the $6.84 expected by the street. A modest beat there with their large customers, meaning customers spending over $1 million in a 12-month product revenue. They have 654 of those. The street was looking for 634, so a beat there. Their product revenue as well, coming in at 1.09 ahead of the 1.04 expected by the street, and their professional services revenue $54.5 million versus the $45.82 expected. So fantastic look there. We can go through their profitability metrics, Joey, but I'll just point out one that was slightly worse. The GAAP professional service gross loss, that came in at minus $15 million. The street was looking for minus 13.38. Otherwise, I have nothing bad to say.
No, not at all. And Sharif, I said this multiple times, is that as long as these hyperscalers continue to spend, cloud is going to be at the forefront as well too, and you're going to see companies like, even though it's not the biggest name, Snowflake is going to do well. And I think again, capex, heavy capex. It's great for these cloud names, in my opinion.
All right, Adara, I'm looking at the spread here. Looks like it's not that wide, so I'm assuming you don't trade this often.
I did okay in this. I was a little over flat. It is spready sometimes, and I had some shorts on it. But I actually want to say one thing before I get into Snowflake, or the earnings report. So with the spready tickers, I've noticed, because I get a lot of comments about, oh, I'm a bit short biased, and I don't do that intentionally. I've realized today with some stuff, mostly with CrowdStrike, that I think the slippage is actually worse when you get stopped out of a long than it is when you get stopped out of a short. So that, I don't know, spready ticker, food for thought for people who trade spread. I think it's something to be very aware of. Now, with regards to Snowflake, I think this is a great look on the chart. This is over 3-year highs. That's significant. I mean, yeah, in terms of the numbers themselves, I think this is probably one of the few reports that last night that I think was pretty cut and dried. It did what we were expecting it to do. It did better than we were expecting, and it's in some hotter sectors. It's kind of in that, I guess, software space, the cybersecurity space. Plus, it already had the benefit of doing decently the day prior on Wednesday due to double duty sympathy plays with MDB and Okta, right? I think, a couple different reasons I think Snowflake was poised to push higher. I'm shocked, though. I was just noticing this, too, between Snowflake, MDB, and CrowdStrike. The reversions on these earnings gap-ups are really not what they were earlier in the seasons. The name earlier in the seasons, we noticed they gap up and sell off. That's not happening anymore. So these late-season names could be pretty interesting. And I think that's maybe a pattern to watch for traders for these names that gap up maybe tomorrow or even next week when we get names like Lulu and Broadcom.
Yeah, and it's nice to see these mid-cap names participating, not all large caps. So as you mentioned, we were bumping up, selling off. Now it's being bought up because more wider distribution, wider participation. Good point there, Adair. Thank you. Go ahead, Joseph.
One last thing on Snowflake. Add to Adair's point, you get this gap and go play essentially from a daily standpoint. You open up at 220 there, and then you're just climbing all the way up to 242. And I'm pretty sure you've exceeded. Yeah, so you've exceeded that previous high. Is that the previous all-time high there on Snowflake?
I think she said 3-year high. So,
yeah. Is it a 3? It is. It is, right? So there it is, 427. Not too good of a look. Shout out to the highway.
Yeah, well, the COVID, again, right? I mean, some companies are ahead of their COVID highs. Some may never see those COVID highs again, right? Let's talk about this. This is an interesting one here. So Google and Fox coming to terms. They strike a short-term extension on their YouTube TV debacle. Let's talk about it. We brought it to you yesterday. We got more information on it today. So Google and Fox have agreed to a short-term extension preventing the Fox channels from being removed from YouTube TV. Google did not disclose how long that extension is going to be for, but it did emphasize it's working towards what they called a fair deal for subscribers. So what's the beef and what's at stake? So the timing is critical because Fox is airing the highly anticipated Texas and Ohio State college football game this weekend, featuring, yes, you guessed it, Archie Manning's first marquee start. Fox also holds the right to major sports. We're talking NFL games starting on the 7th, MLB playoff coverage. They got the freaking World Series as well. So you don't want to lose Fox, because if you lose Fox, for YouTube, obviously, well, then you lose all those games and you may get cancellation. So they were definitely not looking for that. The dispute was over the fees, Joseph Options, and here's what happened. Google claims Fox is demanding and continues to demand higher fees than comparable broadcasters, which it views as unfair. Yeah, Google's viewing things as unfair. I love that. Fox has a bargaining chip here, and the bargaining chip, Assassino, is they've got a strong sports lineup, which gives it leverage with advertisers and fans placing pressure on Google to secure that deal. YouTube TV currently has about 9.4 million subs, and Google is offering a $10 credit to those 9.4 million subs if Fox goes offline. And here, FCC Chair Brendan Carr publicly urged Google to reach a deal, citing a potential for a blackout as a terrible outcome for millions of viewers. I can't disagree with him, but I find it like the tea or the pot, calling whatever. You know what I mean.
Yeah, the pot calling the kettle black
there you
at
go.
the end of the
Thank
day.
You.
Yeah, I agree with you on that front. Well, I'm bad at those. Sharif, we know what's going on with all these TV deals. Right now, it seems to be you need to keep a hold of your sports deals as much as possible. ESPN striking new deals with the NBA. We got Paramount signing up with the UFC and company.
Because they'll run to Netflix,
They'll run somewhere else. So essentially, it might be in some of these broadcast. The ball might be in their court because they have so many different streaming options to get involved with. So you better pay up what you want. Otherwise, as Shreve just mentioned, you're going to lose a large amount of customers.
I would have to, well said, dude. That's an excellent analysis because, Netflix dying to get their hands on more sports. We've seen
more
that.
Sports. And I'm pretty sure Fox has most of the Monday night games.
Well, we just showed you. Here's what they got, Joey. They got the NFL games. They got the college football game. They got the MLB playoff coverage. They got the World Series. At least in the short term, they got it.
You need to lock that in.
Yeah.
You need to lock that in because obviously money's in the sports right now.
Yeah. Adara, this deal here probably wouldn't have hurt Google as much as it would have hurt Fox if it had not gone through. Do you agree? So, Google is huge. Fox is not. They're big, but they're not Google. If this deal had not gone through, who gets hurt more, Google or Fox?
Fox, I think, is going to be hurt because it's a smaller entity, right? I think you're going to get more hurt in general. But I do think, with regards to the Google situation and having things on YouTube, I'm going to be honest, I don't have a huge breadth of knowledge when it comes to the sports. But I think in general, there are a lot of shows, programs, whatever that do have, you'll be housed in other locations too. You'll have the streaming access, whatever, but they also have their entire content available on YouTube. So I don't know if that's a bad thing. I think if there's a way that Fox can, make it favorable to themselves, I think that's a better situation for viewers who are able to watch, these programs on YouTube if they can't afford these streaming services. They don't have access to the streaming service. Off the top of my head, Degrassi has done this historically. I think almost the entire catalog of Degrassi, and that's a 20-year catalog is available on YouTube. A lot of other shows as well. Right, so I'm saying, I don't mean illegitimately either. I mean the official channel uploading them, right? So I actually think that it's a little bit harder for sports, right? Because you have different entities, and again, my lack of sports knowledge is being reflected here. But I think, I don't know. I think there's got to be.
No, I think you're bringing a really good point. But I think there may be more demand for Degrassi reruns than maybe for previous game reruns. I don't know that to be a fact. I don't have the data.
Probably more, maybe game reruns more than Degrassi. I don't know, but yeah.
All right, let's go on. Thank you, Adara.
Sorry, I have news too.
Yeah, go ahead.
Cal Main on Watch, the CDC saying that there was a salmonella outbreak linked to recalled eggs. CALM Bloomberg.
Thank you, Adara. All right, let's go on to Li Auto. They reported a sharp drop in sales amid rising competition. So just to give you an idea, Li Auto, one of the electric vehicle makers out of China, but they don't specifically only make BEVs. They have these hybrid style cars. They're not strictly hybrid like we know them in North America. The onboard gas engine recharges the battery, does not propel the car. That's all you need to know about that. Let's talk now about how they did. Q2 net profit came in at 1.09 billion yuan, which is about $152.5 million, which is down 0.9% year over year and missing the consensus estimate of 1.32 billion yuan, right? Revenue dropped as well. 4.5% year over year, below the analyst forecast as well, 33.04 billion. They printed 30.25. A miss everywhere. Their total deliveries, they sent 111,000 cars, a little over, missing the guidance of 123 to 128, man. They missed everywhere on Li Auto today. Gross margins, they improved a little bit, up from 19.5 in the previous quarter, now up to 20.1, supported by lower costs. Their vehicle margin rose to 19.4%, reflecting, the efficiency push. And they did launch new models like the Li i8, which is a 6-seater full EV SUV platform. They have two of those. The I think it's called the MPV or something like that. The Li Mega, and then this i8. Those are really the only two pure EV plays that Li Auto has. Do you have anything you want to say, or should I go on?
Other than Apple and Google are just absolutely ripping, and I had to get out of that break even. So I still had 50% of the position from up here, and then sure enough, it just came right back up. Sorry.
No worries, Joey. We've got an update on the market, right? Their guidance for sales. Let's talk about that. Q3 delivery forecast. They're guiding less than they delivered in this quarter. 90 to 95,000 units, down from Q2 levels, as I mentioned, with revenue projected to come in at about 24.8 to 26.2 billion yuan, which is down 39 to 42% year over year. Li Auto, get your act together. This is ridiculous. Competitive pressures, obviously, facing pressures from the revamped Model Y. Now, if you don't know, there's a special Model Y in China. It's bigger. It's got 6 seats. It's much bigger than the Model Y we have here. That's competing with it. They also got Xiaomi's SU7, which everybody freaking loves. Both strong players in the EV and the plug-in hybrid SUV space. Li Auto, Joseph, also prepping to launch the i6 battery SUV next month in September, aiming to defend that market share. And defend it, they better, because this looks bad.
It's tough, man. Again, we're going right back into the car business, and it's not it's not easy. It's not an easy space to operate in. And if you look at this name from a technical standpoint, you just have this range that you've been trading in, this $13 range, and we've had this marked out. You climb a little bit higher, but then you just sell off quite a bit here, and then now you just head right back into support. So again, that's exactly where I stand. The car business is not easy, and if you don't have the product that everybody wants, you see what's happening in the likes of Tesla, and then sure enough, Li Auto.
Adara, sorry to interrupt. What's your look on this? I mean, Li Auto is not one that we trade anymore. I'm not invested in, so people really, we're talking a lot less about Li Auto, and that's probably rightfully so, because these numbers don't look good.
Yeah, I mean, I was going to say RIP to your love of Li Auto, because that was at one point a thing. Remember, there were bets on it. There was a pineapple pizza bet on it, but all that aside, I mean, honestly, Sharif, I don't have much to say. The report was bad. Things were bad. Guidance was bad. Things do not look good. The stock weirdly gapped up. I don't have...
What?
This is not something I can... Or not gapped up, sorry, but it rallied at the open. Oh. So it's something that I have a hard time comprehending this action, and I can't really reconcile it. I mean, like, I'll put it this way. Sorry, we didn't gap up. We pushed up and open, but Sharif, like, we're above yesterday's closing price. We are green on the day. So I find this a bit unfathomable, and I'm not going to try to fathom things that are not fathomable. I'm going to stop saying fathom now, but it's also worth noting Caroline Leavitt taking questions right now at this press conference. She has been for a while. Nothing's really market related here, and I've still been reading through this I almost said Lisa Sue, the Lisa Cook suit with regards to the
anything
Trump
new on that
removal. And so here's what's pretty interesting. She's making, or I guess her lawyer is making a decent case here that, so A, they're saying for cause in this context is usually related, again, to conduct at the workplace within the context of work. And then they also said that the only case where they've really seen historically where there's been some removal of an appointed body like this is apparently the FTC had some situation where the removal was upheld, but with the FTC, apparently it was a for-cause issue specifically related, maybe, I didn't read the whole ruling, obviously, but it had to do with bias and, being a bit more biased at work. So that's obviously not what's happening here. Like, we don't have any issues with partiality. We don't have any issues with independence, at least on the part of Lisa Cook. So she might have a case here. I'm still reading through it, though.
Yeah, what's interesting to me about that, and I haven't had an opportunity to read it, is the nature of the allegation. It is an allegation of dishonesty. Fraud is a crime of dishonesty. So not talking or making comments about the veracity of the claim, that still has to be proven, Adara. As you've mentioned, we haven't seen any of the documents, but it does call into question her legitimacy and her honesty if these things are true. So typically in these cases, you suspend somebody pending the investigation. I don't think an outright removal possibly could be warranted here until more is seen, right? We're gonna have to let the judicial process take part, and whatever happens, happens. But you could make an argument, you get into a street fight because you had one too many, maybe it doesn't have anything to do with your job or something like that. But if you're, anyway, we'll see. Thank you for reporting on that, and can't wait to see exactly how that all comes out. Let's go on to the next story, Joseph. The CDC leadership sparks crisis. What happened? The White House has announced it fired CDC Director Susan Moneres after she refused to resign, citing misalignment with the president's agenda. Moneres was Moneres was sworn in July 31st, and she was the first Senate-confirmed CDC director under the new law passed during the pandemic. Her attorney, for her part, disputes the firing, stating she refused to resign because she would not rubber stamp unscientific, reckless directives. That is a quote from her lawyer. At least 4 other top CDC officials have resigned Wednesday. They include Deborah Huri, Dimitri Daskalkis, Daniel Jennifer Layden. All right, so 4 others have resigned. Resignation letters cited concerns over budget cuts, misinformation, political interference. But we really know that this really comes down to this whole vaccine issue. In fact, there was today the CDC allowed a new vaccine for COVID to get sold in the United States, but they very much restricted who was eligible, who could take it. So another kind of, tit for tat exchange between the two different sides here, Joseph. So the CDC resignations highlight a broader dispute over how health policy is being influenced versus politics versus science. I want to say one thing. If you're looking at the healthcare space and how much has been shellacked lately, healthcare's, biotechs mostly, does this help it?
Probably not. Like, if we take a look at XLV, that's going to be the healthcare sector. I'm going to go with the latter half, and that's going to be no, Sharif, to be honest with you. But here it is. Speaking of a slacking, you haven't even recovered off your April lows, essentially. So I can't even find it, because usually it's easy to find because you've bounced off it. But this is the case. You've just been consolidating within this range. And if you go back to September of 2024, you're down substantially still from that point.
Embarrassing.
Embarrassing is right. 14% you're still sitting down when the rest of the market is rallying. And I know a lot of investors are like, hey, maybe we can find something in the healthcare space. I don't know if that's necessarily the case right now.
More controversy, Adara, from a different regulatory body and the mix-up they've had with the administration.
Yeah, I mean, Caroline Levitt actually just mentioned this. Sorry, I'm getting excited because I hear all of this, so when I can bring it into conversation, that's always nice when you take in like hours of information. I will say, Caroline Levitt basically said that at least for one of the individuals who fired after Moneras left, she said, oh, well, this isn't something we would have wanted in the administration anyway, because they expressed, I guess, quote unquote woke ideology in their resignation letter. So, I mean, I don't know about that. We haven't seen the letter. We're hearing this from Caroline. But either way, I mean, it sounds like the Trump administration is not too pressed about these people leaving. In fact, if we're to believe what Caroline Levitt says, they're probably happy they're going. With that in mind, though, too, I think what's fascinating is like just the quick turnover here. So, A, Susan Moneras wasn't even Trump's first appointment. It was his second choice. And B, she was literally appointed less than a month before being let go. That is wild. So I want to see like this turnover. We haven't really seen it, at least at the cabinet level, which we did in the first Trump administration.
Oh, yeah.
And I'm sorry to get political, but it's very honest. Like
we get political on the midday, Adara.
Right, we had tons of cabinet turnover in the first administration. We haven't had that yet. And we actually, like, he seems to really love this cabinet. If, all of the, this is the best cabinet ever is to be believed. But we're seeing a lot of turnover on these levels, too. There's also the issue of, Jarek Isaacman, who was Trump's initial appointee for NASA. Elon Musk liked him. And he was very qualified for the position, too. I mean, Elon knows space people. Then spaceman Jarek Isaacman actually gets he gets that nomination pulled, and then they appoint Sean Duffy, U.S. Transportation Secretary, to fill in the interim. So there's lots of turnover within, I guess, the non-cabinet executive levels. This is not super shocking, and
good
that's
point.
all. Rant over.
Yeah, no, that's a great point, because we saw a lot of turnover in the first administration. You got to make the assumption he had 4 years to plan who he wanted this time around, so he's probably got a bit of a better read. But great point there, Adair. Thank you for pointing that out. Let's go on to the next story. HP reported yesterday, and they beat on. They beat on revenue, but we'll talk about that in a second. But first, I want to tell you about this. New traders, listen up. The first month, it's free. That's right. We're waiving the fees so you can trade smarter, not harder. All by upgrading to that elite experience that helps you analyze, strategize, and then hopefully, after all that, you'll capitalize on their platform that has everything. Infinite data, instant trading, lightning fast market insights, and game-changing charts. And you can predict better with their backtesting tool, guys. They got reliable real-time data, global markets, literally at the tips of your fingers. It's an all-in-one platform. Do not miss out. Execute your best trades now. Ready to elevate your trading? Scan that QR code or check the link in the description. Shout out to the great folks at eSignal. And we're going to pause for a second and go to Adair.
Sorry, guys. Caroline Levitt just spoke about the Intel deal, saying that things are still being, quote unquote, ironed out with Commerce Secretary Howard Lutnick. Quote, the I's are still being dotted, the T's are still being crossed. So it sounds like this Intel deal is maybe not as complete as we thought it was, or at least according to Press Secretary Caroline Levitt. If I get more context on this, I'll let you know. The White House is also coming out and saying here that they're going to be continuing to fight the battle with Fed's Cook. That's coming from Levitt as well.
very much for that, Adaro. All right, guys. Yeah, let's pull up the chart here and see what we got going on. So you can see that we were initially short the TQs, boom, boom, then we get stopped out, and now I'm just getting really, really aggressive. So that's why I kind of just been focusing on what's going on here, and I'm looking at Apple just continuously climb higher, and it's driving me nuts. Because what is going on with this is an absolute buy program. What are we up on the session? About 1.7%. So and it's continuously grinding. One thing to note is that we do have this indecision print on the 1 minute chart here that I'm hoping holds up, and we have the volume supporting it as well. We haven't cracked it just yet, so I'm looking for a break of this level if we can get it. If I do get stopped out, I have to keep it tight, and it's going to be not a pretty loss, considering I just essentially at that initial short on the TQs had positivity unrealized, but then unfortunately I just got stopped out break even, looking for the continuation. It's so hard to short this market. Microsoft is starting to come back in, and it hasn't even moved the NASDAQ here, so we need Apple to kind of sell a little bit. It is extremely extended from VWAP. And then you kind of just get that rotation is once one starts selling, they rotate into another, it starts trading higher. So yeah, we'll be patient on this, but we're getting really aggressive up here. So again, first one worked. The short, how many shorts? Yeah, so I took already a short there on the TQs, got stopped out break even after the VWAP, and then here we went again, got that move, and then just came all the way back up. I was going to add, but I was being patient. I was going to wait for a liquidity grab and then potentially move, but then the volume started supporting that northeast trajectory. So yeah, a little bit tougher of a look. Break of this is going to be absolutely cash, and if VWAP is even in the picture for today, then yeah, that's going to be absolutely unreal. But I don't know if that's going to be the case. Risk is still relatively tight, so going to have to be patient. Tell me about it if I'm trading options and theta is a real. Yeah, I bet. Like it is. That's how it can be with options. We guys set a new record again. Did it? Is it at all-time high or something like that? I haven't even taken a look at that one there. You're good to go there?
Yes, sir, man. I got a crazy headache right now.
Yeah, same. Me too.
I don't know what's going on.
The lack of sleep, and then okay. So
well, I got good sleep yesterday.
Oh, okay. SPY did put in a new all-time high today, there, Sharif.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Another
right there.
one.
Another one is correct. So what is XLF up to?
Another one.
What is XLF up to? Yeah, right around that one, that neck of the woods as well too. So that's not looking too bad. Shout out to this market. It's crazy. Should I just eliminate? All right. Yeah, XLF, JPM. I think the financial sector is going to be hot for a while. I know, Sharif, you touched on that for some time. Going to increase margins if they move everything over onto some Ethereum blockchain. So yeah, there's definitely room to run in that trade, and maybe we'll get somewhat of a rotation from tech.
It's not every day that somebody calls JP Morgan a growth stock, Joey.
No, that's
Shout out to your boy Tom Lee there.
That's insane.
You know what I mean?
That's an insane take.
Yeah. All right, let's go on to the next one here. HP beats on revenue as AI PC demand lifts the results. How are the report? Let's talk about it. Q3 revenue came in just shy of 14 billion, 13.93 billion in revenue, up 3% year over year, and beating the 13.7 expected by the street. Adjusted EPS came in at 75 pennies. That was in line, matching the consensus. Now, how's that guide doing? The Q4 adjusted EPS guide, they're guiding 87 to 97 pennies. That's broadly in line with the consensus of 92, the midpoint being a little bit higher. It's really AI and Windows 11 upgrade cycle that's boosting this. So in case you haven't gotten it, I've got Windows, what is this, Windows 11? Windows 10. On this PC is Windows 10. I can't tell you how many times I've been prompted to upgrade to Windows 11, but Rob told me not to upgrade, so I don't upgrade, despite the fact that I have Windows 11 at home, right? So they keep trying to push that on you. Why are they trying to push it on you? Because they're going to end the freaking support coming October for Windows 10. So there's strong demand, according to the company's report, driven by AI-powered PCs and the ongoing Windows 11 upgrade cycle. Microsoft will end Windows 10 support in October, sparking what they're saying is going to be a fresh or a sparking refreshed demand across business and consumer platforms. HP CEO reaffirmed confidence in the continued PC market momentum as the AI adoption of said PCs continues to accelerate, Joey. Their supply chain shifts, though, and tariff issues are notable. CEO confirmed HP has shifted nearly all North America-bound production out of China to Southeast Asia, Mexico, and select U.S. sites. Sounds like maybe what Apple should be doing here. The higher costs and the pricing uncertainty remain ongoing challenges for PC makers. So we'll have to watch and see whether margins get squeezed now that they're leaving China. But we know that China's not the cheapest on the block anymore. There are other places that you can go for cheaper production, cheaper costs. You know, China's more about know-how and technical skill. Segment performance here, their PC, their personal systems revenue rose 6% year over year up to $9.93 million, driven, as I mentioned, by the AI refresh demand. And their printing segment, we all know HP makes a lot of printers, Joey, 4% year over year increase up to $4 billion.
Yeah, tough look from a daily standpoint here on HP. HPQ right here, so 31% off of those previous highs to where we're currently trading at. That's a really, really tough look, and then we haven't recovered too much. A lot of sideways trading that we're experiencing in this name right here, Sharif.
Yeah, all right, Adira, this is interesting. Did you get the upgrade thing on your computer, or am I just the only one that keeps getting pumped with this?
I don't know. I didn't notice an upgrade.
No, eh? Well, it didn't upgrade. It keeps prompting you to upgrade, which I say no to.
Oh, I haven't seen that then
No,
either.
okay.
Honestly, and I don't know. I don't like upgrades. Upgrades make me nervous. I've been called a bit of a Luddite. I'm not like the best with technology. As everyone.
What version of the iPhone you have there, Adira? Tell everybody. What version of the iPhone you have there?
The iPhone?
What version is that?
SE? It has a home button.
Oh, that's the SE. Okay, I thought that was like the 8.
Oh,
Okay,
I formerly had an 8. That might be where you're getting confused.
That's right.
I had
Okay,
the 8, and then I had the 5 until 2019. So I am like several generations behind whatever phone everybody else is on. I still have the home button. I'm playing. But no, I'm not playing. I do have the home button. But let's talk here about, I want to give you guys a little bit of a preview too for Dell, not exactly the same space as HP. As far as, again, I don't know tons about tech, but I think it's pretty interesting. DLL is reporting tonight. This is their annual revenue. You can see a little bit shaky. And they just rejoined the index as of less than a year ago. It would have been September 2024. So by that I mean S&P 500. So yeah, I mean, I think Dell could be interesting. HP, I think this report honestly always gets a little bit lost at sea because you usually reports the same day as Nvidia, right? So it's like a little bit difficult in terms, 3% year over year growth isn't huge, but this isn't like, usually viewed as a growth company.
Right.
I think, printing segment revenue falling. I feel like I usually associate HP maybe more with printers, so that might be a concern. Yeah, I don't know. This is kind of a wishy-washy report, and I feel pretty wishy-washy about the whole thing. Yeah,
it feels like very 1990. I don't know, man. HP to me is. I know they're getting in the AI servers business, but I didn't even see any information on AI servers there with HP. So let's go on to the next and the last story. Google bets big on their AI data center and the cloud momentum. So what happened here? So Google announced a $1 billion investment in Virginia data centers. A lot of these data centers seem to be around there, right? Reinforcing its AI and cloud ambitions. We know that. The new centers will be located in Loudoun? I don't know, man. Sorry. And Prince William counties expanding their AI workloads and supporting regional economic development. We know that they're committing $1.5 million to AI training initiatives in Virginia, aiming to skill workforce readiness. So it's nice to see that they're investing in people, not just products. The funding includes programs at the University of Virginia, Brightpoint Community College, Virginia Tech, and et cetera. But we know that there's more to this, right? So Google Cloud struck a $10 billion deal, partnership, I should say, with Meta supporting AI model and research. Meta trying to get their hands on as much cloud compute as they can get to expand aggressively. They also announced a partnership with Oracle Cloud Infrastructure, which will help enable customers run workloads across both platforms. And how Google Cloud did on revenue last time, Joey, about $10.3 billion, up 28% year over year, which beat the estimates.
Yeah, and then also they struck this deal with some company there for a bunch of billions of dollars right there. So that was another positive thing, and that's what I'm talking about. These hyperscalers are just spending cash, and then in the likes of Google, striking new cloud deals. So you have the big three, obviously, with Azure, AWS, and then Google Cloud, putting in a new high of the day today. So, yeah, and new. And then Apple's just living in its own world as well, too, Sharif. It's just continuously climbing higher. So a good look here in Google. Cloud continuously growing. And I think until that CapEx starts to cool off, I'm going to expect to see the same things.
That's cap.
That's cap.
Sorry. I had to. All right, Adair, kind of, not $1 billion is not much by Google standards, but another move here and an expansion of Google Cloud, which can't hurt the company.
Yeah, I'm going to look at this in a different light, as I find I tend to. This is a good move for Google beyond, the cloud thing, because the more money you invest in the United States, the more happy Donald is.
Yeah.
You want to make U.S. President Donald Trump happy. Sorry for calling him by his first name. You want to make President Trump happy, and I think Google is certainly trying to do that, trying to appease him. Now, they didn't get a press conference like Mr. Tim Apple did, with the weird Apple.
Well, you didn't bring him a gold plate, Adair.
Yeah.
And they didn't bring him a plate.
You got to bring him a plate.
Yeah, no plane, no weird little Apple gold display nonsense. But yeah, I think Google either way, investing in the U.S. Oh, you got brighter, Sharif. The lighting.
Yeah, Chile Nightmare. That is killing me up here. Is that supposed to be on? Look, these ones?
It's a California glow. I kind of like it.
Do you want me this color? Yeah, okay, that's what I thought.
Okay, so good. I was just I thought
Go
you
ahead,
looked
Adara,
like a tan in the 2 minutes since I had seen you on the screen. But yeah, I don't know. I think Google here, anything investing in the U.S., that's not going to be a bad catalyst generally, especially if it's AI. But I think especially now it becomes an even better catalyst. This stock, I think, certainly likes it, though it's probably more likely to up with the whole market. But yeah, not a bad look for GOGL at all-time highs. And a couple catalysts today, too, along with that Fox story.
Yeah, I definitely agree there. I think the more you build in the United States, great point, Adair, the more Donald's happy. So keep building. But that is the end of the news. Thank you guys for joining us. We had a bit of a light news day today, not too much happening in the market. All right, let's take a quick look at some of these small cap gappers and see how some of them are faring. It's still the OPAD show, though, and maybe the SOGP show if this one can curl and take out that 10.5 where it's been selling for a while. But OPAD is continuing to kind of put in those higher lows despite. Thank you, guys. I don't want you behind me, bro. I told you I don't trust you. No, Ram. Whoa. Did you see that? That's not only grounds for a firing.
Yeah.
I'll file a report, bro.
Ooh, file a report, man. File that report.
I'm playing. I love Ram. OPAD, guys, continues to put in higher lows, not necessarily, though, higher highs. We're still stuck below that 1255 high there. Time, that is, below 631, but we are on our way to 6. You got to feel, though, that the real resistance level, not that 631, but rather that $6 area on OPAD. The reason I say that, not one closing print on the 5 actually closed above 6, and here we are at 6 again. So let's load this up now. We don't need to load it up. I think it should already be on there. OPAD, there it is. Let's watch as we dance with 6. Seller of note here, a staunchy little bugger at $6, about a few hundred lots from what we can see on the gateway, but it's always what we can't see that gets us into some trouble, possibly. The iceberg orders, hidden orders, Joey, as we call them, at $6 here. Nothing that surprises me. You can see that the closing prints are non-existent above that $6 area on the 5. So I'll be watching this with about 9 minutes left. Maybe we'll take a trade or two on this one if it does allow me.
Yeah, I don't even really know what to say, man. This market is just continuously grinding higher, so I got to hop out of this trade. It worked a couple times, and then now we have the likes of Apple and Nvidia wants to start rolling here. So, yeah, it's super annoying on what's going on. It's just like continuous grind. But anyways, enough of that whining. Just get out of it. It's nothing substantial. I am in heavy, but my risk profile is relatively tight. So, again, we'll just take the loss and just try to keep ourselves within this game here. So that's what I got going on. Nvidia is starting to curl back up. I don't know. Was there any news on Apple today, or?
I was looking, brother, but you know what I mean? It's that melt.
What do you mean? Is it off, brother? Yeah. Oh my day! Yeah. No, sir. I don't want it. No, I would want it to go down actually at this point. So, for now, anyways. It's just really. I don't know. I'm looking at the
AMD's
TQs.
at
Yeah,
168.24.
So we'll see what this is going on. If it climbs any higher, then I'll just take the loss on what it is and just forget about trying to short this market because there's clearly no continuation in that.
All right, yeah, as we talked about yesterday, guys, when we gave you that Apple news,
Tesla.
Yeah, September 9th, guys, the Apple event, it is going to be pre-recorded, as has been the case since the beginning of the pandemic, 2020. They started doing this pre-recorded format. I don't know, Katina, man, would you like the days of Steve Jobs, like, you know, going on that stage, using the iPhone kind of situation? They're not doing it anymore, Katina, man. They're doing a pre-recorded crap.
They did it last time.
Well, I don't know, man.
I recently bought at 212.
The Katina man bought at 212, so he's pleased as dang punch right now with Apple going into 233. We're still below those 260 area highs though. Let's bring in the Meg over here. I haven't brought in the Meg side charts in a hot minute, so forgive me. I still have my what's it called? My what are those called? Oh my God. Even forgetting, it's been so long since I've used them. In any event, there's Apple's look right there at day's highs as we speak, 233.38. But let's do a little TA, man. We're still down 6.6% on the year. Let me just move these pivot points over here because they're driving me nuts. I've got to remove them, otherwise they distort the whole chart. So we got to go edit chart parameters, studies, and then we're going to go move pivot points. There we go. So yeah, we're still down from that 260 high. I think we got into barely 260. That was in late December. That was before all the tariff talk, right? So we're still down 9% there. We're down 6.6% year to date if you're looking from January onward, right? But yeah, I think we're definitely breaking trend here. And what I was saying to Joseph earlier was this is where the April lows took us all the way back into the mid 160s, low 170s. And then we kept putting in higher lows, but we weren't kind of breaking through the top. You could see that staunchy 215 area acted as a level of resistance for a long time on Apple, but was keeping me interested was these area lows that were higher successively. And then we got a decisive break above that 215. That was back August 6th. Why do we have that day? Because that's when your boy, Timmy C, weaseled on over to the White House, gift in hand, gold gift in hand, if you believe the reports. And yeah, that pleased Donald very much. He gave him exemptions, both from India, both from the China tariffs on microchips and assembled iPhones. And here we go, Joseph. We're kind of bull flagging here ever since Timmy C went to the White House. There's that big breakout August 6th. Then we have that consolidative side push. Let's see if we can get above 235, maybe by mid next week, even tomorrow, and break through the top end of that bull flag. And then who knows, maybe September 9th, the market will finally like for a change what it hears from Apple, and we'll get a squeeze maybe into the 240s or so. I won't be taking anything out of Apple. I haven't taken anything out since I sold at 230. When was that? That was like last fall, right?
230 last fall?
Yeah, we sold. I remember I sold a little. I sold 20%.
Did you? All right.
Last fall, 230s before that 260 push. And I won't be selling anymore. It'd be
okay, so you sold 230s over here?
230s, yeah, it was up there. Remember? And then you were like, ha, ha, ha. You were so happy because it went to 260.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Did I do that? No, man. What a.
That's typical Joey options.
No, stop it.
Stop playing.
Oh, I just almost got a cramp in my leg. Yeah.
Oh, MRVL. Let me just cover this,
yeah,
Joey.
Go ahead.
Shout out to John Del Segno. MRVL's breaking out, baby. He says, let's have a look at MRVL. Weaseling over here. You got more Marvell? Katina, man, if I asked you, how much is Marvell down on the year? Without looking, Katina, man, what's it down on the year? Katina, man, it's down 30.25% with this move today. So you're buying it in a nice area, man. So yeah, Marvell taking out high. Shout out to John. A nice little upward channel. Looks like it wants to break through 77 here, and it's about to get above the implied balance high. There's that 930 pop. The high of that 930 pop, Joey, was 76.90. We're at 76.90 right now.
Yeah, all right. I'm good. Man. I'm good now. I'm back, baby. I was. That's all I needed to take over there, back, and then now I'm back. Surprisingly, like. I didn't even take it compared to what I had on there, Sharif. I didn't even take too bad of a loss, to be honest with you. So I can't get too frustrated. Still fully in this game. So,
Bang.
Yeah. As for Marvell, not too bad of a look. We were going over Google. Goggles is just continuously grinding higher. It's touched, I think it's put in a new all-time high twice, or once or twice today, multiple times actually. So there it is, man, 212.11. Yeah, we rotated out of this name a long time ago. Why? I don't know. There's so many good things. It's like an ETF in itself, right? Like you're getting Waymo, they have Willow, then you have YouTube, and then you have Google Cloud. So we talk about this a lot, and if you go just back in the history of Google, it's essentially a repeat offender. It's kind of volatile at sometimes, right? But then essentially it just recovers, and it recovers significantly stronger. So there it is. Going back to our guy Tom Lee's theory, Sharif, about 1.5 times the recovery and what it takes in that bear market.
Explain that though, Joey, the V shapes.
Yeah. So essentially what he was getting at is that almost every recovery in the market is a V-shaped recovery. You don't get too many of the rounded bottoms. And if you look at it, so approximately his theory is that if it takes you 448 days to sell from this peak to this trough, you're going to recover it in about 1.5 times, right? The amount. So that's relatively close, and you put in a new all-time high. So that's what that theory essentially stands for is that, okay, the market sells, but then within 1.5 times the amount of the selling duration, you'll see a recovery in the market. And sure enough, you see that in the Qs and in the NASDAQ quite often.
Well said, Joseph. I want to bring to your attention SOGP. It's back, baby, and it's halted up. Oh, baby, halted 11:27. The halt time exactly 1:56 on the dot, double zeros there. You can look at the time in sales always. That's the trick, and then you add 5 minutes onto that. What does the TAP say? The theoretical auction price, 11.84. We're halted at 11.27, so we already have a very aggressive buy-side imbalance, and we're only about 3.2 million shares from 100 million shares traded on the day. What is the flow to this piece? You know what? Probably we're at several times float rotation right now. This is okay. I don't have.
Sharif, hold on. Our boys here.
Who?
Guess who?
Nimrod. Oh, I see all the memberships. I know exactly. It's Nimrod.
Oh, brother.
This guy's killing it, man.
Yeah, that's insane, man. Insane. Good stuff there. Sorry.
Shout out to Nimrod, man. We miss you, brother. I know he's coming back.
Is he coming back?
Yeah, he's coming back in October, bro.
No way.
Yeah, of course
my
he is,
brother,
man.
You better hop on that bike. Because you know what happened last time we were riding the bike.
Oh, I heard about that, man. I heard you were.
Yeah, he has a very. And then I'm just walking. He's like, "You're not even breathing." I'm like, "I know, brother. This is what we do around here, man." No, that was a great time. Gave him a. He said he wanted to do something Canadian. So I'm like, all right, let's ride a bike from point A to point B and see how we can do with that.
Yeah, not skiing or snowboarding or
it's not
like that, or hockey. That's not Canadian at all.
So I don't even know if biking's really Canadian. So that was the
it's very much Toronto now.
Yeah, it's Toronto. Well, yeah, come on.
Bike lanes everywhere, bro. Your boy Dougie's angry about that, though.
Yeah,
he doesn't
he's taking
like
some of them down.
He's trying. They keep blocking him in the courts.
Do they? Yeah.
He's going to use the notwithstanding clause. Just watch.
Listen. Some streets I like them.
So do I.
I like them. I love using.
Put them on the side streets. Why do they have to be on all the main arteries, bro?
Well, I think that's where they should be. I'm by no means
a driver,
bike advocate. Hey, I'm a driver of all vehicles.
And she's not even a driver. You don't even drive, so you don't even have that bias.
Look what Nimrod said. Bro, try to.
Oh no, my mic's on.
Okay, so Adara was trying to say, I don't want to repeat, but she's like, cyclists are the most homicidal people in the city of Toronto, and I was saying she doesn't have a bias because she doesn't drive a car. If you drive a car, you might have a little bit of a bias. But anyway, Joey, thank you. Nimrod, we miss you, bro.
Yeah.
Hope you're doing very well. Thank you for the memberships. Thank you for everything. Thank you for everybody in the chat for joining Joseph and I on the Afternoon Rundown, and for joining Afternoon Rundown on the Midday Show, and for joining Adara, Joseph, and I on the news. We're going to send it over to the big boys. You already got Neil long the Zon, and Katina Man is long the advanced money duplicator. Get it, boys.
Duplication. Apparently, we got no mics.
Oh.
Yeah.
On.
It's been duplicating money today for sure. What's up, guys, everybody? Thanks for the midday show there. Good show there. What's up to Nimrod? What's up to everybody that's in the chat? One more time as we come back for another big show. We come back. The highs of the day for myself. I mean, we've just been watching this AMD. We took this 1130, 1150. Good little trading here on Advanced Micro Devices up to VWAP again. So we were buying this dip, and then right when we left you, it was 11 o'clock. We bought more dips into 167 again, and pop goes the weasel. Nice upside play back into VWAP. But welcome, everybody. Tonight we have a lot of earnings to go over. Which names are going to report tonight. We've got that Marvell. We've got Webull. We've got a whole bunch ready to go tonight. So we're excited. We're jacked. We're
better not be full of
loaded. They probably will be full of bull, but we'll wait to see exactly what Webull has to say.
They're not the one. Dell also going to report as well. Jan Loki in the chat saying CGC is on fire today. I hope that pun is intended. I thought it was Tilray that's usually going.
Yeah, what's up with that?
Yeah, what's up? It's supposed to be 24%.
Yeah.
24%. Okay. What is Tilray doing? It's got to be. Oh, come on,
rich.
son.
We rich.
5%.
Oh.
They don't even move together anymore. Can't we all just get along? Can't we? Yeah, I feel like that's an old.
I don't know. My stream does not change over.
Oh, no.
So
I manually do it every single time.
Yeah.
Make sure you get that notification. That's why you hit the sub so you know we're going to be live. Hit that like, hit that subscribe. So when we come back on, we're locked and loaded and ready to go. The Zon, I guess, means Amazon.
Yeah, because you're in that one, yeah.
Look, Amazon's having a good day. Apple's having a good day. The market's having a good day. Nvidia was green. It did go green, Nvidia. It's not right now, but it did go green for a brief little moment. And I think that was one of those things that, you thought on that good quarter it would be, once they started buying it up, usually they don't stop. Undercover. Micron, of all things, is up 3.5%. This morning we were talking about Broadcom. I think when we had looked, Broadcom, at least around 11 o'clock, was the strongest chip name, or at least out of what we had looked at. But Micron up 3.5%. That's been trending the whole way. The only reason I'm in Amazon is it just basically has been super strong, bull flag, trend break, play into the high of the day because the market is booming. Snowflake, blowout name. Today up more than double digits. And we've got some news right now from Adara.
Really quickly here, PDD on watch. This one just spiked up a little bit, then pulled back down. The CBP here in the U.S. is saying that the de minimis duty-free treatment is suspended as of August 29th. That's tomorrow. So we already kind of knew this was happening, but PDD, bit of a reaction here on news that the de minimis duty-free treatment is suspended as of August 29th. Back to you.
That, of course, being tomorrow.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's already the 28th. Wow.
I can't. School, man. We got our email of like the.
Oh, did you? What class is she in and all that?
Yeah,
stuff?
So we know the teacher.
Oh,
my daughter's disappointed because there was a rumor at the end of school that her she loves her grade 2 teacher, and there was a rumor that she'd be teaching the grade 3 French immersion and going up, and so she was so excited for. We tried to say, hey, look, nothing's official.
Right.
They switched things up a lot here, especially close to the year, and no, so she doesn't get the same teacher. But she's still at the school, which is fine.
Yeah.
But one of our neighbors had the teacher she's getting, and one of our neighbors had her a couple of years ago and had a good experience. So that's always a positive.
Yeah,
and the power's back at our house.
Oh, good. Yeah. Oh, good. I forgot to ask you about that. Yeah. Look. Again, thanks for joining us. We are going to go over many different names here in the afternoon, including names that are reporting and including names that you populate up into this. And right now it's Nvidia leading the way for obvious reasons, I would think. And we're just going to figure out what leads the way after this because I am going to give it a fresh start. So here we go, man. We are fresh starting this thing right now. So type into the chat, right into here, type in whatever symbols you want to do. And let's just see who's actually, see the roll call. There it is right here. Let's just see. We're not doing no countdown right now. Let's just find out who's here right now as you type in Nvidia and all these different names that we see here. All right, Justin, we have a little number here from you. Is that Why this is not loading, I have no idea. There it is. What's up? Justin Ware and Jin. What's up? Ware Engine. Okay. What are your levels for the Qs? We'll look at that. Should we go long or short into the close? Yeah, we'll figure that out. Right now, I'm going long. I'm long AMD, and of course, that's kind of like a bellwether for this market. We're at $1.50 in the money right now. But who's here right now? Let's give a little bit of a wave here. Let's Go Birding wants Palantir. The Trade Algos wants some stock called Sean. I never heard of that one. MSOS, I think, is a good stock as well. So we say what's up to Keith? Yo, why not? Here's some waves. What's up, Bora, as we all populate right now? Yeah, I don't know. Who else is going to wave here? How do I stop this thing? There it is right now. Rigetti's going up now. Weeble, everything. Hi to everybody. So again, thanks for joining us as we try to do the best here of communicating with you and going over some of the different names that you're excited about and vice versa. So yeah, an early look on our little board right here. It does look like, and Neil just said Rigetti, Weeble here coming through with earnings later on tonight. We have Affirm coming tonight as well. Tonight is actually a bigger night than yesterday as far as the names that are coming through. We had the biggest one yesterday with Nvidia, but many names coming today.
Gap took the cake.
Snow was good. Yeah, Snow was great.
Gap can
Affirm. We have Fed's Waller coming at 4 p.m. as well. So lots happening with us on the after show today. So make sure you do join us tonight with all of that. And we try to finish our slow draft as well.
Still going.
Yeah, it's still going. I don't know. We got Jackson Dart in a later round yesterday, but I don't know. I have so many quarterbacks. But you can't never have enough. There's going to be injuries.
Fantasy, you got to value. Sometimes you just got to take the value, right? If you get a good dip buy, CrowdStrike.
Yeah, that's same in fantasy sports as it is in stocks. And look at Snowflake right here. I mean, Snowflake's going to be on the order, so maybe we don't have to talk too much about that. But I brought this up at 10 o'clock and was kind of like, hey man, maybe this goes Mongo. And yeah, it's going MongoDB style right here and just continuously going upside right now. You beat, you raise, you get a good number at Snowflake, and there it goes, just a small 23% upside. So wow. And then we will talk about Marvell coming into the close. I bought more shares just as we went off air, $76. We're lucky enough that it was just around here 11 o'clock. I put a bid at 76. I don't do anything too fancy. I just put out the prices when they fill, they fill. So we got $76. We got a little bit more long in Marvell here ahead of earnings. So apparently there's now more information coming about UNH. I don't know, they're looking for some more information requested on something. We'll get that figured out very soon. All right, during the midday, you guys put into the chat different names that you want us to cover. And right now, it's called The Rundown, and it's happening right here at the desk with Sharif. What's up, Rob?
Welcome to the Afternoon Rundown, everyone, the show where you decide what we talk about every afternoon. The boys are locked and loaded, and they're ready to look at the tickers as decided by you, but the only way to get those tickers up there, you just saw it. Sean had the chart there. You got to get in the chat and vote for your favorite tickers every day. Super easy. Throw in that $ followed by whatever ticker your heart so desires. Let's look at the major averages today. The leading one here on the top left of your screen, the triple Qs, up 2/3%. On the Nasdaq, top right is the ES, up a little higher than 1/4%. That's the SPY, which is the ES ETF. Bottom left is the IWM, the Russell 2000 ETF, a little above flat, up 0.04%. And the bottom right is the Dow, flat on the day as well, 0.03. The first ticker, as decided by you guys, no surprise here, obviously Nvidia reporting after the bell yesterday and spiked down initially, down to 170, but being bought up quite aggressively here into 180. In fact, Dan Ives says any decline is a clear buying opportunity, guys.
I mean, generally speaking, that has been true, but I don't know. Like, you'd be buying a lot of declines if that's the case. Just quickly before we go to Nvidia, that SOGP, which I see has made the list, is halted right now to the upside. The tap was 14, but now it's saying I got 1359 as the 13, and it just reopened. So it looks like it opened at 13. It's hard to tell, 13.4 maybe, and it's just absolutely flying here. So they reported, and this one going out. So we wanted to make sure we got this. I knew it was about to open. It's like, well, we can talk about Nvidia at any time, but this thing is going ham. Almost 100 million in volume. Level 2 doesn't look like 100 million in volume, but it's done 100 million in volume. Unbelievable name. So when it comes,
like,
I'm trying to figure out
cool prints or
yeah, it's.
Someone
don't
could have
know.
put an order out for 100,000.
I'm saying if you're
100
watching
million, you
it
said?
doesn't look like it's doing 100 million in volume when you look at the level 2.
When retail gets involved.
It's that one is wild. Just be careful with it. It's obviously a little bit
spicy.
top heavy. Nvidia is top heavy in a different way, I would say. Somebody really likes selling $184 on the stock, and unfortunately, it wasn't a perfect report. Not a perfect report. No breakout through that 52-week high. That's just how it is for Nvidia. They need to come. It need to be like 100% unscathed, right? And that didn't happen, so we get to consolidate for a while before we break out, which is fine. Now, there's nothing wrong with a little consolidation. Sometimes you need to gear up, like coil a little bit, like when you get in the blocks, compress, and then you wait for the starting pistol for Nvidia. So whether that's days, weeks, we'll just have to await this 185 breakout here. So it ended up being a dip buy. First dip into the prior highs was okay, then didn't work. It was really when it got all the way down to 177. We should keep an eye on that because the earnings day one low is 177-ish, and that was support from a few days ago. I think that's going to become key. As long as we hold on to this, I think that can be a nice little place where we can find some strength. Right now, it's holding higher lows all the way through. I mean, it's not the sexiest name today, unfortunately, and you had to pick your spots with it. But what it did accomplish was raise the market, raise a bunch of other individual names with their growth. So ultimately, you can't really complain too much here. It's just when you had the margins down, you had the China story not exactly complete there. They're telling you how much they're leaving on the table with China, and once that gets resolved, I think you get a break of the highs. That 185. That'll be a popular one when it goes. That's the kind of level. If it breaks tomorrow and fails 185, and it breaks Monday and fails 185, I'd still take the break on Tuesday on Nvidia. It's one of those levels.
All right. Yeah, so we wrote down here today the same kind of thing. We had 178 long. The best part about Nvidia today is that we were able to get away from it, and now we're up much more on AMD than we lost here on Nvidia. So this was my play there early. We did get a great, we were cruising with Nvidia, actually. It was a great trade early. We had this bottom, which was fantastic, 180, and that's where we're like, oh man, we have visions of what we did yesterday, where this is coming all the way back up to the highs. But so we went from 180 there to get at 181.50 is our best number there on VWAP, and then when it came back in, we just went to our node again. We got to trust the work that we do, and came into 178, and we got a couple outs, but that was about it. And then we got stopped out once we officially broke that 177.50. I give this name obviously at least 50 cents of room there on the break, and it just didn't do anything for me. But then I was like, you know what? Let's go back and find out what's going on with AMD. And we found out that AMD, of course, without the earnings risk associated with it, we found a bottom, and it was just kind of like right into here. Yesterday's closing prices in and around 166.50. So we actually wind up getting stopped out of it first. Well, we got some good trades, but stopped out there, bought it back, was good all the way back up. And again, when we're taking 167s and getting out 168.50, it's been a pretty good opportunity there. And then just as we were leaving you guys at 11 o'clock, we came right back. This is actually during the midday show, 11:30s, 11:15s, and then again 11:45, where we wound up defending that exact same area. Now look at this, man. 3 horsemen, 1, 2, 3, right here at VWAP out. AMD, the number one stock by far here today for our show, and it's a great one. Love trading these names, AMD and Nvidia. There it goes, man. My whole day is AMD. So we're happy with it. Although we're going to be 2 for 3 with Tesla, which I'm sure is coming up, now. We'll talk about that trade. That was also a good one. Excited to show you guys what happened over there with Tesla.
Okay, a couple of things here, Sean. You brought UNH to my attention. So here's the headline. Senators are demanding information from United Health on loan collection practices. That's really the extent of the headline. I don't have more information. As soon as I do, I will bring it to you. In addition to that, Lisa Cook, her lawyer, now suggesting that there was a clerical error behind the mortgage dispute. The lawyer suggesting that if there were errors, she didn't mean to deceive anyone. No one was harmed, a standard known in law as materiality. So that is just coming out right now. I want to bring that to your attention now with the next headline over here. TSLA down 1/3% as a result of 40.2% drop in year-over-year deliveries in July for their European sales. All the while, boys, BYD surging over 200% year over year.
Yeah. You never heard of them.
Clerical error. I made a clerical error When I traded Tajay Spears and he got hurt the other day, I actually meant somebody else.
That's the thing. I mean,
and then he got hurt, so you should give me the pick back because.
Fine.
No, actually, no, I probably shouldn't because I have but no, it just look. Obviously, it's not that we don't want to get political here, but the Fed does matter. That doesn't sound too good on the surface of it, but we'll see how this whole thing shakes out. We're gonna get the cut anyways next, and we'll see how that whole thing shakes out. Try not to get too political. That doesn't sound good at all.
No.
Yeah.
I don't trust it. I don't think if you're supposed to be that smart, honestly, like you're a member of the Fed, you just tried to get away with something and you got caught. It is what it is.
Lots of people. Lots of people get caught for mortgage for something very similar. It happens a lot.
Yeah, lots of people are dishonest.
More than you would think. And people do that kind of stuff, right? It happens.
No integrity.
It doesn't sound good. It doesn't sound good at all.
Whenever you're dishonest, I mean, that is, if we look up the definition of integrity, I mean, I hope for her sake, it is a clerical error.
I hope so.
And it could be. I don't want to pass judgment before.
I really hope so.
The facts to come out, because we're just sitting here talking.
It doesn't sound good, that's all.
No, exactly. It's like, and it's about, whatever, innocent until proven guilty, exactly. And that's what we do with trading over here. All right, so look, someone in the chat said, oh, yeah, he's got his hoodie on over there, Joe, so I don't know what...
He's not eating the garbage fish that we ate, that's for sure.
I don't know what he has. What is that? He is eating it. We got shawarma. Yeah, we're getting shawarma tonight at my house. We're really excited about shawarma there tonight. So shout out to shawarma. What, beef one or chicken shawarma? Okay, maybe I'll join you tonight. Look, again, right there on the note today was Tesla short 351 to 352 or 350 to 351. We took the short early. It worked out great until it didn't, and we got stopped out right there. And then this happened. We saw that top wick. It was really early, and I'm like, I don't want to get stopped out here. We've had so many huge trades on Tesla in the past. Why not do another one right here? See if we can do that, and that's exactly what we wound up doing. The problem is we didn't have nearly as many shares on this as we did on AMD, like not even close to the same amount. But there it comes in. We shorted the 353. There's my last out. We put a stop. Like I should have just, again, it's not, we're responsible for all the trades that we put on, and it's no excuse or anything like that. But, I'm trying to get it when we break right into here, the 21 period moving average, but it was all the way down there. We should have maybe had a little more responsibility and got out, but we got out at 344 eventually once it took this area. It kept on bouncing off of it and getting back in. So once we finally took 344.50, we wound up punching out of the rest of it. But it was just a small $8 winner at the end of the day. We were in the money about $13 at one point, but we only had a small piece left, about 5% left. So we do cover that right there. These were good outs down into here as we were really cascading back in, but that's your trade of the day. I mean, Tesla $13 from top to bottom. Plus, even that out right there is $8 or $9, and then our final out is $9. So yeah, pretty good there. We knew that Tesla was going to be a short today on those numbers. And hey, look, sometimes you got to play the game, and we did it right there with Tesla. So it was a good day trade. We're here to do those every day, and we just got to find them. And Tesla seems to be giving them to you all of the time. So Tesla today has the Midas touch.
Yeah, down that 1 point today on Tesla. But the good news for Tesla, SOGP we'll get to. I know that thing is moving around like crazy. Be careful on that stock. It just resisted a halt down a second ago, and we'll get to it in a second. But Tesla, at least on the higher time frame, the good news is it's consolidating above a little bit of a breakout. So as long as it doesn't, like in here, it's about call it the mid 330s to about 329 where the 200 period moving average is. As long as it can hold on to that, then you have a pullback and a slight uptrend, which it's been doing since earnings. Since earnings, it's been nothing but bad news and nothing but like dips into some little higher lows here. It's gotten like Tesla's, it's stuck in a little bit of a rut right now, because you're waiting for when are we going to get good news? But it's slowly rising on more and more bad headlines, which leads me to believe that when we get a good one, we should blast, hopefully on Tesla. So slight upward trend. Unfortunately for it today, it didn't really go anywhere. This just seems like a stock. Tesla does not usually condense like this, but when it does, and it starts to condense, like go back to August of 2024. When it started to condense a little bit, and then it tried to go. But then eventually, when Tesla gets going, the volatility it can have on it. You get those you get those 15% type movements, but it just doesn't happen yet. We need something from, hey, heck, let's be real. We need something with autonomous, because I don't think it's going to be Optimus. I think it's going to be a breakthrough in autonomous and the robo-taxi. That's what's going to have to get it going. So it's just another dip, but at least the higher lows are still intact there for Tesla. SoFi doesn't have to worry about dips.
Ooh, SoFi on deck.
More information coming out regarding this Cook situation. The lawyer saying mislabeling a home's purpose on a mortgage application without any allegation of its intentionality or materiality would not be the type of offense that would constitute cause for removal. That is her lawyer's statement. As we get more of this, I'll report on back to you. Here's the weekly chart, guys, on SOFI. SoFi up nicely on the day, over 5%. The reason I show you the weekly is I want to show you we're almost back to those pandemic area highs into 28, 29. On the day, though, as Neil mentioned during the midday, we are above 26 now, up 26, 21. As I mentioned, 5% in Greensville.
This is one of my favorite 3-month charts, SoFi. Although maybe I only need a monthly. Here, let me just check. Come on, E-Signal, load it up, baby. Yeah, the monthly is just as good. So monthly, 3-month, doesn't matter. You have to go far enough back to see that, look, it's so close, breaking this 28 level. If and when it does happen, we've seen this story before where it looks like it's overextended, but then you go back to when like Robinhood did something like this. When Robinhood did this, and you're like, oh yeah, Robinhood's overextended, and then it just proceeded to go another 20, 30%, and it's still holding above on that monthly chart, even with a couple of pullbacks. So that's the run that SoFi is on. You actually had, it's a lot of everything working well. Like FinTech has been making a good bounce and run, but it's doing some continuation that you're just not seeing out of Robinhood. And like I said, I like what I see. I actually I think this was a mistake. Here, I'll go to the 3 minutes so you can see. Like I was in the long as it was breaking out 26, and it got to the, got up to the 20 mark and then broke down, and I got cute with it. I was like, oh, I like the long on this thing. Let's reverse into a short. So I ended up giving back a decent enough portion of what we had made on that long, and it's still going. I think this is a buy the dip situation. 28, when it gets there, my gut tells me the first thing it's going to do is pull back at that 28 because it's such a monster level on the monthly chart, and that's a pretty big time frame. But it's marching towards a test of that level, seemingly day after day. And when you get a chance, like yesterday, it dipped. And all it did is essentially V-shape it. So it's responding to pullbacks by finding a bottom, rounding right up and trying to take out that bottom. So there's room to about 25, 55, 60 in here today. So next available dip, maybe we can get something going into 26. SoFi, great story. Love the stock as it continues its rise.
All right, just getting out a tweet for tonight's market recap showing lots of stocks popping off there tonight. That is for sure. ADSK, Dell, Ulta Beauty, Affirm, Webull, oh boy. Okay, so yeah, man, we're loving some SoFi right here. Like we talked about this, we had Mitch on Tuesday or whatever, and was like, he thinks SoFi has a chance to go, and it's going. We had a nice little dip down into 25 bucks, and again, I was thinking like, you want to dip into this area, 21, 22, but the market doesn't go down anymore, so you might not get that opportunity. You should be buying dips all over the place is what it looks like here as we focus on the market again. But yeah, still going. We like that stock here. SoFi breaking through those highs. Neil just went over some levels there, so I don't. I'm not going to do the same thing as him. Tonight we do have Webull reporting. I think that if you're going to, SoFi has their banking license, so that's a little different situation there. I think they're a much bigger beast, obviously, than Webull. I don't mind this investment that I've made in Webull at 11 bucks, but I'm not as excited about it. The market here doesn't like Webull as much as Robinhood or as SoFi right now. Now, hopefully, if they can somehow turn a profit or whatever, the expectation here on Webull, let me bring this down here just to find out what it is. 8.1% implied move. No earnings or no EPS for Webull tonight. So we'll wait to see. I mean, hopefully they're able to turn around and make a little bit of money. I just want to make sure I don't have that right. Yeah, no earnings estimates there. tonight for Webull. So we'll get that. It's bouncing off the 50-period moving average. Those of you asking, is Webull a long or a short or whatever you want to know about it? Yeah, both. I have no idea. I'd like to see them put up a number. We've came up to 18 bucks. I was able right here live on the show to slip something out in and around 18, so to go from 11 to 18. I think if we can get up there again, we take this out. For me, I'd prefer a long in Webull tonight going into earnings, just because we've seen Hood, we've seen SoFi, and SoFi was a great response to their earnings day as well. They did fade off the whole day after they reported, but it was a good one there for SoFi. I believe it was either right into here or right into here. I think it was this day here. We went up to 25 bucks and we wind up closing somewhere into here and then just straight upside again. So yeah, again, really like Robinhood, really like SoFi, and really like Webull. I think they can all continue to work, and I would say pick your poison. I'm long Webull down there in the $11 mark, 1085, 1150, I don't know what it is. But we're long down into there, looking to get some out today if we can get that high again. But we're still $1.50 in the money on AMD as that's continuing to go higher. All right, Neil talked about SOGP. Let's go find out what's going on. Oh, will Nvidia end green? I don't know. Yes. I had said red earlier today.
Yes,
okay, good, still red. So
it's trying.
Yeah, so Neil's on the yes side, I heard, and then I'm on the red side. So we selected red earlier. I don't think it's still open, right?
Did we say close green, or did we say
close.
get green? Okay,
close.
So it's close.
Yeah, not get. Yeah,
because get would have already happened.
Yeah.
SOGP is going to
let's
close
go find
green.
out. Yeah, is it?
Well, if this thing closes red,
we have bigger problems.
Like oh my goodness, if this thing closes red.
Yeah, let's not.
Somebody gonna get hurt real bad if that.
And it's not Fabian.
Red. No, he's fine.
Hey, Fabian.
Fabian. Oh, my bad. 226%. Neil is SOGP in Greensville. They reported first half of 2024 revenues, which fell year over year, primarily due to decrease in paying users. Their average total mobile monthly active users was around 35.7 million. But according to this report, the shares are trading higher after they announced a $4 million share buyback program, guys. So try and hold above 12.5 here, but off that 1450-ish high day.
Well, then that means the float, the data that I'm looking at, can't be right. Because...
Well, it could have been delayed. What is it?
The float data that I'm looking at says 4.3 million. So
and what did Shrifa say? There was a...
So obviously there's no 4 million buyback on 4.3 million float, because that would be ludicrous.
Maybe. They're just trying to put the money back into the stock. Reward shareholders.
That's...
Open up a treasury. Start talking about Ethereum.
That would be nonsensical. Like it would, if it were true, that would be unprecedented. But it would probably explain 230%. No, I don't think the float data is probably not correct there. It's a pure, at this point, it's a pure momentum play. As I said, just having a quick look, and I have Walmart. I don't remember why I have the Walmart level 2 up, but I'm sure I had a reason. But when you look at this, it doesn't look like a $100 million volume stock. It's 12 bucks. Like it's not exactly moving that way. Just to get it out of the way for everybody. It did manage to not halt down after failing $14 in here somehow, and essentially bounced right off this halt level, the halt up price at 11 quarters. So I'd keep an eye. If you happen to be long this, ideally you're long in some bottoms and not buying it off the top, because this seems so super extended. I would love to try to find different float data on this for sure, like to get an update, give an idea how big a deal that 4 million buyback might be, so that you can try to wrap your head around it. But it's not the worst. It's not as if this is like the super nasty chart or anything, right? Like this stock had already broken some bag holding levels and then held a higher low and is potentially squeezing some people out. So I do think this is probably whatever the float is got soaked up and is helping to cause this move. Just be careful up here. It is really thin and the volume is declining. So I wouldn't want anyone to get trapped at the top here. Like I said, I'll look around and see if we can get some other float data here, because it sounds implausible on the surface.
Yeah. All right. Let's go back over to Sharif. We'll find out one more bit of information about Open Door, and then we will start sort of talking about other things. But this is the rundown, so let's finish it off. Our fifth name here, Open Door, has it been opened or closed? We're going to find out the story right now with Sharif.
Slightly ajar.
For a story, Sean, none today, but one can make reasonable inferences over here as we got the jobs number today that possibly maybe putting the rate cuts in question. But if you look at the FOMC tool, we are very much expecting those rate cuts to come in September. But here is open, guys, a little off that $4 area, but off the highs of the day, just below 6%.
Yeah, I always think that when we're talking about Open Door, well, there's lots of different things to talk about, but we're always looking at the short flow, right? So 25%. So we'll figure real estate management and development. I like that industry. Right there, 24% here with a float of 630 million shares. So we don't have to worry too much about that angle. But yeah, whenever you let these sort of sleeping dogs lie a little bit, there is room for upside moves, right? And I think that's maybe what's happening right now today. A little 6% bump here for Open Door. We saw the same thing happen to SoFi, where we had come back in and then just took a break for a day or two and then went right back there, right back to the upside. So no one's really holding this, or this is not trading on any valuations. I don't even know if they have a PE. I didn't check that part out yet. No, they do not. So yet to make money is Open Door. So you're taking a swing basically just on momentum here. And if you are a momentum trader, then Open Door really fits your prerogative. Right back, I said $3 right into here, the last sort of dip buy opportunity, but we might have just held that gap right there. So gap fill hold right now on Open Door. So maybe changing it from 3 to 4, basically. If I would say this is a similar play. Now, I don't like Open Door as much as I like Big Bear AI, but I would say that this is a play where you might want to buy at 4, then come in here. I think that's a pretty key level there at 3. And then worst case, if you still like the stock, you got $2 to bounce your head off of. But a little different story here. I don't know if I like the difference between Big Bear AI and Open Door. I don't see, and I've said this before, I don't see the rate cuts as being that big of a deal with a 1/4 point rate cut. Even 3/4 of a point would be nice, but that's December. So if that's already all baked in, which it is, I can show you as Sharif mentioned there, the Fed rate tool. It's been 80%. It's been 40% of three cuts by December for quite a while now. And Open Door has already made the move. So I feel like it's baked in. So you just want to try to play it smart and do the right thing. Buy it in this gap area, and I think at $3 again. And don't get too excited on up days, man. Let it sleep for a little bit, and then take it after that. But for me, yeah, Open Door, good trading. It seems like it's one of the top names for the retail side. And it's been like that for a while. Yeah. So Open Door again. Neil, 185 million shares.
Well, that's the volume's still good. It's what's amazing about this, and that's why the exchanges love this kind of stuff. Do the Right Thing is a great movie.
Yep.
Old school. Michael Rappaport. I think that was his
Michael Rappaport.
I think that was his first decent or big film.
Michael Rappaport. That's the guy from NFL.
Yeah, Michael Rappaport was on Do the Right Thing, Spike Lee. That was his start. He worked in the pizza shop.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Anyways, it's neither here nor there. It's a good movie.
That's
check
cool.
it out.
Cool.
For sure. Open
More
Door.
you know.
I don't know how much to add to it, except for why do I have CRM on my daily? Oh, I know why. No, the only thing I was actually, what's interesting is today was I was looking for a breakout. I was looking for a breakout above these prior low, call it 440. It just didn't materialize. So if it doesn't happen today, maybe tomorrow. It seems to have held $4. So if you can break out 450 tomorrow, maybe move into $5, gives you a potential 10% mover. I don't see any reason why that happens today. Everyone seems to be in on this other stock, that SOGP. While there's volume, there doesn't seem to be any upward momentum. So consolidated day for Open Door. Give it a shot tomorrow. For breakouts, they actually they got to get there and they got to blow through the high. It just didn't really do anything except consolidate, which is a good thing because it's not falling anymore, right? And that's your concern. When this is falling, it'll trend down for a little bit and start fading those pops. But I think you're in a nice consolidated phase. And back to that SOGP for a quick little second. It is halted to the upside now. So the halts are going to be fast and furious on this, the way it's moving around. I don't even understand how it didn't halt more often. Where's the halt?
The SPY.
It's a little bit nonsense. I don't know why it didn't halt earlier. But it halted at 1383, just off the high of the day, up 260-something%. I checked another source. It still said 4 million float on this name.
Yeah, maybe it is. That's what I'm trying to say.
Have you ever heard of anything like that? I've never heard of anything like that. How are you going to do a buyback for pretty much all of the shares? $4 million. Oh, I thought you said shares. No, that's nothing. So this is just a pure nonsense squeeze then. Whatever.
Randy, how's the supervising going over there?
Well.
I like it. I like it. Oh, Rob said stupervising? Is that what he said? Oh, stupervising.
We're getting our desk ready. It's almost ready.
I mean, I like the supervisor role. Yo, what's up, Ramin?
Kind of.
Looks so happy.
Exactly. That's the whole
The
point,
bigger
my
monitors
guy.
are in, everybody. We stepped it up. We got
I
some
like
bigger
that
monitors.
Ramin's got on the toque right here. I don't know,
That's
are your
'cause it's
hands
cold in
cold?
here.
My hands.
I'm gonna get a tea before this aftermarket or this afternoon show is done.
Yeah, it's
What
a little
happened to
chilly.
who knocked over the bull? I probably did. No, never mind. I know. I must have.
See
Done.
where it is.
I'm always elbowing the bull. Now he's got.
All right.
Well, that didn't take very long.
Yeah, SOGP right now. I mean, you know, we kind of joked about it.
That didn't take long at all.
You had said like, oh, it's going to be green today. I was like, is it? But yeah, it will.
No, I
be.
think it'll.
No, I'm just playing around. Of course it will.
I mean, I
be.
could see it at like $7, maybe $6. I don't know if it goes to like $3.80.
No.
Be red.
No. We'd be aight. We'd be aight. Right there with that one. We'll see what's happening right now with everyone's favorite.
Speaking of Randy.
Halting. Yeah, speaking of Randy, what's up?
Remember there was news midday on Rivian. Rivian, well,
I do not
speculation
remember.
based upon a hire. Like there was, I guess, like a job posting.
Okay.
That people were hinting means Rivian making their push into the automated taxi story. What is interesting about that? We're going to go to Adair in a quick little second. Triple top on Rivian, 1350. 1, 2, 3 times the charm. Can we break it out today? I hope so, because I like this breakout on Rivian. Looks pretty good to me.
We're going to get out some more AMD.
Yeah, it's all above the 50 period. There's a lot going well here for RIVN. Let's go to Adair at the desk.
Keep an eye on INTC. We know that
John
previously we had some
Turturro,
comments about from the CFO with regards to the CHIPS Act and how that factored into the deal. Then we had Caroline Levitt during the White House press conference talking about how apparently the deal still had some details to be ironed out. Now we have Financial Times citing Intel CFO, reporting that the Intel deal is designed to block the sale of its chip-making unit. So the U.S. is taking the stake in Intel, it sounds like at least partially, to block it from selling that chip-making unit. Back to you.
All right. Thank you, Adara. So we'll have to check out, anything that is happening right now, Intel related, $25. I love the short up here at 26. If we can get that, or at least covering my long. I'm in the long right now. It's a good long, man. We're in the money like 40% or something down there at 19. I mean, Intel gave us so many great buying opportunities. And this is what I'm saying, like, you'll see me sell Palantir, do this, do that. But you know what? At the end of the day, it's like you got to find opportunities to put your money to work. And I've been talking so much crap about Intel when it was at $50, $40, all the way down. But eventually it gave a bottom, and it was a pretty decent one in and around here, $18, $19. And then all of a sudden, you get the catalysts and a nice upside play. But right into here, $25, $26. I think Intel is a decent sell up there. So we'll wait to see. I don't want to get out of everything. How I do it normally is like 15, 20% at a time. Just like that SoFi, we got out at 24, and now it's at 26.50. So, but we did buy some more Marvell here today. And we put even some money, that SoFi money, I don't know if it was the same day, but we bought some Eli Lilly down there at 630, 640. All right, so today though, we're going out now. SPY, all-time high. All right, so that's that. This is the SPY. This is this S&P 500 right now, all-time high. NASDAQ today, QQQs. Oh yeah, that's right, I got to switch it. You got to switch it manually. I should just do it on the show. I should just do it here, forget it. There's the Qs right there. You can't tab over and do it when you're in the window. The Qs do not crash.
It's good.
There it is. Almost all-time highs for the NASDAQ today. So we're getting ready to go out over there near all-time highs. We did have that little dip down over the last couple of days in the NASDAQ as we all witnessed that, and we were all like running for the hills. But there it is, the Qs right now going out near all-time highs. So something to watch out for right there in the NASDAQ. All right, so that's that. And then the diamonds, the DIA, which is the Dow Jones, that's also today at all-time highs as well. So we have all three major indexes right here at all-time highs off off of a great earnings season, and obviously sparked a lot of that through with Nvidia today as that keeps on going higher. So all that stuff is happening. Pure Storage, PSTG was the name. I heard the guys on the midday talking about this one. Another one slipping. They had strong earnings, up only 32% today. So you're talking about Snowflake today. You're talking about Pure Storage. A lot of these numbers, we haven't even looked at PSTG too much today. Energy also upside is from was what I remember. XLE today and some of the energy names going higher. As right now, yep, there it is, another 0.67 on the energy side of things. As many sectors creating all-time highs or near that anyways. XLF, we talked about that yesterday, making all-time highs. So that comes through there. We did get a good GDP number revised higher. So GDP helping the S&P 500 naturally.
And then the jobless claims number was, I mean, it was pretty
fantastic.
good. It wasn't great. It wasn't huge, but it was a little bit lower, so we like that for sure. I actually think one of the most impressive things that happened today was the move in CrowdStrike off the bottom.
Yes.
Like literally gobbled up when the stock was down. And that's sort of the thing. Like guidance was even like they beat on the top, they beat on the bottom. They had 21% revenue growth. Like all that kind of stuff is fantastic. But at the end of the day, the guidance was slightly lower than consensus.
Right.
And you saw this in the aftermarket show, how they like to beat this up. The guidance was slightly lower than consensus, and this thing dropped $30. You couldn't even, it wasn't even close. By the time we opened up, it had filled in almost the entirety of the gap, and then it filled in the rest on the opening candle. On the opening candle on a 15-minute, it filled in the rest of the gap and now keeps going. So one of the things that I think you learn here is, well, you're not going to get away with, if you have 3 separate cybersecurity names that all dip and rip, it's probably not going to be that easy the 4th time. If Fortinet did it and Palo Alto can do it and Zscaler, it might not be so easy with CrowdStrike by the end of the earnings season cycle. You might have to have a different plan than just waiting till the next day or the second day or the third day to pick it up and think it's going to be all roses because the market caught on and the market didn't wait for you to be able to catch the bid. That's just how it is.
The right thing to do, I think, in this example is buy a little bit.
Yeah.
And then if you like it, you can buy more. Yeah. So that's like what we did with Marvell ahead of earnings. I did it with Oscar. We've done it with Marvell. We did it again today with Marvell. Have an opinion on
You were getting it before, though. Like, the thing is, my different thing is, like, you were buying it, like Amazon, you could buy it in the morning the next day. Palo Alto, you could buy it the morning the next day. Fortinet, you could buy it the morning the next day. With CrowdStrike, you had to put the bid in last night. And that was the difference.
To get
and I think when it's at the end of the cycle and you've seen the pattern happen, it's just a little bit more aggression on the buy the dip. Let's go to Adara. I believe we have a story.
Yeah, just keep an eye here on FXI and KWEB here, any of these China names. I don't think this is a super huge story. The market doesn't seem to care too much, but just be aware here, the U.S. Trade Representative announcing, the U.S. Trade Representative in general, extending certain exclusions from the China Section 301 tariffs. So it looks like certain exclusions are just going to be extended there, continue to be excluded. If I get more details on this, I'll let you know. Tried to look into it, but there is a lot of legal jargon involved. So if I get more details, I'll let you know. Again, exclusions being extended, it sounds like, with regards to these Section 301 tariffs in China.
My chart sort of a T. There, okay, thanks. Yeah, FXI there as we look at some China plays. I mean, look at Alibaba as well, but here, let's have a quick look at FXI. We've had Brian Shannon on a couple times and some different traders that have come on, and talked about not favoring some of the China plays, too risky, the government obviously in control of everything over there. They could just pull the lever on anything at any time, but I'm getting more and more if that feeling is true here in the United States as well, and it necessarily shouldn't be that way, but there it is. So it's riding this 50-period moving average on the daily. It's been pretty well respected here for a while. It was a little choppy into here, but look, 50 period, right, doesn't get going until we break it. Once we do, it holds it until it breaks it again, then it tanks, then it breaks it again and is holding one more time. So whether or not the Chinese government is in charge of their people or not, the 50-period moving average is in charge of the stock. So we'll have to, and this is an ETF, of course, this is the China 100 names, and 3750 right there looking like a great opportunity to see some kind of resistance in that name, or support in this situation, 3750 for FXI. So if you do get some negative news there in China, let's wait to see. If we get a move down $1, then we can go ahead and check it out with FXI.
Hey, keep an eye on OPAD. We've got some commentary here from Eric Jackson of Open Door fame. And he's basically just comparing the two stocks, saying that OPAD is, I guess, smaller than Open, and it's only in a few markets. I guess comparing Open's move from the bottom to OPAD's move from the bottom, I guess Open Door is up about 100% more than OPAD from the lows. He also said that Open shareholders are missing out on days like this where OPAD is running. So kind of weird comparison commentary on OPAD and OPEN from Eric Jackson. This isn't the first time he's compared the stocks either, but just, I guess, be aware of these two names, guys. Eric Jackson on X getting active. This is the man, for those who are unfamiliar, who has been standing outside Drake's house encouraging him to buy Open Door. Back to you.
He owns Open Door. Does he own this one too, OPAD? That's what I'm curious about here.
I don't get the impression, because he doesn't seem to be super enthused about what's happening with OPAD. Like I said, he's weirdly comparing it and trying to be like, well, Open should be doing more like what OPAD's doing. Why is OPAD moving like this? It's kind of bizarre, like I said.
Okay, that makes a little more sense. Yeah, because basically you're just like, come on, man, Open Door should be doing more because this one's up 74%. It's the same thing. Okay, that makes more sense here. So, you know, I don't know, sometimes you get a little jealous of what the grass is always greener type of story. But OPAD, the thing about Open Door is doing so much more volume, but volume is only part of the story. This one, and we can just, it's easier to see, this one's in, it seems like the earlier innings, right? Like the volume spike really just started happening on the 25th, and then now you're getting a potential breakout, not potential, I mean, okay, potential breakout over $5 here. I should say potential because we haven't actually closed above $5. But that's the volume weighted average price. So I think that's where you look. If this can hold on to VWAP, that's going to be pretty key. And just remember, we call it like bag holding levels or like wick top. It's pretty obvious when you look at a daily chart. You can see it close above $5 is pretty good here. So, yeah, I mean, we look at Open Door, but as a trading vehicle, this just seems like it might be a little bit earlier in the story, which I like. So why not? We'll keep this one up on a side chart instead of Open, I think.
Yeah, OPAD, thanks to Dara for all of that. But we do have exciting news, of course, for Canadian investors that are looking to get 3 times your leverage here, 3 times bull and 3 times bear exposure to the S&P TSX 60, the semiconductors, and U.S. Treasuries. And we have even better news for everybody out here today because they're offering a special fee rebate, dropping management fees to just 65 basis points until December 31st. Of course, this is Global X, their Beta Pro 3 times ETF, currently hedging as well for U.S. dollar exposure. So you get the accurate performance that you are looking for. If you are a tactical, sophisticated trader looking to amplify your performance, similar to what I do here, trading the TQQs, look for betapro.ca/3x daily to learn more, and never, ever do something without having some research, because the one thing I want to tell you guys about any of those things, especially the TQs or anything like that, is you do get decay. So the reason why it is triple levered, same thing with the SOC sell or anything like that, they're playing options, so there's costs to that. There's premiums that get instilled into those, so you have to be careful. It's a great tool for weekly trading, options, things like that, where you really think that there's an exciting move happening. There's what was SNOWS again, SNOU or something like that, but there's many different names. PLTU I think is one for Palantir. We don't have them all here, so no, that's not here either, and we don't have all of them. What's the Tesla one? TSLA, I think, is a double long, yeah. So, you know, just for an example, I mean, I don't feel like you guys already know all about this, but see, this is down 3% right there, so that's TSLL. And if you actually go over to the big dog right here, Tesla, it should only be down 1.5% because this is a double, right? So don't make me look foolish. There it is. Okay, 1.5%. So there it goes. So that's the difference when you're talking about all this stuff. All right. So just briefly, I know we're going to go to Adara, but we've got to spin this first because here comes AMD. Let's take another out. We just taken out there at 50 again for AMD. And I say that because Adara could have China news, and we get a nice little bump up there for AMD. We are $1.70 in the money here for Advanced Micro Devices. Adara, what's good over there?
China news, Sean, but I really don't think it's going to impact your AMD as far as I can tell. PDD, this was really the only name that moved even a little bit after we heard from the U.S. Trade Representative that they're extending certain exclusions from the China Section 301 tariffs. Now we're getting another part of this here. Apparently these exclusions have been extended through November 29th, 2025. So we have currently the extension of the exclusions, but things could change come November 29th. Again, we don't know if they will, but the idea is that they could. Back to you.
We always get all these extensions, right? It's like we get like a 90-day extension, and then we get this and that, and then, you know, we've got the taco trade with President Trump, and, you know, what kind of tacos you guys like? I like shrimp. I like shrimp, or the fish taco is also a very, very good taco there as well. But yeah, for more of these, you know, trade in information, all you're really doing, you're in the right spot here. Adair's got her ear to the ground. If there's any sort of a talk about anything, we'll look at different names. I mean, China name related, Alibaba possibly doing something there. I mean, down 2%. Not much going on actually in the Alibaba world right now, so we're going to have to wait to see if something ticks off there. But yeah, not. We talked about K-Web was another one. Oh, that was the other one, K-Web, that I didn't get a chance to go look at. We just looked at FXI and talked about the 50-period moving average and how well that's been holding, and kind of the same thing here for K-Web as well. Nice move there. These are the internet-based stocks. PDD is a big one there. Baidu, I guess Tencent there over there in the OTC market. So shout out to Jeffrey Mendel and company. We're excited to have him back on pretty soon as well. So, but yeah, Bitcoin and IBIT right now, just to give you guys a little bit of a different look right now. Bitcoin, IBIT, I think it had a high of about 13.4, 13.5 today, but a couple good little levels here. Just actually a really great trade if you've been scalping out today for Bitcoin. 64 and change, high end. I just actually wanted to see.
That is algo.
Yeah, I was going to say, whenever there's not, my Bitcoin, oh, there it is. I was going to say my Bitcoin chart. I think I have to fix this because I think now that we're in 4K, I got to go down to low quality. It still is.
Oh, yeah.
You don't need to watch it at 4K.
You don't tell me what to do, Fabian. Okay, I'm just playing around. Tell me exactly what to do.
No, because
all right.
Anyways.
Yeah. I'm just playing around. Okay, so yeah, someone said Ripple's about getting ready to go for a downside turn. Is it? I don't know. I'm trying to buy more. I'm actually sitting down here at 280 to see if we can get a little bit more. So what's up to everybody there? Let's just see what's.
Before you go.
Yeah, go.
Can you pull up the monthly on that?
Monthly? I don't know how to do that. Let me see. Daily. Yeah, 1 month.
Like the month, it's a huge candle, like this, because we're ending the month right now.
Yeah.
But like if you look at this, like the difference between like if
1 month to the next.
It's like if you close it,
only starting
closing it above 3 seems like monstrously bullish on that, because you have topping tail wicks at that $3. So if it pushes above, like technically speaking, that would be a pretty bullish close on the monthly chart. Anyways, that's just.
No, that's all good. No, thanks for doing that. That's why we're in it. Not that reason. I'm not that smart to do anything like that. I just say what I know. Here's 220 right here. So here's a monthly chart on Solana. Same kind of feels right here, obviously. As you can see what Solana is trying to do now. It looks like a nice little upside play happening here for them as well. And they're really starting to get going. So I'd rather go to a daily chart here because we've been nailing this one. We're buying it all the way up. We just recently bought 200. We should have bought a little bit of those dip buys there. We bought this break right here of 2 bills. I think it was right into here. We had to suffer a little bit as it comes back into the 50-period moving average. And then, again, shout out to my Uncle Bob. I mean, you know, once you get these trades going and Bob's your uncle, then it starts to work. So nice move there for Solana. And if you actually zoom back out, we've had higher levels here in SOL. So hopefully we can get, we're not shit out of luck, but SOL, the coin, up here to 260, 280. Nice move higher here. Solana looking to get going now, up 4.5% today. But the reason why I called this up was actually I wanted to look at Bitcoin and see how high did we get here today. We don't need this to tell us a daily chart, but we're going to use something a little bit less than that. So let's go into a 5-minute chart, see what we got to today. So 113.5, so nice little level there for BTC coming through today. So 113.5, hit it, respected it. Now we see what we can do on the downside. I like to look at maybe, let's go a little bit longer here, 45-minute chart. That's not even good enough. I want to go to a daily because I'm trying to get longer in Bitcoin. And we talked about 108 area, and I think that's, you know, we've already been down there. We bounced off of it. But bringing it back in, now you have the 200 period at 101, 102. That to me feels a little bit safer. So waiting down into there, I think, to get a little bit longer, and I'll probably use IBIT to do that, or the Canadian one. But you know, into here, I just use wherever my money is, and right now, probably sitting on some more USD than CAD. So 1013, looking pretty healthy there for Bitcoin. I don't know when the next halving is or anything like that, but you know, I like Bitcoin. I think it's a store of value. I don't really care too much about its use case because I don't really think it's going to ever really have anything, because payment-wise, that's why you take XRP. Smart contracts is Ethereum and Solana.
Everything's built on it.
And Bitcoin, I mean, I've paid places with Bitcoin. I've paid
it's
do things online.
It's the 21 million though. That's
what I mean. It's a store of value.
Yeah, it's a store of value because there's a control. Like everything else, we just get more and more of everything exponentially, and Bitcoin will have a finite number. So as long as people believe in it, right? Like as long as there is confidence in it, then the price goes up. It's just that simple. If you lose confidence in it, fine. But we get to do it. I get to draw another line on my Bitcoin chart because, and when we did this the last time, I wanted to zoom out. There you go. Prior high, break the high, put in the low, and it's basically we've now made a top end of the range effectively. So now that this has happened, for sure, if we lose this, if this move can't hold, like break this trend, slight downtrend from the all-time high, if that move can't hold, then breakdown here is a buy in the low 90s for sure. Just has to get down there. And if we do break this trend, I think you want it in the low teens up into the high for Bitcoin. It's just once it makes a level, we tend to spend some time there. It chills out for a little bit, and we get a little bit of action inside of the range, sometimes like a month or two. And I think you could easily get that same thing. Joe Schmo says snow is finally thawing a bit. I mean, it can't go up all day.
Yes, it can.
Can it?
Yes.
Well, you know what? Apparently getting to $249.99 was just a little bit too much.
Yeah, too much.
A little bit too much. And considering it was at $200 at the close yesterday, that is nice symmetry. So it got more or less exactly-ish $50, 49 something, before pulling back for the first time. Anyone get a look at that level? Someone probably just sat there with a bunch of shares, and there were some people scalping the short in front of that 50 level. I would imagine the slippage could get nasty. It's not like remember the other day, it was probably a few weeks ago, when Apple had that one high, I don't remember the exact price, and everyone was just a scalp short in front of it over and over again. It's very different doing that on, say, Apple, where liquidity is not a problem at a big monster level. And if you pull that same mess on Snowflake, thinking that the even dollar is going to be an easy out for you liquidity-wise, you might get a rude awakening when it breaks. So it's not that you can't short that or you wouldn't short that top. Obviously, it's working for anybody. But day traders tend to treat it a little bit differently when it happens on a more liquid name. So Rivian did take 50. I got 50 half. See, this is why sometimes, depending on your routing key, you actually can get, instead of getting slipped to 51, if it just hangs out right there and doesn't go, you end up getting like 50 half. But my stop is at the prior bar high, which is actually at 44. Let me just double check, because sometimes I screw it up, and I just realized I had that off by 1 cent. So let me just fix the stop there. So stop is in. We'll see if this one can go. I tried to find the job posting online. It was on X, but it was speculation that they're getting into, robotaxi based on a higher there. And I like this. I like the look of this chart. The top end break is a day trade. I mean, obviously, this could be even bigger tomorrow. If it does nothing here off 1350, then you could break this tomorrow and have a bigger move. There's room to 14.5. You have the 50 and the 200 period moving averages making a bit of a bottom. Throw in the fact that the Russell's going because, heck, I mean, small cappers are doing well. Rate cuts are good for these guys because, let's be real, in this space, it's about how long can you last to be able to make money. If you're losing money in every single vehicle, it's like, okay, well, you need rates to come down because you're constantly needing more capital. And so that's a good thing for companies like Rivian here. Market's still going higher. I saw someone in the chat saying short Apple. It was like a question mark next to it.
Only Joe shorts Apple around here.
The only thing, I didn't really see what was going on at that top, but there could have been something happening here when it kind of failed this high break. So you could have been looking it down, and it could have wicked this top. And maybe you saw something in here and there was an obvious seller at that high, and you jump in and you take this little fill when it makes that false break, and then you're risking like 20 cents to short Apple, and then it makes that move down. So unless you have that short, my answer would be I'm not a huge fan of it. But if you see something like that, something really obvious, like it makes a high of the day break and then someone slams it, you see the tape and you jump in and you got really, really tight risk to the high, great. It also seemed it broke trend when it did this too. Like you would have a trend break here, but that's like, to me, that's the short. This would have been, what time is it, like 2:09? So like right when we came back on. I wasn't looking at Apple at the time, but that's the kind of thing that you would be looking for. If I saw that same setup somewhere else, I would certainly have a look at the short as an opportunity. SoFi doesn't seem to be doing much of anything. It's sliding back in here. See if it can't get 26.
Ooh.
I don't know if I want to wait to VWAP, but that 26 is where the breakout was earlier, like breakout, and then it rallied again off the 26 level. So I want to see if that can pull back into 26 and find a bit of a long. And Alex says no short until September 9th. It makes sense. Sometimes you sell the news instead.
Apple, yeah, I wouldn't even short it in September 9th. Okay, so just quickly here, AMD, I got to start taking some more out. You know, we came back into this area again, and it's above VWAP. The lines are pointing higher. I mean, I still think AMD has a lot of room to go higher right now. So I will take a piece out, and I know it's kind of like, if you think it's going to go higher, why are we taking some out? It's just, that's part of the game. I mean, we got to look at this thing, and I thought we did really good here waiting for it to break, and when it did, we got that top, and then it faded back out. Then we get some more outs right here. I don't necessarily want to add to this position. I just want to make sure that when we're topping out on the stock, and especially when we have, you know, you guys are watching and looking at some of the trades, like Neil just got out of something there, Amazon, and is in Rivian, and we have our outs, right? But again, everybody completely different styles. Again, I've traded 3 symbols here today. Neil, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 symbols. So, and then even Sharif, I'll tell you how many Sharif traded. Sharif traded 6 symbols. Joseph, so there's lots of actions, what I'm saying, like no matter what style of trader you are, man, there's lots of different things happening. I don't think Joe and I are normally similar. He traded Tesla, the TQs, IBIT, Nvidia, and ETH, so he traded 4 or 5 names, and Adara normally has a few that she likes, and today Adara traded, 5 or 6 names as well, so we're all over the place. And then Obi today, not on the show, he and I are very similar, 2 trades for OB today. So 3 symbols for me, 2 for him, 9 for the guy on my right, and a bunch for everybody else. So again, hit the like, man, hit the subscribe, and thank you so much for being here every single day. Let's go have a quick look at you know, what kind of stocks you guys want us to trade. We can't be here without you, so let me have a quick little look. Well, we could be. Let's have a quick little look on what's been popping right now for everybody. So Neil's covered SOGP a little bit.
Halted up again.
Halted up again, so yeah, about that stock going down, I guess not.
It halted down twice.
Yeah, but now it's what, $16 or something? We'll have a look at SOGP. Oh, there it is, right there. I'm looking at Neil's screen when I see it right there. 1608 right now, SOGP. Wow, banger to say the least. Nvidia on earnings. You know, I made this call yesterday, live on the show, that it was not a play to get involved with options or anything like that with Nvidia. I did not think it was going to move that 6%. I thought everything was baked in. I didn't expect any kind of news on China. I mean, we talked about it. Just look at yesterday's show an hour ago, 24 hours ago. But that's the play right there. Tesla today, we had the short. My biggest P&L name today is going to be AMD, but we really do like this Tesla play there that we had on. And then tonight when we talk about earnings, I sort of went over a little bit of Webull and what I was expecting there from Webull. I do like that 14 bid. We'll see if it can get going. Out at 18, I'll probably put an offer at some point at $18 tonight even. So if it does run up there, we're able to get some out before that happens. Last night we had something called Marry Me Chicken. I married my wife because of the person she is, but I marry her again for the chicken. Marry Me Chicken last night, and we had some spaghetti on the side with it. Tagliatella, I believe, so right there, so shout out to that. Marvell, you guys know I just recently bought some Marvell in my long-term account there today. I have it in the swing as well. We bought it in the RRSP today, so I like Marvell. I think the silicon, everything, a lot of good talk there from Nvidia, obviously about demand and everything. It still seems to be there, so I'm going to ride the coattails in that trade with Marvell. And then Snowflake, wow, you know, I said yesterday, I got out at $200 of Snowflake. I'll have to check. If I have anything, it's like 10% left. I don't have a big piece on Snowflake, but there it is up there, 245 today, up 22% for Snowflake. So the big name that's leading the way, and Neil's called it up, and he told me that it was halted. So it is. So there it is right now. If you are stuck in this halt, congratulations, because you're hopefully long.
Hopefully
and you short this thing.
Oh God, if you're short this thing.
You probably got to pay for short, so I don't know.
I'm willing to bet it's probably the most expensive short that we've had in months.
Okay, so look to see. Well, yeah,
oh no, but
bullish was expensive.
There was one. Yeah,
you know what?
1 month.
SPCE, I remember, also was like $44 at one point for
Which one?
one lot. So for context,
which stock, Adara?
That can't be right.
SPCE.
It's basically
SPEC.
it's free. That's dangerous. It's literally, it's free for us. 20 cents for 100 shares. I just went to check. It is less than 1 cent per share. It's 1/5 of 1 cent per share. Usually, if a stock goes 330% on this kind of volume, like the demand for the pay for shorts at a prop firm for us, like through our broker, would be going up alongside with it. This is not, there's not enough data points to prove this one way or another, but anecdotally, we've certainly seen that sometimes when the price gets exorbitant, when the price starts going up and gets exorbitant, then that means it can be on the back end of a trade. We saw that with HKD. That was a pretty good example of one. There was another one last year that was very similar, that it wasn't until it got parabolic, then the big unwind happened, when all of a sudden it went from like really cheap to short to just incredibly expensive. So SOGP is now, how many minutes away? Seconds away from reopening, everybody. And when that opens up, enjoy the ride, everybody. I'm not going to be trading it. I'm certainly not going to, whatever. As free as it is, I'm still not paying for them because I'm not going to trade it. But Darth Trader, shout out to you, Darth Trader. And it opens and instantly down. So no halt down though. It went from 16 to 14.20. That's just about 10%, and then bounced right off. It's like it's bouncing off halt bands to the downside. You got in Snow at 231, Mongo at 303. You got out way too early. I could be 30 in the money. What gets you to hold on to runners like these longer? If you have a win going after earnings, there's nothing that, to me, I have a set amount that I want to sell in front of earnings, right? Like with SoFi, I'm like, okay, it's ran into earnings. I know what it usually does. I'm selling 10%. And then when it failed the high a second time, I'm going to sell another 10%. Like I have a set amount that I want to sell in front of those earnings, knowing that I'm going to let the rest ride. So on Snowflake, like I don't know, again, I don't know, like you said you got in at 231, so you took this breakout trade. It's a blue sky setup. I tend to only look for trails, like trailing stops on these. And if it was a swing trade, I can't imagine getting out of everything on day one. I can understand why you'd sell some at 250 and some at 240. If it was a pure day trade, I would have been out of it too. Like that trail probably would have got me out, and if that didn't, then I would have broken trend in here as well. But you know, on a breakout at 230, I'm almost certainly going to get trailed out somewhere in here in that 237, 238 range. But if it's a swing trade, that's a little bit different. You know, you should have a target amount. Like how much am I selling on day one? How much am I selling at this price area? With a day trade, you can put a trail and just say I'm getting out of it because I'm day trading it. But if you got a swing trade on, the plan of action before is going to be the key there. But Snowflake's been a banger. Like it wasn't that crazy a prediction to know that Snowflake was going to move around a lot more and give you more opportunity to the upside than Nvidia. And I think you could make the same argument. You know, Marvell's probably going to move more than Nvidia too. And it might not even be the biggest mover.
More than Nvidia. Huh.
Oh, of course. But it's just more volatility. A firm's probably going to move a ton tonight. I'm not sure off the top of my head what the expected move is on a firm. But even this name, as we load up, like this is coiling for a little something here on a firm. Rising tides lift all ships. A firm is trying to make a break of its 52-week high as well. Like you don't think that looks like an appealing breakout? If they beat tomorrow, regardless of what you happen to think about the company, right? So what are we looking at here for a firm?
Yeah, you tell me what you think. Over under 12.5. You come to the screen here. What do you think? We'll talk about it tomorrow. We'll make a call and we'll see.
I was kind of hoping it would be like 8.
If you're hoping it was 8, then you think under maybe. I don't know. I'm
going to lean under. I was thinking more
okay,
like, I'll go
that's
under.
That's reasonable. I'll go over on that one. We have, let's do this. We have Autodesk, 12.5. I don't know that much about that stock, but I feel like automation's pretty hot right now. I would think Autodesk's going to go over that 12.5, probably to the upside. Actually pretty excited about that one. Marvell's 9.5. So you are 100% right about that being more than Nvidia. Yeah. Nvidia's was going out at only 6% yesterday, so that's good. Dell 8, I feel like Dell 8 is a little high.
Oh, Sentinel.
Sentinel, again, another security name. So there you go, Neil. This is your opportunity.
Well, we'll see. If it's the same pattern.
Yeah, exactly. So if it's a downside play there for Sentinel 1. We'll see there. Ulta Beauty, 6.7%. Damn, man, I missed the boat on that one. I wish we had some Ulta Beauty there.
There's no, we don't have any expected numbers
for
on
Webull? No, we don't. We don't have any EPI. They're not making any money.
No, I know they're not making.
So we have an implied move of 8%. Well, they don't. Yeah, there's not even any revenue estimates or anything. I'm a little bit shocked that I'm so invested in Webull, but right there, that's 8% move. I'm going to go under 8% on Webull. So for me, the big one would be Autodesk there. And, you know, retail's been pretty bumping lately as well. So I think we'll have to watch out for Ulta Beauty. But at the end of the day, you're going to wait for Adara and myself. I will be there tonight with a big market recap show, man. It's going to be huge with all these names just coming through and reporting. So we're excited to bring you all of that later on tonight. And I know Adara's going to come with something right now, but here it is. We're now $2 in this club right now with AMD. So I will take an opportunity to get out at 69er. We'll put it there. It is. We get to fill there as it runs us over a little bit. So nice play there for Advanced Micro Devices. And like I said, man, every little bit up. And to answer the question in the chat, I don't have a very good idea either of how to hold these things. I just try to, you know, wait for it, have some fun with you guys, look back, see the net, and then trade it off of key levels. So yeah, I wish I could hold the majority of the position a little bit longer than I do, but you know, that's what it is. So, all right, let's go back over to Adara and figure out what she's up to.
Hey, we will get that implied earnings infographic soon. We're going to take a moment to thank our friends at Woman Boss, because empowered women change the world and you can help make it happen. The Woman Boss trains and mentors women and girls across Africa to lead, innovate, and thrive. And since 2018, we've reached over 10,000 women and girls, and your donation today can help launch the next great entrepreneur. So scan that QR code on your screen now and join us in building a brighter future. Back to you.
Absolutely.
Now.
Yes.
Like that
join us
emphasis
now.
on now. Right now. Nvidia wants Sean to win the bet. What bet? Oh, the lower? Yeah. So I just said red today because I didn't like this. We made that prediction earlier. We were near the all-time high, and I just kind of felt like we probably would have taken it out. Like, I also had a bid to break through here. I think it was I don't know what the all-time high. Hold on, let me just check it out.
It was 184.50 something. 60?
Yeah, because it went to 49 today.
It got real close.
Yeah, 48, 184 here. On our e-signal chart, actually has the implied move right there, and it was right into, sorry, you can't see that, but it's 184.48. So there was a move there in again. So yeah, congratulations to Nvidia, and we went right up to the exact penny today. And rejected. That was 180. Well, we have 184.92. That's not going to be accurate, but it was right there. 184.47 is what we have, and I have on the high, which was made back in early August, of 184.48. We came a penny away from breaking the all-time high of Nvidia. And yeah, so anyways, I had that long going, but I just felt like this initial move down, Jensen wasn't really able to save it too much with his talk. So I just thought red on momentum. I don't know, and I think I'll probably lose this bet now. Not a bet, but that prediction. You're above VWAP. You're above the 200 period moving average. You are getting a little dip down here in the futures, but if the Nasdaq wants to continue higher, good for it, man. We are still that $2. I chose violence with AMD today, and that was basically it, man. We went with what we know, and AMD was the #1 stock here yesterday, #1 stock here today, and probably tomorrow. So we'll just keep on doing that. When you find some luck and not luck, I don't call it luck, when you find some success in a name and you're really reading it well, stay there. You know, if you're betting the totals on the NFL and you're crushing it, stay with totals. Don't go to lines, right? So this is what I continue to do. And yeah, that's why we keep it very, very tight. I know what I'm looking for, and I've only traded 3 names. So it's about being specific for me and looking for those opportunities. And today they existed in AMD. And I thought we had a good trade in Nvidia early there when we sort of thought we caught that bottom, but it was no longer the bottom as it kept on going higher. So, or lower. It went higher first. We got $1.50 and then it broke there into the low side of things. So, all right. So yeah, Webull, I don't know. We talked a little bit about earnings today. Neil's just in Rivian. I don't know if that's moving around or not.
It's still at the high. It's just not really doing much off that high break there. Someone was just mentioning Bill in the chart or in the chat, so I was kind of going over that name to see what was going on with Bill. But when it comes to opportunities, like, you never want to, don't sleep on having scanners up. I know we talked about like e-signal. You saw me looking around at e-signal as well. I just realized I didn't have like earnings on my chart. So as you were doing, I'm like, oh yeah,
nice.
Make sure I put that on there.
That wasn't earnings. Those are just high and lows.
Well, you can put dividends and all that.
Oh yeah.
It was more along the lines, I had done it before, but for whatever reason, it didn't save. So I just wanted to make sure I had that in, because it just makes the life a little bit easier for you. So shout out to eSignal for that. No, but when you never know what opportunities are going to come around. Like yesterday, we anticipated that Walgreens might be good, but I didn't know that would be number one at the close. Who knows? And maybe there's something that shows up today in about 40 minutes or so when the imbalances come. I have no idea. There's nothing expected to be big like Walgreens was for everybody, because Walgreens deal closed, it got deleted. I believe Foot Locker closes next month. I don't think it'll be Walgreens is much, much bigger, right? Like Walgreens is just, when you have an index action, the size of the company matters a heck of a lot. Right, so the amount of shares that need to get done. So Foot Locker is not going to be as big of a deal, but if you get even a fraction, then that would still be good. No, Bill's up 18% today.
Yeah,
and this is the thing, like earnings continuation, you never want to sleep on that day two, especially when it might be a little bit exhausted getting into $50 here, but I feel safe saying you have a bottom that's come in. You're now post earnings above the 50 period. You just need to break away from this 50 area. Makes sense that it would be a little bit troublesome to get through it today. Look, it's not really moving all that much. But if you can hold and take that 50 tomorrow, that looks good for sure. SoFi, it doesn't seem like it wants to hold this 26 very well. It's still dropping in here. Like what I would like to see here, when we had the long, it was on the way up at 26, and now that it's on the way down, the last time it broke 26, got to 25.85, I actually tried shorting it here, and then it broke out. So I had to make a bit of a rounded bottom, make a bit of a bottoming tail candle. Like I want to look for a spot where like, okay, I'm getting in, and that's my in. And that hasn't happened yet on SoFi. So still a little bit of weakness going on here. Love to see it do the rounded bottom, the buyers start to emerge at 26 before we try to go back into this name. SoFi, love the name, up 4%. It wouldn't be crazy. It wouldn't be crazy to say that you have a bit of a double top in here, but for now, the momentum is strong. And if the buyers can come back in at that 26 level, that's what I'm looking for in particular. Anything else that you guys are watching? I think we've covered most of the names in here today. Maybe not as much, I don't think anybody's really traded Snowflake outside of whoever in the chat said they were shorting 250. Congratulations if you did. I don't know. It's a nice round number, certainly, but 21% on Snowflake. I think this is a prime day two play, because that 230 breakout was a relatively clean. I don't want to say it was perfectly clean, but it was relatively clean. And the other thing is it was much larger than the expected move. Almost double the expected move is the real story. So you got some people caught offside with this one, and we really didn't take its foot off the pedal. Adara?
A couple different stories in watch here. Keep an eye on TTD. TTD actually bouncing here, but Business Insider, I guess, reporting Amazon's plans to clobber rivals like the Trade Desk and Google in specific advertising areas. Again, the Trade Desk do not at all seem to care about this story, but worth noting regardless. Nvidia on watch here too. Apparently CEO Jensen Huang is saying that conversations with the White House with regards to allowing Blackwell chip sales in China could, quote, take a while. Again, nothing that's super shocking, but either way, Nvidia on watch as Jensen Huang, CEO, concedes that these Blackwell conversations are not going to happen overnight. Back to you.
180.50 right there, and that was part of it as well. So my daughter goes from the rink to getting her hair done, and this is where all my money goes. Whoopsies, is into this one here. So there. Whoops, why isn't that coming down? It's frozen. My computer, man, I need to do something about it. There it is right there. No, but I minimized.
Oh, you did?
I didn't minimize it, but there you go. This is her Boston hockey shirt as well. So yeah, there she is right there, coming home from getting her hair did. Just 2 weeks ago. So shout out to her. Obviously, you can tell she gets her looks from my beautiful wife. So thank you for exactly, Rob. That is, and no more lucky of a guy around here than I. That is for sure. All right, so there we go. Shout out to you, my wife, and my lovely daughter. And my son is at Canada's Wonderland, and we actually tweeted out here. You want to show a picture? I mean, I think naturally, I'm more over on social media than everybody else, so I have obviously more pictures up. But here we go, right here. There it is. Here's my son right here as well. So there we go. We went golfing, and he's at Canada's Wonderland today, 13 years old, enjoying life as well. Here's Oasis concert. That was a hell of a lot of fun as well. So that was awesome. There's Rogers Stadium. There's my wife. And here we are right here. It was just a lot of fun just starting out they sort of had that.
What's it like getting out? Because everyone keeps saying that
over 50,000.
the first concert they were having like.
That's what I was at. I was at the first
out.
one.
Like, how was that like getting out at the?
No, it was fine. Yeah, that's what I was telling everybody. Like, I thought it was.
It's all that nonsense in the news about.
Yeah, the news is the news, right? I mean,
yeah,
if you listen
exactly.
to the news too much, then you thought COVID was going to kill everybody. Okay, so here we go. Nvidia. So we're still on this AMD tip. Yeah, no, it was fine. So here in Toronto, they built this in. We have Downsview as basically an old runway up there, and they put a huge stadium. They had Coldplay for 4 shows. 2 shows, maybe 4 shows. They had Oasis for 2 shows. I'm not sure. My Chemical Romance, I think, was there.
But there was like it was like a residential area adjacent to it, and
yeah, there's a K-pop. Oh well, yeah, it's really for TTC. It's super easy. You can get there's Downsview Station is 8-minute walk. Yeah. So it was really easy for that. But yeah, we're spoiled here in Toronto because most of the concerts are either at the Rogers Centre, which is right downtown, or
Dome.
Scotiabank as well, which is right downtown, formerly Air Canada Centre. So, or Budweiser Stage, which is the best place to watch many concerts. And look, I believe in obviously living your life. So get out there, man, enjoy all of that. That's why we do all the. I mean, you hear Neil and I talk about it all the time. We have
experiences, man.
Playoffs. Baseball, sports, all the experiences, the whale watching, all of that, going on dates with your wife, everything. Do it, man. Do the best you can because we just don't sit here for fun. I'm here trying to make it. Well, I sit here for fun, but trying to make a little bit of money to support everybody out
That's
there.
why we go to K-pop sing-alongs, man. It's
yeah, exactly.
And when the next one, whatever the next hot craze comes out, I don't know what Netflix has in store, but. If the daughter likes that one, then we're on that one too. And it literally doesn't matter. Whatever they're into, it's always going to be fun. That's the thing. Like you just, at a certain point, you just sort of live vicariously with and through your kids. Just very quickly, I'm glad you reminded us about this. Garrett Stevenson. Thoughts on Lucid's 1 for 10 reverse split? You know what? We don't look at Lucid very often, so. I actually didn't remember because we don't really look at the stock too often. But generally speaking, remember what the pattern tends to be. Like a reverse split, like you're not reverse splitting for usually good reasons, right? So typically you'll have it reverse split and then it'll be like $20. Just remember the reference price. Most platforms will still give you the proper percentage up and down if they do it right, so you'll have an idea. A lot of times that'll be a temporary high. Now, I'm only bringing up Mullen because I like to make I forget who said this, but sometimes it can be effective to make a simple point with an extreme example because it really, that's right, it's not Mullen anymore. You know what? It's not Mullen anymore, it's BINI, but the chart of Mullen is the best example I can find of what oftentimes happens with a reverse split, like reverse split, and then that is the high. Now, the other side of the coin, if you get a reverse split and then it pulls back, but then within a relatively reasonable time period breaks out that high, that can be a good squeeze trade for that day. So I think if you're looking bullish on Lucid, not necessarily day one, but if it kind of pulls back on day 1, 2, 3, and then makes a bottom, and then breaks out the high after the split, that can be a good trade, but only for a very short period of time. And of course, Mullen is now Bollinger, and this is going to go down to 10 cents. I think usually it's about like 10 cents or 20 cents when these guys do their reverse split. So they changed their name and then did the same thing, and this is it again. So it'll probably go down underneath 20 pennies and then do another reverse split because that's what they do. Lucid's not that bad. But suffice to say, I will not be buying the stock unless it's some kind of a day trade through that high. And then we got another one here from Chris Landrum. Thoughts on Affirm tonight? What did we say that was? 12?
12, yeah, 12.8, yeah, something like that.
When I look at this one, it's not that it's the same thing. It's nothing to do with Nvidia, but how many times we see this where there's like this hard level that people are selling, and when there's like a hard level that's getting sold here, I tend to get a little bit more antsy. So I was thinking the under on that 12%. Like maybe you're a high single digits if it goes to the upside, because it's going to have to chew through a lot to get through this 81 to 82 level, and then maybe it gets some exhaustion. But that's just simply based on the pattern that's emerging here, where there's a lot of selling at the $80 level here on Affirm. Like it's also, like it's up so big from the Liberation Day lows. I don't know. I could be biased against Affirm. Maybe that's it. But I'm feeling the under on that 12%. I think if it has a good print, I'm just feeling more like 8 to 10 based on this chewed up 80 that it has. That said, if it gets above here, you're still looking for continuation on a long. You know, if it breaks out that 52-week high. Rivian is very slowly going into the upside. And just to reaffirm, because someone just asked for it, that Lucid split's effective tonight. So, you know, when you come in tomorrow morning, don't be surprised when Lucid's a $20 stock. You didn't make any money. It's just reverse split.
Right now, it's officially at $2 upside right here as 169 coming into play. Only now 30 minutes until we get some more reports tonight, and then we'll look to see which names we look to trade tomorrow. But yeah, there goes AMD. Huge move back there to the upside. Let's take. We haven't looked all afternoon at Palantir. So 158, good level there. It looks like for Palantir. Again, a stock that, you know, near and dear to my heart. Obviously, we've talked about that many times. But 158, good top. Palantir still, to me, it doesn't like have it right now. You know, there's lots of stock here in various companies, and it just like Palantir right now for me, just not really printing. For a day trading stock. I mean, we've had a huge move. It's okay, but like this huge move to the downside there and then battled back. And it's just like right now it's kind of just doing its own thing here, Palantir. So I'm going to leave this alone. I mean, the market's pulling back in. I would expect this to as well. Underneath the NASDAQ right now, NASDAQ up 0.6 versus Palantir 0.4. The S&P 500 all-time highs today, 0.32 right now for PLTR. Quick little check, man. I think Citigroup is probably the best value as far as a bank is concerned with book value, the lowest right now, price to book, but huge move on Citigroup, huge move on all of these banks, man. This was, again, like almost a double up from those bottoms, huge. You wouldn't have thought that was Citigroup or some of these banks, but they do continue to lead the way. And JP Morgan, ooh, we are getting close, man. I do have, so JP Morgan's a funny story because we had actually bought it the first time right here on the 200, no, right here on the 200 period moving average, let it go all the way up to 250. And then I was like, yeah, how far could this thing actually go down with all this tariff talk, right? Can't go down that far. And then it went all the way through, and we actually had a red trade, obviously. We'd have many red trades, but this one went against us. And it was, and I told you, we had too many shares. Like I actually was a little nervous about it, but I don't know. Like everything else, it just kept on going back there to the upside. So JP Morgan right now at all-time highs, and I think looking great here. So I do have an offer to get out of 15% at 303. So when that hits, hopefully tomorrow, we'll be able to get out of that. And I do have to make sure that that is, I had to put it back in today because it canceled, and I only put like a week or two on it when the last time it was up here. So up in here, and that canceled. So now I got to figure out if I put what the duration is on that order. But I do like that play. Yesterday we had some, I don't know if it was a garbage report or not, but I had said that I thought it was actually a good report for PayPal, that, you know, the German government and all that was so concerned about some of those transactions. Obviously I can understand the selling yesterday in PayPal, as many traders were nervous that, hey, maybe this is sort of the canary in a coal mine, whereby the fact that if PayPal's having these issues with Germany, what's up with other EU nations, what's up with UK, Canada, US, all of that, and what does that mean for PayPal? But I guess it's been patched up or whatever those issues were, because right now you're up 0.76. So yesterday you did get an opportunity to buy some PayPal on the cheap, on those notes, down there $67, $68. So this is what I'm saying. Even if you don't like companies, there is opportunity to scalp in and out, and PayPal was another one of those great opportunities today to get out of whatever long you took yesterday. So yeah, market up 0.63, still trying to go. Nvidia is not doing anything, neither is AMD right now. And then the love for Apple seems to be pretty strong. I mean, I know Joe on the midday wasn't loving Apple, but you know that I am. And Apple right now looking like—
I thought he owned Apple.
Nah, I think he's short. He did, and then he flipped, and now he's short, and he's wondering about it. These guys, I think also bought Ethereum near the highs. I know Apple's been, Ethereum's been on these guys' minds for a while, and Ethereum's been actually a pretty good play. ETHA. I don't know what the high is on the stock here, 3650-ish or so. So you're actually down about 10% now, well, almost 10%. on that play right there, downside. It's funny, man. Money can evaporate so fast.
I wanted to answer a question. Someone asked something about Lucid in the chat. First off, it actually might be the close tomorrow. Whatever it is on Lucid, whether it's at the close and then effective on Monday, it's not a big deal. But with regards to fractional shares, because now you can have 10 shares or less than 10 shares, I suppose, of Lucid. My understanding, and check with your broker on this, but my understanding is if you own less than 10 shares and it's a 1-for-10 reverse split, that like you don't get less than 1 share. They just kind of cash you out, whatever the value of the fractional share would be. So if it's like 0.7, whatever it is, they give you the cash value because they're not going to give you less than the 1 share. So that's my understanding. Check with your broker on that. And if that's the case, then you probably get +2, T+2, so you wait a couple of days, and then you should see that in your balance. That's just my understanding, but you should always check with your broker. Remember something, and this is actually important. Your broker works for you. No matter how big or small your account is, their job is to answer that question for you, answer it promptly, and make sure you get the right information. So you should never, it's fine. Like we're here because we want to the best of our ability, we want to give you the answers when we have them and give all the knowledge that we happen to have over the years. But it's your broker's job. And certainly never hesitate if there's something you feel that you should be getting that you're not or that doesn't make sense, then they have a responsibility to get those answers to you for sure. So you're welcome, Alexa. We're always here. And there's no such thing as a bad question. And if if you want to ask a question in this chat, it's not just myself or Sean or Adara or anyone, Obi, Sharif, Joe, Brendan. It's not just us. We have a great community here that I promise you our trading community has more knowledge than you're going to find in a lot of places. So if you haven't done so, hit the like, hit the subscribe. It's a subs-only chat. Sometimes you'll throw a question in here, and I'll go to answer it, and like 5 of our regulars have already answered the question, and they've done a fantastic job of doing it. So that's what it's all about. And as James Choi just said here, balances are in about 15 minutes, but the early look, I can tell you, not much of anything. Penny stock, PCG is going to be in there. I mean, SGov, like just early look. Very, very small names, nothing gigantic, but we didn't know how big Walgreens was going to be until about 350, and then all of a sudden that was crazy. Let's go up to Adara at the desk.
Keep an eye here on these expected earnings news. We talked about them a little bit on the desk, of course, with Neil and Sean, but here's an exact look at this. Is almost every name reporting tonight. It's not every name, but it's pretty darn close if you look at the earnings lineup. Autodesk, Ambarella, Marvell, Dell, SentinelOne, Ulta Beauty, Affirm, IREN, Gap, and Webull. These are all of our earnings names. There's a couple others that are not on this list, but here's all of the closely watched ones. Smallest expected move here is still about 6.7%. That'd be Ulta Beauty. The largest belongs to Affirm, perhaps not surprisingly, but you can check out all of these on X at TTV Research. I also posted earlier today specific infographics for Affirm and Dell and their revenue performance, historically speaking. Again, X at TTV Research for all of your infographic needs. And if, as Neil said, if there's anything that you'd like to see on this X account that you're not seeing any specific type of analysis you'd like, always tag me in the chat. And if I see it, I'll definitely add it to my list. Back to you.
I don't think.
No, it doesn't.
Earnings, but we'll double check it all. And like Adara said, get them in there and we'll. GME?
Oh, no, not GME.
That's not till September.
GAP, yeah, Gap, yeah. Yeah, we'll get Gap, formerly GPS, of course. So get your GPS systems out there right now. Okay, more outs. We just got more out there on AMD as we wait for these imbalances to come out in just 15 minutes. We'll see what's going on there for that. We did talk a little bit about Netflix today as well. As we're talking about K-pop Demon Hunters and everything. Both my kids absolutely love that show, and Neil's talking about going to the theaters. But there it is, man. Netflix up 0.6 right now, and even for myself, I like the content that's on Netflix. We watching that wrestling show. My kids, we watching Superstore. So there's a few good older shows that continue to be replayed there. All right, so Netflix, nice move. Still below. I don't know if it's time yet. You're gonna have lots of opportunities to buy this name, I feel like, moving forward. But as we go, Netflix right now, Still underneath the 50-period moving average. You're always waiting for this 200 period, and you might have waited too long. I don't know if you got that opportunity to get there, but you came about $100 away from that level there, Netflix. The name that's near the 200-period moving average that I wanted to pick up, but again, like I keep on thinking that this market is a little heated and that we maybe are going to the downside at some point, and I can get even a better price in Costco, but Costco just spiked up the last couple of days. I was hoping that we'd get to the downside. We showed you the monthly chart or the daily chart on this one, and it's the difference with this is, and we just were talking about it, it's broken that 200 period and is sloping down 50. So right now it looks broken, and I'm actually waiting for these wicks down here in and around 900. So I was hoping for a couple more negative days in Costco, and then I could try to pick something up. I want to just buy best of breed everything.
It's similar to Walmart. The only difference.
But, the way the stock looks?
Well, the chart, like the pullback from the highs, right? Similar space. It's not the same thing, but like these are probably the two best, or like they have been anyways. But this one's holding that 200-period moving average. And the thing about that, I always talk about this for an indicator. It's like how much has it respected it? Like it hasn't actually. The last time it tested the 200 period, it broke it down underneath. So it's not like this stock hasn't been bouncing off the 200 period. It hasn't been respecting the 50 period either. So like for me, for this, I got to pull up a higher time frame. Sorry, our charts. When I want to go quickly to a higher time frame, I go to eSignal. Shout out to them. Well, I'm looking at the weekly chart. Where on the weekly chart, this respects the 50-period moving average. And that sits right here at about like 92.5. So I've been trying to patiently wait. Like it double topped, right? That's fine. It already dipped once on the weekly here and managed to hold. So I'm looking for this Walmart. Dip into that weekly chart. If it holds, then we buy. If it doesn't, then I wait for 80 to come in again. I'm not like selling anything on the stock. I'm just looking for an opportunity to get more. This is one name I said, if we get dips in this stock this year, I don't want to buy on the way up. I just think it got a little bit overheated. It's a little expensive. I only want to try to catch it on the way down. But it's that 50 period on the time frame where it actually matters. Like you saw it be useless on the 50 on the daily chart, but on a weekly chart, much more significant there for sure. Save man woman, that's a nasty chart. Which one's nasty? Walmart's a nasty chart? I think it looks pretty good. It looks pretty good, no? Yeah, it looks all right.
Walmart? Yeah, I think it's fine.
It looks good. Maybe you weren't talking about Walmart.
They're not talking about Walmart. I think Walmart's a good stock. All right, so yeah, those of you that are in Walmart would know it's been good, and
pretty good.
You sleep easy with some of those stocks, right? Knowing that they're not going to have huge moves one way or the other.
Well, it's like Webull. Like imagine this. Like if I hadn't taken anything out, or let's say you hadn't taken anything out on Webull,
right?
Off of that $10 hold here. I don't know, like would if I had taken no profit off of this in front of $10 when it made the spike into 17, 18, how good would I feel about it going into the earnings? Well, I probably not as good as you would if you've already made sure that you banked, so it's not going to rinse you here. It's the same thing with like Viking. The reason why you take profits, VKTX. That's the only chart you need. I mean, I could probably show other things. It's the only chart you need. Like, look at this thing. There's it holding the 50-period moving average. There's it breaking out of the 50-period moving average. Well, ask yourself a question. When the hold at the 50-period was at like $32 here, where it consolidated above, maybe you have it at 27. I don't know. When it breaks out the channel above is generally speaking what I think it's a buy, but it doesn't really matter. If you didn't take anything out when it spiked up and just gave you a move into $60, now what? Like you just be out of the money. Like all of that gain gone because you didn't sit there and try to take any profit on a ridiculously volatile name with a downward sloping chart. But you sleep easy on a stock where it's just upward sloping forever because then you don't have to worry about it as much or in the same vein. So when you're when I'm playing longs in stocks that look like this, I know where my orders are going out. If it gets there, you get taken out and it goes 2x from there, who cares? Because you know what can happen in the other direction. What usually happens is that the stock trends down. So you got to make sure you take that profit where you can. The market's, it's the afternoon, and the market's not doing a heck of a lot in here, but it is trying to rally. Well, it's trying to hold on to a little bit of this rally that we've had. Just checking back in. Like Rivian, 350, it went 55, now it's trying to go 60. Just slow grind up. I think this has a chance to accelerate, maybe not today, but on the higher time frame, Rivian here, I like what's going on. It seems to make this bottom of $10, $11, like Randy always says. I hope he actually got into this because he said he was going to buy down here. and seems to have trouble when it gets above 15 bucks. But so far, so good for Rivian. If I had to pick, I'd pick this one over Lucid, but like you're splitting hairs. Like either way, you're at the shot play, and you're really just hoping that they'll be able to, play out the string to profitability. Right? You can't lose money making cars forever. That's weird. It doesn't work that way. And for every Tesla or for every BYD, there's always a host of other names that don't make it.
Okay, yeah, no, 100% right about all of this stuff here. As we talk more about, I don't like the reverse split to me for that. So that would be another one there. Ford and all these stocks also continue to go upside a little bit there for maybe the car company's not as bad as we thought. I did want to have a quick check-in on the broader markets one more time, just have a quick little look here, as there's many names that many of you are invested in. So let's just have a quick little look-see here on some of them. So, all right, Berkshire upside. We talked about the strength sort of in the financials. It looks like we're, sort of picking on some different ones. CME downside, but it looks like they're traditional money center banks upside with Bank of America, JP Morgan there, Bank of America, Goldman Sachs, and again, more of the deal-making banks, Morgan and Goldman coming into their Capital One. Again, credit card names going through there. AXP up another 1.3%, so that continues to be a nice story there for American Express, Visa, so on and so forth, continue to be pretty strong. All right, so health technology. This is the really the red sector from what I can see here anyways today, and that's Pfizer, some Gilead coming through, shout out to Handsmaid Tale. BMY there, 1.8% to the downside. Bristol Myers coming through. Eli Lilly taking a little bit of a break today, only down 0.45%, so some Eli Lilly love there as well from many traders. Loving Eli Lilly these days. J&J, get out of here, CIC Markets, whatever that is. 0.59 there for them. So Nvidia, Jensen's speaking right now, and it's just, he's just talking about China and waiting for these approvals, waiting for different interests. He's talking about being able to sell them into China now. But we already know that story. I'm watching it. It's not doing anything.
No.
We had a question about NEE. So some of these utility names today, Constellation continues up 1.3. Southern there, down 1. We looked at some of the XLE, and it was up, so maybe it's not up anymore. But these are utility names that will, again, carry debt, which may not be that great as we get some lower rates, should be helping for them. But the interest rates still pretty large. We'll find out about that. Energy Transfer is here as well. So some of these names that generally don't move that well with tech names are these utility names. So when you get the NASDAQ near all-time highs, there's a lot of traders looking to get in and out of some of these tech names, so some of these utility names, because they've been on such nice rides. So there's your Vistra. You talked about Vistra. I mean, that chart has been pretty hot fire as well. Like this was $100 back in April, now 197. So yeah, I can see some profit taking in the utility space as, again, it's all about sector rotation. And right now, I think you can get back into rate cuts, positivity in the space. I like tech again. I think tech can continue to work, and we've seen that in some of these stocks here today. What's up, Adara?
Talk here about Nvidia. As Sean mentioned, we do have Nvidia CEO Jensen Huang right now speaking on Fox Business. He said that some comments here are of interest. He did say that he's estimating $3 to $4 trillion worth of AI factory infrastructure building out over the next decade. He said that also, I think this is key, whatever it takes to get approval with regards to being able to ship those chips is fine with him. It's in their best interest, Huang says, to be able to sell in China, and that they also do have some H20 units built for the quarter if China does order, but apparently he hasn't seen any orders come in from China as of yet. Back to you.
The first thing that came to my mind is like, yeah, get it, Caterpillar. You know what's up there. That's another stock at some 52-week highs. But shout out to Rusty Dutch. Ooh. If Nvidia is the market's canary in the coal mine, we got clear instruction to keep digging today.
Yes, you did.
Yes, in this particular case, digging would be good, right? Usually digging yourself a hole is not a good thing in these terms, but in this particular case, I do agree with you there. I was going to throw GEV up when you were talking there, but then you mentioned Adara, mentioned that story, and you got to like Caterpillar possibly breaking out. That's a good name. I like that name. In terms of non-tech stocks, for myself, like I want Walmart to be up there with, for myself, for Eli Lilly and Caterpillar. And it's not. That's why I'm trying to buy more Walmart on dips, because I want it to be like the two biggest non-tech names in my portfolio. I don't include Bitcoin or anything like that, are Caterpillar and Eli Lilly. But G Vernova, this was not the dip that I was looking for. I'll be the first to admit. I was the one that was selling some at the top and feeling like it was going to be a bit of a bigger pullback. And thought some of that risk would have been, if Nvidia scared us, I thought this stock could be down in the 500 range. Instead, it bounces off the 50 period. Probably a little frothy for this name, but I'll try to find a way back in because I want to be full position on in this. You don't always want to be selling things. And ultimately, sometimes you get a happy accident. The happy accident in this particular case was I owned a lot of GE shares from back in the day, a boring stock. And then these guys, it's just, to be honest, it's like, I just got lucky.
I think you got like 2% of whatever your holdings were in GE. I don't think it was.
It's one of those things where, like GE, if you looked at the three things they broke up to, is GE Vernova, GE Aerospace, and GE Healthcare. GE Healthcare is trash. I'm like, healthcare. I don't like healthcare. And at the time, I owned UNH.
Screw healthcare.
No, at the time I owned UNH, which is kind of funny because I had to get out of that for obvious reasons. But no, GE Vernova, it seems a little top heavy. Even like Vistra, Constellation, like they've all run so much. Like their charts look so much like SMR more than I feel like they have a right to. Although SMR has pulled back significantly off of those highs. This is one that's getting into a spot where it could make some sense for reload. It has respected the 200 period moving average, and it is trending down into the 200 period moving average. So it'll be put up or shut up time if this makes another leg down on SMR. It hasn't done so yet. So far, it's just been a healthy pullback, but there's an example of why, a good reason why you try to take some profit at the top. Maybe not on GE Vernova, but certainly on that name. And just going back over, we have 3 minutes until the imbalances come out.
It's imbalance time, baby.
I don't think there was anything big. Let me just double check. I thought there was nothing big happening tonight. Yesterday we had WBA, Walgreens. That was a 112 million sell, right? There's nothing like that we're expecting. I just double checked. A couple of small things for 1 million shares. We'll see if anything comes out big. Rivian just slowly going up. I just threw up a trend line and then rolled my stop under the trend line and then moving on Rivian. So if it gets underneath 56, I got to move it manually.
I got to say, my family is home now, so I want to say hi to them. Hey, what's up, Gia? I love your hair. I think it's going great. And I've been planting red roses for you, Gia, all day here. So there's AMD. The rose top continues to happen right now. And this is for you again. We are now $1 and $2 in the money. Don't go to too many clubs, Gia, yet, but there it is, a nice move to the high side there for advanced micro devices. My kids, she's always asking me, when is my Roblox money coming in? And Roblox money's been coming in for quite a while now on the stock. I mean, take a look at what this stock has been doing. This is down here, $51 low there for Roblox, ripped all the way to 140, a triple up pretty much in just over a couple months. So congratulations, anybody that's been on this Roblox trade. What a great bounce there. I know they've had some issues lately, but nice bounce off of 115, getting into 130 again. So there goes Roblox. We've been liking that stock and talking all about that, and that's one of the stocks that we own as well. And my family just got all new iPhones, so shout out to Apple as well. And there goes Apple right now, up 1+% there into the day. So Apple continuously working out as well as we get those moves higher. Adair's and myself, we've all been talking about. Here we go. This is your brother, Gia, right there. You would know that, of course. Here, let's go over here and get back into the profile and see what names are reporting here today. Autodesk, Ambra, Marvell is the big one for me. Dell, Ulta. Oh, there we go. Ulta Beauty. Reporting tonight, in Elf Cosmetics as well. And so those stocks have been super, super hot fire. Ulta Beauty was a Warren Buffett was in that and out of that name as well. But this name, again, look at this, man. Bottom left, top right. There goes Ulta Beauty. I wish I would have invested a little bit into that name, but Ulta Beauty, again, right up to some nice areas. I always get, and we talk about this too, I'm nervous into this reprint, right? Because, again, Ulta Beauty, near the highs, got taken out there. This 50 period moving average and the 200 period moving average got taken way back in April, and we've sort of well off of that now. So definitely room to come back in if they miss and people start questioning the valuation. But oh boy, man, we ain't missing right now. It's 350, Neil. The imbalances are out, and there goes AMD up to 169. Happy, happy, joy, joy, as this keeps going to the upside. Have a good time at hockey tonight, and I will see you tonight. Remember, you got to tell me what you want to do for dinner out there. I just saw Joe with the shawarma, so we were talking shawarma. I had already spoken to my family like 3 or 4 times today. So I told Gia we could do subs, shawarma, or I just cook. We do something on the barbecue as well. But I'd like to spoil those guys.
Little rain today, but
a little rainy.
I think it was clearing up at least a little bit. I certainly hope so, because we haven't been able to get up to playing basketball this week.
Nice.
Now, well, it's what I love is
it's dry.
No, it's one of those things, like, you get lucky if your kids like a sport that you like playing as well. It just makes it even more fun. So now that I'm able to, I like going out and shooting.
Don't tear another Achilles.
Oh, no. I'm good.
Are you?
She's 8, so it's not like I'm going ham or anything. But Nvidia is a 1.7 million to the buy side here. Apple, 1 million to the buy side. That's about it. Merck, nothing. That's pretty much it for the big caps. Here, CRM, that's nothing. The market overall is 500 million to the buy side. NASDAQ 600. The Mag 7 overall 390. ITOS, that's a deal that's closing today. Nowhere near as big as Walgreens, obviously. But Walgreens was nonsensical. What is Nvidia doing?
Whatever it wants.
It went like 20 or 30 cents on that imbalance, 1.5 million shares. Someone asked what the imbalances are. Every closing print on a pretty much every stock, but certainly North American stocks, is determined by an auction, and the auction information gets disseminated via imbalance information. And it just shows you, based on the orders that are going into the auction now, limit on close, market on close orders. If they pool all of that together and were to close it right now, let's say on Nvidia, then there'd be 1.8 million shares to buy that are unaccounted for, and the price would be about 180.68 or so. But this actually updates. But the important thing is they do publish this for the purpose of having a controlled close. Like, they want people to know that there's a buy imbalance so that people that want to sell can offset it without driving the price down like crazy, knowing that there's a buy imbalance going into the close. So oftentimes what will happen is at about 355, that number will start to pair off, and it'll pair off even more at about 358. So just because it's a buy imbalance doesn't mean the stock is going to go higher. What did I just hear about CrowdStrike? Wow, back to the CrowdStrike breaking the high of day again. It just keeps going and going and going from red distinctly, and we saw it in the aftermarket show. It didn't even bounce that much. They didn't like the guide, but they like buying the dips, and so far, every single one of the big cybersecurity names has dipped on earnings and then ripped. All of them. I don't know if Sentinel-1's big enough to qualify, but that's the one reporting. I believe 9% expected move on Sentinel. You can make the argument that it's already dipped on Sentinel-1, as this was actually very, very different from CrowdStrike and Zscaler and Palo Alto. Sentinel-1 was literally coming off of its 52-week lows and just barely bouncing away from or above those bottoms here. So it's a little bit distinctly different in terms of the tone for this name going into earnings. The others were all mostly upward trending that pulled back. This one's been downward trending for a while, Sentinel-1.
All right, so today was a good day. As you can see here, we've just, trying to go through AMD again, up 1.1%. Sorry about that. This will be over here. We just got one, it's just ripping to the high side right now. Just a couple minutes left. I'm going to get some out. Okay, there you go. Got a 169 out right there. Really like what it's been doing right here today. So Advanced Micro Devices keeps going higher. This has been such a better trade for me than Nvidia has been over the last little while. So there's Nvidia. It looks like it'll be pretty close if you voted red or green at the close. Yep, I'm going to say it's a push. I mean, 0.3 here on earnings. Yesterday's earnings thought was that we would get 6%, and I was taking the under on that, and it looks like that will hold true. But here into the close, with only 5 minutes left, anything could happen. Right now, this could even rip in the next little bit as we wait for those imbalances to flip up one more time. So here we go. We need the broker shares on here. That's the most important. So we push OK on this one, and there's Nvidia still a buy. So actually, no, flipped over. So Nvidia flips to a sell. So now red wins as you're down now 0.75, and there it goes, man. The flip just happened on Nvidia, so that's downside. And then we're also just getting out there of, we must just get out of it all now. It's no difference to me. Get out some now. We have less than a couple percentage points here on AMD to get the rest out. So see, why chase this thing, man? Just offer 79s. Just offer, all right, forget about it. Punch out, get some, it didn't even get out. All right, there it is. All right, so we get 77s there out of AMD, and now we can close that trade off and be done for the day. A very successful day. I hope you guys enjoyed yourself, and Neil's gonna take care of some business. And then we have 4 minutes until earnings.
Until earnings season gets another leg going where you can probably do some swing trading. And if you're looking for swing trades, Trade the Pool has something new and special just for all of you. A free ebook featuring 4 proven swing trading strategies from Trade the Pool's top funded traders. Inside, you'll see exactly how they approach the markets, how they manage risk, and what setups they rely on. So you can learn and grow from what actually works. Download it now by scanning the QR code on the screen or hitting the link in the description. And hey, we're gonna have them coming through in just over a month, I believe, right? They're coming through in October, so
yeah.
Mitch is going to be coming through in
mid-October there.
It's all good, Rob. All good, no worries. Just the imbalances came out there, and there was nothing on Rivian, but there was when it got to the high of the day. I don't know, someone just showed up on the offer. They're already gone. So we just took it out, kind of double topped up there. I think this could be a nice day 2 play as well for Rivian, 3% to the upside. I don't want to forget about it. I like this consolidation over the 50-period moving average and the 200-period. It broke the 13.5. It got to like 13.66 in here, but this looks like a good opportunity for a continued breakout on that name for everybody. And big shout out to the entirety of the chat in here. And just a reminder, whether it's the morning show, the midday, what's going to be a banger market recap show, of course, with Sean and Adara. A big one because earnings are always more exciting. We love having earnings season. Remember, if you want to be in the chat, if you want to ask questions, you want to engage in something, jump in here. It's a subs-only chat, so hit the like, hit the subscribe. And Adam Jones saying Q's jumped up at close. Maybe, but there's a lot of interest in Marvell. I see Marvell all over the place. Marvell, that's their... there's a lot happening in earnings. Marvell, Affirm, we've already gone over some of the names, but in the chip space, I remember when I missed, a couple of years ago, I missed the Nvidia earnings day, like the one 2 years ago. I was in Paris at the time, and it was like days, or maybe a day after, or 2 days after, that Marvell's move was even bigger, right? So it can be ridiculously volatile. You have to go way back. It was insanity on Marvell, not this one. It was even further back. It was
just broke 60. I think it went like 60.
It was 2023 or something, so I'd have to go even further back on Marvell. Yeah, it was this one. Oh, I think it was this one. I think it was May. I'm pretty sure it was the May move, where it went from it was like $50 and then it went all the way to like 65. I'm pretty sure that's the one.
Yeah, there's $60 was a key level back then. All right, I'm going to go over to the desk right now. Get ready to go. So 2 minutes. Join Adara and myself and Adara tonight for the recap show. It should be a great one. Lots of names on there. I like Webull. People are asking about it. I think it can take the same sort of path higher that SoFi and Robinhood took on earnings, and then potential pullback. So I'd get out of Webull early tomorrow, but we'll talk about that at 8:30. 2 minutes to go. I'll be there soon.
And I see nonsense in the chat. Is how do you not schedule vacations around Nvidia earnings? Paris, Weiss 40th. There was no chance that I wasn't going to do it. It's that simple. It was one of those, it was happening, and I've done that in the past where you literally schedule around. We got married so we could take advantage of Thanksgiving, which is a really slow week in November. So that's actually something that we did. Just one note: with less than 1 minute to go, CrowdStrike still at all-time highs. The initial move on earnings doesn't always tell the story, everybody, and CrowdStrike is one of the best examples of that you are going to find. Started from the bottom, and now it's here. So let's see what happens with Sentinel-1. I don't know that it's in a position to dump as much, just given the fact that it was a little bit weaker of a name going into it instead of something which had been riding high for most of the year. But certainly that's one of the earning names that you should be wanting to watch here because it's been a pretty volatile space for sure. The closing bell here brought to you by Beta Pro by Globex. Check them out. Scan that QR code in front of you as we ring it in 2 and 1. And now the market is closed, everybody. So the market actually only 0.5% to the upside. But overall, a good day because if we start red on Nvidia and the market ends up green, you know the dip buy is still in full effect. But we have a whole host of other earnings to get to and some special surprises in the aftermarket show. Big shout out to everyone working hard behind us to make this show bigger and better with Studio 8. As you can see, they never stop working tirelessly. But the work isn't over yet. You don't have to do anything except sit back, relax, maybe be ready for Affirm, Ulta Beauty, and more. Webull, Marvell, Adara, Sean. Your market recap show begins right now. It's locked and loaded. Have fun, everybody.
From one desk to another, it's Adara and myself. Adara, how are you doing?
I'm doing well. How are you?
Good to see you again. Look, it's been a busy day here today, and we're going to start it off with some big earnings plays coming through on the Market Recap Show. Your Market Recap Show right now brought to you by Global X and Beta Pro. We want to thank them for their sponsorship of this segment. All right, ADSK is already out. So Autodesk, nice report here. I thought this had a good chance to get to the upside. We talked about that there. We're looking for a big number from them. Looks like we get it right now, up 9% right now, 1.76. It looks like they got a better number here on ADSK, and there it goes, man. We nailed that one. We've been talking about automation. There goes Autodesk. Nice move higher, trying to run into this level right here of 317, 318. ADSK, one of the very first ones out right now. There's a whole bunch coming out, but I just want to go through who's here right now, part of roll call. Put in here which name you're most excited for. People are excited for Webull. I called Webull. I like Webull as a bid there. Thank you, Maximus, and everybody that's here right now. Put in the chat what you're doing. You've stayed late with us, but there's ADSK. Adair, what do the numbers look like?
My computer just froze. This is going to be an issue, but
okay.
I do have the Autodesk numbers open, so I'll do that, and I'll deal with the rest of this later. Q2 adjusted earnings of $1.46, missing estimates of $2.45. That is a notable miss, Sean. I'm sure there's some context there that we're missing.
Right.
But sales of $2 billion did beat estimates of $1.72 billion, and second quarter revenue here did grow 17%. My computer is still frozen.
So make sure you put the stream, if you have the stream up, put that to the lowest quality.
Oh, I don't even think that's the issue. I think it just does this sometimes. But I
Webull now apparently is reporting as well. I said that I thought that these guys could take a very, very similar move to both SoFi and Robinhood. And there goes Webull right now, a nice 4% move plus to the upside, 15.50 right now for the BULL. It looks like they're going to beat right now. There's Webull right here, 5 cents. Nice move. EPS positive. EPS positive. That's what we're talking about for Webull. I think this move goes higher right there. There's a 5-cent EPS. Sales, very, very small right now, 131 million, but up from 89 million. Webull looking to do the best rate now. Webull, nice upside move. Just please get Fabian. He's just standing right there. Fabian. Adair needs help. Okay, so IREN also right now making some moves higher here. So there goes Webull right now upside. So IREN and Webull. IREN going upside here as well. SJM, ADSK. So that's it for right now. All the names as we're fine. Adair's just restarting her box, and that should get going up very, very soon now. But it's Webull with the 5%, 5-cent EPS. It looks a little silly on here. We're looking for that 18 marker again. That would be a nice little high. I think a nice EPS take here of 15 bucks, of 5 cents EPS, a nice move there. Webull flying to the top side right now. I get excited for it because I think there's more to come here for Webull. And again, a play that we've given to you guys on the show, a play that I like. Oscar, Webull, the most recent buys as well. Good. Webull customer assets totaled $15.9 billion, up 64%. I am getting getting more and more excited right now about Webull, Adara. Year over year, funded accounts 4.73 million, also up 9%. So, but it's the story of ADSK right now. That is up 9% as Autodesk right now misses on the EPS. Like we said, maybe there's a miss there somewhere.
More for context on that.
Okay,
Yeah.
so we'll do that once you get back up and running. But sales beating 2 billion versus 172 right now. But yeah, it's Adara, it's Webull. Everyone's excited. Yes, 6% on Webull. I know. I mean, I like to give some predictions, and people mentioned to me, what did we think about possible Webull? I was bullish on it. I don't think anybody else really gave a call, but for now it's working out there, Webull. I was bullish on it to the fact where I said, let's get out tomorrow morning when Webull comes through tomorrow, and then maybe a fade into the afternoon. But again, Webull goes 5 cents EPS. That's a positive number, so we really, really like that. Marvell is what we wait for now to see where that's coming down. That's going the other way, so we'll slap a fail.
Yep.
You guys know we bought some Marvell here today as well. So we get one win with Webull, it looks like.
I have
67 cents for Marvell.
Oh my God.
Estimate 66 cents. So we'll find out what's going on with this one. Down to $70 right now. They do not like Marvell. Down 8% now, down 9%, going lower here. We may have to buy some on this dip here. So, oh no, for Marvell. Also, Dell, you tell me whatever stock you want to do first.
I can get into Autodesk a bit more. So they actually did beat on EPS.
Okay.
The issue is they only beat on EPS on an adjusted basis, and sometimes Benzinga will not, calculate that when they give us the numbers. It's all good. Their revenue, as I mentioned earlier, up 17% year over year. Their EPS, $2.62 adjusted versus estimates of $2.45. This guidance generally good. They're guiding well above estimates for adjusted Q3 EPS, raising their fiscal 2026 EPS guidance as well. That's above estimates. Q3 GAAP EPS and sales estimates, sales guidance beating estimate. They narrowed their guidance here for fiscal 2026 GAAP EPS. That's a little bit more mixed, but they did raise their fiscal 2026 sales guidance, which is above estimates. Generally, ADSK beat. Their guidance is more or less better than we were expecting. Marvell, let's get into because they actually missed your own revenue, Sean, unfortunately.
Yep.
And they're guiding basically the same revenue for next quarter. So Q2 adjusted earnings of 67 cents per share, narrowly beating 66 cents by a hair. Sales, $2.006 billion, missing estimates of $2.009 billion. This report is not the most exciting. What else do we have here on watch? What do people want to talk about? Dell, let's get into Dell.
Dell is out right now.
If I have Dell, I'll get into Dell. I do apologize, guys, for the technological
Ulta
issues.
Beauty, absolutely ripping.
Oh, Ulta too? Okay.
Ulta Beauty, a big number as well.
I got Dell.
Just coming out. So Ulta Beauty right now, 5. Wow. I mean, if my family's watching, I mean, there it goes again. Ulta Beauty. I'm not even invested in this name. I should be. Ulta Beauty, a nice move higher there. 578 versus 497 in sales of 278 versus 266. So Ulta Beauty climbing higher. And look at this chart for Ulta at the bottom here. I mean, it just keeps on making new highs, Ulta Beauty. And you mentioned Dell. So they're out as well. Only flat right now for Dell. Implied move of 8%. It looks like it's doing its move. SentinelOne is also out right now. That's going higher. So again, we saw CrowdStrike go to the downside on their report yesterday. Looks like SentinelOne going higher right now. So we'll figure this all out. Webull up 4% now, 5%. It did get as high as 1560. We did think about a little bit of a fade there at the top. I still think Webull has more room to run. And then womp womp. Marvell was down 5%, now down 7. It's low there, $70 for Marvell. Did bounce back to 74. We'll wait to see what's going on with that name. But yeah, Marvell right now downside. Not a great report for them. So we'll swing and miss on that one. But Ulta, Dell looking pretty good. Affirm also out as well.
Yeah, I have some more stuff here.
Sure.
Dell did beat here their Q2 EPS, $2.32 per share versus $2.31 expected. Slight beat. Sales, $29.776 billion versus $29.172 billion. So that is a double beat for Dell. They raised their 2026 EPS guidance. It is beating estimates now. Fiscal 2026 sales guidance also above estimates here, 105 to 109 billion versus 104.58 billion expected. Now, Sean, their Q3 adjusted EPS guidance is not great, $2.45 versus $2.55 expected, but they did beat on their sales guide. Let's talk as well here about ULTA with a bit more detail. I know you talked about Ulta in general. They did beat, hefty little beat here for their EPS, $5.78 per share versus $4.97 expected. Sales, $2.788 billion versus $2.666 billion expected. And they raised their fiscal 2025 EPS and sales guidance. They're now expecting earnings of $23.85 to $24.30 per share. That's well above estimates of $23.58. They raised their sales guidance for the year to $12 billion to $12.1 billion, also above estimates of $11.7 billion. Ulta, bang out report. Sean, dare I say this is beautiful?
Yeah, you should say that because it is. And we have another beautiful one here too. Ambarella. Oh my. Ambarella, huge move up 15%. This is a $70 name right here. Nice upside move. This is a 900-minute chart just to give you guys an idea of some past levels. So its high of Ambarella used to be 85.15. We'll see if we can take that out right now. Ambarella, huge move there. EPS 15 cents. Crushing, man. They're only expecting 5 cents right there for AMBA. So they get 15 versus 5. They get sales of 95 versus 90. Nice upside move there for Ambarella. I think Marvell's a buy down here in the 60s if we can get that. Looks like it's going lower right now. So we'll just average in and buy this name. You know, it's been low. Obviously, that's the April lows there, $42. Wow, I wish we would have got that. But yeah, $60 looks like a decent area there. We'll see if it can stop. I think it gets a little bit higher. Marvell's guide was a little bit of a problem. They do have a lower angle to their guide. Marvell's low end here, it looks like, I was just on it right there. It's 69 cents to 79 cents is their guide when the expectation was 72. So there is a world where they wind up missing next quarter. That's the 69 versus the 79. And then they see sales estimate coming at 2.1 billion. Their high is 2.16. Their low is 195. So Marvell speaking the truth, I guess, on a little bit of a cloudy look forward. And I mean, I just think that we want to read the notes and we also want to read the report and figure out what is going on with the conference call, because I wonder how much of that is baked in with China and them not knowing what is good moving forward. So, all right, what do you want to talk about?
Well, I have a lot of things I want to talk about. For one, Marvell, even with the sales miss, they did have a 58% year-over-year increase in revenue, so it's not all bad. I'm going to go over a whole bunch of numbers here for you guys. Ambarella. Adjusted earnings of 15 cents per share, beating 5 cents expected. Sales, 95.511 million versus 90.01 million expected. I know this was a name that at one point Brian Shannon had his eyes on, that AMBA. Let's talk about SentinelOne, because SentinelOne is doing some things here. They did post a beat here. EPS, 4 cents per share versus 3 cents per share expected. Sales, 242.183 million versus 242.167 million expected. That is a narrow beat for both of these, which is pretty tight there. They did guide better than expected Q3 sales, 256 mil versus 254.38 mil expected. And what was the last one there? They raised their fiscal 2026 revenue guidance. They're now expecting sales between 98 mil to 1.002 billion dollars. That is a very slight increase, and the lower end here is still missing estimates of 998.54. One more, Sean.
Yeah, let's go.
We got a firm, so let's see what's happening here with AFRM. I know in the past I've complained about how inaccessible a firm's reports are because they're like almost impossible to find on their website, but we have it pretty early this time, so thank you, Affirm. Q4 earnings of 20 cents per share, beating estimates of 10 cents per share. Sales, $876.417 million versus estimates of $837.026 million. That is a nice double beat for Affirm, so you are probably also thanking the company if you are a shareholder. Woof! On watch here.
Let's see how down 1%, so it's a little strange that it's.
Yeah, I mean, we'll see. There's probably more. Like I said, I usually read through the reports, but Affirm, the way they publish theirs, I literally cannot access it. Okay. And it's a weird PowerPoint, so thank you, Affirm. Like, remember the last one just had the CEO's face on it, and I was like, that's not helpful. But keep an eye here in WOOF. Petco Health and Wellness, 5 cents. They posted an unexpected profit, Sean. 5 cents per share versus an expected loss of 1 cent per share. Sales, $1.489 billion, narrowly missing estimates of $1.493 billion. And Affirm has their guidance, Sean, and that might be potentially why we're a bit lower. They're guiding Q1 sales between 855 and 885 million versus estimates of 860.555 million. The midpoint of this is going to beat estimates, but the lower end is not. So there we go. Earnings fiasco, whatever how we want to call it, over except 415 we get Gap, and we already got Bull. So.
Yeah, I'm not too excited about Gap. But,
it's something to talk about.
Something to talk about. Yeah, we got some stuff going on here for sure. Okay, so also Open Door, some insider buying, I guess, just announced right now. Open Door up another 3%. I'm actually going to type this in to the news feed to find out exactly what this was. No, I don't see anything here on that story, but there it is. Nice little move higher there of Open Door in the after hours. So yeah, look, great day overall today. You know, the market did have a nice like basically a nice open as we started with that number from the jobless claims was a little bit better than expected. I'm going to go to a 5-minute chart here just so we can get a better look. Remember, this is a daily, so you can see right here it's a 900-minute chart, but I feel like it gives us enough information. So there's the day. We started off nice with that jobless claims number at 925. It came at 830. There it goes, nice bounce, and then it came right back in, bouncing off the 200 period, and then almost closing near the highs. We do have that little dip down right at the end of the day. Part of that, we did have those market imbalances come through, and then we had Nvidia off earnings. Day one of Nvidia earnings, I mean, yesterday, this is Nvidia there. We had a great after market recap show with Nvidia earnings yesterday with Neil and Nadera. But yesterday, Nvidia closed the day at 181.50. And today, we got to 181. Now heading a little bit lower here in after hours for Nvidia. Just slightly, nice little tick down there into 179. Nvidia was a pretty good short today if you caught that all-time high, and that was it right there. And yes, you might think about this wick. That does happen. It comes in at 184.50. That was its all-time high and still is. It does not break that. So we get there on earnings and then fade the rest of the day. And oh boy, did they ever give that fade in. From 184 all the way back down to 176 right now goes NVDA. So not much going on there. AMD was a much better trade, I feel like, as we were able to pick that bottom right there, 166, 167 bottom there for AMD, and they're also coming back in just a little bit here in after hours. And again, part of that I would say is because of other names that I've reported here today as well. Oh, that's MRCL. It's MRVL, Marvell, not helping the semi space here as they give a little bit of concern with their guide. They beat on top and bottom, I believe Marvell did, but still.
I know they missed revenue.
Oh, they missed on revenue. Okay, yeah. So yeah, that would be obviously another good reason there why that is out of favor now, Marvell.
I have more details on the insider buy for open.
Okay, you did find that. So Affirm right now, 1.19%, not having too much there. Dell, also a very important name to go with. And there you go to the downside there. As someone's got to build these racks, someone's got to build the server side of this business. And there it is to the downside. So Dell downside helping with Nvidia going lower and AMD. Ramin, I don't have, or Fabian, I don't have the show in my ear. So when things are ready to go, give me a big shout out over there as well. All right, so you mentioned Open Door possibly there with some insider buy. What is that information, Adair?
Yeah, I mean, I knew our good buddy Eric Jackson would have something on it. That is the Drake man who really wants Drake to open his door to Open Door. But basically what happened was, yeah, I know it's a terrible pun, but it is what it is. So what happened here was I looked at the SEC filings. Eric Jackson had, of course, posted about this because everyone automatically tags him. So this individual by the name of Shrisha Radhakrishna, who is the president and interim leader of Open Door, unclear in what capacity he's interimly leading, but he purchased roughly 30,000 shares, exactly 30,000 shares of Open Door stock today. Average price here, most of them he got at 427, some he got at 442. In total, he's got a decent amount here. Looks like roughly $4.3 billion worth of stock. But again, I can't exactly tell. I don't want to math it wrong. Either way, decent purchase here of Open Door stock if I'm reading this SEC filing correctly. But if I get more details, I'll let you know.
Yeah, okay, 30,000 shares or so there. I mean, if it's a $4 name, you're looking at just over $100,000 there. So not huge for many insiders, but as you mentioned, they're just adding the position. It's great when you see some insider buying. You know, hopefully that this means that, you know, the executive believe in the name. We like to see buybacks. Nvidia had the $60 billion buyback instituted as well. So, yeah, we're going to wait to see what happens here with Open Door. But yeah, it's Dell. And dude, where's your Dell? You're getting a Dell. Those old years and years. Michael Dell actually took Dell off the market and brought them back. So right now, Dell, pretty good bottom there, $66 for the 52-week low, now up to 128. So it's still a double up there for DELL as we continue to watch out for that name. Just a quick little brief index look here and what's going on some of the different sectors today. Nvidia, the only real name here in electronic technology that served downside today. Apple got a nice little boost up as we wait now a week and a half away. It's September 9th with their new iPhone, hopefully talking about some different products coming through. I heard they might be revamping the iPad as well.
Well, yeah, I was going to say, you know who else has an event that day? Robinhood.
Okay.
And Robinhood announced theirs first, so I don't really know what Vlad and co are trying to do. That seems very aggressive, but Vlad usually has his events a little bit earlier.
I wonder about the time. Yeah, I was going to say the timing, because normally Apple's, what, 1 in the afternoon?
Apple's usually, yeah, it's 10 Pacific, so 1 Eastern.
Perfect.
Vlad's last event was around 11 Eastern, and it was that weird to catch a token thing.
Right,
we'll see what the name is for this one, but either way, I think those Robinhood events tend to move the market directly a little bit more than Apple's. So
okay, so we'll wait. Again,
yeah.
Easier to move around Robinhood stock. And Adara, if I told you the Mag 7, we know those, the Magnificent 7, all the big tech names, what percent of the S&P 500 do you think they compose of?
I feel like I saw someone posting this recently, or I saw you posting this recently. It's like, what, 10 to 30%?
Yeah, it's 10 to 30.
10 to 20%?
Yeah, 34%.
No!
34%.
I have an infographic about this. I can't
of
believe
the
I didn't even
S&P
remember.
500 are those Mag 7 names. And you can see there, just from yesterday, I got you, Fabian, just from yesterday, we did have a big run upside in the NASDAQ getting close. All right, news, and then we'll get to our guests.
So apparently a senior Trump administration official just said that package shipments to the U.S. are going to be subject to flat duties of $80 to $200 for 6 months. Then they'll transition to specific duty rates. So if you were sending packages to the U.S., be prepared to pay up.
Yeah, everything seems to be getting more and more expensive these days. That is
Even
for
McDonald's.
sure. And an asset class that has been getting expensive as well is gold. And right now we're going to flip over to our interview of the afternoon. And we'll be bringing in here CEO and Executive Director Brett Richards from Pasofino Gold. So let's bring him on in. There he is. Hey, Brett, how are you doing today? Uh-oh, can't hear us. Okay, we'll flip back. We'll go back over to Brett in just a couple seconds here. Pasofino Gold is what we're going to be talking about here. And I was actually going to bring up to Brett that gold has really outpaced the S&P 500 so far this year. And that was an interesting thing that I did want to talk to Brett about. Okay, let's flip back. Brett, are you with us?
I am here.
Great,
How you doing, guys?
Great to meet you. Great to see you. Thank you so much for coming on again. Pasofino Gold. I was just saying gold, very, very important asset class. There's been many investors in this. We've known about gold for decades and decades, but it's now just finally starting to catch attention. And I think the reason why, it's up over 25% year to date versus the S&P 500, just 11%. So very interesting. And a lot of our viewers very excited about gold. And I'm going to explain to them, or you're going to, what Pasofino Gold is all about. So Brett Richards, CEO and Executive Director, give us a little bit of an update, what's going on with Pasofino Gold, and what exactly is your company doing?
Yeah, thanks for having me on again. Pasofino owns 100% of the Dugbe Gold Project, and the project's in Liberia, in Western Africa, which is one of the most stable jurisdictions in Africa in today's world. We have in aggregate 3.9 million ounces of gold, and we have a feasibility study completed on it in 2022. Today, we're working on updating that feasibility study to bring it more into the current gold price environment, but also update the costings. Post-COVID was when the last study was done, and we should be able to get that out in the next 7 to 8 months, get through project financing, and get this mine started, because this project, even at today's gold price, has a post-tax NPV of over $2 billion. And we are excited to get rolling on this as soon as we get the feasibility study updated.
Brett, how important is it that you have, the government support behind you? I mean, I think we have so many different aspects that we talk about copper in Chile and all that kind of action. It's very important that the mines are supported by local governments and whatnot. How does that look for Pasofino Gold?
Yeah, I've worked in about 10 or 11 countries in Africa, sub-Sahara and in West Africa. And Liberia is by far and away the most collaborative and one of the easier jurisdictions to work with. We have complete support all the way up to His Excellency, the President. And we have complete support from the Mines and Energy Ministry. So, it is absolutely important that you have these types of relationships and ongoing dialogue and discussions, both with the government and also your host communities who have also been equally supportive.
Thank you so much for being here with us. Brett, you just mentioned here that 2022 feasibility study. So can you tell us a little bit about the results, or the first results here, of the gap analysis aspect of that study that you mentioned?
Yeah, we have a few areas that we need to do some work on. A little bit on the geology front, just to get ultimately comfortable with the resource. So we're going to do about 5,000 or 6,000 meters of drilling. We have to do some test work in order to see if we can get the recoveries above 83%, get them closer to 90, and I think we'll be able to achieve that. And then just updated costing on certainly the plant and equipment and all of the infrastructure associated with what we're doing. And that'll go on over the next kind of 6 to 10 months. And then we will rewrite, we'll have our consultants update the NI 43-101 technical report, and we'll get that filed. And we'll get working towards all of our permitting is ready to go. So we'll submit our permitting at the same time, and hopefully submit our Class A mining application for our mining license probably around March, April, May of next year.
Yeah, so we have another question here with regards to this project, I guess the work activities. Can you talk a little bit about some of these proposed activities and the timeline with regards to completion? You already spoke a little bit about what the study is going to entail, I guess.
Yeah, I think the drilling we're going to do is actually not very material. There's about 10,000 meters of drilling we'll do from now until Christmas. We'll get the resource model updated, and we'll turn that into an updated mine plan, resequenced on new gold prices. The previous feasibility study constrained the pits at $1,600 gold. Well, we're in a much different gold price environment today, so we can expect that a lot of the sequencing, in order to bring cash flow forward, bring grade forward, will be part of these exercises as well.
Great, thanks, Brett. And of course, with interest rates going a little bit lower, that should be able to help the funding aspect of that as well. We want to give everybody an idea, because they're asking in the chat, where can they invest? It's VEIN on the TSX Venture and EFRGF over there on OTC Exchange. So EFRGF, plus you can find it right there at the bottom, our little bumper there, giving all of the information. Everyone in the chat wants to know about that picture behind you there. Is that your study? Is that your where your mine is located there in Liberia?
That's where our camp is in Liberia, and sorry for the casual nature here. I'm in Monrovia today, and tomorrow we have some meetings with the government and with our host communities. But yeah, that's our camp, and Liberia is a lovely place.
Great, yeah. There's some questions in the chat, and everyone's saying that they're absolutely loving the story right now, wanting to know where to invest. So, Brett, promise you'll come back with a little bit of an update. We'll see how these studies go. We'll see what's going on with what you can find in the ground. It's Brett Richards, CEO and Executive Director of Pasofino Gold right there. So thank you for being part of the show today. And will you come back?
Absolutely.
Perfect. Thank you so much. Brett Richards again. Have a good one, and thank you for joining us. That's our interview of the afternoon. Thank you, Brett. So there it is, Adara. I think that went pretty well.
Thank you very much to Brett Richards.
Yeah, really glad to have him on. And what we're trying to do here is just highlight some different companies that maybe are just either junior miners, like Pasofino Gold is there. And, have a look yourself, do the due diligence. That's the most important thing that we can promise you, is good companies with obviously a story behind them. So thank you, Brett, for all of that. And everyone in the chat was wondering what that was there. So Liberia, I've never been to Liberia. You?
No, I've never been to Africa at all.
Okay, so interesting. Yeah, actually, yeah, same. That's interesting.
I wanted to. Africa?
No, I was going to say, no, I was wondering if traveling through, if we had been through Egypt or something like that, but no, I do not think so either. But yeah, there it is there, Pasofino Gold. Go check them out, EFRGF or VEIN on the TSX Venture Exchange. Nice little possible rounding out bottom there, in and around 26 cents on the OTC markets. All right, Adair, only a couple more minutes left. Let's run through the big names. I mean, we had a couple names today that we definitely wanted to look at. That was, unfortunately, the one that's not going to be the nice one for your boy over here is Marvell, because we had made a play on this one today. We had bought $76. We're not going to cry about this at all. It's at 72 right now, as Marvell misses on sales, beats on EPS, but the guide was slightly under what was expected there. So Marvell, $72, still needs a little work to be done on that one. ADSK, Autodesk, was a big winner and still is. I got to make sure that these are still holding up. Autodesk right there, $320, so a nice 11% upside move there for ADSK. AMBA, is that Ambarella? I got that right? Yeah, Ambarella, wow, that's another one. 21% Adara, as that name keeps on climbing higher and higher here from earnings today again. So that name doing well Dell also, they're going to the downside. They came out with a report, 128 right now, down 4%. Affirm wasn't moving around too much, but now, wow, there it is, up 11%. So that's a little bit of a surprise.
Yeah.
They started down and now going higher there for Affirm. All right. Come on, Webull. Come on, Webull. Let's see what Webull's doing. I can't go 0 for 2 here with Webull and Marvell, can I? Womp womp. There it is. Right.
Did you go 0 for 2?
You don't often go 0 for 2. No, right here, Webull right now only up 3%. So yeah, unfortunately there, not making up for the losses in Marvell. But hey, the thing about losing on stocks, you don't lose until what happens?
Until you take the L.
Exactly,
and that's what
until
people
you
beg
cover.
for.
So right now, we ain't covering Marvell. We actually want to buy some more. So we're going to buy some more in the 60s if Marvell does get down into those levels. Anything else?
Yeah, that is why I don't look at my P&L intraday, because that whole, I think longer term it's a bit different, but I'm like, the whole idea of it's only a loss if you take it is. It is what it is. Let's talk about GAP, because Gap looks like it might be gapping down a little bit. They did beat here on EPS 57 cents versus 55. Expected sales in line, 3.73 billion. They affirmed their fiscal 2025 sales here. Guidance, 5.25 bill to 5.4 bill. That's almost exactly in line with estimates of 15.33 bill. If you look at the midpoint. Gap Q3 sales, though, they're guiding lower than expected, Sean, 3.857 bill to 3.895 bill versus 3.91 bill expected. Now, may I also mention our good friend OPAD. People are asking me what's happening with OPAD, what's happening with OPAD. So I would like to see this on Benzinga or more official before I confirm this, but I am seeing some screenshots. It looks like they may have filed an offering. Now, I say may have because, so it does look like this is official, so I'm just seeing this from a headline here of another napkin, a news source. It looks like they're entering an agreement for up to $100 million here in common stock sales. So an offering here for OPAD.
Okay,
we know Eric Jackson went off after this name a little bit on X, open is better. Why hasn't open moved the way that OPAD moves? I'm like,
I know, I heard that.
Please calm down. Just go back to Drake's house. I'm sorry. I find this man to be deeply
You know what, Adara? I think we should
confusing.
send you. We should pay to get you over to Drake's house. You hold up a sign there that says "Watch Trader TV Live."
Maybe I'll just interview Eric Jackson.
Or maybe I just send Neil over there.
I'll just interview Eric Jackson because imagine.
But he has to be hanging out there, though.
But he probably is.
Okay.
We know he's there every day. We have to.
Is he Canadian? What do you mean?
Yes, he is. He's from Toronto. So this is what we do. This is what we do. This is what we do. So we go through his social media. We find out when the man usually comes to Drake's house. Then we show up to Drake's house with our own cameras and our own crew, and we conduct an interview. And that's how we get the open Bulls and maybe the open Bears to. Okay, guys, I have plans here. We got big plans.
Good. I mean, I am.
2-year anniversary coming up at Trader TV in a couple of days. So I'm like, we got it.
You are
guns
on
a blazing.
one.
Let's do it.
You are on one right now. Okay. Thank you so much to everybody for joining us. Say thank you to Brett Richard from Pasifino Gold as well. Good interview. I think we got some information out there for you, and then big earnings, obviously.
There's a really funny super chat for you, and also.
What is it?
You can read it out. It's just hilarious.
Oh, okay. There it is right here. Okay, I'll bring it onto the screen right here because we still got to do this. All right. Sean, my cat saw your short on Tesla and it turned into a lion. Yeah, buddy, what's up?
I love that.
Now what? Well, I was just going to say, what's up, Maximus? We had a huge short on Tesla. We had $13 in the money. It was a big one today. I would just say if your cat turned into a lion, make sure you know that it's still friendly to your kids and whatnot. And just, I don't know, maybe show it some Lion King. Maybe it could be more Simba related and maybe a little bit of a baby lion. But that trade was good on Tesla. Could always be better. Could always have used more shares. And isn't that the life of a trader? You know, you have a $13 winner, and I'm just like, man, why didn't I hold more?
This is how I feel with the spready tickers all the time because you really can't take too much size on them because
hey, this is your favorite spready ticker.
Oh. Honestly, Lily. Lily's been
okay,
my queen this
we like
week.
That one.
I love Lily. I'll do Lily.
Quickly, let me see who's here on roll call right now. Mike DeRider's here. What's up, Mike DeRider? Other Zinc is here as well. Ron Miller. All you stayed late with us for sure. Thank you for doing that. Over 2,800 still there. James Dell is here. Green Day Dean. It's always nice. Come to the screen right here. We can show everybody what we're talking about. Green Day Dean is here. Mike P. DeRider says, Roaring Kitty. Are you Roaring Kitty, Mike P. Ryder? Right there, Ichiro as well. It's funny because we had Sam Bankman-Fried on the show just before he went to jail.
I have seen this video, and his voice is way higher than I thought it would be.
Yeah,
and
it's
actually
funny
kind of upsetting.
I even asked him about cold storage on that, and then he was like, nah, as long as you have an exchange that you trust, you can keep it on there.
That's dirty.
And then his exchange went belly up.
Oh, that's unfortunate.
Yeah, that was unfortunate there, but shout out to, at that point, he was worth $32 billion.
And now he is worth jail.
Now he's worth whatever his parents, I think his parents got to keep a house or something like that. All right, thank you so much for watching. It's 8:30 tomorrow. We're all back, man. It's a full boat tomorrow with a lot of earnings plays. Nvidia day 2. AMD is going to be on one.
Day 2.
Tesla roar as the lion comes out today on Tesla. It should be a good one. Adair and I always having a good time. So I want to thank Adair for coming through. Congratulations on your 2-year. When is that?
August 30th, which is obviously a Saturday. So technically, I guess tomorrow.
Okay, tomorrow. Hey, get in there, man. We'll get some super chats tomorrow. Maybe we'll have for lunch whatever. I don't know. We'll see what lunch is tomorrow, but maybe we get a special Trader TV lunch to celebrate Adaira's 2-year anniversary. How long for you, Fabian? How long have you been here? Over 2 years.
Yeah, Fabian and Ramin were already there when
Shoot,
it started,
we didn't do a lunch for Fabian. That's okay. Okay, he doesn't care about that. Okay, good. All right, and Starbucks. Maybe we get some Starbucks for everybody tomorrow. We'll figure that out. Or go second cup. Canada. What's up with that, Fabian?
Because he doesn't like Starbucks, they're American.
Yeah, it's a second cup.
Yes.
I think you have a second cup right there. Show everybody your second cup right there.
I went to second cup because I wanted Tim's and it was full. I thought I was in line, then a guy cut me in line and I realized maybe I wasn't in line. I don't want this, so I went to second cup.
Nice.
That's the only reason I chose second cup.
Sometimes the world has a way of figuring it out for you.
Right? Because I was like, I don't know what I want, and then I was like, I don't want to be here, and I just floated over.
All right, we've got our Canadian top tuxedo on today, a little jean shirt going on.
Shout out to Justin Timberlake and Britney Spears and the amazing jean. Do you remember this era?
That picture?
Yeah, the picture of
them
the
both
jeans,
in the jeans. Yeah, no, I just remember, I think Randy one day came, and then, shout out to Kendrick. He was wearing a jean outfit
Canadian
on Super Bowl.
tuxedo.
On Super Bowl there. I don't know who's doing Super Bowl. There's some Spanish performer that's doing.
Rosalia? No.
I think there's two Super Bowls, two Super Bowl halftime shows. This year. Anyways, we'll talk about it tomorrow. All right, that's Adaira. I'm Sean. Thank you so much for putting up with us. And tomorrow is a brand new day. Ciao for now.
It's not confirmed yet who it is.
Yeah, there is one person.
Really? They're saying